6. Mike Hanlon makes a connection. But first he made supper. Hamburgers with sautéed mushrooms and onions and a spinach salad. They had finished working on Silver by then and were more than ready to eat. The house was a neat little Cape Cod, white with green trim. Mike had just been arriving when Bill pushed Silver up Palmer Lane. He was behind the wheel of an old Ford with rusty rocker panels and a cracked rear window, and Bill remembered the fact Mike had so quietly pointed out. The 6 members of the Losers Club who left Derry had quit being losers. Mike had stayed behind and was still behind. Bill rolled Silver into Mike's garage, which was floored with oiled dirt and was every bit as neat as the house proved to be. Tools hung from pegs, and the lights, shielded with tin cones, looked like the lights which hung over pool tables. Bill leaned the bike against the wall. The 2 of them looked at it without speaking for a bit, hands in pockets. "It's Silver, all right," Mike said at last. "I thought you might have been wrong, but it's him. What are you going to do with him?" "Fucked if I know. Have you got a bicycle pump?" "Yeah, I think I've got a tire patching kit, too. Are those tubeless tires?" "They always were." Bill bent down to look at the flat tire. "Yeah, tubeless." "Getting ready to ride it again?" Of course not," Bill said sharply. "I just don't like to see it's hitting there on a flat." "Whatever you say, Big Bill. You're the boss." Bill looked around sharply at that, but Mike had gone to the garage's back wall and was taking down a tire pump. He got a tin tire patching kit from one of the cabinets and handed it to Bill, who looked at it curiously. It was as he remembered such things from his childhood. A small tin box about the same size and shape as those kept by men who roll their own cigarettes, except the top was bright and pebbled. You used it for roughing the rubber around the hole before you put on the patch. The box looked brand new, and there was a Woolco price sticker on it that said $7.23. It seemed to him that when he was a kid, such a kit had gone for about $1.25. "You didn't just have this hanging around," Bill said. It wasn't a question. "No," Mike agreed. "I bought it last week, out at the mall, as a matter of fact." "You've got a bike of your own?" "No," Mike said, meeting his eyes. "You just happened to buy this kit." "Just got the urge," Mike agreed, his eyes still on Bill's. "Woke up thinking it might come in handy. The thought kept coming back all day. So I got the kit. And here you are to use it." "Here I am to use it," Bill agreed. "But like they say on the soaps, what does it all mean, dear?" "Ask the others," Mike said, "tonight." "Will they all be here, do you think?" "I don't know, Big Bill." He paused and added, "I think there's a chance that all of them won't be. 1 or 2 of them may decide to just creep out of town. Or—" He shrugged. "What do we do if that happens?" "I don't know." Mike pointed to the tire patching kit. "I paid $7 for that thing. Are you going to do something with it or just look at it?" Bill took his sport coat out of the basket and hung it carefully on an unoccupied wall peg. Then he turned Silver upside down so that he rested on his seat and began to carefully rotate the rear tire. He didn't like the rusty way the axle squeaked, and remembered the almost silent click of the ball bearings in the kid's skateboard. A little 3-in-1 oil would fix that right up, he thought. Wouldn't hurt to oil the chain either. It's rusty as hell. And playing cards. It needs playing cards on the spokes. Mike would have cards, I bet. The good ones. Bikes, with the cellulite coating that made them so stiff and so slippery that the first time you tried to shuffle them, they always sprayed all over the floor. Playing cards, sure. And clothespins to hold them. He stopped, suddenly cold. "What in the name of Jesus are you thinking of?" "Something wrong, Bill?" Mike asked softly. "Nothing." His fingers touched something small and round and hard. He got his nails under it and pulled. A small tack came out of the tire. "Here's the culprit," he said, and it rose in his mind again, strange, unbidden, and powerful. "He thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts." But this time the voice, his voice, was followed by his mother's voice saying, "Try again, Billy. You almost had it that time." And Andy Devine as Guy Madison's sidekick Jingles yelling, "Hey, Wild Bill, wait for me." He shivered. The posts. He shook his head. "I couldn't say that without stuttering even now," he thought. And for just a moment he felt that he was on the edge of understanding it all. Then it was gone. He opened the tire patching kit and went to work. It took a long time to get it just right. Mike leaned against the wall in a bar of late afternoon sun, the sleeves of his shirt rolled up and his tie yanked down, whistling a tune which Bill finally identified as "She Blinded Me with Science." While he waited for the tire cement to set, Bill had, just for something to do, he told himself, oiled Silver's chain, sprocket, and axles. It didn't make the bike look any better, but when he spun the tires, he found that the squeak was gone, and that was satisfying. Silver never would have won any beauty contests anyway. His one virtue was that he could go like a blue streak. By that time, 5:30 in the afternoon, he had nearly forgotten Mike was there. He had become completely absorbed in small yet utterly satisfying acts of maintenance. He screwed the nozzle of the pump onto the rear tire's valve and watched the tire fatten, shooting for the right pressure by guess and by gosh. He was pleased to see the patch was holding nicely. When he thought he had it right, he unscrewed the pump nozzle and was about to turn Silver over when he heard the rapid snap-flutter of playing cards behind him. He whirled, almost knocking Silver over. Mike was standing there with a deck of blue-backed bicycle playing cards in one hand. "Want these?" Bill let out a long, shaky sigh. "You've got clothespins, too, I suppose?" Mike took 4 from the flap pocket of his shirt and held them out. "Just happen to have them around, I suppose?" "Yeah, something like that," Mike said. Bill took the cards and tried to shuffle them. His hands shook and the cards sprayed out of his hands. They went everywhere, but only 2 landed face up. Bill looked at them, then up at Mike. Mike's gaze was frozen on the littered playing cards. His lips had pulled back from his teeth. The 2 up cards were both the ace of spades. "That's impossible," Mike said. "I just opened that deck. Look." He pointed at the swill can just inside the garage door, and Bill saw the cellophane wrapper. "How can one deck of cards have 2 aces of spades?" Bill bent down and picked them up. "How can you spray a deck of cards all over the floor and have only 2 of them land face up?" he asked. "That's an even better He turned the aces over, looked, and then showed them to Mike. One of them was a blue back, the other a red back. "Holy Christ, Mikey, what have you got us into?" "What are you going to do with those?" Mike asked in a numb voice. "Why, put them on," Bill said, and suddenly he began to laugh. "That's what I'm supposed to do, isn't it? If there are certain preconditions for the use of magic, those preconditions will inevitably arrange themselves, right?" Mike didn't reply. He watched as Bill went to Silver's rear wheel and attached the playing cards. His hands were still shaking, and it took a while, but he finally got it done, drew in one tight breath, held it, and spun the rear wheel. The playing cards machine-gunned loudly against the spokes in the garage's silence. "Come on," Mike said softly. "Come on in, Big Bill. I'll make us some chow." They had scoffed the burgers and now sat smoking, watching dark begin to unfold from dusk in Mike's backyard. Bill took out his wallet, found someone's business card, and wrote upon it the sentence that had plagued him ever since he had seen Silver in the window of second-hand Rose second-hand clothes. He showed it to Mike, who read it carefully, lips pursed. "Does it mean anything to you?" Bill asked. "He thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts." He nodded. "Yes, I know what that is." "Well, then tell me. Or are you going to give me some more crap about figuring it out for myself?" "No," Mike said. "In this case, I think it's okay to tell you. The phrase goes back to English times. It's a tongue-twister that became a speech exercise for lispers and stutterers. Your mother kept trying to get you to say it that summer, the summer of 1958. You used to go around mumbling it to yourself." "I did?" Bill said, and then slowly, answering his own question, "I did." "You must have wanted to please her very much." Bill, who suddenly felt he might cry, only nodded. He didn't trust himself to speak. "You never made it," Mike told him. "I remember that. You tried like hell, but your tang kept getting all tangled up." "But I did say it," Bill replied. "At least once." "When?" Bill brought his fist down on the picnic table hard enough to hurt. "I don't remember," he shouted. And then dully, he said it again. "I just don't remember." Chapter 12. 3 Uninvited Guests. 1. On the day after Mike Hanlon made his calls, Henry Bowers began to hear voices. Voices had been talking to him all day long. For a while, Henry thought they were coming from the moon. In the late afternoon, looking up from where he was hoeing in the garden, he could see the moon in the blue daytime sky, pale and small, a ghost moon. That, in fact, was why he believed it was the moon that was talking to him. Only a ghost moon would talk in ghost voices. The voices of his old friends, and the voices of those little kids who had played down on the barren so long ago. Those, and another voice, one he did not dare name. Victor Criss spoke from the moon first. "They comin' back, Henry. All of 'em, man. They comin' back to Derry." Then Belch Huggins spoke from the moon, perhaps from the dark side of the moon. "You're the only one, Henry. The only one of us left. You'll have to get 'em from me and Vic. Ain't no little kids can rank us out like that. Why, I hit a ball one time down at Tracker's, and Tony Tracker said that ball would have been out of Yankee Stadium." He hoed, looking up at the ghost moon in the sky, and after a while Fogarty came over and hit him in the back of the neck and knocked him flat on his face. "You're hoeing up the peas right along with the weeds, you idjit." Henry got up, brushing dirt off his face and out of his hair. There stood Fogarty, a big man in a white jacket and white pants, his belly swelled out in front of him. It was illegal for the guards, who were called counselors here at Juniper Hill, to carry billy clubs, so a number of them, Fogarty, Adler, and Kuntz were the worst, carried rolls of quarters in their pockets. They almost always hit you with them in the same place, right in the back of the neck. There was no rule against quarters. Quarters were not considered a deadly weapon at Juniper Hill, an institution for the mentally insane, which stood on the outskirts of Augusta near the Sydney town line. "I'm sorry, Mr. Fogarty," Henry said, and offered a big grin which showed an irregular line of yellow teeth. They looked like the pickets in a fence outside a haunted house. Henry had begun to lose his teeth when he was 14 or so. "Yeah, you're sorry," Fogarty said. "You'll be a lot sorrier if I catch you doing it again, Henry." "Yes, sir, Mr. Fogarty." Fogarty walked away, his black shoes leaving big brown tracks in the dirt of West Garden. Because Fogarty's back was turned, Henry took a moment to look around surreptitiously. They had been shooed out to hoe as soon as the clouds cleared, everyone from the Blue Ward, which was where they put you if you had once been very dangerous, but were now considered only moderately dangerous. Actually, all the patients at Juniper Hill were considered moderately dangerous. It was a facility for the criminally insane. Henry Bowers was here because he had been convicted of killing his father in the late fall of 1958. It had been a famous year for murder trials, all right. When it came to murder trials, 1958 had been a pip. Only, of course, it wasn't just his father they thought he had killed. If it had only been his father, Henry would not have spent 20 years in the Augusta State Mental Hospital, much of that time under physical and chemical restraint. No, not just his father. The authorities thought he had killed all of them, or at least most of them. Following the verdict, the News had published a front-page editorial titled, "The End of Derry's Long Night." In it, they had recapped the salient points. The belt in Henry's bureau that belonged to the missing Patrick Hochstetter. The jumble of school books, some signed out to the missing Belch Huggins and some to the missing Victor Criss, both known chums of the Bowers boy, in Henry's closet. Most damning of all, the panties found tucked into a slit in Henry's mattress. Panties which had been identified by laundry mark as having belonged to Veronica Grogan, deceased. Henry Bowers, the News declared, had been the monster haunting Derry in the spring and summer of 1958. But then the News had proclaimed the end of Derry's long night on the front page of its December 6th edition, and even an idiot like Henry knew that in Derry, night never ended. They had bullied him with questions, had stood around him in a circle, had pointed fingers at him. Twice the chief of police had slapped him across the face, and once a detective named Lotman had punched him in the gut, telling him to fess up and be quick. "There's people outside, and they ain't happy, Henry," this Lotman had said. "There ain't been a lynching in Derry for a long time, but that don't mean there couldn't be one." He supposed they would have kept it up as long as necessary, not because any of them really believed the good Derry folk were going to break into the police station, carry Henry out, and hang him from a sour apple tree, but because they were desperate to close the books on that summer's blood and horror. They would have, but Henry didn't make them. They wanted him to confess to everything. He understood after a while. Henry didn't mind. After the horror in the sewers, after what had happened to Belch and Victor, he didn't seem to mind about anything. Yes, he said, he had killed his father. This was true. Yes, he had killed Victor Criss and Belch Huggins. This was also true, at least in the sense that he had led them into the tunnels where they had been murdered. Yes, he had killed Patrick. Yes, Veronica. Yes, one. Yes, all. Not true, but it didn't matter. Blame needed to be taken. Perhaps that was why he had been spared. And if he refused... He understood about Patrick's belt. He had won it from Patrick playing scat one day in April, discovered it didn't fit, and tossed it in his bureau. He understood about the books, too. Hell, the three of them chummed around together, and they cared no more for their summer textbooks than they had for their regular ones, which is to say, they cared for them about as much as a woodchuck cares for tap dancing. There were probably as many of his books in their closets, and the cops probably knew it, too. The panties. No, he didn't know how Veronica Grogan's panties had come to be in his mattress. But he thought he knew who, or what, had taken care of it. Best not to talk about such things. Best to just dummy up. So they sent him to Augusta, and finally, in 1979, they had transferred him to Juniper Hill, and he had only run into trouble once here, and that was because at first no one understood. A guy had tried to turn off Henry's nightlight. The nightlight was Donald Duck doffing his little sailor hat. Donald was protection after the sun went down. With no light, things could come in. The locks on the door and the wire mesh did not stop them. They came like mist. Things. They talked and laughed, and sometimes they clutched. Hairy things, smooth things, things with eyes. The sort of things that had really killed Vic and Belch when the three of them had chased the kids into the tunnels under Derry in August of 1958. Looking around now, he saw the others from the Blue Ward. There was George DeVille, who had murdered his wife and 4 children one winter night in 1962. George's head was studiously bent, his white hair blowing in the breeze, snot running gaily out of his nose, his huge wooden crucifix bobbing and dancing as he hoed. There was Jimmy Donlin, and all they said in the papers about Jimmy was that he had killed his mother in Portland during the summer of 1965. But what they hadn't said in the papers was that Jimmy had tried a novel experiment in body disposal. By the time the cops came, Jimmy had eaten more than half of her, including her brains. They made me twice as smart, Jimmy had confided to Henry one night after lights out. In the row beyond Jimmy, hoeing fanatically and singing the same line over and over, as always, was the little Frenchman, Benny Beaulieu. Benny had been a firebug, a pyromaniac. Now as he hoed, he sang this line from the Doors over and over. Try to set the night on fire, try to set the night on fire, try to set the night on fire, try to... It got on your nerves after a while. Beyond Benny was Franklin DeCruz, who had raped over 50 women before being caught with his pants down in Bangor's Terrace Park. The ages of his victims ranged from 3 to 81. Not very particular was Frank DeCruz. Beyond him, but way back, was Arlen Weston, who spent as much time looking dreamily at his hoe as he did using it. Fogarty, Adler, and John Kuntz had all tried the roll of quarters in the fist trick on Weston to try and convince him he could move a bit faster. And one day Kuntz had hit him maybe a little too hard because blood came not only from Arlen Weston's nose, but also from Arlen's ears, and that night he had a convulsion. Not a big one, just a little one. But since then Arlen had drifted further and further into his own interior blackness, and now he was a hopeless case, almost totally unplugged from the world. Beyond Arlen was... "You want to pick it up or I'll give you some more help, Henry." Fogarty bawled over and Henry began to hoe again. He didn't want any convulsions. He didn't want to end up like Arlen Weston. Soon the voices started in again. But this time they were the voices of the others, the voices of the kids that had gotten him into this in the first place, whispering down from the ghost moon. "You couldn't even catch a fat boy, Bowers," one of them whispered. "Now I'm rich and you're hoeing peas. Ha-ha and you, asshole." "Bowers, you couldn't catch a cold. Read any good books since you've been into there?" "I wrote lots." "I'm rich and you're in Juniper Hill. Ha-ha and you stupid asshole." "Shut up," Henry whispered to the ghost voices, hoeing faster, beginning to hoe up the new pea plants along with the weeds. Sweat rolled down his cheeks like tears. "We could have taken you. We could have." "We got you locked up, you asshole," another voice laughed. "You chased me and couldn't catch me, and I got rich too. Way to go, Banana Heels." "Shut up," Henry muttered, hoeing faster. "Just shut up." "Did you want to get in my panties, Henry?" another voice teased. "Too bad. I let all of them do me. I was nothing but a slut. But now I'm rich, too, and we're all together again, and we're doing it again, but you couldn't do it now even if I let you, because you couldn't get it up. So ha-ha on you, Henry. Ha-ha all over you." He hoed madly, weeds and dirt and pea plants flying. The ghost voices from the ghost moon were very loud now, echoing and flying in his head, and Fogarty was running toward him, bellowing, but Henry could not hear because of the voices. "Couldn't even get hold of a nigger like me, could you?" Another jeering ghost voice chimed in. "We killed you guys in that rock fight. We fucking killed you. Ha-ha, asshole. Ha-ha all over you." Then they were all babbling together, laughing at him, calling him Banana Heels, asking him how he'd liked the shock treatments they'd given him when he came up here to the Red Ward, asking him if he liked it here at Judge Juniper Hill, asking and laughing, laughing and asking, and Henry dropped his hoe and began to scream up at the ghost moon in the blue sky, and at first he was screaming in fury. And then the moon itself changed and became the face of the clown, its face a rotted, pocked, cheesy white, its eyes black holes, its red, bloody grin turned up in a smile so obscenely ingenuous that it was insupportable. And so then Henry began to scream not in fury but in mortal terror, and the voice of the clown spoke from the ghost moon now, and what it said was, "You have to go back, Henry. You have to go back and finish the job. You have to go back to Derry and kill them all. For me, for—" Then Fogarty, who had been standing nearby and yelling at Henry for almost 2 minutes, while the other inmates stood in their rows, hoes grasped in their hands like comic phalluses, their expressions not exactly interested, but almost, yes, almost thoughtful, as if they understood that this was all a part of the mystery that had put them here, that Henry Bowers's sudden attack of the screaming Mimis in West Garden was interesting in some more than technical way. Got tired of shouting and gave Henry a real blast with his quarters, and Henry went down like a ton of bricks, the voice of the clown following him down into that terrible whirlpool of darkness, chanting over and over again, "Kill them all, Henry, kill them all, kill them all, kill them all." 2. Henry Bowers lay awake. The moon was down, and he felt a sharp sense of gratitude for that. The moon was less ghostly at night, more real, and if he should see that dreadful clown face in the sky, riding over the hills and fields and woods, he believed he would die of terror. He lay on his side, staring at his night light intently. Donald Duck had burned out. He had been replaced by Mickey and Minnie Mouse dancing a polka. They had been replaced with the green, glowing face of Oscar the Grouch from Sesame Street. And late last year, Oscar had been replaced by the face of Fozzie Bear. Henry had measured out the years of his incarceration with burned-out night lights instead of coffee spoons. At exactly 2:04 a.m. on the morning of May 30th, his night light went out. A little moan escaped him. No more. Koontz was on the door of the Blue Ward tonight. Koontz, who was the worst of the lot. Worse even than Fogarty, who had hit him so hard in the afternoon that Henry could barely turn his head. Sleeping around him were the other Blue Ward inmates. Benny Beaulieu slept in elastic restraints. He had been allowed to watch an emergency rerun on the wardroom TV when they came in from hoeing, and around 6 o'clock had begun jerking off constantly and without let-up, screaming, "Try to set the night on fire! Try to set the night on fire! Try to set the night on fire!" He had been sedated, and that was good for about 4 hours. And then he had started in again around 11 when the Elavil wore off, whipping his old dingus so hard it had started to bleed through his fingers, shrieking, "Try to set the night on fire!" So they sedated him again and put him in restraints. Now he slept, his pinched little face as grave in the dim light as Aristotle's. From around his bed, Henry could hear low snores and loud ones, grunts, and occasional bed fart. He could hear Jimmy Donlin's breathing. It was unmistakable, even though Jimmy slept 5 beds over. Rapid and faintly whistling. For some reason, it always made Henry think of a sewing machine. From beyond the door, giving on the hall, he could hear the faint sound of Koontz's TV. He knew that Koontz would be watching the late movies on Channel 38, drinking Texas Driver and eating his lunch. Koontz favored sandwiches made out of chunky peanut butter and Bermuda onions. When Henry heard this, he had shuddered and thought, "And they say all the crazy people are locked up." This time the voice didn't come from the moon. This time it came from under the bed. Henry recognized the voice at once. It was Victor Criss, whose head had been torn off somewhere beneath Derry 27 years ago. It had been torn off by the Frankenstein monster. Henry had seen it happen, and afterward he had seen the monster's eyes shift and had felt its watery yellow gaze on him. Yes, the Frankenstein monster had killed Victor, and then it had killed Belch. But here was Vic again, like the almost ghostly rerun of a black-and-white program from the nifty 50s, when the president was bald and the Buicks had portholes. And now that it had happened, now that the voice had come, Henry found that he was calm and unafraid, relieved even. "Henry," Victor said. "Vic," Henry cried, "what are you doing under there?" Benny Beaulieu snorted and muttered in his sleep. Jimmy's neat nasal sewing machine inhales and exhales paused for a moment. In the hall, the volume on Kuntz's small Sony was turned down, and Henry Bowers could sense him, head cocked to one side, one hand on the TV's volume knob, the fingers of the other hand touching the cylinder which bulged in the right-hand pocket of his whites, the roll of quarters. "You don't have to talk out loud, Henry," Vic said. "I can hear you if you just think, and they can't hear me at all." "What do you want, Vic?" Henry asked. There was no reply for a long time. Henry thought that maybe Vic had gone away. Outside the door, the volume of Kuntz's TV went up again. Then there was a scratching noise from under the bed. The spring squealed slightly as a dark shadow pulled itself out from under. Vic looked up at him and grinned. Henry grinned back uneasily. Old Vic was looking a little bit like the Frankenstein monster himself these days. A scar like a hang-rope tattoo circled his neck. Henry thought maybe that was where his head had been sewed back on. His eyes were a weird gray-green color, and the corneas seemed to float on a watery, viscous substance. Vic was still 12. "I want the same thing you want," Vic said. "I want to pay 'em back." "Pay 'em back," Henry Bowers said dreamily. "But you'll have to get out of here to do it," Vic said. "You'll have to go back to Derry. I need you, Henry. We all need you." "They can't hurt you," Henry said, understanding he was talking to more than Vic. "They can't hurt me if they only half believe," Vic said. "But there have been some distressing signs, Henry. We didn't think they could beat us back then either. But the fat boy got away from you in the Barrens. The fat boy and the smart mouth and the quiff got away from us that day after the movies. And the rock fight, when they saved the nigger." "Don't talk about that," Henry shouted at Vic. And for a moment all of the peremptory hardness that had made him their leader was in his voice. Then he cringed, thinking Vic would hurt him. Surely Vic could do whatever he wanted, since he was a ghost. But Vic only grinned. "I can take care of them if they only half believe," he said. "But you're alive, Henry. You can get them no matter if they believe, half believe, or don't believe at all. You can get them one by one or all at once. You can pay 'em back." "Pay 'em back," Henry repeated. Then he looked at Vic doubtfully again. "But I can't get out of here, Vic. There's wire on the windows, and Kuntz is on the door tonight. Kuntz is the worst. Maybe tomorrow night." "Don't worry about Kuntz," Vic said, standing up. Henry saw he was still wearing the jeans he had been wearing that day, and that they were still splattered with drying sewer muck. "I'll take care of Kuntz." Vic held out his hand. After a moment, Henry took it. He and Vic walked toward the Blue Ward door and the sound of the TV. They were almost there when Jimmy Donlin, who had eaten his mother's brains, woke up. His eyes widened as he saw Henry's late-night visitor. It was his mother. Her slip was showing just a quarter-inch or so, as it always had. The top of her head was gone. Her eyes, horribly red, rolled toward him, and when she grinned, Jimmy saw the lipstick smears on her yellow horsey teeth, as he always had. Jimmy began to shriek, "No, Ma, no, Ma, no, Ma." The TV went off at once, and even before the others could begin to stir, Kuntz was jerking the door open and saying, "Okay, asshole, get ready to catch your head on the rebound. I've had it." "No, Ma, no, Ma, please, Ma, no, Ma." Kuntz came rushing in. First he saw Bowers, standing tall and paunchy and nearly ridiculous in his Johnny, his loose flesh doughy in the light spilling in from the corridor. Then he looked left and screamed out 2 lungfuls of silent spun glass. Standing by Bowers was a thing in a clown suit. It stood perhaps 8 feet tall. Its suit was silvery. Orange pom-poms ran down the front. There were oversized funny shoes on its feet, but its head was not that of a man or a clown. It was the head of a Doberman Pinscher, the only animal on God's green earth of which John Kuntz was frightened. Its eyes were red, its silky muzzle wrinkled back to show huge white teeth. A cylinder of quarters fell from Kuntz's nerveless fingers and rolled across the floor and into the corner. Late the following day, Benny Beaulieu, who slept through the whole thing, would find them and hide them in his footlocker. The quarters bought him cigarettes, tailor-mades, for a month. Kuntz hitched in his breath to scream again as the clown lurched toward him. "It's time for the circus," the clown screamed in a growling voice, and its white-gloved hands fell on Kuntz's shoulders, except that the hands inside those gloves felt like paws. 3. For the third time that day, that long, long day, Kay McCall went to the telephone. She got further this time than she had on the first 2 occasions. This time she waited until the phone had been picked up on the other end, and a hearty Irish cop's voice said, "6th Street Station, Sergeant O'Bannon. How may I help you?" before hanging up. "Oh, you're doing fine. Jesus, yes. By the 8th or 9th time you'll have mustered up guts enough to give him your name." She went into the kitchen and fixed herself a weak scotch and soda, although she knew it probably wasn't a good idea on top of the Darvon. She recalled a snatch of folk song from the college coffee houses of her youth. "Got a head full of whiskey and a belly full of gin. Doctor say it kill me, but he don't say when." And laughed jaggedly. There was a mirror running along the top of the bar. She saw her reflection in it and stopped laughing abruptly. Who is that woman? One eye swollen nearly shut. Who is that battered woman? Nose the color of a drunken knight's after 30 or so years of tilting at gin mills and puffed to a grotesque size. Who is that battered woman who looks like the ones who drag themselves to a women's shelter after they finally get frightened enough or brave enough or just plain mad enough to leave the man who is hurting them, who has systematically hurt them week in and week out, month in and month out, year in and year out? Laddered scratch up one cheek. Who is she, K-Bird? One arm in a sling. Who? Is it you? Can it be you? Here she is, Miss America, she sang, wanting her voice to come out tough and cynical. It started out that way, but warbled on the 7th syllable and cracked on the 8th. It was not a tough voice, it was a scared voice. She knew it. She had been scared before and had always gotten over it. She thought she would be a long time getting over this. The doctor who had treated her in one of the little cubicles just off emergency admitting at Sisters of Mercy, half a mile down the road, had been young and not bad-looking. Under different circumstances, she might have idly, or not so idly, considered trying to get him home and take him on a sexual tour of the world. But she hadn't felt in the least bit horny. Pain wasn't conducive to horniness. Neither was fear. His name was Geffen, and she didn't care for the fixed way he was looking at her. He took a small white paper cup to the room sink, half filled it with water, produced a pack of cigarettes from the drawer of his desk, and offered them to her. She took one, and he lit it for her. He had to chase the tip for a second or two with the match because her hand was shaking. He tossed the match in a paper cup. "This. A wonderful habit," he said, "right?" "Oral fixation," Kay replied. He nodded, and then there was silence. He kept looking at her. She got the feeling he was expecting her to cry, and it made her mad because she felt she might just do that. She hated to be emotionally pre-guessed, and most of all by a man. "Boyfriend?" he asked at last. "I'd rather not talk about it." "Uh-huh." He smoked and looked at her. "Didn't your mother ever tell you it was impolite to stare?" She wanted it to come out hard-edged, but it sounded like a plea. "Stop looking at me. I know how I look. I saw." This thought was followed by another, one she suspected her friend Beverly must have had more than once, that the worst of the beating took place inside, where you were apt to suffer something that might be called interspiritual bleeding. She knew what she looked like, yes. Worse still, she knew what she felt like. She felt yellow. It was a dismal feeling. "I'll say this just once," Geffen said. His voice was low and pleasant. "When I work ER, My turn in the barrel, you might say. I see maybe 24 battered women a week. The interns treat 24 more. So look, there's a telephone right here on the desk. It's my dime. You call 6th Street, give them your name and address, tell them what happened and who did it. Then you hang up and I'll take the bottle of bourbon I keep over there in the file cabinet, strictly for medicinal purposes, you understand, and we'll have a drink on it. Because I happen to think, this is just my personal opinion, that the only lower form of life than a man who would beat up a woman is a rat with syphilis. Kay smiled wanly. I appreciate the offer, she said, but I'll pass. For the time being. Uh-huh, he said. But when you go home, take a good look at yourself in the mirror, Miss McCall. Whoever it was, he jobbed you good. She did cry then. She couldn't help it. Tom Rogan had called around noon of the day after she had seen Beverly safely off, wanting to know if Kay had been in touch with his wife. He sounded calm, reasonable, not the least upset. Kay told him she hadn't seen Beverly in almost 2 weeks. Tom thanked her and hung up. Around 1, the doorbell rang while she was writing in her study. She went to the door. Who is it? Cragen's Flowers, ma'am. A high voice said, and how stupid she had been not to realize it had been Tom doing a bad falsetto, how stupid she had been to believe that Tom had given up so easily, how stupid she had been to take the chain off before opening the door. In he had come, and she had gotten just this far. You get out of here, before Tom's fist came flying out of nowhere, slamming into her right eye, closing it, and sending a bolt of incredible agony through her head. She had gone reeling backward down the hallway, clutching at things to try and stay upright. A delicate one-rose vase that had gone smashing to the tiles, a coat tree that had tumbled over. She fell over her own feet as Tom closed the front door behind him and walked toward her. Get out of here, she had screamed at him. As soon as you tell me where she is, Tom said, walking down the hall toward her. She was dimly aware that Tom didn't look very good. Well, actually, terrible might have been a better word. And she felt a dim but ferocious gladness skyrocket through her. Whatever Tom had done to Bev, it looked as if Bev had given it back in spades. It had been enough to keep him off his feet for 1 whole day, anyhow, and he still didn't look as if he belonged anywhere but in a hospital. But he also looked very mean and very angry. Kay scrambled to her feet and backed away, keeping her eyes on him as you might keep your eyes on a wild animal that had escaped its cage. I told you I haven't seen her, and that was the truth, she said. Now get out of here before I call the police. You've seen her, Tom said. His swollen lips were trying to grin. She saw that his teeth had a strange, jagged look. Some of the front ones had been broken. I call up, tell you I don't know where Bev is. You say you haven't seen her in 2 weeks. Never a single question. Never a discouraging word, even though I know damn well that you hate my guts. So where is she, you numb cunt? Tell me. Kay turned then and ran for the end of the hall, wanting to get into the parlor, rake the sliding mahogany doors closed on their recessed tracks, and turn the thumb bolt. She got there ahead of him. He was limping, but before she could slam the doors shut, he had inserted his body between. He gave one convulsive lunge and pushed through. She turned to run again. He caught her by her dress and yanked her so hard he tore the entire back of it straight down to her waist. Your wife made that dress, you shit, she thought incoherently, and then she was twisted around. Where is she? Kay brought her hand up in a walloping slap that rocked his head back and started the cut on the left side of his face bleeding again. He grabbed her hair and pulled her head forward into his fist. It felt to her for a moment as if her nose had exploded. She screamed, inhaled to scream again, and began to cough on her own blood. She was in utter terror now. She had not known there could be so much terror in all the wide world. The crazy son of a bitch was going to kill her. She screamed, and then his fist looped into her belly, driving the air out of her, and she could only gasp. She began to cough and gasp at the same time, and for one terrifying moment she thought she was going to choke. Where is she? Kay shook her head. Haven't seen her, she gasped. Police, you'll go to jail, asshole. He jerked her to her feet, and she felt something give in her shoulder. More pain, so strong it was sickening. He whirled her around, still holding onto her arm, and now he twisted her arm up behind her, and she bit down on her lower lip, promising herself that she would not scream again. Where is she? Kay shook her head. He jerked her arm up again, jerked it so hard that she heard him grunt. His warm breath puffed against her ear. She felt her closed right fist strike her own left shoulder blade, and she screamed again as that thing in her shoulder gave some more. "Where is she?" "No." "What?" "I don't know." He let go of her and gave her a push. She collapsed to the floor, sobbing, snot and blood running out of her nose. There was an almost musical crash, and when she looked around, Tom was bending over her. He had broken the top off another vase, this one of Waterford crystal. He held the base. The jagged neck was only inches from her face. She stared at it, hypnotized. "Let me tell you something," he said, the words coming out in little pants and blows of warm air. "You're going to tell me where she went, or you're going to be picking your face up off the floor. You've got 3 seconds, maybe less. When I'm mad, it seems like time goes a lot faster." My face, she thought, and that was what finally caused her to give in. Or cave in, if you liked that better. The thought of this monster using the jagged neck of the Waterford vase to cut her face apart. "She went home," Kay sobbed. "Her hometown, Derry. It's a place called Derry, in Maine." "How did she go?" "She took a bus to Milwaukee. She was going to fly from there." "That shitty little coos," Tom cried, straightening up. He walked around in a large, aimless semicircle, running his hands through his hair so that it stood up in crazy spikes and whorls. "That cunt, that coos, that nickel-plated crotch." He picked up a delicate wood sculpture of a man and woman making love. She'd had it since she was 22, and threw it into the fireplace where it shattered to splinters. He came face to face with himself for a moment in the mirror over the fireplace and stood wide-eyed, as if looking at a ghost. Then he whirled on her again. He had taken something from the pocket of the sport coat he was wearing, and she saw with a stupid kind of wonder that it was a paperback novel. The cover was almost completely black, except for the red foil letters which spelled out the title and a picture of several young people standing on a high bluff over a river. The Black Rapids. "Who's this fuck?" "Huh? What?" Denbrough. He shook the book impatiently in front of her face, then suddenly slapped her with it. Her cheek flared with pain and then dull red heat like stove coals. "Who is he?" She began to understand. "They were friends when they were children. They both grew up in Derry." He whacked her with the book again, this time from the other side. "Please," she sobbed. "Please, Tom." He pulled an early American chair with spindly, graceful legs over to her, turned it around, and sat down on it. His jack-o'-lantern face looked down at her over the chair back. "Listen to me," he said. "You listen to your old Uncle Tommy. Can you do that, you bra-burning bitch?" She nodded. She could taste blood, hot and coppery, in her throat. Her shoulder was on fire. She prayed it was only dislocated and not broken. But that was not the worst. My face. He was going to cut up my face. "If you call the police and tell them I was here, I'll deny it. You can't prove a fucking thing. It's the maid's day off, and we're all by our twosome. Of course they might arrest me anyway. Anything's possible, right?" She found herself nodding again, as if her head was on a string. "Sure it is. And what I'd do is post bail and come right back here. They'd find your tits on the kitchen table and your eyes in the fishbowl. Do you understand me? Are you getting your old Uncle Tommy?" Kay burst into tears again. That string attached to her head was still working. It bobbed up and down. "Why?" "What? I don't—" "Wake up, for God's sake. Why did she go back?" "I don't know," Kay nearly screamed. He wiggled the broken vase at her. "I don't know," she said in a lower voice. "Please, she didn't tell me. Please don't hurt me." He tossed the vase in the wastebasket and stood up. He left without looking back, head down, a big shambling bear of a man. She rushed after him and locked the door. She rushed into the kitchen and locked that door. After a moment's pause, she had limped upstairs, as fast as her aching belly would allow, and had locked the French doors which gave on the upstairs veranda. It was not beyond possibility that he might decide to shinny up one of the pillars and come in again that way. He was hurt, but he was also insane. She went for the telephone for the first time and had no more than dropped her hand on it before remembering what he had said. "What I'd do is post bail and come right back here. Your tits on the kitchen table and your eyes in the fishbowl." She jerked her hand off the phone. She went into the bathroom then and looked at her dripping tomato nose, her black eye. She didn't weep. The shame and horror she felt were too deep for tears. "Oh, Bev, I did the best I could, dear," she thought. But my face. He said he would cut up my face. There was Darvon and Valium in the medicine cabinet. She debated between them and finally swallowed one of each. Then she went to Sisters of Mercy for treatment and met the famous Dr. Geffen, who right now was the only man she could think of whom she would not be perfectly happy to see wiped off the face of the earth. And from there, home again, jiggity-jog. She went to her bedroom window and looked out. The sun was low on the horizon now. On the east coast it would be late twilight, just going on 7 o'clock in Maine. You can decide what to do about the cops later. The important thing now is to warn Beverly. It would be a hell of a lot easier, Kay thought, if you had told me where you were staying, Beverly, my love. I suppose you didn't know yourself. Although she had quit smoking 2 years before, she kept a pack of Pall Malls in the drawer of her desk for emergencies. She shot one out of the pack, lit up, grimaced. She had last smoked from this pack around December of 1982, and this baby was staler than the ERA and the Illinois State Senate. She smoked it anyway, one eye half-lidded against the smoke, the other just half-lidded, period. Thanks to Tom Rogan. Using her left hand laboriously, the son of a bitch had dislocated her good arm, she dialed Maine information and asked for the name and number of every hotel and motel in Derry. "Ma'am, that's going to take a while," the directory assistance operator said dubiously. "It's going to take even longer than that, sister," Kay said. "I'm going to have to write with my stupid hand. My good one's on vacation." "It is not customary for—" "Listen to me," Kay said, not unkindly. "I'm calling you from Chicago, and I'm trying to reach a woman friend of mine who has just left her husband and gone back to Derry, where she grew up. Her husband knows where she went. He got the information out of me by beating the living shit out of me. This man is a psycho. She needs to know he's coming." There was a long pause, and then the directory assistance operator said in a decidedly more human voice, "I think the number you really need is the Derry Police Department." "Fine, I'll take that too. But she has to be warned," Kay said. "And—" She thought of Tom's cut cheeks, the knot on his forehead, the one on his temple, his limp, his hideously swelled lips. "And if she knows he's coming, that may be enough." There was another long pause. "You there, sis?" Kay asked. "Arlington Motor Lodge," the operator said, 643-8146. Basie Park Inn, 648-4083. The Bunyan Motor Court. "Slow down a little, okay?" she asked, writing furiously. She looked for an ashtray, didn't see one, and mashed the pell-mell out on the desk blotter. "Okay, go on." "The Clarendon Inn." 4. She got half lucky on her 5th call. Beverly Rogan was registered at the Derry townhouse. She was only half lucky because Beverly was out. She left her name and number and a message that Beverly should call her the instant she came back, no matter how late it was. The desk clerk repeated the message. Kay went upstairs and took another Valium. She lay down and waited for sleep. Sleep didn't come. "I'm sorry, Bev," she thought, looking into the dark, floating on the dope. What he said about my face. I just couldn't stand that. Call soon, Bev. Please call soon. And watch out for the crazy son of a bitch you married. 5. The crazy son of a bitch Bev had married did better on connections than Beverly had the day before because he left from O'Hare, the hub of commercial aviation in the continental United States. During the flight, he read and reread the brief note on the author at the end of the Black Rapids. It said that William Denbrough was a native of New England and the author of 3 other novels, which were also available, the note added helpfully, in Signet paperback editions. He and his wife, the actress Audra Phillips, lived in California. He was currently at work on a new novel. Noticing that the paperback of the Black Rapids had been issued in 1976, Tom supposed the guy had written some of the other novels since then. Audra Phillips. He had seen her in the movies, hadn't he? He rarely noticed actresses. Tom's idea of a good flick was a crime story, a chase story, or a monster picture. But if this babe was the one he was thinking of, he had noticed her especially because she looked a lot like Beverly. Long red hair, green eyes, tits that wouldn't quit. He sat up a little straighter in his seat, tapping the paperback against his leg, trying to ignore the ache in his head and in his mouth. Yes, he was sure. Audra Phillips was the redhead with the good tits. He had seen her in a Clint Eastwood movie, and then about a year later in a horror flick called Graveyard Moon. Beverly had gone with him to see that one, and coming out of the theater, he had mentioned his idea that the actress looked a lot like her. "I don't think so," Bev had said. "I'm taller and she's prettier. Her hair's a darker red, too." That was all. He hadn't thought of it again until now. He and his wife, the actress Audra Phillips. Tom had some dim understanding of psychology. He had used it to manipulate his wife all the years of their marriage. And now a nagging unpleasantness began to nag at him. More feeling than thought. It centered on the fact that Bev and this Denbrough had played together as kids, and that Denbrough had married a woman who, in spite of what Beverly said, looked amazingly like Tom Rogan's wife. What sort of games had Denbrough and Beverly played when they were kids? Post office? Spin the bottle? Other games? Tom sat in his seat and tapped the book against his leg and felt his temples begin to throb. When he arrived at Bangor International Airport and canvassed the rental car booths, the girls, some dressed in yellow, some in red, some in Irish green, looked at his blasted, dangerous face nervously and told him, more nervously still, that they had no cars to rent, so sorry. Tom went to the newsstand and got a Bangor paper. He turned to the want ads, oblivious to the looks he was getting from people passing by, and isolated 3 likelies. He hit pay dirt on his second call. "Paper says you've got a 76 LTD wagon, $1,400. "Right, sure." "I tell you what," Tom said, touching the wallet in his jacket pocket. It was fat with cash, $6,000. "You bring it out to the airport, and we'll do the deal right here. You give me the car and bill of sale and your pink slip. I'll give you cash money." The fellow with the LTD for sale paused and then said, "I'd have to take my plates off." "Sure, fine." "How will I know you, Mr. Barr?" Tom said. He was looking at a sign across the terminal lobby that said, "Bar Harbor Airlines gives you New England and the world." "I'll be standing by the far door. You'll know me because my face doesn't look so hot. My wife and I went roller skating yesterday, and I took one hell of a fall. Things could be worse, I guess. I didn't break anything but my face." "Gee, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Barr." "I'll mend. You just get the car out here, my good buddy." He hung up, walked across to the door, and stepped out into the warm, fragrant May night. The guy with the LTD showed up 10 minutes later, driving out of the late spring dusk. He was only a kid. They did the deal. The kid scribbled him a bill of sale, which Tom stuffed indifferently into his overcoat pocket. He stood there and watched the kid take off the LTD's main plates. "Give you an extra $3 for the screwdriver," Tom said when he was done. The kid looked at him thoughtfully for a moment, shrugged, handed the screwdriver over, and took the 3 ones Tom was holding out. "None of my business," the shrug said, and Tom thought, "How right you are, my good little buddy." Tom saw him into a cab, then got behind the wheel of the Ford. It was a piece of shit. Transmission whiny, universal groany, body rattly, brakes slushy. None of it mattered. He drove around to the long-term parking lot, took a ticket, and drove in. He parked next to a Subaru that looked as if it had been there for a while. He used the kid's screwdriver to remove the Subaru's plates and put them on the LTD. He hummed as he worked. By 10 p.m. he was driving east on Route 2, a main road map open on the seat beside him. He had discovered that the LTD's radio didn't work, so he drove in silence. That was all right. He had plenty to think about. All the wonderful things he was going to do to Beverly when he caught up with her, for instance. He was sure in his heart, quite sure, that Beverly was close by. And smoking. "Oh, my dear girl, you fucked with the wrong man when you fucked with Tom Rogan. And the question is this: what, exactly, are we to do with you?" The Ford bowled its way through the night, chasing its high beams, and by the time Tom got to Newport, he knew. He found a drugs and sundries shop on the main drag that was still open. He went inside and bought a carton of Camels. The proprietor wished him a good evening. Tom wished him the same. He tossed the carton on the seat and got moving again. He drove slowly on up Route 7, hunting for his turnoff. Here it was, Route 3, with a sign which read Haven 21, Derry 15. He made the turn and got the Ford rolling faster. He glanced at the carton of cigarettes and smiled a little. In the green glow of the dash lights, his cut and lumpy face looked strange, ghoulish. "Got some cigarettes for you, Bevy," Tom thought as the wagon ran between stands of pine and spruce, heading toward Derry at a little better than 60. "Oh, my, yes, a whole carton just for you. And when I see you, dear, I'm going to make you eat every fucking one. And if this guy Denbrough needs some education, we can arrange that, too. No problem, Bevy, no problem at all." For the first time since the dirty bitch had bushwhacked him and run out, Tom began to feel good. 6. Audra Denbrough flew first class to Maine on a British Airways DC-10. She had left Heathrow at 10 minutes of 6 that afternoon and had been chasing the sun ever since. The sun was winning, had won in fact, but that didn't really matter. By a stroke of providential luck, she had discovered that British Airways Flight 23, London to Los Angeles, made one refueling stop at Bangor International Airport. The day had been a crazy nightmare. Freddie Firestone, the producer of Attic Room, had of course wanted Bill first thing. There had been some kind of balls up about the stunt woman who was supposed to fall down a flight of stairs for Audra. It seemed that stunt people had a union too, and this woman had fulfilled her quota of stunts for the week or some silly thing. The union was demanding that Freddie either sign an extension of salary waiver or hire another woman to do the stunt. The problem was there was no other woman close enough to Audra's body type available. Freddie told the union boss that they would have to get a man to do the stunt then, wouldn't they? It wasn't as if the fall had to be taken in bra and panties. They had the auburn-haired wig, and the wardrobe woman could fit the fellow up with falsies and hip padding. Even some arse pads if that was necessary. "Can't be done, mate," the union boss said. "Against the union charter to have a man step in for a woman. Sexual discrimination." In the movie business, Freddie's temper was fabled, and at that point he had lost it. He told the union boss, a fat man whose B.O. was almost paralyzing, to bugger himself. The union boss told Freddie he better watch his gob or there would be no more stunts on the set of Attic Room at all. Then he had rubbed his thumb and forefinger together in a baksheesh gesture that had driven Freddie crazy. The union boss was big but soft. Freddie, who still played football every chance he got, and who had once bowled a century at cricket, was big and hard. He threw the union boss out, went back into his office to meditate, and then came out again 20 minutes later hollering for Bill. He wanted the entire scene rewritten so that the fall could be scrubbed. Audra had to tell Freddie that Bill was no longer in England. "What?" Freddie said. His mouth hung open. He was looking at Audra as if he believed she had gone mad. "What are you telling me?" "He's been called back to the States. That's what I'm telling you." Freddie made as if to grab her, and Audra shrank back, a bit afraid. Freddie looked down at his hands, then put them in his pockets and only looked at her. "I'm sorry, Freddie," she said in a small voice. "Really." She got up and poured herself a cup of coffee from the Silex on Freddie's hot plate, noticing that her hands were trembling slightly. As she sat down, she heard Freddie's amplified voice over the studio loudspeakers, telling everyone to go home or to the pub. The day's shooting was off. Audra winced. There went a minimum of 10,000 pounds right down the bog. Freddie turned off the studio intercom, got up, poured his own cup of coffee. He sat down again and offered her his pack of silk-cut cigarettes. Audra shook her head. Freddie took one, lit it, and squinted at her through the smoke. "This is serious, isn't it?" "Yes," Audra said, keeping her composure as best she could. "What's happened?" And because she genuinely liked Freddie and genuinely trusted him, Audra told him everything she knew. Freddie listened intently, gravely. It didn't take long to tell. Doors were still slamming and engines starting in the parking lot outside when she finished. Freddie was silent for some time, looking out his window. Then he swung back to her. "He's had a nervous breakdown of some sort." Audra shook her head. "No, it wasn't like that. He wasn't like that." She swallowed and added, "Maybe you had to be there." Freddie smiled crookedly. "You must realize that grown men rarely feel compelled to honor promises they made as little boys. And you've read Bill's work. You know how much of it is about childhood, and it's very good stuff indeed. Very much on the nail. The idea that he's forgotten everything that ever happened to him back then is absurd." "The scars on his hands," Audra said. "They were never there, not until this morning." Bollocks! You just didn't notice them until this morning. She shrugged helplessly. I'd have noticed. She could see he didn't believe that either. What's to do then? Freddie asked her, and she could only shake her head. Freddie lit another cigarette from the smoldering end of the first. I can square it with the union boss, he said. Not myself, maybe. Right now, he'd see me in hell before giving me another stunt. I'll send Teddy Rowland round to his office. Teddy's a poof, but he could talk the birds down from the trees. But what happens after? We've got 4 weeks of shooting left, and here's your husband somewhere in Massachusetts. Maine. He waved a hand. Wherever. And how much good are you going to be without him? He leaned forward. I like you, Audra. I genuinely do. And I like Bill, even in spite of this mess. We can make do, I guess. If the script needs cobbling up, I can cobble it. I've done my share of that sort of shoemaking in my time, Christ knows. If he doesn't like the way it turns out, he'll have no one but himself to blame. I can do without Bill, but I can't do without you. I can't have you running off to the States after your man, and I've got to have you putting out at full power. Can you do that? I don't know. Nor do I, but I want you to think about something. We can keep things quiet for a while, maybe for the rest of the shoot, if you'll stand up like a trooper and do your job. But if you take off, it can't be kept quiet. I can be pissy, but I'm not vindictive by nature, and I'm not going to tell you that if you take off, I'll see that you never work in the business again. But you should know that if you get a reputation for temperament, you might end up stuck with just that. I'm talking to you like a Dutch uncle, I know. Do you resent it? No, she said listlessly. In truth, she didn't care much one way or the other. Bill was all she could think of. Freddie was a nice enough man, but Freddie didn't understand. In the last analysis, nice man or not, all he could think of was what this was going to do to his picture. He had not seen the look in Bill's eyes, or heard him stutter. Good, he stood up. Come on over to the Hare and Hounds with me. We can both use a drink. She shook her head. A drink's the last thing I need. I'm going home and think this out. I'll call for the car, he said. No, I'll take the train. He looked at her fixedly, one hand on the telephone. I believe you mean to go after him, Freddie said, and I'm telling you that it's a serious mistake, dear girl. He's got a bee in his bonnet. But at bottom he's steady enough. He'll shake it, and when he does, he'll come back. If he'd wanted you along, he would have said so. I haven't decided anything, she said, knowing that she had, in fact, decided everything, had decided even before the car picked her up that morning. Have a care, love, Freddie said. Don't do something you'll regret later. She felt the force of his personality beating on her, demanding that she give in, make the promise, do her job, wait passively for Bill to come back, or to disappear again into that hole of the past from which he had come. She went to him and kissed him lightly on the cheek. I'll see you, Freddie. She went home and called British Airways. She told the clerk she might be interested in reaching a small Maine city called Derry if it was at all possible. There had been silence while the woman consulted her computer terminal, and then the news, like a sign from heaven, that BA number 23 made a stop in Bangor, which was less than 50 miles away. Shall I book the flight for you, ma'am? Audra closed her eyes and saw Freddie's craggy, mostly kind, very earnest face, heard him saying, Have a care, love. Don't do something you'll regret later. Freddie didn't want her to go. Bill didn't want her to go. So why was her heart screaming at her that she had to go? She closed her eyes. Jesus, I feel so fucked up. Ma'am, are you still holding the wire? Book it, Audra said, then hesitated. Have a care, love. Maybe she should sleep on it, get some distance between herself and the craziness. She began to rummage in her purse for her American Express card. For tomorrow, first class if you have it, but I'll take anything. And if I change my mind, I can cancel. Probably will. I'll wake up sane and everything will be clear. But nothing had been clear this morning, and her heart clamored just as loudly for her to go. Her sleep had been a crazy tapestry of nightmares. So she had called Freddie, not because she wanted to, but because she felt she owed him that. She had not gotten far. She was trying, in some stumbling way, to tell him how much she felt Bill might need her. when there was a soft click at Freddie's end. He had hung up without saying a word after his initial hello. But in a way, Audra thought, that soft click said everything that needed to be said. 7. The plane landed at Bangor at 7:09 Eastern Daylight Time. Audra was the only passenger to the plane, and the others looked at her with a kind of thoughtful curiosity, probably wondering why anyone would choose to get off here in this God-forsaken little place. Audra thought of telling them, "I'm looking for my husband, that's why. He came back to a little town near here because one of his boyhood chums called him and reminded him of a promise he couldn't quite remember. The call also reminded him that he hadn't thought of his dead brother in over 20 years. Oh, yes, it also brought back his stutter and some funny white scars on the palms of his hands." And then she thought, the customs agent standing by and the jetway would whistle up the men in the white coats. She collected her single piece of luggage, it looked very lonely riding the carousel all by itself, and approached the rental car booths as Tom Rogan would about an hour later. Her luck was better than his would be. National Car Rental had a Datsun. The girl filled out the form, and Audra signed it. "I thought it was you," the girl said, and then timidly, "Might I please have your autograph?" Audra gave it, writing her name on the back of a rental form, and thought, "Enjoy it while you can, girl. If Freddie Firestone is right, it won't be worth doodly squat 5 years from now." With some amusement she realized that, after only 15 minutes back in the States, she had begun to think like an American again. She got a road map, and the girl, so starstruck she could barely talk, managed to trace out her best route to Derry. 10 minutes later, Audra was on the road, reminding herself at every intersection that if she forgot and began driving on the left, they would be scrubbing her off the asphalt. And as she drove, she realized that she was more frightened than she had ever been in her life. 8. By one of those odd quirks of fate or coincidence which sometimes obtain, and which in truth obtained more frequently in Derry, Tom had taken a room at the Koala Inn on Outer Jackson Street, and Audra had taken a room at the Holiday Inn. The two motels were side by side, their parking lots divided only by a raised concrete sidewalk. And as it so happened, Audra's rented Datsun and Tom's purchased LTD wagon were parked nose to nose, separated only by that walkway. Both slept now, Audra quietly on her side, Tom Rogan on his back, snoring so heavily that his swollen lips flapped. 9. Henry spent that day hiding in the Puckies beside Route 9. Sometimes he slept, sometimes he lay watching police cruisers slide by like hunting dogs. While the losers ate lunch, Henry listened to voices from the moon. And when dark fell, he went out to the verge of the road and stuck out his thumb. After a while, some fool came along and picked him up. Derry, the third interlude. A bird came down the walk. He did not know I saw. He bit an angleworm in halves and ate the fellow raw. Emily Dickinson. A bird came down the walk. March 17th, 1985. The fire at the Black Spot happened in the late fall of 1930. So far as I am able to determine, that fire, the one my father barely escaped, ended the cycle of murder and disappearance which happened in the years 1929-30. Just as the explosion at the ironworks ended a cycle some 25 years before. It is as if a monstrous sacrifice is needed at the end of the cycle to quiet whatever terrible force it is which works here, to send it to sleep for another quarter century or so. But if such a sacrifice is needed to end each cycle, it seems that some similar event is needed to set each cycle in motion, which brings me to the Bradley Gang. Their execution took place at the three-way intersection of Canal, Maine, and Kansas. Not far, in fact, from the place shown in the picture which began to move for Bill and Richie one day in June of 1958. Some 13 months before the fire at the Black Spot in October of 1929, not long before the stock market crash. As with the fire at the Black Spot, many Derry residents affect not to remember what happened that day. Or they were out of town visiting relatives, or they were napping that afternoon and never found out what had happened until they heard it on the radio news that night. Or they will simply look you full in the face and lie to you. The police logs for that day indicate that Chief Sullivan was not even in town. "Sure, I remember," Aloysius Nell told me from a chair on the sun terrace of the Paulson Nursing Home in Bangor. "That was my first year on the force, and I ought to remember. He was off in western Maine bird hunting. They'd been sheeted and carried off by the time he got back. Madder than a wet hen was Jim Sullivan." But a picture in a reference book on gangsters called Bloodletters and Badmen shows a grinning man standing beside the bullet-riddled corpse of Al Bradley in the morgue, and if that man is not Chief Sullivan, it is surely his twin brother. It was from Mr. Keene that I finally got what I believed to be the true version of the story. Norbert Keene, who was the proprietor of the Center Street drugstore from 1925 until 1975. He talked to me willingly enough, but, like Betty Ripsom's father, he made me turn off my tape recorder before he would really unwind the tale. Not that it mattered. I can hear his papery voice yet, another a cappella singer in the damned choir that is this town. "No reason not to tell you," he said. "No one will print it, and no one would believe it even if they did." He offered me an old-fashioned apothecary jar. "Licorice whip? As I remember, you were always partial to the red ones, Mikey." I took one. Was Chief Sullivan there that day? Mr. Keene laughed and took a licorice whip for himself. "You wondered about that, did you?" "I wondered," I agreed, chewing a piece of the red licorice. I hadn't had one since I was a kid, shoving my pennies across the counter to a much younger and sprier Mr. Keene. It tasted just as fine as it had back then. "You're too young to remember when Bobby Thompson hit his home run for the Giants in the playoff game in 1951, Mr. Keene said. "You would have been but 4 years old. Well, they ran an article about that game in the newspaper a few years after, and it seemed like just about 1 million folks from New York claimed they were there in the ballpark that day." Mr. Keene gummed his licorice whip, and a little dark drool ran down from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it off fastidiously with his handkerchief. We were sitting in the office behind the drugstore because although Norbert Keene was 85 and retired 10 years, he still did the books for his grandson. "Just the opposite when it comes to the Bradley gang," Keene exclaimed. He was smiling, but it was not a pleasant smile. It was cynical, coldly reminiscent. "There was maybe 20,000 people who lived in downtown Derry back then. Main Street and Canal Street had both been paved for 4 years, but Kansas Street was still dirt. Raised dust in the summer and turned into a bog hole every March and November. They used to oil up Mile Hill every June, and every 4th of July the mayor would talk about how they were going to pave Kansas Street, but it never happened until 1942. But what was I saying?" 20,000 people who lived right downtown," I prompted. "Oh, yeah? Well, of those 20,000, there's probably half that have passed away since, maybe even more. 50 years is a long time, and people have a funny way of dying young in Derry. Perhaps it is the air. But of those left, I don't think you'd find more than a dozen who'd say they were in town the day the Bradley gang went to Tophet. Butch Rowden over at the meat market would fess up to it, I guess. He keeps a picture of one of the cars they had up on the wall where he cuts meat. Looking at that picture, you'd hardly know it was a car. Charlotte Littlefield would tell you a thing or two, if you could get on her good side. She teaches over to the high school, and although I reckon she must not have been more than 10 or 12 at the time, I bet she remembers plenty. Carl Snow, Aubrey Stacy, Eben Stampnell, and that old geezer who paints those funny pictures and drinks all night at Wally's. Pickman, I think his name is. They'd remember. They were all there." He trailed off vaguely, looking at the licorice whip in his hand. I thought of prodding him and decided not to. At last he said, "Most of the others would lie about it, the way people lied and said they were there when Bobby Thompson hit his homer. That's all I mean. But people lied about being at that ball game because they wished they had been there. People would lie to you about being in Derry that day because they wished they hadn't been. Do you understand me, Sonny?" I nodded. "You sure you want to hear the rest of this?" Mr. Keene asked me. "You're looking a bit peaked, Mr. Mikey." "I don't," I said, "but I think I better all the same." "Okay," Mr. Keene said mildly. It was my day for memories. As he offered me the apothecary jar with the licorice whips in it, I suddenly remembered a radio program my mother and Dad used to listen to when I was just a little kid. Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons. "Sheriff was there that day, all right. He was supposed to go bird hunting, but he changed his mind damn quick when Lal Machin came in and told him that he was expecting Al Bradley that very afternoon." "How did Machin know that?" I asked. "Well, that's an instructive tale in itself," Mr. Keene said, and the cynical smile creased his face again. "Bradley wasn't never public enemy number one on the FBI's hit parade, but they had wanted him since 1928 or so. To show they could cut the mustard, I guess. Al Bradley and his brother George hit 6 or 7 banks across the Midwest and then kidnapped a banker for ransom. The ransom was paid, $30,000, a big sum for those days, but they killed the banker anyway. By then the Midwest had gotten a little toasty for the gangs that ran there, so Al and George and their litter of ratlings run northeast, up this way. They rented themselves a big farmhouse just over the town line in Newport, not far from where the Rulin farms are today. That was in the dog days of '29, maybe July, maybe August, maybe even early September. I don't know for sure just when. There were 8 of them: Al Bradley, George Bradley, Joe Conklin, and his brother Cal, an Irishman named Arthur Malloy, who was called Creeping Jesus Malloy because he was nearsighted but wouldn't put on his specs unless he absolutely had to, and Patrick Cawdy, a young fellow from Chicago who was said to be kill-crazy but as handsome as Adonis. There were also 2 women with them, Kitty Donahue, George Bradley's common-law wife, and Marie Hauser, who belonged to Cawdy but sometimes got passed around according to the stories we all heard later. They made one bad assumption when they got up here, Sonny. They got the idea they were so far away from Indiana that they were safe. They laid low for a while, and then got bored and decided they wanted to go hunting. They had plenty of firepower, but they were a bit low on ammunition. So they all came into Derry on the 7th of October in 2 cars. Patrick Cawdy took the women around shopping while the other men went into Machin's sporting goods. Kitty Donahue bought a dress and friezes, and she died in it 2 days later. Lal Machin waited on the men himself. He died in 1959. Too fat he was, always too fat. But there wasn't nothing wrong with his eyes, and he knew it was Al Bradley the minute he walked in, he said. He thought he recognized some of the others, but he wasn't sure of Malloy until he put on his specs to look at a display of knives in a glass case. Al Bradley walked up to him and said, "We'd like to buy some ammunition." "Well," Lal Machin says, "you come to the right place." Bradley handed him a paper, and Lal read it over. The paper has been lost, at least so far as I know, but Lal said it would have turned your blood cold. They wanted 500 rounds of .38 caliber ammunition, 800 rounds of .45 caliber, 60 rounds of .50 caliber, which they don't even make anymore, shotgun shells loaded both with buck and bird, and 1,000 rounds each of .22 short and long rifle, plus, get this, 16,000 rounds of .45 machine gun bullets. "Holy shit," I said. Mr. Keene smiled that cynical smile again and offered me the apothecary jar. At first I shook my head, and then I took another whip. "This here is quite a shopping list, boys," Lal says. "Come on, Al," Creeping Jesus Malloy says. "I told you we wasn't going to get it in a hick town like this. Let's go on up to Bangor. They won't have nothing there either, but I can use a ride." "Now hold your horses," Lal says, just as cool as a cucumber. "This here is one hell of a good order, and I wouldn't want to lose it to that Jew up Bangor. I can give you the .22s right now, also the bird and half the buck. I can give you 100 rounds each of the .38 and .45 caliber, too. I could have the rest for you." And here Lal sort of half closed his eyes and tapped his chin, as if calculating it out. "By day after tomorrow. How'd that be?" Bradley grinned like he'd split his head around the back and said it sounded just as fine as paint. Cal Conklin said he'd still like to go up to Bangor, but he was outvoted. "Now, if you're not sure you can make good on this order, you ought to say so right now," Al Bradley says to Lal. "Because I'm a pretty fine fellow, but when I get mad, you don't want to get into a pissing contest with me. You follow?"
"I do," Lal says, "and I'll have all the ammo you could want. Mr. Rader," Brady says. "Richard D. Rader at your service." He stuck out his hand, and Lal pumped it, grinning all the while. "Real pleased, Mr. Rader." So then Bradley asked him what would be a good time for him and his friends to drop by and pick up the goods, and Lal Machin asked them right back how 2 in the afternoon sounded to them. They agreed that would be fine. Out they went. Lal watched them go. They met the 2 women and Caudy on the sidewalk outside. Lal recognized Caudy, too. "So," Mr. Keene said, looking at me bright-eyed, "what do you think Lal done then? Called the cops?" "I guess he didn't," I said, "based on what happened. Me, I would have broken my leg getting to the telephone." "Well, maybe you would, and maybe you wouldn't," Mr. Keene said, with that same cynical, bright-eyed smile, and I shivered because I knew what he meant, and he knew I knew. Once something heavy begins to roll, it can't be stopped. It's simply going to roll until it finds a flat place long enough to wear away all of its forward motion. You can stand in front of that thing and get flattened, but that won't stop it either. "Maybe you would have, and maybe you wouldn't," Mr. Keene repeated. "But I can tell you what Lal Machin did. The rest of that day and all of the next, when someone he knew came in, some man, why, he would tell them that he knew who had been out in the woods around the Newport Dairy line shooting at deer and grouse and God knows what else with Kansas City typewriters. It was the Bradley gang. He knew for a fact because he had recognized them. He'd tell them that Bradley and his men were coming back the next day around 2 to pick up the rest of their order. He'd tell them he'd promised Bradley all the ammunition he could want, and that was a promise he intended to keep." "How many?" I asked. I felt hypnotized by his glittering eye. Suddenly the dry smell of this back room, the smell of prescription drugs and powders, of Musterol and Vicks Vapo Rub and Robitussin cough syrup, suddenly all those smells seemed suffocating. But I could no more have left than I could kill myself by holding my breath. "How many men did Lal pass the word to?" Mr. Keene asked. I nodded. "Don't know for sure," Mr. Keene said. "Didn't stand right there and take up sentry duty. All those he felt he could trust, I suppose." "Those he could trust," I mused. My voice was a little hoarse. "Ah, yeah?" Mr. Keene said. "Dairymen, you know. Not that many of them raised cows." He laughed at this old joke before going on. "I came in around 10 the day after the Bradleys first dropped in on Lal. He told me the story, then asked how he could help me. I'd only come in to see if my last roll of pictures had been developed. In those days, Machin's handled all the Kodak films and cameras. But after I got my photos, I also said I could use some ammo for my Winchester. "You gonna shoot some game, Norb?" Lal asks me, passing over the shells. "Might plug some varmints," I said, and we had us a chuckle over that. Mr. Keene laughed and slapped his skinny leg as if this was still the best joke he had ever heard. He leaned forward and tapped my knee. "All I mean, son, is that the story got around all it needed to. Small towns, you know. If you tell the right people, what you need to pass along will get along. See what I mean? Like another licorice whip?"
I took one with numb fingers.
"Make you fat," Mr. Keene said and cackled.
He looked old then, infinitely old, with his bifocals slipping down the gaunt blade of his nose and the skin stretched too tight and thin across his cheeks to wrinkle.
The next day I brought my rifle into the store with me, and Bob Tanner, who worked harder than any assistant I ever had after him, brought in his pop shotgun. Around 11 that day, Gregory Cole came in for a bicarb of soda, and damned if he didn't have a Colt 45 jammed right in his belt. "Don't blow your balls off with that, Greg," I said. "I come out of the woods all the way from Milford for this, and I got one fuck of a hangover," Greg says. "I guess I'll blow someone's balls off before the sun goes down." Around 1:30, I put the little sign I had, "Be back soon, please be patient," in the door, and took my rifle and walked out the back into Richard's alley. I asked Bob Tanner if he wanted to come along, and he said he'd better finish filling Mrs. Emerson's prescription and he'd see me later. "Leave me a live one, Mr. Keene," he said, but I allowed as how I couldn't promise nothing. There was hardly any traffic on Canal Street at all, either on foot or by car. Every now and then a delivery truck would pass, but that was about all. I saw Jake Pinette cross over, and he had a rifle in each hand. He met Andy Chris, and they walked over to one of the benches that used to stand where the war memorial was, you know, where the canal goes underground. Petey Van Ness and Al Nell and Jimmy Gordon were all sitting on the courthouse steps, eating sandwiches and fruit out of their dinner buckets, trading with each other for stuff that looked better to them, the way kids do on the schoolyard. They was all armed. Jimmy Gordon had himself a World War I Springfield that looked bigger than he did. I see a kid walking toward Up Mile Hill. I think maybe it was Zach Denbrough, the father of your old buddy, the one who turned out to be a writer. And Kenny Borton says from the window of the Christian Science reading room, "You want to get out of here, kid. There's going to be shooting." Zach took one look at his face and ran like hell. There were men everywhere, men with guns, standing in doorways and sitting on steps and looking out of windows. Greg Cole was sitting in a doorway down the street with his .45 in his lap and about 24 shells lined up beside him like toy soldiers. Bruce Jägermeyer and that Swede, Olaf Theramenius, were standing underneath the marquee of the Bijou in the shade.
Mr. Keene looked at me, through me. His eyes were not sharp now. They were hazy with memory, soft as the eyes of a man only become when he is remembering one of the best times of his life. The first home run he ever hit, maybe, or the first trout he ever landed that was big enough to keep, or the first time he ever lay with a willing woman.
"I remember I heard the wind, Sonny," he said dreamily. "I remember hearing the wind and hearing the courthouse clock toll 2. Bob Tanner came up behind me, and I was so tight-wired I almost blew his head off. He only nodded at me and crossed over to Vannock's Dry Goods, trailing his shadow out behind him. You would have thought that when it got to be 2:10 and nothing happened, then 2:15, then 2:20, folks would have just up and left, wouldn't you? But it didn't happen that way at all. People just kept their place. Because
you knew they were going to come, didn't you?" I asked. There was never any question at all. He beamed at me like a teacher pleased with a student's recital.
"That's right," he said. "We knew. No one had to talk about it. No one had to say, 'Well, now, let's wait until 20 past, and if they don't show, I've got to get back to work.' Things just stayed quiet. And around 2:25 that afternoon, these two cars, one red and one dark blue, started down Up Mile Hill and came into the intersection. One of them was a Chevrolet, and the other was a LaSalle. The Conklin brothers, Patrick Cauty and Marie Hauser, were in the Chevrolet. The Bradleys, Malloy, and Kitty Donahue were in the LaSalle. They started through the intersection okay, and then Al Bradley slammed on the brakes of that LaSalle so sudden that Cauty damn near ran into him. The street was too quiet, and Bradley knew it. He wasn't nothing but an animal, but it doesn't take much to put up an animal's wind when it's been chased like a weasel in the corn for 4 years. He opened the door of the LaSalle and stood up on the running board for a moment. He looked around, then he made a go-back gesture to Cauty with his hand. Cauty said, "What, boss?" I heard that plain as day, the only thing I heard any of them say that day. There was a wink of sun, too. I remember that. It came off a compact mirror. The Hauser woman was powdering her nose. That was when Lal Machin and his helper, Biff Marlowe, came running out of Machin's store. "Put 'em up, Bradley. You're surrounded," Lal shouts, and before Bradley could do more than turn his head, Lal started blasting. He was wild at first, but then he put one into Bradley's shoulder. The claret started to pour out of that hole right away. Bradley caught hold of the LaSalle's doorpost and swung himself back into the car. He threw it into gear, and that's when everyone started to shoot. It was all over in 4, maybe 5 minutes, but it seemed a whole hell of a lot longer while it was happening. Petey and Al and Jimmy Gordon just sat there on the courthouse steps and poured bullets into the back end of the Chevrolet. I saw Bob Tanner down on one knee, firing and working the bolt on that old rifle of his like a madman. Jägermeyer and Theramenius were shooting into the right side of the LaSalle from under the theater marquee, and Greg Cole stood in the gutter holding that .45 automatic out in both hands, pulling the trigger just as fast as he could work it. There must have been 50, 60 men firing all at once. After it was all over, Lal Machin dug 36 slugs out of the brick sides of his store. And that was 3 days later, after just about every damn buddy in town who wanted one for a souvenir had come down and dug one out with his penknife. When it was at its worst, it sounded like the Battle of the Marne. Windows were blown in by rifle fire all around Machen's. Bradley got the LaSalle around in a half circle, and he wasn't slow, but by the time he'd done, he was running on 4 flats. Both the headlights were blowed out, and the windscreen was gone. Creeping Jesus Malloy and George Bradley were each at a back seat window firing pistols. I seen one bullet take Malloy high up in the neck and tear it wide open. He shot twice more and then collapsed out the window with his arms hanging down. Caudy tried to turn the Chevrolet and only ran into the back end of Bradley's LaSalle. That was really the end of 'em right there, son. The Chevrolet's front bumper locked with the LaSalle's back one, and there went any chance they might have had to make a run for it. Joe Conklin got out of the back seat and just stood there in the middle of the intersection, a pistol in each hand, and started to pour it on. He was shooting at Jake Panett and Andy Chris. The two of them fell off the bench they'd been sitting on and landed in the grass, Andy Chris shouting, I'm killed, over and over again, although he was never so much as touched. Neither of them were. Joe Conklin, he had time to fire both his guns empty before anything so much as touched him. His coat flew back and his pants twitched like some woman you couldn't see was stitching on them. He was wearing a straw hat, and it flew off his head so you could see how he'd center-parted his hair. He had one of his guns under his arm and was trying to reload the other when someone cut the legs out from under him and he went down. Kenny Borton claimed him later, but there was really no way to tell. Could have been anybody. Conklin's brother Cal came out after him soon's Joe fell, and down he went like a ton of bricks with a hole in his head. Marie Hauser came out. Maybe she was trying to surrender, I dunno. She still had the compact she'd been using to powder her nose in her right hand. She was screaming, I believe, but by then it was hard to hear. Bullets was flying all around them. That compact mirror was blown right out of her hand. She started back to the car then, but she took one in the hip. She made it somehow and managed to crawl inside again. Al Bradley revved the LaSalle up just as high as it would go and managed to get it moving again. He dragged the Chevrolet maybe 10 feet before the bumper tore right off in it. The boys poured lead into it. All the windows was busted. One of the mud guards was laying in the street. Malloy was dead hanging out the window, but both of the Bradley brothers were still alive. George was firing from the back seat. His woman was dead beside him with one of her eyes shot out. Al Bradley got to the big intersection, then his auto mounted the curb and stopped there. He got out from behind the wheel and started running up Canal Street. He was riddled. Patrick Caudy got out of the Chevrolet, looked as if he was going to surrender for a minute. Then he grabbed a .38 from a cheater holster under his armpit. He triggered it off maybe 3 times, just firing wild, and then his shirt blew back from his chest in flames. He slid down the side of the Chevy until he was sitting on the running board. He shot one more time, and so far as I know, that was the only bullet that hit anyone. It ricocheted off something and then grazed across the back of Greg Cole's hand. Left a scar he used to show off when he was drunk until someone, Al Nell maybe, took him aside and told him it might be a good idea to shut up about what happened to the Bradley gang. The Hauser woman came out, and that time wasn't any doubt she was trying to surrender. She had her hands up. Maybe no one really meant to kill her, but by then there was a crossfire and she walked right into it. George Bradley run up as far as that bench by the War Memorial, then someone pulped the back of his head with a shotgun blast. He fell down dead with his pants full of piss.
Hardly aware I was doing it, I took a licorice whip from the jar.
They went on pouring rounds into those cars for another minute or so before it began to taper off,
Mr. Keene said.
When men get their blood up, it doesn't go down easy. That was when I looked around and saw Sheriff Sullivan behind Nell and the others on the courthouse steps, putting rounds through that dead Chevy with a Remington pump. Don't let anyone tell you he wasn't there. Norbert Keene is sitting in front of you and telling you he was. By the time the firing stopped, those cars didn't look like cars at all anymore, just hunks of junk with glass around them. Men started to walk over to them. No one talked. All you could hear was the wind and feet gritting over broken glass. That's when the picture-taking started. And you ought to know this, Sonny. When the picture-taking starts, the story is over.
Mr. Keene rocked in his chair, his slippers bumping placidly on the floor, looking at me. "There's nothing like that in the Derry News," was all I could think of to say. The headline for that day had read, "State Police, FBI gunned down Bradley Gang in pitched battle," with the subhead, "Local Police lend support."
"Course not," Mr. Keene said, laughing delightedly. "I seen the publisher, Mac Laughlin, put 2 rounds into Joe Conklin himself."
"Christ," I muttered.
"Get enough licorice, Sonny?"
"I got enough," I said. I licked my lips. "Mr. Keene, how could a thing of that magnitude be covered up?"
"Wasn't no cover-up," he said, looking honestly surprised. "It was just that no one talked about it much. And really, who cared? It wasn't President and Mrs. Hoover who went down that day. It was no worse than shooting mad dogs that would kill you with a bite if you give them half a chance."
"But the women?"
"Couple of whores," he said indifferently. "Besides, it happened in Derry, not in New York or Chicago. The place makes it news as much as what happened in the place, Sonny. That's why there are bigger headlines when an earthquake kills 12 people in Los Angeles than there are when one kills 3,000 in some heathen country in the Mideast."
"Besides, it happened in Derry." I've heard it before, and I suppose if I continue to pursue this, I'll hear it again and again and again. They say it as if speaking patiently to a mental defective. They say it the way they would say, "Because of gravity," if you ask them how come you stick to the ground when you walk. They say it as if it were a natural law any natural man should understand. And of course, the worst of that is, I do understand. I had one more question for Norbert Keene. Did you see anyone at all that day that you didn't recognize once the shooting started? Mr. Keene's answer was quick enough to drop my blood temperature 10 degrees, or so it felt.
"The clown, you mean? How did you find out about him, Sonny?"
"Oh, I heard it somewhere," I said.
"I only caught a glimpse of him. Once things got hot, I tended pretty much to my own knittin'. I glanced around just once and saw him up street beyond them Swedes under the Bijou's marquee,"
Mr. Keene said.
"He wasn't wearing a clown suit or nothing like that. He was dressed in a pair of farmer's bib-alls and a cotton shirt underneath. But his face was covered with that white grease paint they use, and he had a big red clown smile painted on. Also had these tufts of fake hair, you know, orange, sort of comical. Lal Machin never saw that fellow, but Biff did. Only Biff must have been confused, because he thought he saw him in one of the windows of an apartment over somewhere to the left. And once when I asked Jimmy Gordon, he was killed in Pearl Harbor, you know, went down with his ship, the California, I think it was. He said he saw the guy behind the war memorial."
Mr. Keene shook his head, smiling a little.
"It's funny how people get during a thing like that, and even funnier what they remember after it's all over. You can listen to 16 different tales, and no 2 of them will jibe together. Take the gun that clown fellow had, for instance."
"Gun?" I asked. "He was shooting too?"
"Yeah," Mr. Keene said. "The one glimpse I caught of him, it looked like he had a Winchester bolt-action, and it wasn't until later that I figured out I must have thought that because that's what I had. Biff Marlowe thought he had a Remington, because that was what he had. And when I asked Jimmy about it, he said that guy was shooting an old Springfield just like his. Funny, huh?"
"Funny," I managed. "Mr. Keene, didn't any of you wonder what in hell a clown, especially one in farmer's bib-alls, was doing there just then?"
"Sure," Mr. Keene said. "It wasn't no big deal, you understand. But sure, we wondered. Most of us figured it was somebody who wanted to attend the party but didn't want to be recognized. A town council member, maybe. Horst Mueller, maybe. Or even Trace Nogler, who was mayor back then. Or it could just have been a professional man who didn't want to be recognized. A doctor or a lawyer. I wouldn't have recognized my own father in a get-up like that."
He laughed a little, and I asked him what was funny.
"There's also a possibility that it was a real clown," he said. "Back in the 20s and 30s, the county fair in Estey came a lot earlier than it does now, and it was set up and going full blast the week that the Bradley gang met their end. There were clowns at the county fair. Maybe one of them heard we were going to have our own little carnival and rode down because he wanted to be in on it."
He smiled at me dryly.
"I'm about talked out," he said, "but I'll tell you one more thing, since you appear to be so interested and you listen so close. It was something Biff Marlowe said about 16 years later, when we were having a few beers up to Pilot's in Bangor. Right out of a clear blue sky, he said it. Said that clown was leaning out of the window so far that Biff couldn't believe he wasn't fallen out. It wasn't just his head and shoulders and arms that was out. Biff said he was right out to the knees, hanging there in midair, shooting down at the cars the Bradleys had come in, with that big red grin on his face. He was tricked out like a jack-o'-lantern that had got a bad scare, was how Biff put it.
"Like he was floating," I said.
"Ah, yeah?" Mr. Keene agreed. "And Biff said there was something else, something that bothered him for weeks afterward. One of those things you get right on the tip of your tongue but won't quite come off. Or something that lights on your skin like a mosquito or a no-see-um. He said he finally figured out what it was one night when he had to get up and tap a kidney. He stood there whizzing into the bowl, thinking of nothing in particular, when it come to him all at once that it was 2:25 in the afternoon when the shooting started, and the sun was out, but that clown didn't cast any shadow. No shadow at all."
Part 4. July of 1958. You lethargic, waiting upon me, waiting for the fire, and I attendant upon you, shaken by your beauty, shaken by your beauty, shaken. William Carlos Williams, Patterson. Well, I was born in my birthday suit. The doctor slapped my behind. He said, "You gonna be special, you sweet little toot-toot." Sidney Simeon, My Toot-Toot. Chapter 13. The Apocalyptic Rock Fight. 1. Bill's there first. He sits in one of the wing-back chairs just inside the reading room door, watching as Mike deals with the library's last few customers of the night. An old lady with a clutch of paperback Gothics, a man with a huge historical tome on the Civil War, and a skinny kid waiting to check out a novel with a 7-day rental sticker in an upper corner of its plastic cover. Bill sees with no sense of surprise or serendipity at all that it is his own latest novel. He feels that surprise is beyond him, serendipity a believed-in reality that has turned out to be only a dream after all. A pretty girl, her tartan skirt held together with a big gold safety pin. Christ, I haven't seen one of those in years, Bill thinks. Are they coming back? Is feeding quarters into the Xerox machine and copying an off-print with one eye on the big pendulum clock behind the checkout desk. The sounds are library soft and library comforting. The hush squeak of soles and heels on the red and black linoleum of the floor. The steady tock and tick of the clock dropping off dry seconds. The cat-like purr of the copying machine. The boy takes his William Denbrough novel and goes to the girl at the copier just as she finishes and begins to square up her pages. "You can just leave that off-print on the desk, Mary," Mike says. "I'll put it away." She flashes a grateful smile. "Thanks, Mr. Hanlon." "Good night. Good night, Billy. The two of you go right home." "The boogeyman will get you if you don't. Watch out." Billy, the skinny kid, chants, and slips a proprietary arm around the girl's slim waist. "Well, I don't think he'd want a pair as ugly as you two," Mike says, "but be careful all the same." "We will, Mr. Hanlon," Mary replies, seriously enough, and punches the boy lightly on the shoulder. "Come on, ugly," she says, and giggles. When she does this, she is transformed from a pretty, mildly desirable high school junior into the coltish, not quite gawky 11-year-old that Beverly Marsh had been. And as they pass him, Bill is shaken by her beauty, and he feels fear. He wants to go to the boy and tell him earnestly that he must go home by well-lighted streets and not look around if someone speaks. "You can't be careful on a skateboard, mister," a phantom voice says inside his head, and Bill smiles a rueful grown-up smile. He watches the boy open the door for his girl. They go into the vestibule, moving closer together, and Bill would have bet the royalties of the book the boy named Billy is holding under his arm that he has stolen a kiss before opening the outer door for the girl. "More fool you if you didn't, Billy, my man," he thinks. "Now see her home safe. For Christ's sake, see her home safe." Mike calls, "Be right with you, Big Bill. Just let me file this." Bill nods and crosses his legs. The paper bag on his lap crackles a little. There's a pint of bourbon inside, and he reckons he has never wanted a drink so badly in his life as he does right now. Mike will be able to supply water, if not ice, and the way he feels right now, a very little water will be enough. He thinks of Silver leaning against the wall of Mike's garage on Palmer Lane. And from that his thoughts progressed naturally to the day they had met in the Barrens, all except Mike. And each had told his tale again. Lepers under porches, mummies who walked on the ice, blood from drains and dead boys in the standpipe, and pictures that moved and werewolves that chased small boys down deserted streets. They had gone deeper into the Barrens that day before the 4th of July, he remembers now. It had been hot in town, but cool in the tangled shade of the eastern bank of the Kenduskeag. He remembers one of those concrete cylinders not far away, humming to itself, the way the Xerox machine had hummed for the pretty high school girl just now. Bill remembers that, and how, when all the stories were done, the others had looked at him. They had wanted him to tell them what they should do next, how they should proceed, and he simply didn't know. The not knowing had filled him with a kind of desperation. Looking at Mike's shadow now, looming large on the darkly paneled wall in the reference room, a sudden sureness comes to him. He hadn't known then because they hadn't been complete when they met that July 3rd afternoon. The completion had come later, at the abandoned gravel pit beyond the dump, where you could climb out of the Barrens easily on either side, Kansas Street or Merritt Street. Right around, in fact, where the interstate overpass was now. The gravel pit had no name. It was old, its crumbly sides crabby with weeds and bushes. There had still been plenty of ammunition there, more than enough for an apocalyptic rock fight. But before that, on the bank of the Kenduskeag, he hadn't been sure what to say. What did they want him to say? What did he want to say? He remembers looking from one face to the next. Ben's, Bev's, Eddie's, Stan's, Richie's. And he remembers music. Little Richard. Womp-bomp-a-lomp-bomp. Music. Low. And darts of light in his eyes. He remembers the darts of light because... 2. Richie had hung his transistor radio over the lowermost branch of the tree he was leaning against. Although they were in the shade, the sun bounced off the surface of the Kenduskeag onto the radio's chrome facing and from there into Bill's eyes. "To take that thing down, Richie," Bill said. "It's gonna blind me." "Sure, Big Bill," Richie said at once, with no smart mouth at all, and removed the radio from the branch. He also turned it off, and Bill wished he hadn't done that. It made the silence, broken only by the rippling water and the vague hum of the sewage pumping machinery, seem very loud. Their eyes watched him, and he wanted to tell them to look somewhere else. What did they think he was, a freak? But of course he couldn't do that, because all they were doing was waiting for him to tell them what to do now. They had come by dreadful knowledge, and they needed him to tell them what to do with it. "Why me?" he wanted to shout at them. But of course he knew that, too. It was because, like it or not, he had been tapped for the position. Because he was the idea man, because he had lost a brother to whatever it was, but most of all because he had become, in some obscure way he would never completely understand, Big Bill. He glanced at Beverly and looked away quickly from the calm trust in her eyes. Looking at Beverly made him feel funny in the pit of his stomach, fluttery. "We can't go to the police," he said at last. His voice sounded harsh to his own ears, too loud. "We can't go to our parents either, unless..." He looked hopefully at Richie. "What about your mom and dad, Four Eyes? They seem pretty regular." "My good man," Richie said in his Toodles the Butler voice, "you obviously have no understanding whatsoever of my mater and pater. They..." "Talk American, Richie. Eddie said from his spot by Ben. He was sitting by Ben for the simple reason that Ben provided enough shade for Eddie to sit in. His face looked small and pinched and worried, an old man's face. His aspirator was in his right hand. "They'd think I was ready for Juniper Hill," Richie said. He was wearing an old pair of glasses today. The day before, a friend of Henry Bowers named Guard Jägermeyer had come up behind Richie as Richie left the dairy ice cream bar with the pistachio cone. "Tag, you're it," this Jägermeyer, who outweighed Richie by 40 pounds or so, screamed and slammed Richie full in the back with both hands laced together. Richie flew into the gutter, losing his glasses and his ice cream cone. The left lens of his glasses had shattered, and his mother was furious with him about it, lending very little credence to Richie's explanations. "All I know is that it was a lot of fooling around," she had said. "Honestly, Richie, do you think there's a glasses tree somewhere and we can just pull off a new pair of spectacles for you whenever you break the old pair?" "But, Mom, this kid pushed me. He came up behind me, this big kid, and pushed me." Richie was by then near tears. This failure to make his mother understand hurt much worse than being slammed into the gutter by Guard Jägermeyer, who was so stupid they hadn't even bothered to send him to summer school. "I don't want to hear any more about it," Maggie Tozier said flatly. "But the next time you see your father come in looking whipped after working late 3 nights in a row, you think a little bit, Richie. You think about it." "But, Mom—" "No more," I said. Her voice was curt and final. Worse, it was near tears. She left the room then, and the TV went on much too loud. Richie had been left alone, sitting miserably at the kitchen table. It was this memory that caused Richie to shake his head again. "My folks are okay, but they'd never believe something like this." "Well, what about other kids?" And they looked around, Bill would remember years later, as if for someone who wasn't there. "Who?" Stan asked doubtfully. "I can't think of anyone else I trust." "Just the same," Bill said in a troubled voice, and a little silence fell among them while Bill thought about what to say next. 3. If asked, Ben Hanscom would have told you that Henry Bowers hated him more than any of the others in the Losers Club because of what had happened that day when he and Henry had shot the chutes down into the barrens from Kansas Street, because of what had happened the day he and Richie and Beverly escaped from the Aladdin, but most of all because, by not allowing Henry to copy during examinations, he had caused Henry to be sent to summer school and incur the wrath of his father, the reputedly insane Butch Bowers. If asked, Richie Tozier would have told you Henry hated him more than any of the others because of the day he had fooled Henry and his 2 other musketeers in Freeses. Stan Uris would have told you that Henry hated him most of all because he was a Jew. When Stan had been in the 3rd grade and Henry the 5th, Henry had once washed Stan's face with snow until it bled, and he was screaming hysterically with pain and fear. Bill Denbrough believed that Henry hated him the most because he was skinny, because he stuttered, and because he liked to dress well. "Look at the fucking pansy," Henry had cried when the dairy school had had Careers Day in April and Bill had come wearing a tie. Before the day was over, the tie had been ripped off and flung into a tree halfway down Charter Street. He did hate all 4 of them, but the boy in dairy who was number 1 on Henry's personal hate parade was not in the Losers Club at all on that July 3rd. He was a black boy named Michael Hanlon who lived a 1/4 of a mile down the road from Shirttail Bowers' farm. Henry's father, who was every bit as crazy as he was reputed to be, was Oscar Butch Bowers. Butch Bowers associated his financial, physical, and mental decline with the Hanlon family in general and with Mike's father in particular. Will Hanlon, he was fond of telling his few friends and his son, had had him thrown in the county jail when all of his, Hanlon's, chickens died. "So's he could get the insurance money, don't you know," Butch would say, eyeing his audience with all the baleful interrupt-if-you-dare pugnacity of Captain Billy Bones in the Admiral Benbow. "He got some of his friends to lie him up, and that's why I had to sell my Mercury." "Who lied him up, Daddy?" Henry had asked when he was 8, burning at the injustice that had been done to his father. He thought to himself that when he was a grown-up he would find liar-uppers and coat them with honey and stake them out over anthills, like in some of those Western movies they showed at the Bijou Theater on Saturday afternoons. And because his son was a tireless listener, although if asked, Butch would have maintained that was only as it should be, Bowers Sr. filled his son's ears with a litany of hate and hard luck. He explained to his son that while all niggers were stupid, some were cunning as well, and down deep they all hated white men and wanted to plow a white woman's furrow. Maybe it wasn't just the insurance money after all, Butch said. Maybe Hanlon had decided to lay the blame for the dead chickens at his door because Butch had the next produce stand down the road. He done it anyway, and that was just as sure as shit sticks to a blanket. He done it and then got a bunch of white nigger bleeding hearts from town to lie him up and threaten Butch with state prison if he didn't pay that nigger off. And why not? Butch would ask his round-eyed, dirty-necked, silent son. Why not? I was just a man who fought the Japs for his country. There was lots of guys like us. But he was the only nigger in the county. The chicken business had been followed by one unlucky incident after another. His dear tractor had blown a rod. His good harrow got busted in the north field. He got a boil on his neck which became infected, had to be lanced, then became infected again and had to be removed surgically. The niggers started using his foully gotten money to undercut Butch's prices, so they lost custom. In Henry's ears, it was a constant litany. The nigger, the nigger, the nigger. Everything was the nigger's fault. The nigger had a nice white house with an upstairs and an oil furnace, while Butch and his wife and his son lived in what was not much better than a tar paper shack. When Butch couldn't make enough money farming and had to go to work in the woods for a while, it was the nigger's fault. When their well went dry in 1956, it was the nigger's fault. Later that same year, Henry, who was then 10 years old, started to feed Mike's dog, Mr. Chips, old stew bones and bags of potato chips. It got so Mr. Chips would wag his tail and come running when Henry called. When the dog was well used to Henry and Henry's treats, Henry one day fed him a pound of hamburger laced with insect poison. The bug killer he found in the back shed. He had saved 3 weeks to buy the meat at Costello's. Mr. Chips ate half the poisoned meat and then stopped. "Go on, finish your treat, nigger dog," Henry had said. Mr. Chips wagged his tail. Since Henry had called him this from the beginning, he believed it was his other name. When the pain started, Henry produced a piece of clothesline and tied Mr. Chips to a birch so he couldn't get away and run home. He then sat on a flat, sun-warmed rock, put his chin in his palms, and watched the dog die. It took a good long time, but Henry considered it time well spent. At the end, Mr. Chips began to convulse, and a thin green foam ran from between his jaws. "How do you like that, nigger dog?" Henry asked it, and it rolled its dying eyes up at the sound of Henry's voice and tried to wag its tail. "Did you like your lunch, you shitty mutt?" When the dog was dead, Henry removed the clothesline, went home, and told his father what he had done. Oscar Bowers was extremely crazy by that time. A year later, his wife would leave him after he beat her nearly to death. Henry was likewise frightened of his father and felt a terrible hate for him sometimes, but he also loved him. And that afternoon, after he had told, he felt he had finally found the key to his father's affections, because his father had clapped him on the back so hard that Henry almost fell over, taken him in the living room, and given him a beer. It was the first beer Henry had ever had, and for all the rest of his years he would associate that taste with positive emotions, victory and love. "Here's to a good job well done," Henry's crazy father had said. They clicked their brown bottles together and drank them down. So far as Henry knew, the niggers had never found out who killed their dog, but he supposed they had their suspicions. He hoped they did. The others in the Losers Club knew Mike by sight. In a town where he was the only Negro child, it would have been strange if they had not. But that was all, because Mike didn't go to Derry Elementary School. His mother was a devout Baptist, and Mike was therefore sent to the Neibolt Street Church School. In between geography, reading, and arithmetic, there were Bible drills, lessons on such subjects as the meaning of the 10 Commandments in a godless world, and discussion groups on how to handle everyday moral problems. If you saw a buddy shoplifting, for instance, or heard a teacher taking the name of God in vain. Mike thought the church school was okay. There were times when he suspected, in a vague way, that he was missing some things. A wider communication with kids his own age, perhaps. But he was willing to wait until high school for these things to happen. The prospect made him a little nervous because his skin was brown, but both his mother and father had been well treated in town as far as Mike could see, and Mike believed he would be treated well if he treated others the same way. The exception to this rule, of course, was Henry Bowers. Although he tried to show it as little as possible, Mike went in constant terror of Henry. In 1958, Mike was slim and well-built, taller than Stan Uris, but not quite as tall as Bill Denbrough. He was fast and agile, and that had saved him from several beatings at Henry's hands. And, of course, he went to a different school. Because of that and the age difference, their paths rarely coincided. Mike took pains to keep things that way. So the irony was this. Although Henry hated Mike Hanlon more than any other kid in Derry, Mike had been the least hurt of any of them. Oh, he had taken his lumps. The spring after he had killed Mike's dog, Henry sprang out of the bushes one day while Mike was walking toward town to go to the library. It was late March, warm enough for bike riding, but in those days Witcham Road turned to dirt just beyond the Bowers place, which meant that it was a quagmire of mud, no good for bikes. "Hello, nigger," Henry had said, emerging from the bushes, grinning. Mike backed off, eyes flicking warily right and left, watching for a chance to get away. He knew that if he could button-hook around Henry, he could outdistance him. Henry was big and Henry was strong, but Henry was also slow. "Gonna make me a tar baby," Henry said, advancing on the smaller boy. "You're not black enough, but I'll fix that." Mike cut his eyes to the left and twitched his body in that direction. Henry took the bait and broke that way. Too fast and too far to pull himself back. Reversing with a sweet and natural speed, Mike took off to the right. In high school, he would make the varsity football team as a tailback his sophomore year, and was only kept from breaking the school's all-time scoring record by a broken leg halfway through his senior season. He would have made it easily past Henry but for the mud. It was greasy, and Mike slipped to his knees. Before he could get up, Henry was upon him. "Nigger, nigger, nigger," Henry cried in a kind of religious ecstasy as he rolled Mike over. Mud went up the back of Mike's shirt and down the back of his pants. He could feel it squoozing into his shoes. But he did not begin to cry until Henry slathered mud across his face, plugging up both of his nostrils. "Now you're black," Henry had screamed gleefully, rubbing mud in Mike's hair. "Now you're really black." He ripped up Mike's poplin jacket and the T-shirt beneath and slammed a poultice of mud down over the boy's belly button. "Now you're as black as midnight in a mine shaft," Henry screamed triumphantly, and slammed mud plugs into both of Mike's ears. Then he stood back, muddy hands hooked into his belt, and yelled, "I killed your dog, black boy." But Mike did not hear this because of the mud in his ears and his own terrified sobs. Henry kicked a final sticky clot of mud onto Mike, and then turned and walked home, not looking back. A few moments later, Mike got up and did the same, still weeping. His mother was, of course, furious. She wanted Will Hanlon to call Chief Borton and have him out to the Bowers house before the sun went down. "He's been after Mikey before," Mike heard her say. He was sitting in the bathtub, and his parents were in the kitchen. This was his second tub of water. The first had turned black almost the moment he had stepped into it and sat down. In her fury, his mother had lapsed into a thick Texas patois Mike could barely understand. "You put the law on him, Will Hanlon, both the dog and the pup. You law 'em, hear me?" Will heard, but did not do as his wife asked. Eventually, when she cooled down, by then it was that night and Mike 2 hours asleep, he refreshed her on the facts of life. Chief Borton was not Sheriff Sullivan. If Borton had been sheriff when the incident of the poisoned chickens occurred, Will would never have gotten his $200 and would have had to be content with that state of affairs. Some men would stand behind you, and some men wouldn't. Borton was of the latter type. He was, in fact, a jellyfish. "Mike has had trouble with that kid before, yes," he told Jessica. "But he hasn't had much because he's careful around Henry Bowers. This will serve to make him more careful." "You mean you're just going to let it go?" "Bowers has told his son stories about his dealings with me, I guess," Will said, "and his son hates the three of us because of them, and because his father has also told him that hating niggers is what men are supposed to do. It all comes back to that. I can't change the fact that our son is a Negro any more than I can sit here and tell you that Henry Bowers is going to be the last one to take after him because his skin's brown. He's going to have to deal with it all the rest of his life, as I have dealt with it. And you have dealt with it." Why, right there in that Christian school you were bound he was going to go to, the teacher told them blacks weren't as good as whites because Noah's son Ham looked at his father while he was drunk and naked, and Noah's other two boys cast their eyes aside. That's why the sons of Ham were condemned to always be hewers of wood and drawers of water, she said. And Mikey said she was looking right at him while she told that story to them. Jessica looked at her husband, mute and miserable. 2 tears fell, one from each eye, and tracked slowly down her face. "Isn't there ever any getting away from it?" His reply was kind but implacable. It was a time when wives believed their husbands, and Jessica had no reason to doubt her will. "No, there is no getting away from the word nigger, not now, not in the world we've been given to live in, you and me. Country niggers from Maine are still niggers. I have thought, times, that the reason I came back to Derry was that there is no better place to remember that. But I'll have a talk with the boy." The next day he called Mike out of the barn. Will sat on the yoke of his harrow and patted a place next to him for Mike. "You want to stay out of that Henry Bowers's way," he said. Mike nodded. "His father is crazy." Mike nodded again. He had heard as much around town. His few glimpses of Mr. Bowers had reinforced the notion. "I don't mean just a little crazy," Will said, lighting a home-rolled bugler cigarette and looking at his son. "He's about 3 steps away from the booby hatch. He came back from the war that way." "I think Henry's crazy, too," Mike said. His voice was low but firm, and that strengthened Will's heart. Although he was, even after a checkered life whose incidents had included almost being burned alive in a jury-rigged speakeasy called the Black Spot, unable to believe a kid like Henry could be crazy. "Well, he's listened to his father too much, but that is only natural," Will said. Yet on this his son was closer to the truth. Henry Bowers, either because of his constant association with his father or because of something else, some interior thing, was indeed slowly but surely going crazy. "I don't want you to make a career out of running away," his father said, "but because you're a Negro, you're apt to be put upon a good deal. Do you know what I mean?" "Yes, Daddy," Mike said, thinking of Bob Gautier at school, who had tried to explain to Mike that nigger could not be a bad word because his father used it all the time. In fact, Bob told Mike earnestly it was a good word. When a fighter on the Friday night fights took a bad beating and managed to stay on his feet, his daddy said, "His head is as hard as a nigger's." And when someone was really putting out at his work, which for Mr. Gautier was star beef in town, his daddy said, "That man works like a nigger." "And my daddy is just as much a Christian as your daddy," Bob had finished. Mike remembered that, looking at Bob Gautier's white, earnest, pinched face, surrounded by the mangy fur of his hand-me-down snowsuit hood, he had felt not anger, but a terrible sadness that made him feel like crying. He had seen honesty and good intent in Bob's face, but what he had felt was loneliness, distance, a great whistling emptiness between himself and the other boy. "I see that you do know what I mean," Will said, and ruffled his son's hair. "And what it all comes down to is that you have to be careful where you take your stand. You have to ask yourself if Henry Bowers is worth the trouble. Is he?" "No," Mike said. "No, I don't think so." It would be yet a while before he changed his mind. July 3rd, 1958, in fact. 4. While Henry Bowers, Victor Criss, Belch Huggins, Peter Gordon, and a half-retarded high school boy named Steve Sadler, known as Moose, after the character in the Archie comics, were chasing a winded Mike Hanlon through the train yard and toward the Barrens about a half a mile away, Bill and the rest of the Losers Club were still sitting on the bank of the Kenduskeag, pondering their nightmare problem. "I know where it is, I think," Bill said, finally breaking the silence. "The sewers," Stan said, and they all jumped at a sudden, harsh, rattling noise. Eddie smiled guiltily as he lowered his aspirator back into his lap. Bill nodded. "I was asking my father about the sewers a few heights ago." "All of this area was originally marsh," Zach told his son, "and the town fathers managed to put what's downtown these days in the very worst part of it. The section of the canal that runs under Center and Main and comes out in Basie Park is really nothing but a drain that happens to hold the Kenduskeag. Most of the year those drains are almost empty. but they're important when the spring runoff comes or when there are floods. He paused here, perhaps thinking that it had been during the flood of the previous autumn that he had lost his younger son. Because of the pumps, he finished. Pumps? Bill asked, turning his head a little without even thinking about it. When he stuttered over the plosive sounds, spittle flew from his lips. The drainage pumps, his father said. They're in the barrens. Concrete sleeves that stick about 3 feet out of the ground. Ben Hanscom calls them Morlocka holes, Bill said, grinning. Zack grinned back, but it was a shadow of his old grin. They were in Zack's workshop, where he was turning chair dowels without much interest. Sump pumps is all they really are, kiddo, he said. They sit in cylinders about 10 feet deep, and they pump the sewage and the runoff along when the slope of the land levels out or angles up a little. It's old machinery, and the city should have some new pumps, but the council always pleads poverty when the item comes up on the agenda at budget meetings. If I had a quarter for every time I've been down there, up to my knees in crap, rewiring one of those motors. But you don't want to hear all this, Bill. Why don't you go watch TV? I think Sugarfoot's on tonight. I do want to hear it, Bill said, and not only because he had come to the conclusion that there was something terrible under Derry someplace. Why do you want to hear about a bunch of sewer pumps? Zack asked. Who'll report, Bill said wildly. School's out. Next year. Well, it's a pretty dull subject, Zack said. Teacher'll probably give you an F for putting him to sleep. Look, here's the Kenduskeag. He drew a straight line in the light fall of sawdust on the table in which his bandsaw was embedded. And here's the Barrens. Now, because downtown's lower than the residential areas, Kansas Street, say, or the Old Cape, or West Broadway, most of the downtown waste has to be pumped into the river. The waste from the houses flows down to the Barrens pretty much on its own. You see? Yes, Bill said, drawing a little closer to his father to look at the lines, close enough so that his shoulder was against his father's arm. Someday they'll put a stop to pumping raw sewage into the river, and that'll be the end of the whole business. But for now, we've got those pumps in the... What did your buddy call them? Morlock holes, Bill said, with not a trace of stutter. Neither he nor his father noticed. Yeah, that's what the pumps in the Morlock holes are for, anyway, and they work pretty well except when there's too much rain and the streams overflow. Because although the gravity drains and the sewers with the pumps were meant to be separate systems, they actually crisscross all over the place. See? He drew a series of X's radiating out from the line which represented the Kenduskeag, and Bill nodded. Well, the only thing you need to know about water draining is that it will go wherever it can. When it gets high, it starts to fill up the drains as well as the sewers. When the water in the drains gets high enough to reach those pumps, it shorts them out. Makes trouble for me because I have to fix them. Dad, how big are the sewers and drains? You mean what's the bore on them? Bill nodded. The main sewers are maybe 6 feet in diameter. The secondaries, from the residential areas, are 3 or 4, I guess. Some of them might be a little bigger. And believe me when I tell you this, Billy, and you can tell your friends, you never want to go into one of those pipes. Not in a game, not on a dare, not for any reason. Why? A dozen different town governments have built on them since 1885 or so. During the Depression, the WPA put in a whole secondary drain system and a tertiary sewer system. There was lots of money for public works back then. But the fellow who bossed those projects got killed in World War II, and about 5 years later the Water Department found out that the system blueprints were mostly gone. That's about 9 pounds of blues that just disappeared sometime between 1937 and 1950. My point is that nobody knows where all the damned sewers and drains go, or why. When they work, nobody cares. When they don't, there's 3 or 4 sad sacks from Derry Water who have to try and find out which pump went flooey or where the plug-up is. And when they go down there, they damn well pack a lunch. It's dark and it's smelly and there are rats. Those are all good reasons to stay out, but the best reason is that you could get lost. It's happened before. Lost under Derry, lost in the sewers, lost in the dark. There was something so dismal and chilling about the idea that Bill was momentarily silenced. Then he said, But haven't they ever had people down to map? I ought to finish these dowels, Zack said abruptly, turning his back and pulling away. Go on in and see what's on TV. But, Dad. Go on, Bill, Zack said, and Bill could feel the coldness again. That coldness made suppers a kind of torture as his father leafed through electrical journals. He hoped for a promotion the following year, as his mother read one of her endless British mysteries. Marsh, Sayers, Innes, Allingham. Eating in that coldness robbed food of its taste. It was like eating frozen dinners that had never seen the inside of an oven. Sometimes, after, he would go up to his room and lie on his bed, holding his griping stomach, and think, he thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts. He thought of that more and more since Georgie had died, although his mother had taught him the phrase 2 years before. It had taken on a talismanic cast in his mind. The day he could walk up to his mother and simply speak that phrase without tripping or stuttering, looking her right in the eye as he spoke it, the coldness would break apart. Her eyes would light up and she would hug him and say, "Wonderful, Billy! What a good boy! What a good boy!" He had, of course, told this to no one. Wild horses would not have dragged it from him. Neither the rack nor the boot would have induced him to give up this secret fantasy, which lay at the very center of his heart. If he could say this phrase, which she had taught him casually one Saturday morning, as he and Georgie sat watching Guy Madison and Andy Devine in The Adventures of Wild Bill Hickok, it would be like the kiss that awakened Sleeping Beauty from her cold dreams to the warmer world of the fairy tale prince's love. He thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts. Nor did he tell it to his friends on that July 3rd, but he told them what his father had told him about the Derry sewer and drain systems. He was a boy to whom invention came easily and naturally, sometimes more easily than telling the truth, and the scene he painted was quite different from the scene in which the conversation had actually taken place. He and his old man had been watching the tube together, he said, having cups of coffee. "Your dad lets you have coffee?" Eddie asked. Sure, Bill said. "Wow," Eddie said. "My mother would never let me have a coffee. She says the caffeine in it is dangerous." He paused. "She drinks quite a bit of it herself, though." "My dad lets me have coffee if I want it," Beverly said, "but he'd kill me if he knew I smoked." "What makes you so sure it's in the sewers?" Richie asked, looking from Bill to Stan Uris and then back to Bill again. "Everything goes back to that," Bill said. "The voices Heverly heard came from the drain, and the blood. When the clown chased us, those orange buttons were by a sewer. And George—" "It wasn't a clown, Big Bill," Richie said. "I told you that. I know it's crazy, but it was a werewolf." He looked at the others defensively. "Honest to God, I saw it." Bill said, "It was a werewolf for you." "Huh?" Bill said, "Don't you see? It was a werewolf for you because you saw that movie at the Aladdin." "I don't get it." "I think I do," Ben said quietly. "I went to the library and looked it up," Bill said. "I think it's a He paused, throat straining, and spat it out. "A glamour." "Glamour?" Eddie asked doubtfully. "Glamour," Bill said, and spelled it. He told them about an encyclopedia entry on the subject and a chapter he had read in a book called Night's Truth. Glamour, he said, was the Gaelic name for the creature which was haunting Derry. Other races and other cultures at other times had different words for it, but they all meant the same thing. The Plains Indians called it Manitou, which sometimes took the shape of a mountain lion or an elk or an eagle. These same Indians believed that the spirit of a Manitou could sometimes enter them, and at these times it was possible for them to shape the clouds themselves into representations of those animals for which their houses had been named. The Himalayans called it a talus or telis, which meant an evil magic being that could read your mind and then assume the shape of the thing you were most afraid of. In Central Europe it had been called Ailak, brother of the Verderlach, or vampire. In France it was le loup-garou, or skin-changer, a concept that had been crudely translated as the werewolf. But Bill told them le loup-garou, which he pronounced le loup-garou, could be anything at all, a wolf, a hawk, a sheep, even a bug. Did any of those articles tell you how to beat a glamour? Beverly asked. Bill nodded, but he didn't look hopeful. The Himalayans had a ritual to get rid of it, but it's pretty gruesome. They looked at him, not wanting to hear, but needing to. It was called the ritual of Chud, Bill said, and went on to explain what that was. If you were a Himalayan holy man, you tracked the Tilas. The Tilas stuck its tongue out. You stuck yours out. You and it overlapped tongues, and then you both bit in all the way so you were sort of stapled together, eye to eye. Oh, I think I'm going to puke, Beverly said, rolling over on the dirt. Ben patted her back tentatively, then looked around to see if he had been observed. He hadn't been. The others were looking at Bill, mesmerized. What then? Eddie asked. Well, Bill said, this sounds crazy, but the books said that then you started telling jokes and riddles. What? Stan asked. Bill nodded, his face that of a correspondent who wants you to know, without coming right out and saying it, that he doesn't make the news but only reports it. Right. But first the Tilas monster would tell one, then you got to tell one, and you went on like that, taking turns. Beverly sat up again, knees against her chest, hands linked around her shins. I don't see how people could talk with their tongues, nailed together. Richie immediately ran out his tongue, gripped it with his fingers, and intoned, My father works in a sit yard. That broke them all up for a while, even though it was a baby joke. Maybe it was supposed to be telepathy, Bill said. Anyway, if the human laughed first in spite of the pain, Stan asked. Bill nodded. Then the Tilas got to kill him and eat him. His soul, I think. But if the man could make the Tilas laugh first, it had to go away for 100 years. Did the book say where a thing like that would come from? Ben asked. Bill shook his head. Do you believe any of it? Stan asked, sounding as if he wanted to scoff but could not quite find the moral or mental force to do so. Bill shrugged and said, I almost do. He seemed about to say more, then shook his head and remained silent. It explains a lot, Eddie said slowly. The clown, the leper, the werewolf. He looked over at Stan. The dead boys, too, I guess. This sounds like a job for Richard Tozier, Richie said, in the movie-tone newsreel announcer's voice. Man of 1,000 jokes and 6,000 riddles. If we sent you to do it, we'd all get killed, Ben said. Slowly, in great pain. At this, they all laughed again. So what do we do about it? Stan demanded, and once again Bill could only shake his head and feel he almost knew. Stan stood up. Let's go somewhere else, he said. I'm getting fanny fatigue. I like it here, Beverly said. It's shady and nice. She glanced at Stan. I suppose you want to do something babyish, like going down to the dump and breaking bottles with rocks. I like breaking bottles with rocks, Richie said, standing up beside Stan. It's the J.D. in me, baby. He flipped up his collar and began to stalk around like James Dean and rebel without a cause. They hurt me, he said, looking moody and scratching his chest. Like, wow, my parents, school, society, everyone. It's pressure, baby. It's shit, Beverly said and sighed. I've got some firecrackers, Stan said, and they forgot all about glamours, Manitous, and Richie's bad James Dean imitation as Stan produced a package of black cats from his hip pocket. Even Bill was impressed. Jesus Christ, Stahan, well, where did you get the hose? From this fat kid that I go to synagogue with sometimes, Stan said. I traded a bunch of Superman and Little Lulu funny books for him. Let's shoot him off, Richie cried, nearly apoplectic in his joy. Let's go shoot him off, Stanny. I won't tell any more guys you and your dad killed Christ. I promised. What do you say? I'll tell him your nose is small, Stanny. I'll tell him you're not circumcised. At this, Beverly began to shriek with laughter and actually appeared to be approaching apoplexy before covering her face with her hands. Bill began to laugh, Eddie began to laugh, and after a moment, even Stan joined in. The sound of it drifted across the broad, shallow expanse of the Kenduskeag on that day before July 4th, a summer sound as bright as the sun rays darting off the water, and none of them saw the orange eyes staring at them from a tangle of brambles and sterile blackberry bushes to their left. This brambly patch scrubbed the entire bank for 30 feet, and in the center of it was one of Ben's Morlock holes. It was from this raised concrete pipe that the eyes, each more than 2 feet across, stared. 5. The reason Mike ran afoul of Henry Bowers and his not-so-merry band on that same day was because the next day was the glorious 4th. The church school had a band in which Mike played the trombone. On the 4th, the band would march in the annual holiday parade playing the Battle Hymn of the Republic, Onward Christian Soldiers, and America the Beautiful. This was an occasion that Mike had been looking forward to for over a month. He walked to the final rehearsal because his bike had a busted chain. The rehearsal was not scheduled until 2:30, but he left at 1 because he wanted to polish his trombone, which was stored in the school's music room, until it glowed. Although his trombone playing was really not much better than Richie's voices, he was fond of the instrument, and whenever he felt blue, a half an hour of fog-horning Sousa marches, hymns, or patriotic airs cheered him right up again. There was a can of Sadler's brass polish in one of the flap pockets of his khaki shirt, and 2 or 3 clean rags were dangling from the hip pocket of his jeans. The thought of Henry Bowers was the furthest thing from his mind. A glance behind as he approached Neibolt Street and the church school would have changed his mind in a hurry, because Henry, Victor, Belch, Peter Gordon, and Moose Sadler were spread across the road behind him. If they had left the Bowers house 5 minutes later, Mike would have been out of sight over the crest of the next hill. The apocalyptic rock fight and everything that followed it might have happened differently, or not at all. But it was Mike himself, years later, who advanced the idea that perhaps none of them were entirely their own masters in the events of that summer, that if luck and free will had played parts, then their roles had been narrow ones. He would point out a number of these suspicious coincidences to the others at their reunion lunch, but there was at least one of which he was unaware. The meeting in the Barrens that day broke up when Stan Uris produced the Black Cats and the Losers Club headed toward the dump to shoot them off. And Victor, Belch, and the others had come out to the Bowers farm because Henry had firecrackers, cherry bombs, and M80s. The possession of these last would a few years hence become a felony. The big boys were planning to go down beyond the train yard coal pit and explode Henry's treasures. None of them, not even Belch, went out to the Bowers farm under ordinary circumstances, primarily because of Henry's crazy father, but also because they always ended up helping Henry do his chores. The weeding, the endless rock picking, the lugging of wood, the toting of water, the pitching of hay, the picking of whatever happened to be ripe at that time of the season. Peas, cukes, tomatoes, potatoes. These boys were not exactly allergic to work, but they had plenty to do at their own places without sweating for Henry's kooky father, who didn't much care who he hit. He had once taken a length of stove wood to Victor Chris when the boy dropped a basket of tomatoes he was lugging out to the roadside stand. Getting whopped with a chunk of birch was bad enough. What made it worse was that Butch Bowers had chanted, "I'm going to kill all the nips, I'm going to kill all the fucking nips," when he did it. Dumb as he was, Belch Huggins had expressed it best. "I don't fuck with crazy people," he told Victor one day 2 years before. Victor had laughed and agreed. But the siren song of all those firecrackers had been too great to be withstood. "Tell you what, Henry," Victor said when Henry called him up that morning at 9 and invited him out. "I'll meet you at the coal pit around 1 o'clock. What do you say?" "You show up at the coal pit around 1 and I'm not going to be there," Henry replied. "I got too many chores. If you show up at the coal pit around 3, I will be there. And the first M80 is going to go right up your old tan track, Vic." Vic hesitated, then agreed to come over and help with the chores. The others came as well, and with the 5 of them, all big boys, working like fiends around the Bowers place, they got all the chores finished by early afternoon. When Henry asked his father if he could go, Bowers the elder simply waved a languid hand at his son. Butch was settled in for the afternoon on the back porch, a quart milk bottle filled with exquisitely hard cider by his rocker, his Philco portable radio on the porch rail. Later that afternoon, the Red Sox would be playing the Washington Senators, a prospect that would have given a man who was not crazy a bad case of cold chills. An unsheathed Japanese sword lay across Butch's lap, a war souvenir which, Butch said, he had taken off the body of a dying Nip on the island of Tarawa. He had actually traded 6 bottles of Budweiser and 3 joysticks for the sword in Honolulu. Lately, Butch almost always got out his sword when he drank, and since all of the boys, including Henry himself, were secretly convinced that sooner or later he would use it on someone, it was best to be far away when it made its appearance on Butch's lap. The boys had no more than stepped out into the road when Henry spied Mike Hanlon up ahead. "It's the nigger," he said, his eyes lighting up like the eyes of a small child contemplating Santa Claus's imminent arrival on Christmas Eve. "The nigger?" Belch Huggins looked puzzled. He had seen the Hanlons only rarely, and then his dim eyes lit up. "Oh, yeah, the nigger. Let's get him, Henry." Belch broke into a thunderous trot. The others were following suit when Henry grabbed Belch and hauled him back. Henry had more experience than the others chasing Mike Hanlon, and he knew that catching him was easier said than done. That black boy could move. "He don't see us. Let's just walk fast till he does. Cut the distance." They did so. An observer might have been amused. The 5 of them looked as if they were trying out for that peculiar Olympic walking competition. Moose Sadler's considerable belly joggled up and down inside his Derry High School T-shirt. Sweat rolled down Belch's face, which soon grew red. But the distance between them and Mike closed. 200 yards, 150 yards, 100. And so far little Black Sambo hadn't looked back. They could hear him whistling. "What are you going to do to him, Henry?" Victor Criss asked in a low voice. He sounded merely interested, but in truth he was worried. Just lately Henry had begun to worry him more and more. He wouldn't care if Henry wanted them to beat the Hanlon kid up, maybe even rip his T-shirt off or throw his pants and underwear up in a tree, but he was not sure that was all Henry had in mind. This year there had been several unpleasant encounters with the children from Derry Elementary Henry referred to as the Little Shits. Henry was used to dominating and terrorizing the Little Shits, but since March he had been balked by them time and time again. Henry and his friends had chased one of them, the Four-Eyes Tozier kid, into Freese's, and had lost him somehow just when it seemed his ass was surely theirs. Then, on the last day of school, the Hanscom kid. But Victor didn't like to think of that. What worried him, simply, was this. Henry might go too far. Just what too far might be was something Victor didn't like to think of, but his uneasy heart had prompted the question just the same. "We're going to catch him and take him down to that coal pit," Henry said. "I thought we'd put a couple of firecrackers in his shoes and see if he dances. But not the M80s, Henry, right?" If Henry intended something like that, Victor was going to take a powder. An M80 in each shoe would blow that nigger's feet off, and that was much too far. "I've got only 4 of those," Henry said, not taking his eyes off Mike Hanlon's back. They had closed the distance to 75 yards now, and he also spoke in a low voice. "You think I'd waste 2 of them on a fucking night fighter?" "No, Henry, course not." "We'll just put a couple of black cats in his loafers," Henry said, "then strip him bare-ass and throw his clothes down into the barrens. Maybe he'll catch Poison Ivy going after them." "We gotta roll him in the coal, too," Belch said, his formerly dim eyes now glowing brightly. "Okay, Henry, is that cool?" "Cool as a moose," Henry said in a casual way Victor didn't quite like. "We'll roll him in the coal, just like I rolled him in the mud that other time. And—" Henry grinned, showing teeth that were already beginning to rot at the age of 12. "And I got something to tell him. I don't think he heard when I told him before." "What's that, Henry?" Peter asked. Peter Gordon was merely interested and excited. He came from one of Derry's good families. He lived on West Broadway, and in 2 years he would be sent to prep school in Groton. Or so he believed on that July 3rd. He was brighter than Vic Criss, but had not hung around long enough to understand how Henry was eroding. "You'll find out," Henry said. "Now shut up. We're getting close." They were 25 yards behind Mike, and Henry was just opening his mouth to give the order to charge when Moose Sadler set off the first firecracker of the day. Moose had eaten 3 plates of baked beans the night before, and the fart was almost as loud as a shotgun blast. Mike looked around. Henry saw his eyes widen. "Get him!" Henry howled. Mike froze for a moment, then he took off, running for his life. 6. The losers wound their way through the bamboo and the barrens in this order: Bill, Richie, Beverly behind Richie, walking slim and pretty in blue jeans and a white sleeveless blouse, Zori's on her feet. Then Ben, trying not to puff too loudly. Although it was 81 that day, he was wearing one of his baggy sweatshirts. Stan, Eddie bringing up the rear, the snout of his aspirator poking out of his right front pants pocket. Bill had fallen into a jungle safari fantasy, as he often did when walking through this part of the Barrens. The bamboo was high and white, limiting visibility to the path they had made through here. The earth was black and squelchy, with sudden patches that had to be avoided or jumped over if you didn't want to get mud in your shoes. The puddles of standing water had oddly flat rainbow colors. The air had a reeky smell that was half the dump and half rotting vegetation. Bill halted one turn away from the Kenduskeag and turned back to Richie. "Tiger up ahead, Tozier." Richie nodded and turned back to Beverly. "Tiger," he breathed. "Tiger," she told Ben. "Man-eater?" Ben asked, holding his breath to keep from panting. "There's blood all over him," Beverly said. "Man-eating tiger," Ben muttered to Stan, and he passed the news back to Eddie, whose thin face was hectic with excitement. They faded into the bamboo, leaving the path of black earth that looped through it magically bare. The tiger passed in front of them, and all of them nearly saw it. Heavy, perhaps 400 pounds, its muscles moving with grace and power beneath the silk of its striped pelt. They nearly saw its green eyes and the flecks of blood around its snout from the last batch of pygmy warriors it had eaten alive. The bamboo rattled faintly, a noise both musical and eerie, and then was still again. It might have been a breath of summer breeze, or it might have been the passage of an African tiger on its way toward the old Cape side of the Barrens. "Gone," Bill said. He let out a pent-up breath and stepped out onto the path again. The others followed suit. Richie was the only one who had come armed. He produced a cap pistol with a friction-taped hand grip. "I could have had a clear shot at him if you'd moved, Big Bill," he said grimly. He pushed the bridge of his old glasses up on his nose with the muzzle of the gun. "There's Watusis around here," Bill said. "Can't risk a shot. You want them down on to the top of us?" "Oh," Richie said, convinced. Bill made a come-on gesture with his arm, and they were back on the path again, which narrowed into a neck at the end of the bamboo patch. They stepped out onto the bank of the Kenduskeag, where a series of stepping stones led across the river. Ben had showed them how to place them. You got a big rock and plopped it in the water, then you got a second and plopped it in the water while you were stepping on the first, then you got a third and plopped it in the water while you were stepping on the second, and so on until you were all the way across the river, which here, and at this time of year, was less than a foot deep and shaled with tawny sandbars, with your feet still dry. The trick was so simple it was damn near babyish, but none of them had seen it until Ben pointed it out. He was good at stuff like that, but when he showed you, he never made you feel like a dummy. They went down the bank in single file and started across the dry backs of the rocks they had planted. "Bill!" Beverly cried urgently. He froze at once, not looking back, arms held out. The water chuckled and rilled around him. "What?" "There's piranha fish in here. I saw them eat a whole cow 2 days ago. A minute after it fell in, there was nothing but bones. Don't fall off." "Right," Bill said. "Be careful, men." They teetered their way across the rocks. A freight train charged by on the railway embankment as Eddie Kasbrack neared the halfway point, and the sudden blast of its air horn caused him to jiggle on the edge of balance. He looked into the bright water, and for one moment, between the sun flashes that darted arrows of light into his eyes, he actually saw the cruising piranhas. They were not part of the make-believe that went with Bill's jungle safari fantasy. He was quite sure of that. The fish he saw looked like oversized goldfish with the great ugly jaws of catfish or groupers. Saw teeth protruded between their thick lips, and, like goldfish, they were orange. As orange as the fluffy pom-poms you sometimes saw on the suits the clowns wore at the circus. They circled in the shallow water, gnashing. Eddie pinwheeled his arms. "I'm going in," he thought. "I'm going in, and they'll eat me alive." Then Stanley Uris gripped his wrist firmly and brought him back to dead center. "Close call," Stan said. "If you fell in, your mother'd give you heck." Thoughts of his mother were, for once, the furthest things from Eddie's mind. The others had gained the far bank now and were counting cars on the freight. Eddie stared wildly into Stan's eyes, then looked into the water again. He saw a potato chip bag go dancing by, but that was all. He looked up at Stan again. "Stan, I saw." "What?" Eddie shook his head. "Nothing, I guess," he said. "I'm just a little—" But they were there, yes, they were there, and they would have eaten me alive. Jumpy. The tiger, I guess. Keep going. This western bank of the Kenduskeag, the old Cape Bank, was a quagmire of mud during rainy weather and the spring runoff, but there had been no heavy rain in Derry for 2 weeks or more, and the bank had dried to an alien cracked glaze from which several of those cement cylinders poked, casting grim little shadows. About 20 yards farther down, a cement pipe jutted out over the Kenduskeag and spilled a steady, thin stream of foul-looking brown water into the river. Ben said quietly, "It's creepy here," and the others nodded. Bill led them up the dry bank and back into the heavy shrubbery, where bugs whirred and chiggers chigged. Every now and then there would be a heavy ruffle of wings as a bird took off. Once a squirrel ran across their path, and about 5 minutes later, as they approached the low wrinkle of ridge that guarded the town dump's blind side, a large rat with a bit of cellophane caught in its whiskers trundled in front of Bill, passing along its own secret run through its own microcosmic wilderness. The smell of the dump was now clear and pungent. A black column of smoke rose in the sky. The ground, while still heavily overgrown, except for their own narrow path, began to be strewn with litter. Bill had dubbed this dump dandruff, and Richie had been delighted. He had laughed almost until he cried. "You ought to write that down, Big Bill," he said. "That's really good." Papers caught on branches wavered and flapped like cut-rate pennants. Here was a silver gleam of summer sun reflected from a clutch of tin cans lying at the bottom of a green and tangled hollow. There the hotter reflection of sun rays bouncing off a broken beer bottle. Beverly spied a baby doll, its plastic skin so brightly pink it looked almost boiled. She picked it up, then dropped it with a little cry as she saw the whitish-gray beetle squirming from beneath its moldy skirt and down its rotting legs. She rubbed her fingers on her jeans. They climbed to the top of the ridge and looked down into the dump. "Oh, shit," Bill said, and jammed his hands into his pockets as the others gathered around him. They were burning the northern end today, but here, at their end, the dump keeper— he was, in fact, Armando Fazio, Mandy to his friends, and the bachelor brother of the Derry Elementary School janitor— was tinkering on the World War II D9 dozer he used to push the crap into piles for burning. His shirt was off, and the big portable radio sitting under the canvas parasol on the dozer's seat was putting out the Red Sox Senators' pre-game festivities. "Can't go down there," Ben agreed. Mandy Fazio was not a bad guy, but when he saw kids in the dump he ran them off at once. Because of the rats, because of the poison he regularly sowed to keep the rat population down, because of the potential for cuts, falls, and burns, but mostly because he believed a dump was no place for children to be. "Ain't you nice?" he would yell at the kids he spied, who had been drawn to the dump with their .22s to plink away at bottles, or rats, or seagulls, or by the exotic fascination of dump picking. You might find a toy that still worked, a chair that could be mended for a clubhouse, or a junked TV with the picture tube still intact. If you threw a rock through one of these, there was a very satisfying explosion. "Ain't you kids nice?" Mandy would bellow. He bellowed not because he was angry, but because he was deaf and wore no hearing aid. "Didn't your folks teach you to be nice? Nice boys and girls don't play in the dump. Go to the park, go to the library, go down to Community House and play box hockey. Be nice." "Nope," Richie said. "Guess the dump's out." They all sat down for a few moments to watch Mandy work on his dozer, hoping he would give up and go away, but not really believing he would. The presence of the radio suggested Mandy intended to stay all afternoon. It was enough to piss off the Pope, Bill thought. There was really no better place to come with firecrackers than the dump. You could put them under tin cans and then watch the cans fly into the air when the firecrackers went off. Or you could light the fuses and drop them into bottles and then run like hell. The bottles didn't always break, but usually they did. "Wish we had some M80s, Richie sighed, unaware of how soon one would be chucked at his head. "My mother says people ought to be happy with what they have," Eddie said so solemnly that they all laughed. When the laughter died away, they all looked toward Bill again. Bill thought about it and then said, "I know a place. There's an old gravel pit at the end of the barrens by the train yards. Yeah, Stan said, getting to his feet. I know that place. You're a genius, Bill. They'll really echo there, Beverly agreed. Well, let's go, Richie said. The 6 of them, one shy of the magic number, walked along the brow of the hill which circled the dump. Mandy Fazio glanced up once and saw them silhouetted against the blue sky like Indians out on a raiding party. He thought about hollering at them. The Barrens was no place for kids, and then he turned back to his work instead. At least they weren't in his dump. 7. Mike Hanlon ran past the church school without pausing and pelted straight up Neibolt Street toward the dairy train yards. There was a janitor at NCS, but Mr. Gendron was very old and even deafer than Mandy Fazio. Also, he liked to spend most of his summer days asleep in the basement by the summer silent boiler, stretched out in a battered old reclining chair with the Dairy News in his lap. Mike would still be pounding on the door and shouting for the old man to let him in when Henry Bowers came up behind him and tore his freaking head off. So Mike just ran, but not blindly. He was trying to pace himself, trying to control his breathing, not yet going all out. Henry, Belch, and Moose Sadler presented no problems. Even relatively fresh, they ran like wounded buffalo. Victor Criss and Peter Gordon, however, were much faster. As Mike passed the house where Bill and Richie had seen the clown, or the werewolf, he snapped a glance back and was alarmed to see that Peter Gordon had almost closed the distance. Peter was grinning cheerfully, a steeplechase grin, a full-out polo grin, a pip-pip jolly good show grin, and Mike thought, I wonder if he'd grin that way if he knew what's going to happen if they catch me. Does he think they're just going to say, "Tag, you're it," and run away? At the train yard gate with its sign, "Private property, keep out, violators will be prosecuted," loomed up. Mike was forced to let himself out to the limit. There was no pain, his breathing was rapid yet still controlled, but he knew everything was going to start hurting if he had to keep this pace up for long. The gate was standing halfway open. He snapped a second look back and saw that he'd pulled away from Peter again. Victor was perhaps 10 paces behind Peter, the others now 40 or 50 yards back. Even in that quick glance, Mike could see the black anger on Henry's face. He skittered through the opening, whirled, and slammed the gate closed. He heard the click as it latched. A moment later, Peter Gordon slammed into the chain link, and a moment after that, Victor Criss ran up beside him. Peter's smile was gone. A sulky, balked look had replaced it. He grabbed for the latch, but of course there was none. The latch was on the inside. Incredibly, he said, "Come on, kid, open the gate. That's not fair." "What's your idea of fair?" Mike asked, panting. 5 against 1? "Fair up," Peter repeated, as if he had not heard Mike at all. Mike looked at Victor, saw the troubled look in Victor's eyes. He started to speak, but that was when the others pulled up to the gate. "Open up, nigger," Henry bawled. He began to shake the chain link with such ferocity that Peter looked at him, startled. Open up right now." "I won't," Mike said quietly. "Open up," Belch shouted. "Open up, you fucking jigaboo." Mike backed away from the gate, his heart beating heavily in his chest. He couldn't remember ever being quite this scared, quite this upset. They lined their side of the gate, shouting at him, calling him names for nigger he had never dreamed existed. Night Fighter, Ubangi, Spade, Blackberry, Jungle Bunny, others. He was barely aware that Henry was taking something from his pocket, that he had popped a wooden match alight with his thumbnail, and then a round red something came over the fence and he flinched instinctively away as the cherry bomb exploded to his left, kicking up dust. The bang silenced them all for a moment. Mike stared unbelievingly at them through the fence, and they stared back. Peter Gordon looked utterly shocked, and even Belch looked stunned. They're scared of him now, Mike thought suddenly, and a new voice spoke inside of him, perhaps for the first time, a voice that was disturbingly adult. "They're scared, but that won't stop them. You've got to get away, Mikey, or something's going to happen. Not all of them will want it to happen, maybe, not Victor and maybe not Peter Gordon, but it will happen anyway because Henry will make it happen. So get away fast." He backed up another 2 or 3 steps, and then Henry Bowers said, "I was the one killed your dog, nigger." Mike froze, feeling as if he had been hit in the belly with a bowling ball. He stared into Henry Bowers' eyes and understood that Henry was telling the simple truth. He had killed Mr. Chips. That moment of understanding seemed nearly eternal to Mike. Looking into Henry's crazed, sweat-ringed eyes and his rage-blackened face, it seemed to him that he understood a great many things for the first time.
And the fact that Henry was far crazier than Mike had ever dreamed was only the least of them.
He realized above all that the world was not kind, and it was more this than the news itself that forced the cry from him. "You honky chicken shit bastard!" Henry uttered a shriek of rage and attacked the fence, monkeying his way toward the top with a brute strength that was terrifying. Mike paused a moment longer, wanting to see if that adult voice that had spoken inside had been a true voice. And yes, it had been true. After the slightest hesitation, the others spread out and also began to climb. Mike turned and ran again, sprinting across the train yards, his shadow trailing squat at his feet. The freight which the losers had seen crossing the barrens was long gone now, and there was no sound but Mike's own breathing in his ears and the musical jingle of chain link as Henry and the others climbed the fence. Mike ran across one triple set of tracks, his sneakers kicking back cinders as he ran across the space between. He stumbled crossing the second set of tracks and felt pain flare briefly in his ankle. He got up and ran on again. He heard a thud as Henry jumped down from the top of the fence behind him. "Here I come for your ass, nigger," Henry bawled. Mike's reasoning self had decided that the barrens were his only chance now. If he could get down there, he could hide in the tangles of underbrush in the bamboo. Or if things became really desperate, he could climb into one of the drain pipes and wait it out. He could do those things, maybe, but there was a hot spark of fury in his chest that had nothing to do with his reasoning self. He could understand Henry chasing after him when he got the chance. But Mr. Chips? Killing Mr. Chips? "My dog wasn't a nigger, you cheap shit bastard," Mike thought as he ran, and the bewildered anger grew. Now he heard another voice, this one of his father's. "I don't want you to make a career out of running away. And what it all comes down to is that you have to be careful where you take your stand. You have to ask yourself if Henry Bowers is worth the trouble." Mike had been running a straight line across the train yards toward the storage quonsets. Behind him, another chain-link fence divided the train yards from the barrens. He had been planning to scale that fence and jump over to the other side. Instead, he veered hard right toward the gravel pit. This gravel pit had been used as a coal pit until 1935 or so. It had been a stoking point for the trains which ran through the dairy yards. Then the diesels came, and the electrics. For a number of years after the coal was gone, much of the remainder stolen by people with coal-fired furnaces, a local contractor had dug gravel there, but he went bust in 1955, and since then the pit had been deserted. A spur railroad line still ran in a loop up to the pit and then back toward the switching yards, but the tracks were dull with rust, and ragweed grew up between the rotting ties. These same weeds grew in the pit itself, vying for space with goldenrod and nodding sunflowers. Amid the vegetation there was still plenty of slag coal, the stuff people had once called clinkers. As Mike ran toward this place, he took his shirt off. He reached the rim of the pit and looked back. Henry was coming across the tracks, his buddies spread out around him. That was okay, maybe. Moving as quickly as he could, using his shirt for a bindle, Mike picked up half a dozen handfuls of hard clinkers. Then he ran back toward the fence, swinging his shirt by the arms. Instead of climbing the fence when he reached it, he turned so his back was against it. He dumped the coal out of his shirt, stooped, and picked up a couple of chunks. Henry didn't see the coal. He only saw that he had the nigger trapped against the fence. He sprinted toward him, yelling, "This is for my dog, you bastard!" Mike cried, unaware that he had begun to cry. He threw one of the chunks of coal overhand. It flew in a hard, direct line. It struck Henry's forehead with a loud bonk and then rebounded into the air. Henry stumbled to his knees. His hands went to his head. Blood seeped through his fingers at once, like a magician's surprise. The others skidded to a stop, their faces stamped with identical expressions of disbelief. Henry uttered a high scream of pain and got to his feet again, still holding his head. Mike threw another chunk of coal. Henry ducked. He began to walk toward Mike, and when Mike threw a third chunk of coal, Henry removed one hand from his gashed forehead and batted the chunk of coal almost casually aside. He was grinning. "Oh, you're going to get such a surprise," he said. "Such a... Oh, my God!" Henry tried to say more, but only inarticulate gargling noises emerged from his mouth. Mike had pegged another chunk of coal, and this one had struck Henry square in the throat. Henry buckled to his knees again. Peter Gordon gaped. Moose Sadler's brow was furrowed, as if he were trying to figure out a difficult math problem. "What are you guys waiting for?" Henry managed. Blood seeped between his fingers. His voice sounded rusty and foreign. Get him! Get the little cocksucker! Mike didn't wait to see if they would obey or not. He dropped his shirt and leaped at the fence. He began to pull himself up toward the top, and then he felt rough hands grab his foot. He looked down and saw Henry Bauer's contorted face, smeared by blood and coal. Mike yanked his foot up. His sneaker came off in Henry's hand. He pistoned his bare foot down into Henry's face and heard something crunch. Henry screamed again and staggered backward, now holding his spouting nose. Another hand, Belch Huggins's, snagged briefly in the cuff of Mike's jeans, but he was able to pull free. He threw one leg over the top of the fence, and then something struck him with blinding force on the side of his face. Warmth trickled down his cheek. Something else struck his hip, his forearm, his upper thigh. They were throwing his own ammunition at him. He hung briefly by his hands and then dropped, rolling over twice. The scrubby ground sloped downward here, and perhaps that saved Mike Hanlon's eyesight or even his life. Henry had approached the fence again, and now looped one of his 4 M80s over the top of the fence. It went off with a terrific crack that echoed and blew a wide bare patch in the grass. Mike, his ears ringing, went head over heels and staggered to his feet. He was now in high grass, on the edge of the barrens. He wiped a hand down his right cheek, and it came away bloody. The blood did not particularly worry him. He had not expected to come out of this unscathed. Henry tossed a cherry bomb, but Mike saw this one coming and moved away easily. "Let's get him," Henry roared, and began to climb the fence. "Geez, Henry, I don't know." This had gone too far for Peter Gordon, who had never encountered a situation that had turned so suddenly savage. Things were not supposed to get bloody, at least not for your team, when the odds were comfortably slugged in your favor. "You better know," Henry said, looking back at Peter from halfway up the fence. He hung there like a bloated, poisonous spider in human shape. His baleful eyes stared at Peter. Blood rimmed them on either side. Mike's downward kick had broken his nose, although Henry would not be aware of the fact for some time yet. "You better know, or I'll come after you, you fucking jerk." The others began to climb the fence, Peter and Victor with some reluctance, Belch and Moose as vacantly eager as before. Mike waited to see no more. He turned and ran into the scrub. Henry bellowed after him, "I'll find you, nigger, I'll find you." 8. The losers had reached the far side of the gravel pit, which was little more than a huge, weedy pockmark in the earth now, 3 years after the last load of gravel had been taken out of it. They were all gathered around Stan, looking appreciatively at his package of black cats, when the first explosion came. Eddie jumped. He was still goofed up over the piranha fish he thought he had seen. He wasn't sure what real piranha fish looked like, but he was pretty sure they didn't look like oversized goldfish with teeth. "Marrow down easy, Eddie-san," Richie said, doing his Chinese coolie voice. "It's just other kids shooting off firecrackers." "That sissa sucks the root, Richie," Bill remarked. The others laughed. "I keep trying, Big Bill," Richie said. "I feel like if I get good enough someday, I'll earn your love." He made dainty kissing gestures at the air. Bill shot him the finger. Ben and Eddie stood side by side, grinning. "Oh, I'm so young and you're so old," Stan Uris piped up suddenly, doing an eerily accurate Paul Anka imitation. "This, my darling, I've been told." "He can sang," Richie screeched in his pickaninny voice. "Lawks mussy, this yer boy can sang." And then, in the movie-tone announcer's voice, "Want you to sign right here, boy, on this dotted line." Richie slung an arm around Stan's shoulders and favored him with a gigantic gleaming smile. "We're going to grow your hair out, boy. Going to give you a guitar. Going to—" Bill popped Richie twice on the arm, quickly and lightly. They were all excited at the prospect of shooting off firecrackers. "Open them up, Stan," Beverly said. "I've got some matches." They gathered around again as Stan carefully opened the package of firecrackers. There were exotic Chinese letters on the black label and a sober caution in English that got Richie giggling again. "Do not hold in hand after fuse is lit," this warning read. "Good thing they told me," Richie said. "I always used to hold them after I lit them. I thought that's how you got rid of your frockin' hangnails." Working slowly, almost reverently, Stan removed the red cellophane and laid the block of cardboard tubes, blue and red and green, on the palm of his hand. Their fuses had been braided together in a Chinese pigtail. "I'll unwind the—" Stan began, and then there was a much louder explosion. The echo rolled slowly across the barrens. A cloud of gulls rose from the eastern side of the dump, squalling and crying. They all jumped this time. Stan dropped the firecrackers and had to pick them up. "Was that dynamite?" Beverly asked nervously. She was looking at Bill, whose head was up, his eyes wide. She thought he had never looked so handsome. But there was something too alert, too strung up in the attitude of his head. He was like a deer scenting fire in the air. "That was an M80, I think," Ben said quietly. "Last 4th of July, I was in the park, and there were these high school kids that had a couple. They put one of them in a steel trash can. It made a noise like that." "Did it blow a hole in the can haystack?" Richie asked. "No, but it bulged out the side. Looked like there was some little guy inside who just stroked at one. They ran away." "The big one was closer," Eddie said. He also glanced at Bill. "Do you guys want to shoot these off or not?" Stan asked. He had unbraided about a dozen of the firecrackers and had put the rest neatly back in the waxed paper for later. "Sure," Richie said. "Put them away." They looked at Bill questioningly, a little scared. It was his abrupt tone more than what he had said. Put them away," Bill repeated, his face contorting with the effort he was making to get the words out. Spit flew from his lips. "Something's gonna happen." Eddie licked his lips. Richie shoved his glasses up the sweaty slope of his nose with his thumb, and Ben moved closer to Beverly without even thinking about it. Stan opened his mouth to say something, and then there was another, smaller explosion, another cherry bomb. "Rocks," Bill said. "What, Bill?" Stan asked. Rocks. Ammo." Bill began to pick up stones, stuffing them into his pockets until they bulged. The others stared at him as though he had gone crazy. And then Eddie felt sweat break out on his forehead. All of a sudden he knew what a malaria attack felt like. He had sensed something like this on the day he and Bill had met Ben, except Eddie, like the others, was already coming to think of Ben as Haystack. The day Henry Bowers had casually bloodied his nose. But this felt worse. This felt like maybe it was going to be Hiroshima time in the Barrens. Ben started to get rocks, then Richie, moving quickly, not talking now. His glasses slipped all the way off and clicked to the gravelly surface of the ground. He folded them up absently and put them inside his shirt. "Why did you do that, Richie?" Beverly asked. Her voice sounded thin, too taut. "Don't know, Keed," Richie said, and went on picking up rocks. "Beverly, maybe you better, go back toward the dump for a while," Ben said. His hands were full of rocks. "Shit on that," she said. "Shit all over that, Ben Hanscom." She bent and began to gather rocks herself. Stan looked at them thoughtfully as they grubbed for rocks like lunatic farmers. Then he began to gather them himself, his lips pressed into a thin and prissy line. Eddie felt the familiar tightening sensation as his throat began to close up to a pinhole. "Not this time, damn it," he thought suddenly. "Not if my friends need me. Like Bev said, shit all over that." He also began to gather rocks. 9. Henry Bowers had gotten too big too fast to be either quick or agile under ordinary circumstances, but these circumstances were not ordinary. He was in a frenzy of pain and rage, and these lent him an ephemeral, unthinking physical genius. Conscious thought was gone. His mind felt the way a late summer grass fire looks as dusk comes on, all rose red and smoke gray. He took after Mike Hanlon like a bull after a red flag. Mike was following a rudimentary path along the side of the big pit, a path which would eventually lead to the dump. But Henry was too far gone to bother with such niceties as paths. He slammed through the bushes and the brambles on a straight line, feeling neither the tiny cuts inflicted by the thorns nor the slaps of limber bushes striking his face, neck, and arms. The only thing that mattered was the nigger's kinky head, drawing closer. Henry had one of the M80s in his right hand and a wooden match in his left. When he caught the nigger, he was going to strike the match, light the fuse, and stuff that ash can right down the front of his pants. Mike knew that Henry was gaining and the others were close on his heels. He tried to push himself faster. He was badly scared now, keeping panic at bay only by a grim effort of will. He had turned his ankle more seriously crossing the tracks than he had thought at first, and now he was limp skipping along. The crackle and crash of Henry's gopher-broke progress behind him called up unpleasant images of being chased by a killer dog or a rogue bear. The path opened out just ahead, and Mike more fell than ran into the gravel pit. He rolled to the bottom, got to his feet, and was halfway across before he realized that there were kids there, 6 of them. They were spread out in a straight line, and there was a funny look on their faces. It wasn't until later, when he'd had a chance to sort out his thoughts, that he realized what was so odd about that look. It was as if they had been expecting him. "Help!" Mike managed as he limped toward them. He spoke instinctively to the tall boy with the red hair. "Kids! Big kids!" That was when Henry burst into the gravel pit. He saw the 6 of them and came to a skidding halt. For a moment his face was marked with uncertainty, and he looked back over his shoulder. He saw his troops, and when Henry looked back at the losers, Mike was now standing beside and slightly behind Bill Denbrough, panting rapidly. He was grinning. "I know you, kid," he said, speaking to Bill. He glanced at Richie. "I know you, too. Where's your glasses, Four Eyes?" And before Richie could reply, Henry saw Ben. "Well, son of a bitch, the Jew and the fat boy are here, too. That your girlfriend, fat boy?" Ben jumped a little, as if goosed. Just then Peter Gordon pulled up beside Henry. Victor arrived and stood on Henry's other side. Belch and Moose Sadler arrived last. They flanked Peter and Victor, and now the 2 opposing groups stood facing each other in neat, almost formal lines. Panting heavily as he spoke, and still sounding more than a little like a human bull, Henry said, "I got bones to pick with a lot of you, but I can let that go for today. I want that nigger, so you little shits buzz off." "Right," Belch said smartly. "He killed my dog," Mike cried out, his voice shrill and breaking. "He said so." "You come on over here right now," Henry said, "and maybe I won't kill you." Mike trembled but did not move. Speaking softly and clearly, Bill said, "The Babarons are ours. You Kooka kids get out of here." Henry's eyes widened. It was as if he'd been slapped unexpectedly. "Who's going to make me?" he asked. "You, Horsefoot?" Us," Bill said. "We're through taking your shit, Bowers. Get out." "You stuttering freak," Henry said. He lowered his head and charged. Bill had a handful of rocks. All of them had a handful except Mike and Beverly, who was only holding one. Bill began to throw at Henry, not hurrying his throws, but chucking hard and with fair accuracy. The first rock missed. The second struck Henry on the shoulder. If the third had missed, Henry might have closed with Bill and wrestled him to the ground. But it didn't miss. It struck Henry's lowered head. Henry cried out in surprised pain, looked up, and was hit 4 more times. A little billet doux from Richie Tozier on the chest. One from Eddie that ricocheted off his shoulder blade, one from Stan Uris that struck his shin, and Beverly's one rock, which hit him in the belly. He looked at them unbelievingly, and suddenly the air was full of whizzing missiles. Henry fell back, that same bewildered, pained expression on his face. "Come on, you guys," he shouted. "Help me." "Charge them," Bill said in a low voice, and not waiting to see if they would or not, he ran forward. They came with him, firing rocks not only at Henry now, but at all the others. The big boys were grubbing on the ground for ammunition of their own, but before they could gather much, they had been peppered. Peter Gordon screamed as a rock thrown by Ben glanced off his cheekbone and drew blood. He backed up a few steps, paused, threw a hesitant rock or 2 back, and then fled. He had had enough. Things were not done this way on West Broadway. Henry grabbed up a handful of rocks in a savage, sweeping gesture. Most of them, fortunately for the losers, were pebbles. He threw one of the larger ones at Beverly and it cut her arm. She cried out. Bellowing, Ben ran for Henry Bowers, who looked around in time to see him coming, but not in time to sidestep. Henry was off balance. Ben was 150, trying for 160. The result was no contest. Henry did not go sprawling, but flying. He landed on his back and skidded. Ben ran toward him again and was only vaguely aware of a warm, blooming pain in his ear as Belch Huggins nailed him with a rock roughly the size of a golf ball. Henry was getting groggily to his knees as Ben reached him and kicked him hard, his sneakered foot connecting solidly with Henry's left hip. Henry rolled over heavily on his back. His eyes blazed up at Ben. "You ain't supposed to throw rocks at girls," Ben shouted. He could not remember ever in his life feeling so outraged. "You ain't—" Then he saw a flame in Henry's hand as Henry popped the wooden match alight. He touched it to the thick fuse of the M80, which he then threw at Ben's face. Acting with no thought at all, Ben struck the ash can with the palm of his hand, swinging at it as one would swing a racket at a badminton birdie. The M80 went back down. Henry saw it coming. His eyes widened, and then he rolled away, screaming. The ash can exploded a split second later, blackening the back of Henry's shirt and tearing some of it away. A moment later, Ben was hit by Moose Sadler and driven to his knees. His teeth clicked together over his tongue, drawing blood. He blinked around, dazed. Moose was coming toward him, but before he could reach the place where Ben was kneeling, Bill came up behind him and began pelting the big kid with rocks. Moose wheeled around, bellowing. "You hit me from behind, Yellow Belly," Moose screamed. "You fucking dirty fighter." He gathered himself to charge, but Richie joined Bill and also began to fire rocks at Moose. Richie was unimpressed with Moose's rhetoric on the subject of what might or might not constitute yellow belly behavior. He had seen the 5 of them chasing one scared kid, and he didn't think that exactly put them up there with King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. One of Richie's missiles split the skin above Moose's left eyebrow. Moose howled. Eddie and Stan Uris moved up to join Bill and Richie. Beverly moved in with them, her arm bleeding but her eyes wildly alight. Rocks flew. Belch Huggins screamed as one of them clipped his crazy bone. He began to dance lumbersomely, rubbing his elbow. Henry got to his feet, the back of his shirt hanging in rags, the skin beneath almost miraculously unmarked. Before he could turn around, Ben Hanscom bounced a rock off the back of his head and drove him to his knees again. It was Victor Criss who did the most damage to the losers that day, partly because he was a pretty fair fastball pitcher, but mostly, paradoxically, because he was the least emotionally involved. More and more, he didn't want to be here. People could get seriously hurt in rock fights. A kid could get his skull split, a mouthful of broken teeth, could even lose an eye. But since he was in it, he was in it. He intended to dish out some trouble. That coolness had allowed him to take an extra 30 seconds and pick up a handful of good-sized rocks. He threw one at Eddie as the losers reformed their rough skirmish line, and it struck Eddie on the chin. He fell down, crying, the blood already starting to flow. Ben turned toward him, but Eddie was already getting up again, the blood gruesomely bright against his pallid skin, his eyes slitted. Victor threw at Richie, and the rock thudded off Richie's chest. Richie threw back, but Vic ducked it easily and threw one sidearm at Bill Denbrough. Bill snapped his head back, but not quite quickly enough. The rock cut his cheek wide open. Bill turned toward Victor. Their eyes locked, and Victor saw something in the stuttering kid's gaze that scared the hell out of him. Absurdly, the words, "I take it back," trembled behind his lips. Except that was nothing you said to a little kid, not if you didn't want your buddies to start ranking you to the dogs and back. Bill started to walk toward Victor now, and Victor began to walk toward Bill. At the same moment, as if by some telepathic signal, they began to throw rocks at each other, still closing the distance. The fighting flagged around them as the others turned to watch. Even Henry turned his head. Victor ducked and bobbed, but Bill made no such effort. Victor's rock slammed him in the chest, the shoulder, the stomach. One clipped by his ear. Apparently unshaken by any of this, Bill threw one rock after another, pegging them with murderous force. The third one struck Victor's knee with a brittle chipping sound, and Victor uttered a stifled groan. He was out of ammunition. Bill had one rock left. It was smooth and white, shot with quartz roughly the size and shape of a duck's egg. To Victor Criss, it looked very hard. Bill was less than 5 feet away from him. You get out of here now," he said, "or I'm going to split your head open. I'm a mean it." Looking into his eyes, Victor saw that he really did. Without another word, he turned and headed back the way Peter Gordon had gone. Belch and Moose Sadler were looking around uncertainly. Blood trickled from the corner of the Sadler boy's mouth, and blood from a scalp wound was sheeting down the side of Belch's face. Henry's mouth worked, but no sound came out. Bill turned toward Henry. Get out," he said. "What if I won't?" Henry was trying to sound tough, but Bill could see a different thing in Henry's eyes. He was scared, and he would go. It should have made Bill feel good, triumphant even, but he only felt tired. "If you won't," Bill said, "we're going to move in on you. I think the 6 of us can put you in the hospital." 7, Mike Hanlon said and joined them. He had a softball-sized rock in each hand. "Just try me, Bowers. I'd love to." "You fucking nigger!" Henry's voice broke and wavered on the edge of tears. That voice took the last of the fight out of Belch and Moose. They backed away, the remaining rocks dropping from relaxing hands. Belch looked around as if wondering exactly where he might be. "Get out of our place," Beverly said. "Shut up, you cunt," Henry said. "You—" 4 rocks flew at once, hitting Henry in 4 different places. He screamed and scrambled backward over the weed-rattled ground, the tatters of his shirt flapping around him. He looked from the grim, old-young faces of the little kids to the frantic ones of Belch and Moose. There was no help there, no help at all. Moose turned away, embarrassed. Henry got to his feet, sobbing and snuffling through his broken nose. "I'll kill you all," he said, and suddenly ran for the path. A moment later, he was gone. "Go on," Bill said, speaking to Belch. "Get out. And don't come down here any more. The barrens are ours." "You're going to wish you didn't cross Henry, kid," Belch said. "Come on, Moose." They started away, heads down, not looking back. The 7 of them stood in a loose semicircle, all of them bleeding somewhere. The apocalyptic rock fight had lasted less than 4 minutes, but Bill felt as if he had fought his way through all of World War II, both theaters, without so much as a single time-out. The silence was broken by Eddie Kaspbrak's whooping, whining struggle for air. Ben went toward him, felt the 3 Twinkies and 4 ding-dongs he had eaten on his way down to the barrens begin to struggle and churn in his stomach, and ran past Eddie and into the bushes, where he was sick as privately and quietly as he could be. It was Richie and Bev who went to Eddie. Beverly put an arm around the thin boy's waist, while Richie dug his aspirator out of his pocket. "Bite on this, Eddie," he said, and Eddie took a hitching, gasping breath as Richie pulled the trigger. "Thanks," Eddie managed at last. Ben came back out of the bushes, blushing, wiping a hand over his mouth. Beverly went over to him and took both of his hands in hers. "Thanks for sticking up for me," she said. Ben nodded, looking at his dirty sneakers. "Any time, kid," he said. One by one they turned to look at Mike with his dark skin. They looked at him carefully, cautiously, thoughtfully. Mike had felt such curiosity before. There had not been a time in his life when he had not felt it, and he looked back candidly enough. Bill looked from Mike to Richie. Richie met his eyes, and Bill seemed almost to hear the click, some final part fitting neatly into a machine of unknown intent. He felt ice chips scatter up his back. "We're all together now," he thought, and the idea was so strong, so right, that for a moment he thought he might have spoken it aloud. But of course there was no need to speak it aloud. He could see it in Richie's eyes, in Ben's, in Eddie's, in Beverly's, in Stan's. "We're all together now," he thought again. "Oh, God, help us. Now it really starts. Please, God, help us." "What's your name, kid?" Beverly asked. "Mike Hanlon." "You want to shoot off some firecrackers?" Stan asked, and Mike's grin was answer enough. Chapter 14. The Album. 1. As it turns out, Bill isn't the only one. They all bring booze. Bill has bourbon, Beverly has vodka and a carton of orange juice, Richie a 6-pack, Ben Hanscom a bottle of wild turkey. Mike has a 6-pack in the little refrigerator in the staff lounge. Eddie Kaspbrak comes in last, holding a small brown bag. "What you got there, Eddie?" Richie asks. "Zarex or Kool-Aid?" Smiling nervously, Eddie removes first a bottle of gin and then a bottle of prune juice. In the thunderstruck silence which follows, Richie says quietly, "Somebody call for the men in the white coats. Eddie Kaspbrak's finally gone over the top." "Gin and prune juice happens to be very healthy," Eddie replies defensively. And then they're all laughing wildly, the sound of their mirth echoing and re-echoing in the silent library, rolling up and down the glassed-in hall between the adult library and the children's library. "You go head on," Ben says, wiping his streaming eyes. "You go head on, Eddie. I bet it really moves the mail, too." Smiling, Eddie fills a paper cup 3/4 full of prune juice and then soberly adds 2 capfuls of gin. "Oh, Eddie, I do love you," Beverly says. And Eddie looks up, startled but smiling. She gazes up and down the table. "I love all of you." Bill says, "Well, we love you too, Bev." "Yes," Ben says, "we love you." His eyes widen a little, and he laughs. "I think we still all love each other. Do you know how rare that must be?" There's a moment of silence, and Mike is really not surprised to see that Richie is wearing his glasses. "My contacts started to burn and I had to take them out," Richie says briefly when Mike asks, "Maybe we should get down to business." They all look at Bill then, as they had in the gravel pit, and Mike thinks, they look at Bill when they need a leader, at Eddie when they need a navigator. Get down to business. What a hell of a phrase that is. Do I tell them that the bodies of the children that were found back then and now weren't sexually molested, not even precisely mutilated, but partially eaten? Do I tell them I've got 7 miners' helmets, the kind with strong electric lights set into the front, stored back at my house? One of them for a guy named Stan Uris, who couldn't make the scene, as we used to say? Or is it maybe enough just to tell them to go home and get a good night's sleep, because it ends tomorrow or tomorrow night for good, either for it or us? None of those things have to be said, perhaps, and the reason why they don't has already been stated. They still love one another. Things have changed over the last 27 years, but that, miraculously, hasn't. It is, Mike thinks, our only real hope. The only thing that really remains is to finish going through it, to complete the job of catching up, of stapling past to present, so that the strip of experience forms some half-assed kind of wheel. Yes, Mike thinks. That's it. Tonight the job is to make the wheel. Tomorrow we can see if it still turns, the way it did when we drove the big kids out of the gravel pit and out of the barrens. Have you remembered the rest? Mike asks Richie. Richie swallows some beer and shakes his head. I remember you telling us about the bird and about the smoke hole. A grin breaks over Richie's face. I remembered about that walking over here tonight with Bevy and Ben. What a fucking horror show that was. Beep, beep, Richie, Beverly says, smiling. Well, you know, he says, still smiling himself and punching his glasses up on his nose in a gesture that is eerily reminiscent of the old Richie. He winks at Mike. You and me, right, Mikey? Mike snorts laughter and nods. Miss Scarlet, Miss Scarlet, Richie shrieks in his pickaninny voice. It's getting a little warm in the smokehouse, Miss Scarlet. Laughing, Bill says, another engineering and architectural triumph by Ben Hanscom. Beverly nods. We were digging out the clubhouse when you brought your father's photograph album to the Barrens, Mike. Oh, Christ, Bill says, sitting suddenly bolt upright. And the pictures. Richie nods grimly. The same trick as in Georgie's room, only that time we all saw it. Ben says, I remembered what happened to the extra silver dollar. They all turn to look at him. I gave the other 3 to a friend of mine before I came out here, Ben says quietly, for his kids. I remembered there had been a 4th, but I couldn't remember what happened to it. Now I do. He looks at Bill. We made a silver slug out of it, didn't we? You, me, and Richie? At first we were going to make a silver bullet. You were pretty sure you could do it, Richie agrees, but in the end, we got cold for feet, Bill nods slowly. The memory has fallen naturally into its place, and he hears that same low but distinct click when it happens. We're getting closer, he thinks. We went back to Neibolt Street, Richie says, all of us. You saved my life, Big Bill, Ben says suddenly, and Bill shakes his head. You did, though, Ben persists, and this time Bill doesn't shake his head. He suspects that maybe he had done just that, although he does not yet remember how. And was it him? He thinks maybe Beverly, but that is not there, not yet anyway. Excuse me for a second, Mike says. I've got a 6-pack in the back fridge. Have one of mine, Richie says. Handlin' no drinkum white man's beer, Mike replies, especially not yours, trash mouth. Beep, beep, Mikey, Richie says solemnly, and Mike goes to get his beer on a warm wave of their laughter. He snaps on the light in the lounge, a tacky little room with seedy chairs, a Silex badly in need of scrubbing, and a bulletin board covered with old notices, wage and hour information, and a few New Yorker cartoons now turning yellow and curling up at the edges. He opens the little refrigerator and feels the shock sink into him, bone deep and ice white. The way February cold sank into you when February was here and it seemed that April never would be. Blue and orange balloons drift out in a flood, dozens of them, a New Year's Eve bouquet of party balloons, and he thinks incoherently in the midst of his fear. All we need is Guy Lombardo tootling away on Old Lang Syne. They waft past his face and rise toward the lounge ceiling. He's trying to scream, unable to scream, seeing what had been behind the balloons, what it had popped into the refrigerator beside his beer, as if for a late-night snack after his worthless friends have all told their worthless stories and gone back to their rented beds in this hometown that is no longer home. Mike takes a step backward, his hands going to his face, shutting the vision out. He stumbles over one of the chairs, almost falls, and takes his hands away. It is still there. Stan Uris's severed head beside Mike's six-pack of Bud Light. The head not of a man, but of an 11-year-old boy. The mouth is open in a soundless scream, but Mike can see neither teeth nor tongue because the mouth has been stuffed full of feathers. The feathers are a light brown and unspeakably huge. He knows well enough what bird those feathers came from. Oh yes, indeed. He had seen the bird in May of 1958. And they had all seen it in early August of 1958, and then, years later, while visiting his dying father, he had found out that Will Hanlon had seen it once too, after his escape from the fire at the Black Spot. The blood from Stan's tattered neck has dripped down and formed a coagulated pool on the fridge's bottom shelf. It glitters dark ruby red in the uncompromising glow shed by the fridge bulb. Mike manages, but no more sound than that can he make. Then the head opens its eyes, and they are the silver-bright eyes of Pennywise the Clown. Those eyes roll in his direction, and the head's lips begin to squirm around the mouth full of feathers. It is trying to speak, perhaps trying to deliver prophecy like the oracle in a Greek play. Just thought I'd join you, Mike, because you can't win without me. You can't win without me, and you know it, don't you? You might have had a chance if all of me had shown up, but I just couldn't stand the strain on my all-American brain, if you see what I mean, Jellybean. All the six of you can do on your own is hash over some old times and then get yourselves killed. So I thought I'd head you off at the pass. Head you off, get it, Mikey? Get it, old pal? Get it, you fucking scumbag nigger? You're not real, he screams. But no sound comes out. He is like a TV with the volume control turned all the way down. Incredibly, grotesquely, the head winks at him. I'm real, all right. Real as raindrops. And you know what I'm talking about, Mikey. What the six of you are planning to try is like taking off in a jet plane with no landing gear. There's no sense in going up if you can't get back down, is there? No sense in going down if you can't get back up either. You'll never think of the right riddles and jokes. You'll never make me laugh, Mikey. You've all forgotten how to turn your screams upside down. Beep, beep, Mikey, what do you say? Remember the bird? Nothing but a sparrow, but say, hey, it was a Lulu, wasn't it? Big as a barn, big as one of those silly Japanese movie monsters that used to scare you when you were a little kid. The days when you knew how to turn that bird from your door are gone forever. Believe it, Mikey. If you know how to use your head, you'll get out of here, out of Derry, right now. If you don't know how to use it, it'll end up just like this one here. Today's guidepost along the great road of life is, use it before you lose it, my good man. The head rolls over on its face. The feathers in its mouth make a horrid crumpling sound and falls out of the refrigerator. It thucks to the floor and rolls toward him like a hideous bowling ball, its blood-matted hair changing places with its grinning face. It rolls toward him, leaving a gluey trail of blood and dismembered bits of feather behind, its mouth working around its clot of feathers. Beep, beep, Mikey, it screams as Mike backs madly away from it, hands held out in a warding-off gesture. Beep, 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 fucking beep. Then there is a sudden loud pop, the sound of a plastic cork thumbed out of a bottle of cheap champagne. The head disappears. Real? Mike thinks sickly. There was nothing supernatural about that pop, anyway. That was the sound of air rushing back into a suddenly vacated space. Real. Oh, God, real. A thin net of blood droplets floats up and then patters back down. No need to clean the lounge, though. Carol will see nothing when she comes in tomorrow, not even if she has to plow her way through the balloons to get to the hot plate and make her first cup of coffee. How handy! He giggles shrilly. He looks up, and yes, the balloons are still there. The blue ones say, Derry niggers get the bird. The orange ones say, the losers are still losing. But Stanley Uris is finally ahead. No sense going up if you can't get back down, the speaking head had assured him. No sense going down if you can't get back up. This latter makes him think again of the stored miners' helmets. And was it true? Suddenly he's thinking about the first day he went down to the Barrens after the rock fight. July 6th that had been, 2 days after he had marched in the 4th of July parade. 2 days after he had seen Pennywise the Clown in person for the first time. It had been after that day in the Barrens, after listening to their stories and then, hesitantly, telling his own, that he had gone home and asked his father if he could look at his photograph album. Why exactly had he gone down to the Barrens that July 6th? Had he known he would find them there? It seemed that he had, and not just that they would be there, but where they would be. They had been talking about a clubhouse of some sort, he remembers, but it had seemed to him that they had been talking about that because there was something else that they didn't know how to talk about. Mike looks up at the balloons, not really seeing them now, trying to remember exactly how it had been that day, that hot, hot day. Suddenly it seems very important to remember just what had happened, what every nuance had been, what his state of mind had been. Because that was when everything began to happen. Before that, the others had talked about killing it. But there had been no forward motion, no plan. When Mike had come, the circle closed. The wheel began to roll. It had been later that same day that Bill and Richie and Ben went down to the library and began to do serious research on an idea that Bill had had a day or a week or a month before. It had all begun to... "Mike," Richie calls from the reference room where the others are gathered. "Did you die in there?" "Almost," Mike thinks, looking at the balloons, the blood, the feathers inside the fridge. He calls back, "I think you guys better come in here." He hears the scrape of their chairs, the mutter of their voices. He hears Richie saying, "Oh, Jesus, what's up now?" And another ear, this one in his memory, hears Richie saying something else. And suddenly he remembers what it is he has been searching for. Even more, he understands why it has seemed so elusive. The reaction of the others when he stepped into the clearing in the darkest, deepest, and most overgrown part of the Barrens that day had been nothing. No surprise, no questions about how he had found them, no big deal. Ben had been eating a Twinkie, he remembers. Beverly and Richie had been smoking cigarettes. Bill had been lying on his back with his hands behind his head, looking at the sky. Eddie and Stan were looking doubtfully at a series of strings which had been pegged into the ground to form a square of about 5 feet on a side. No surprise, no questions, no big deal. He had simply shown up and been accepted. It was as if, without even knowing it, they had been waiting for him. And in that third ear, memory's ear, he hears Richie's pickaninny voice raised as it was earlier tonight. "Lottie, Miss Claudie, here come..." 2. "That black child again. Lawks-a-mussy, I don't know what this year Barrens is coming to. Look at that there nappy hay, Big Bill." Bill didn't even look around. He just went on staring dreamily at the fat summer clouds marching across the sky. He was giving an important question his most careful consideration. Richie was not offended by the lack of attention, however. He pushed onward. "Just looking at that nappy hay makes me believe I needs me another mint julep. I's gwine to have it out on the veranda, where it's be a little bit cooler." "Beep, beep, Richie," Ben said from around a mouthful of Twinkie, and Beverly laughed. "Hi," Mike said uncertainly. His heart was beating a little too hard, but he was determined to go on with this. He owed his thanks, and his father had told him that you always paid what you owed, and as quick as you could before the interest mounted up. Stan looked around. "Hi," he said, and then looked back at the square of strings pegged into the center of the clearing. "Ben, are you sure this is going to work?" "It'll work," Ben said. "Hi, Mike." "Want a cigarette?" Beverly asked. "I got 2 left." "No, thank you." Mike took a deep breath and said, "I wanted to thank you all again for helping me the other day. Those guys meant to hurt me bad. I'm sorry some of you guys got banged up." Bill waved his hand, dismissing it. Don't hurry about it. They've had it in for us all year." He sat up and looked at Mike with sudden starry interest. "Can I ask you something?" "I guess so," Mike said. He sat down gingerly. He had heard such prefaces before. The Denbrough kid was going to ask him what it was like to be a Negro. But instead Bill said, "When Larson pitched the no-hitter in the World Series 2 years ago, do you think that was just luck?" Richie dragged deep on his cigarette and started to cough. Beverly pounded him good-naturedly on the back. "You're just a beginner, Richie. You'll learn." "I think it's going to fall in, Ben," Eddie said worriedly, looking at the pegged square. "I don't know how cool I am on the idea of getting buried alive." "You're not going to get buried alive," Ben said. "And if you are, just suck your damn old aspirator until someone pulls you out." This struck Stanley Uris as deliciously funny. He leaned back on his elbow, his head turned up to the sky, and laughed until Eddie kicked his shin and told him to shut up. "Luck," Mike said finally. "I think any no-hitter's more luck than skill." Me too," Bill said. Mike waited to see if there was more, but Bill seemed satisfied. He lay down again, laced his hands behind his head again, and went back to studying the clouds as they floated by. "What are you guys up to?" Mike asked, looking at the square of strings pegged just above the ground. "Oh, this is Haystack's big idea of the week," Richie said. "Last time he flooded out the barrens, and that was pretty good, but this one's a real dinner winner. This is Dig Your Own Clubhouse month. Next month—" You don't need to put Ben down," Bill said, looking at the sky. "It's going to be good." "God's sake, Bill, I was just kidding." "So sometimes you kid too much, Richie." Richie accepted the rebuke silently. "I still don't get it," Mike said. "Well, it's pretty simple," Ben said. "They wanted a tree house, and we could do that, but people have a bad habit of breaking their bones when they fall out of tree houses." Kooky, lend me your bones," Stan said, and laughed again while the others looked at him, puzzled. Stan did not have much sense of humor, and the bit he did have was sort of peculiar. "You is gone loco, senor," Richie said. "It's the heat and the cucarachas, I think." "Anyway," Ben said, "what we'll do is dig down about 5 feet in the square I pegged out there. We can't go much deeper than that or we'll hit groundwater, I guess. It's pretty close to the surface down here. Then we'll shore up the sides just to make sure they don't cave in." He looked significantly at Eddie here, but Eddie was worried. "Then what?" Mike asked, interested. "We'll cap off the top." "Huh?" "Put boards over the top of the hole. We can put in a trap door or something so we can get in and out, even windows if we want." "We'll need some hinges," Bill said, still looking at the clouds. "We can get those at Reynolds Hardware," Ben said. You guys have your allowances," Bill said. "I've got $5, Beverly said. "I saved it up from babysitting." Richie immediately began to crawl toward her on his hands and knees. "I love you, Bevy," he said, making dog's eyes at her. "Will you marry me? We'll live in a pine-studded bungalow." "A what?" Beverly asked, while Ben watched them with an odd mixture of anxiety, amusement, and concentration. "A bung-studded pinealow," Richie said. $5 is enough, sweetie. You and me and baby makes 3. Beverly laughed and blushed and moved away from him. "We should share the expenses," Bill said. "That's why we got a club." "So after we capped the hole with boards," Ben went on, "we put down this heavy-duty glue, tangle track they call it, and put the sods back on. Maybe sprinkle it with pine needles. We could be down there and people like Henry Bowers, could walk right over us and not even know we were there." "You thought of that?" Mike said. "Geez, that's great." Ben smiled. It was his turn to blush. Bill sat up suddenly and looked at Mike. "You will want to help?" "Well, sure," Mike said. "That'd be fun." A look passed among the others. Mike felt it as well as saw it. There are 7 of us here, Mike thought, and for no reason at all he shivered. "When are you going to break ground?" Pretty soon," Bill said, and Mike knew that it wasn't just Ben's underground clubhouse Bill was talking about. Ben knew it too, so did Richie, Beverly, and Eddie. Stan Uris had stopped smiling. "Well, we're gonna start this project pretty soon." There was a pause then, and Mike was suddenly aware of 2 things. They wanted to say something, tell him something, and he was not entirely sure he wanted to hear it. Ben had picked up a stick and was doodling aimlessly in the dirt, his hair hiding his face. Richie was gnawing at his already ragged fingernails. Only Bill was looking directly at Mike. "Is something wrong?" Mike asked uneasily. Speaking very slowly, Bill said, "We're a club." You can be in the club if you want, but you have to keep our secrets. You mean like the clubhouse? Mike asked, now more uneasy than ever. Well, sure. We've got another secret, kid, Richie said, still not looking at Mike. And Big Bill says we've got something more important to do this summer than digging underground clubhouses. He's right, too, Ben added. There was a sudden whistling gasp. Mike jumped. It was only Eddie blasting off. Eddie looked at Mike apologetically, shrugged, and then nodded. Well, Mike said finally, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me. Bill was looking at the others. Is there anyone who doesn't want him in the club? No one spoke or raised a hand. Who wants to tell? Bill asked. There was another long pause, and this time Bill didn't break it. At last Beverly sighed and looked up at Mike. The kids who have been killed, she said. We know who's been doing it, and it's not human. 3. They told him one by one. The clown on the ice, the leper under the porch, the blood and voices from the drain, the dead boys in the standpipe. Richie told about what had happened when he and Bill went back to Neibolt Street, and Bill spoke last, telling about the school photo that had moved, and the picture he had stuck his hand into. He finished by explaining that it had killed his brother Georgie, and that the Losers Club was dedicated to killing the monster, whatever the monster really was. Mike thought later, going home that night, that he should have listened with disbelief mounting into horror and finally run away as fast as he could, not looking back, convinced either that he was being put on by a bunch of white kids who didn't like black folks, or that he was in the presence of 6 authentic lunatics who had in some way caught their lunacy from each other, the way everyone in the same class could catch a particularly virulent cold. But he didn't run, because in spite of the horror, he felt a strange sense of comfort. Comfort and something else. Something more elemental. A feeling of coming home. There are 7 of us here, he thought again as Bill finally finished speaking. He opened his mouth, not sure of what he was going to say. I've seen the clown, he said. What? Richie and Stan asked together, and Beverly turned her head so quickly that her ponytail flipped from her left shoulder to her right. I saw him on the 4th, Mike said slowly, speaking to Bill mostly. Bill's eyes, sharp and utterly concentrated, were on his, demanding that he go on. Yes, on the 4th of July. He trailed off momentarily, thinking. But I knew him. I knew him because that wasn't the first time I saw him. And it wasn't the first time I saw something wrong. He thought of the bird then, the first time he'd really allowed himself to think of it, except in nightmares, since May. He had thought he was going crazy. It was a relief to find out he wasn't crazy, but it was still a scary relief. He wet his lips. Go on, Bev said impatiently. Hurry up. Well, the thing is, I was in the parade. I saw you, Eddie said. You were playing the saxophone. Well, it's actually a trombone, Mike said. I play with the Neibolt Church School Band. Anyway, I saw the clown. He was handing out balloons to kids on the 3-way corner downtown. He was just like Ben and Bill said. Silver suit, orange buttons, white makeup on his face, big red smile. I don't know if it was lipstick or makeup, but it looked like blood. The others were nodding, excited now, but Bill only went on looking at Mike closely. Orange tufts of hair? He asked Mike, making them unconsciously over his own head with his fingers. Mike nodded. Seeing him like that, it scared me. And while I was looking at him, he turned around and waved at me, like he'd read my mind or my feelings, or whatever you call it. And that, scared me worse. I didn't know why then, but he scared me so bad for a couple of seconds I couldn't play my bone anymore. All the spit in my mouth dried up, and I felt... He glanced briefly at Beverly. He remembered it all so clearly now, how the sun had suddenly seemed intolerably dazzling on the brass of his horn, and the chrome of the cars, the music too loud, the sky too blue. The clown had raised one white-gloved hand. The other was full of balloon strings, and had waved slowly back and forth, his bloody grin too red and too wide, a scream turned upside down. He remembered how the flesh of his testicles had begun to crawl, how his bowels had suddenly felt all loose and hot, as if he might suddenly drop a casual load of shit into his pants. But he couldn't say any of that in front of Beverly. You didn't say stuff like that in front of girls. Even if they were the sort of girls you could say things like bitch and bastard in front of. I felt scared, he finished, feeling that was too weak, but not knowing how to say the rest. But they were nodding as if they understood, and he felt an indescribable relief wash through him. Somehow that clown looking at him, smiling his red smile, his white-gloved hand penduluming slowly back and forth, that had been worse than having Henry Bowers and the rest after him. Ever so much worse. Then we were past, Mike went on. We marched up Main Street Hill, and I saw him again, handing out balloons to kids, except a lot of them didn't want to take them. Some of the little ones were crying. I couldn't figure out how he could have gotten up there so fast. I thought to myself that there must be two of them, you know, both of them dressed the same way, a team. But then he turned around and waved to me again, and I knew it was him. It was the same man. He's not a man, Richie said, and Beverly shuddered. Bill put his arm around her for a moment, and she looked at him gratefully. He waved to me, and then he winked, like we had a secret. Or like maybe he knew I'd recognized him. Bill dropped his arm from Beverly's shoulders. You recognized him? I think so, Mike said. I have to check something before I say it's for sure. My father's got some pictures. He collects them. Listen, you guys play down here a lot, don't you? Sure, Ben said. That's why we're building a clubhouse. Mike nodded. I'll check and see if I'm right. If I am, I can bring the pictures. Old pictures? Bill asked. Yes. Well, what else? Bill asked. Mike opened his mouth and then closed it again. He looked around at them uncertainly and then said, You'd think I was crazy or lying. Did you think we're crazy? Mike shook his head. You bet we're not, Eddie said. I got a lot wrong with me, but I'm not Bughouse. I don't think. No, Mike said, I don't think you're crazy. Well, we won't think you're nuts either, Bill said. Mike looked them all over, cleared his throat, and said, I saw a bird. Couple 3 months ago. I saw a bird. Stan Uris looked at Mike. What kind of bird? Speaking more reluctantly than ever, Mike said, It looked like a sparrow, sort of, but it also looked like a robin. It had an orange chest. Well, what's so special about a bird? Ben asked. There are lots of birds in Derry. But he felt uneasy, and looking at Stan, he felt sure that Stan was remembering what had happened in the standpipe, and how he had somehow stopped it from happening by shouting out the names of birds. But he forgot all about that and everything else when Mike spoke again. This bird was bigger than a house trailer, he said. He looked at their shocked, amazed faces. He waited for their laughter, but none came. Stan looked as if someone had clipped him with a brick. His face had gone so pale it was the color of muted November sunlight. I swear it's true, Mike said. It was a giant bird, like one of those birds in the monster movies that are supposed to be prehistoric. Yeah, like in The Giant Claw, Richie said. He thought the bird in that had been sort of fake-looking, but by the time it got to New York, he had still been excited enough to spill his popcorn over the balcony railing at the Aladdin. Foxy Foxworth would have kicked him out, but the movie was over by then anyway. Sometimes you got the shit kicked out of you, but as Big Bill said, sometimes you won one too. But it didn't look prehistoric, Mike said, and it didn't look like one of those, what-do-you-call-ems the Greeks and Romans made up stories about. Rocks? Bill suggested. Right, I guess so. It wasn't like those either. It was just like a combination robin and sparrow, the two most common birds you see. He laughed a little wildly. Where? Bill began. Tell us, Beverly said simply, and after a moment to collect his thoughts, Mike did. And telling it, watching their faces grow concerned and scared, but not disbelieving or derisive, he felt an incredible weight lift from his chest. Like Ben with his mummy, or Eddie with his leper, and Stan with the drowned boys, he had seen a thing that would have driven an adult insane, not just with terror, but with the walloping force of an unreality too great to be explained away or, lacking any rational explanation, simply ignored. Elijah's face had been burned black by the light of God's love, or so Mike had read. But Elijah had been an old man when it happened, and maybe that made a difference. Hadn't one of those other Bible fellows, this one little more than a kid, actually wrestled an angel to a draw? He had seen it, and he had gone on with his life. He had integrated the memory into his view of the world. He was still young enough so that view was tremendously wide. But what had happened that day had nonetheless haunted his mind's darker corners, and sometimes in his dreams he ran from that grotesque bird as it printed its shadow on him from above. Some of these dreams he remembered and some he did not. But they were there, shadows which moved by themselves. How little of it he had forgotten, and how greatly it had troubled him, as he went about his daily round, helping his father, going to school, riding his bike, doing errands for his mother, waiting for the black groups to come on American Bandstand after school, was perhaps measurable in only one way: the relief he felt in sharing it with the others. As he did, he realized it was the first time he had even allowed himself to think of it fully since that early morning by the canal, when he had seen those odd grooves and the blood. 4. Mike told the story of the bird at the old ironworks and how he had run into the pipe to escape it. Later on that afternoon, 3 of the losers, Ben, Richie, Bill, walked toward the Derry Public Library. Ben and Richie were keeping a close watch for Bowers and company, but Bill only looked at the sidewalk, frowning, lost in thought. About an hour after telling them his story, Mike had left them, saying his father wanted him home by 4 to pick peas. Beverly had to do some marketing and fix dinner for her father, she said. Both Eddie and Stan had their own things to do. But before they broke up for the day, they began digging what was to become, if Ben was right, their underground clubhouse. To Bill, and to all of them, he suspected, the groundbreaking had seemed an almost symbolic act. They had begun. Whatever it was they were supposed to do as a group, as a unit, they had begun. Ben asked Bill if he believed Mike Hanlon's story. They were passing Derry Community House, and the library was just ahead, a stone oblong comfortably shaded by elms a century old and as yet untouched by the Dutch elm disease that would later plague and thin them. "Yeah," Bill said. "I think it was the truth. Crazy, but true. What about you, Ribber Richie?" Richie nodded. "Yeah, I hate to believe it, if you know what I mean, but I guess I do. You remember what he said about the bird's tongue?" Bill and Ben nodded. "Orange fluffs on it." "That's the kicker," Richie said. "It's like some comic book villain, Lex Luthor or the Joker or someone like that. It always leaves a trademark." Bill nodded thoughtfully. It was like some comic book villain. Because they saw it that way? Thought of it that way? Yes, perhaps so. It was kid stuff, but it seemed that was what this thing thrived on. Kid stuff. They crossed the street to the library side. "I asked Stan if he ever heard of a bird like that," Bill said. "Not necessarily a big one, but just a real one," Richie suggested. Bill nodded. "He said there might be a bird like that in South America or Africa, but not around here." "He didn't believe it then?" Ben asked. He believed it," Bill said. And then he told them something else Stan had suggested when Bill walked with him back to where Stan had left his bike. Stan's idea was that nobody else could have seen that bird before Mike told them that story. Something else, maybe, but not that bird, because the bird was Mike Hanlon's personal monster. But now, why now that bird was the property of the whole Losers Club, wasn't it? Any of them might see it. It might not look exactly the same. Bill might see it as a crow, Richie as a hawk, Beverly as a golden eagle, for all Stan knew. But it could be a bird to all of them now. Bill told Stan that if that was true, then any of them might see the leper, the mummy, or possibly the dead boys. "Which means we ought to do something pretty soon if we're going to do anything at all," Stan had replied. "It knows." What? Bill had asked sharply. Everything we know? Man, if it knows that, we're sunk, Stan had answered. But you can bet it knows we know about it. I think it'll try to get us. Are you still thinking about what we talked about yesterday? Yes. I wish I could go with you. But Ben and Richie will. Ben's really so smart, and Richie is too when he isn't fucking off. Now standing outside the library, Richie asked Bill exactly what it was he had in mind. Bill told them, speaking slowly so he wouldn't stutter too badly. The idea had been circling in his mind for the last 2 weeks, but it had taken Mike's story of the bird to crystallize it. What did you do if you wanted to get rid of a bird? Well, shooting it was pretty goddamn final. What did you do if you wanted to get rid of a monster? Well, the movie suggested that shooting it with a silver bullet was pretty goddamn final. Ben and Richie listened to this respectfully enough. Then Richie asked, How do you get a silver bullet, Big Bill? Send away for it? Very funny. We'll have to make it. How? I guess that's what we're at the library to find out, Ben said. Richie nodded and pushed his glasses up on his nose. Behind them, his eyes were sharp and thoughtful, but doubtful, Bill thought. He felt doubtful himself. At least there was no foolishness in Richie's eyes, and that was a step in the right direction. You thinking about your dad's Walther? Richie asked. The one we took to Neibolt Street? Yes, Bill said. Even if we could really make silver bullets, Richie said, where would we get the silver? Let me worry about that, Ben said quietly. Well, okay, Richie said. We'll let Haystack worry about that. Then what? Neibolt Street again? Bill nodded. Neibolt Street again. And then we blow its fucking head off. The three of them stood there a moment longer, looking at each other solemnly, and then they went into the library. 5. Sure and begorra, it's that black feller again, Richie cried in his Irish cop voice. A week had passed, it was nearly mid-July, and the underground clubhouse was almost finished. Top of the morning to ye, Mr. O'Hanlon, sir, and a fine day it promises to be, fine as pertaters a-growin', as me old mither used to. So far as I know, noon is the top of the morning, Richie, Ben said, popping up in the hole, and noon was 2 hours ago. He and Richie had been putting in shoring around the sides of the hole. Ben had taken off his sweatshirt because the day was hot and the work was hard. His T-shirt was gray with sweat and stuck to his chest and pouch of a stomach. He seemed remarkably unself-conscious of the way he looked, but Mike guessed that if Ben heard Beverly coming, he would be inside that baggy sweatshirt again before you could say puppy love. Don't be so picky. You sound like Stan the Man, Richie said. He had gotten out of the hole 5 minutes before because, he told Ben, it was time for a cigarette break. I thought you said you didn't have any cigarettes, Ben had said. I don't, Richie had replied, but the principle remains the same. Mike had his father's photograph album under his arm. Where is everybody? He asked. He knew Bill had to be somewhere around because he had left his own bike parked under the bridge near Silver. Bill and Eddie went down to the dump about half an hour ago to liberate some more boards, Richie said. Stanny and Bev went down to Reynolds Hardware to get hinges. I don't know what the frock Haystack's up to down there. Up to down there, haha, you get it? But it's probably no good. Boy needs someone to keep an eye on him, you know. By the way, you owe us 23 cents if you still want to be in this club. Your share of the hinges. Mike switched the album from his right arm to his left and dug into his pocket. He counted out 23 cents, leaving a grand total of 1 dime in his own personal treasury, and handed it over to Richie. Then he walked over to the hole and looked in. Except it really wasn't a hole anymore. The sides had been neatly squared off. Each side had been shored up. The boards were all mongrels, but Ben, Bill, and Stan had done a good job of sizing them with tools from Zach Denbrough's shop, and Bill had been at great pains to make sure every tool was returned every night and in the same condition as when it was taken. Ben and Beverly had nailed cross pieces between the supports. The hole still made Eddie a little nervous, but that was Eddie's nature. Piled carefully to one side were squares of sod which would later be glued to the top. I think you guys know what you're doing, Mike said. Sure, Ben said, and pointed to the album. What you got? My father's dairy album, Mike said. He collects old pictures and clippings about the town. It's his hobby. I was looking through it a couple of days ago. I told you I thought I'd seen that clown before, and I did, in here. So I brought it down. He was too ashamed to add that he had not dared to ask his father's permission to do this. Afraid of the questions to which such a request might lead, he had taken it from the house like a thief while his father planted potatoes in the west field and his mother hung clothes in the backyard. I thought you guys ought to take a look, too. Well, let's see, Richie said. I'd like to wait until everybody's here. It might be better. Okay. Richie was, in truth, not that anxious to look at more pictures of dairy in this or any other album. Not after what had happened in Georgie's room. You want to help me and Ben with the rest of the shoring? You bet. Mike put his father's album down carefully, far enough from the hole so it wouldn't be pelted with flying dirt, and took Ben's shovel. Dig right here, Ben said, showing Mike the spot. Go down about a foot, then I'll set a board in and hold it flush against the side while you shovel the dirt back in. Good plan, man, Richie said sagely from where he sat on the edge of the excavation with his sneakers dangling down. What's wrong with you? Mike asked. Got a bone in my leg, Richie said comfortably. How's your project with Bill going? Mike stopped long enough to strip off his shirt and then began to dig. It was hot down here, even in the barrens. Crickets hummed sleepily like summer clocks in the brush. Well, not too bad, Richie said, and Mike thought he flashed Ben a mildly warning look. I guess. Why don't you play your radio, Richie? Ben asked. He slipped a board into the hole Mike had dug and held it there. Richie's transistor was hung by the strap in its accustomed place on the thick branch of a nearby shrub. Batteries are worn out, Richie said. You had to have my last 25 cents for hinges, remember? Cruel, Haystack, very cruel. After all the things I've done for you. Besides, all I can get down here is WABI, and they only play pansy rock. Huh? Mike asked. Haystack thinks Tommy Sands and Pat Boone sing rock and roll, Richie said. But that's because he's ill. Elvis sings rock and roll. Ernie K. Doe sings rock and roll. Carl Perkins sings rock and roll. Bobby Darin, Buddy Holly. Oh, Peggy, my Peggy Sue, Please, Richie, Ben said. Also, Mike said, leaning on his shovel, there's Fats Domino, Chuck Berry, Little Richard, Shep and the Limelights, Laverne Baker, Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers, Hank Ballard and the Midnighters, the Coasters, the Isley Brothers, the Crests, the Chords, Stick McGee. They were looking at him with such amazement that Mike laughed. You lost me after Little Richard, Richie said. He liked Little Richard, but if he had a secret rock and roll hero that summer, it was Jerry Lee Lewis. His mom had happened to come into the living room while Jerry Lee was performing on American Bandstand. This was at the point in his act where Jerry Lee actually climbed onto his piano and played it upside down with his hair hanging in his face. He had been singing High School Confidential. For a moment, Richie believed his mom was going to faint. She didn't, but she was so traumatized by what she had seen that she talked at dinner that night about sending Richie to one of those military-type camps for the rest of the summer. Now Richie shook his hair down over his eyes and began to sing. Come on over, baby, all the cats are at the high school rockin'. Ben began to stagger around the hole, grasping his large belly and pretending to puke. Mike held his nose, but he was laughing so hard tears squirted out of his eyes. What's wrong? Richie demanded. I mean, what ails you guys? That was good. That was really good. Oh, man, Mike said. And now he was laughing so hard he could barely talk. That was priceless. That was really priceless. Negroes have no taste, Richie said. I think it even says so in the Bible. Yo mama, Mike said, laughing harder than ever. When Richie asked with honest bewilderment what that meant, Mike sat down with a thump and rocked back and forth, howling and holding his stomach. You probably think I'm jealous, Richie said. You probably think I want to be a Negro. Now Ben also fell down, laughing wildly. His whole body rippled and quaked alarmingly. His eyes bulged. No more, Richie, he managed. I'm going to shit my pants. I'm going to die if you don't stop. I don't want to be a Negro, Richie said. Who wants to wear pink pants and live in Boston and buy pizza by the slice? I want to be Jewish like Stan. I want to own a pawn shop and sell people switchblades and plastic dog puke and used guitars. Ben and Mike were now actually screaming with laughter. Their laughter echoed through the green and jungly ravine that was the misnamed Barrens, causing birds to take wing and squirrels to freeze momentarily on limbs. It was a young sound, penetrating, lively, vital, unsophisticated, free. Almost every living thing within range of that sound reacted to it in some way. But the thing which had tumbled out of a wide concrete drain and into the upper Kenduskeag was not living. The previous afternoon there had been a sudden driving thunderstorm. The clubhouse to be had not been much affected. Since digging operations had begun, Ben had covered the hole carefully each evening with the ragged piece of tarpaulin Eddie had scrounged from behind Wally's spa. It smelled painty, but it did the job. And the storm drains under Derry had run with violent water for 2 or 3 hours. It was that spate of water that had pushed this unpleasant baggage into the sun for the flies to find. It was the body of a 9-year-old named Jimmy Cullum. Except for the nose, his face was gone. There was a churned and featureless mess where it had been. This raw meat was dotted with deep black marks that perhaps only Stan Uris would have recognized for what they were. Pecks. Pecks made by a very large beak. Water rilled over Jimmy Cullum's muddy chino pants. His white hands floated like dead fish. They had also been pecked, although not as badly. His paisley shirt ballooned out and collapsed back, ballooned out and collapsed back like a bladder. Bill and Eddie, loaded down with boards scrounged from the dump, crossed the Kenduskeag by stepping stones less than 40 yards from the body. They heard Richie, Ben, and Mike laughing, smiled a little themselves, and hurried past the unseen ruin of Jimmy Cullum to see what was so funny. 6. They were still laughing as Bill and Eddie came into the clearing, sweating under their load of lumber. Even Eddie, usually as pale as cheese, had some color in his face. They dropped the new boards on the almost depleted supply pile. Ben climbed out of the hole to inspect them. "Good deal," he said. "Wow, great." Bill collapsed to the ground. "Can I have my heart attack now, or do I have to wait until later?" "Have it later," Ben said absently. He had brought a few tools of his own down to the Barrens, and was now going over the new boards carefully, pounding out nails and removing screws. He tossed one aside because it was splintered. Rapping on another returned a dull, punky sound in at least 3 places, and he also tossed that one aside. Eddie sat on a pile of dirt, watching him. He took a honk on his aspirator as Ben pulled a rusty nail from a board with the claw end of his hammer. The nail squealed like some small, unpleasant animal that had been stepped on and didn't like it. "You can get tetanus if you cut yourself on a rusty nail," Eddie informed Ben. "Yeah?" Richie said. "What's tetanus? Sounds like a woman's disease." "You're a bird," Eddie said. "It's tetanus, not titnus, and it means lockjaw. There's these special microbes that grow in rust, see, and if you cut yourself, they can get inside your body and, fuck up your nerves." Eddie went an even darker red and took another fast honk on his aspirator. "Lockjaw, Jesus," Richie said, impressed. "That sounds mean." "You bet. First your jaw locks up so tight you can't open your mouth, not even to eat. They have to cut a hole in your cheek and feed you liquids through a tube." "Oh, man," Mike said, standing up in the hole. His eyes were wide, the corneas very white in his brown face. "For sure?" "My mom told me," Eddie said. "Then your throat locks up and you can't eat any more and you starve to death." They contemplated this horror in silence. "There's no cure," Eddie amplified. More silence. "So," Eddie said briskly, "I always watch out for rusty nails and shit like that. I had to have a tetanus shot once and it really hurt." "So why'd you go to the dump with Bill and bring all this crap back?" Richie asked. Eddie glanced briefly at Bill, who was looking into the clubhouse, and there was all the love and hero worship in that gaze needed to answer such a question, but Eddie said softly, "Some stuff has to be done even if there is a risk. That's the first important thing I ever found out I didn't find out from my mother." A further silence, not quite uncomfortable, followed. Then Ben went back to pounding out rusty nails, and after a while Mike Hanlon joined him. Richie's transistor, robbed of its voice, at least until Richie's allowance came in or he found a lawn to mow, swung from its low branch in a mild breeze. Bill had time to reflect upon how odd all this was, how odd and how perfect that they should all be here this summer. There were kids he knew visiting relatives, Kids he knew who were off on vacations at Disneyland in California or on Cape Cod or, in the case of one chum, an unimaginably distant-sounding place with the queer but somehow evocative name of Kstadt. There were kids at church camp, kids at scout camp, kids at rich kid camps where you could learn to swim and play golf, camps where you learned to say, "Hey, good one," instead of "fuck you" when your opponent got a killer serve past you at tennis. Kids whose parents had simply taken them away. Bill could understand that. He knew some kids who wanted to go away, frightened by the boogeyman stalking Derry this summer, but suspected there were more parents frightened by that boogeyman.
People who had planned to take their vacations at home suddenly decided to go away.
Kstadt. Was that in Sweden? Argentina? Spain? Instead, it was a little like the polio scare of 1956, when 4 kids who went swimming in the O'Brien Memorial Pool had gotten the disease. Grown-ups, a word absolutely synonymous in Bill's mind with mothers and fathers, had decided then, as now, that away was better, safer. Anyone able to clear out had cleared. Bill understood away, and he could muse over a word of such fabulous wonder as Kstadt. But wonder was cold comfort compared with desire. Kstadt was away. Derry was desire. And none of us have gone away, he thought, watching as Ben and Mike pounded used nails out of used boards, as Eddie strolled off into the bushes to take a whiz. You had to go as soon as you could in order to avoid seriously straining your bladder, he told Bill once, but you also had to watch out for poison ivy, because who needed a case of that on your pecker? We're all here in Derry. No camp, no relatives, no vacations, no away. All right here, present and accounted for. There's a door down there, Eddie said, zipping his fly as he came back. Hope you shook off, Eds, Richie said. If you don't shake off each time, you can get cancer. My mom told me so. Eddie looked startled, thinly worried, and then saw Richie's grin. He withered him, or tried to, with a baby's must-play look, and then said, "It was too big for us to carry, but Bill said if all of us went down, we could get it up here." Of course, you can never shake off completely, Richie went on. You want to know what a wise man once told me, Eds? No, Eddie said, and I don't want you to call me Eds anymore, Richie. I mean, I'm sincere. I don't call you Dick, as in, you got any gum on you, Dick? So I don't see why... This wise man, Richie said, told me this. No matter how much you squirm and dance, the last 2 drops go in your pants. And that's why there's so much cancer in the world, Eddie, my love. The reason there's so much cancer in the world is because nerds like you and Beverly Marsh smoke cigarettes, Eddie said. Beverly is not a nerd, Ben said in a forbidding voice. You just watch what you say, trash mouth. Beep, beep, you guys, Bill said absently. And speaking of Beverly, she's pretty strong. She could help get that door. Ben asked what kind of door it was. Mahogany, I think. Somebody threw out a mahogany door? Ben asked, surprised but not unbelieving. People throw out everything, Mike said. That dump, it kills me to go down there. I mean, it kills me. Yeah, Ben agreed. A lot of that stuff could be fixed up easy. And there are people in China and South America with nothing. That's what my mother says. There's people with nothing right here in Maine, Sonny Jim, Richie said grimly. Well, what's this? Bill asked, noticing the album Mike had brought. Mike told him, saying he would show them the picture of the clown when Stan and Beverly got back with the hinges. Bill and Richie exchanged a look. What's wrong? Mike asked. Is it what happened in your brother's room, Bill? Yeah, Bill said, and would say no more. They took turns working on the hole until Stan and Beverly came back, each with a brown paper bag containing hinges. As Mike talked, Ben sat cross-legged, tailor fashion, and made glassless windows that would swing open and shut in 2 of the long boards. Perhaps only Bill noticed how quickly and easily his fingers moved, how adept and knowing they were, like surgeons' fingers. Bill admired that. Some of these pictures go back 100 years, my dad said, Mike told them, holding the album on his lap. He gets them at those sales people have in their yards and at second-hand shops. Sometimes he buys them or trades other collectors for them. Some of them are stereoscopes. There's 2 of them just the same on a long card, And when you look at them through this thing like binoculars, it looks like one picture, only in 3D, like House of Wax or The Creature from the Black Lagoon. Why does he like all that stuff? Beverly asked. She was wearing ordinary Levi's, but she had done something amusing to the cuffs, blousing them out with a bright paisley material for the final 4 inches so that they looked like pants out of some sailor's whimsy. Yeah, Eddie said. Most of the time, Derry's pretty boring. Well, I don't know for sure, but I think it's because he wasn't born here, Mike said diffidently. It's like, I don't know, like it's all new to him, or like, if you came in during the middle of a movie. Sure. You'd want to see this to start, Bill said. Yeah, Mike said. There's a lot of history lying around in Derry. I kind of like it, and I think some of it has to do with this thing, it, if you want to call it that. He looked at Bill, and Bill nodded, his eyes thoughtful. So I was looking through it after the 4th of July parade because I knew I'd seen that clown before. I knew it. And look. He opened the book, thumbed through it, then handed it to Ben, who was sitting on his right. Don't touch the pages, Bill said. And there was such urgency in his voice that they all jumped. He had fisted the hand he had cut reaching into Georgie's album, Richie saw, fisted it into a tight protective knot. Bill's right, Richie said, and that subdued, totally un-Richie-like voice was a powerful convincer. Be careful. It's like Stan said. If we saw it happen, you guys could see it happen too. Feel it, Bill added grimly. The album went from hand to hand, each of them holding the book gingerly by the edges as if it were old dynamite sweating big beads of nitro. It came back to Mike. He opened it to one of the first pages. Daddy says there's no way to date that one, but it's probably from the early or mid-1700s, Mike said. He repaired a guy's bandsaw for a box of old books and pictures. That was one of them. He says it might be worth $40 or even more. The picture was a woodcut, the size of a large postcard. When Bill's turn came to look at it, he was relieved to see that Mike's father had the kind of album where the pictures were under a protective plastic sheet. He looked, fascinated, and he thought, there, I am seeing him, or it, really seeing. That's the face of the enemy. The picture showed a funny fellow juggling oversized bowling pins in the middle of a muddy street. There were a few houses on either side of the street, and a few huts that Bill guessed were stores or trading posts, or whatever they called them back then. It didn't look like Derry at all, except for the canal. It was there, neatly cobbled on both sides. In the upper background, Bill could see a team of mules on a towpath dragging a barge. There was a group of maybe half a dozen kids gathered around the funny fellow. One of them was wearing a pastoral straw hat. Another had a hoop and a stick to roll it with. Not the sort of stick that would come with the hoop that you bought today in a Woolworth's. It was a branch from a tree. Bill could see the bare knobs on it where smaller branches had been lopped off with a knife or a hatchet. That baby wasn't made in Taiwan or Korea, he thought, fascinated by this boy who could have been him if he'd been born 4 or 5 generations before. The funny fellow had a huge grin on his face. He wore no makeup, except to Bill his whole face looked like makeup, but he was bald except for 2 tufts of hair that stuck up like horns over his ears, and Bill had no trouble recognizing their clown. 200 years ago or more, he thought, and felt a crazy surge of terror, anger, and excitement rush through him. 27 years later, sitting in the Derry Public Library and remembering his first look into Mike's father's album, he realized he had felt the way a hunter might feel, coming upon the first fresh spoor of an old killer tiger. 200 years ago. That long, and only God knows how much longer. This led him to wonder just how long the spirit of Pennywise had been here in Derry. But he found that was a thought he did not really want to pursue. "Gimme, Bill," Richie was saying, but Bill held the album a moment longer, staring fixedly at the woodcut, sure it would begin to move. The bowling pins, if that's what they were, which the funny fellow was juggling, would rise and fall, rise and fall. The kids would laugh and applaud, except maybe they wouldn't all laugh and applaud. Some of them might scream and run instead. The mule team pulling the barge would move beyond the borders of the picture. It didn't happen, and he passed the book on to Richie. When the album came back to Mike, he turned some more pages, hunting. "Here," he said. This one is from 1856, 4 years before Lincoln was elected president. The book went around again. This was a color picture, a sort of cartoon, which showed a bunch of drunks standing in front of a saloon while a fat politician with mutton chop whiskers declaimed from a board that had been set between two hogsheads. He held a foamy pitcher of beer in one hand. The board upon which he stood was considerably bowed with his weight. Some distance off, a group of bonneted women were looking at this show of mingled buffoonery and intemperance with disgust. The caption below the picture read, "Politics in Derry is thirsty work, says Senator Garner." Daddy says pictures like this were really popular for about 20 years before the Civil War, Mike said. They called them fool cards, and people used to send them to each other. They were like some of the jokes in Mad, I guess. Satire, Bill said. Yeah, Mike said. But now look down in the corner of this one. The picture was like Mad in another way. It had as many details and little side jokes as a big Mort Drucker panel in a Mad magazine movie takeoff. There was a grinning fat man pouring a glass of beer down a spotted dog's throat. There was a woman who had fallen on her prat in a mud puddle. There were two street urchins slyly sticking sulphur-headed matches into the soles of a prosperous-looking businessman's shoes, and a girl swinging from her heels in an elm tree so that her underpants showed. But despite this bewildering intaglio of detail, none of them really needed Mike to point the clown out. Dressed in a loud-checked, vest-busting drummer's suit, he was playing the shell game with a bunch of drunken loggers. He was winking at a lumberjack who had, to judge by the gape-mouthed look of surprise on his face, just picked the wrong nutshell. The drummer clown was taking a coin from him. "Him again," Ben said. "What, 100 years later?" "Just about," Mike said. "And here's one from 1891. It was a clipping from the front page of the Derry News. "Huzzah," the headline proclaimed exuberantly. "Ironworks opens." Just below this, "Town turns out for gala picnic." The picture showed a woodcut of the ribbon-cutting ceremony at the Kitchener Ironworks. Its style reminded Bill of the Currier and Ives prints his mother had in the dining room, although this was nowhere near as polished. A fellow tricked out in a morning coat and top hat was holding a large pair of open-jawed scissors above the ironworks ribbon, while a crowd of perhaps 500 watched. Off to the left was a clown, their clown, turning a handspring for a group of children. The artist had caught him upside down, turning his smile into a scream. He passed the book on quickly to Richie. The next picture was a photograph under which Will Hanlon had written, "1933, Repeal in Derry." Although none of the boys knew much about either the Volstead Act or its repeal, the picture made the salient facts clear. The photo was of Wally's Spa down in Hell's Half Acre. The place was almost literally filled to the rafters with men wearing open-collared white shirts, straw boaters, lumbermen's shirts, T-shirts, bankers' suits. All of them were holding glasses and bottles victoriously aloft. There were two big signs in the window. "Welcome back, John Barleycorn," one read. The other said, "Free beer tonight." The clown, dressed like the biggest dandy you ever saw, white shoes, spats, gangster pants, had his foot on the running board of a Rio auto and was drinking champagne from a lady's high-heeled shoe. 1945, Mike said. The Derry News again. The headline, "Japan surrenders. It's over. Thank God it's over." A parade was snake dancing its way along Main Street toward Up Mile Hill. And there was the clown in the background, wearing his silver suit with the orange buttons, frozen in the matrix of dots that made up the grainy newsprint photo, seeming to suggest, at least to Bill, that nothing was over. No one had surrendered. Nothing was won. Nil was still the rule. Zilch still the custom, seeming to suggest above all that all was still lost. Bill felt cold and dry and scared. Suddenly the dots in the picture disappeared, and it began to move. "That's what—" Mike began. "Look," Bill said. The word dropped out of his mouth like a partially melted ice cube. "All of you, look at this." They crowded around. "Oh, my God," Beverly whispered, awed. "That's it," Richie nearly screamed, pounding Bill on the back in his excitement. He looked around at Eddie's white, drawn face and Stan Uris's frozen one. "That's what we saw in George's room. That's exactly what we—" "Shh," Ben said. "Listen." And almost sobbing, "You can hear them. Christ, you can hear them in there." And in the silence that was only broken by the mild stir of the summer breeze, they all realized they could. The band was playing a martial marching tune, made faint and tinny by distance, or the passage of time, or whatever it was. The cheering of the crowd was like sounds that might come through on a badly tuned radio station. There were popping noises, also faint, like the muffled sound of snapping fingers. "Firecrackers," Beverly whispered, and rubbed at her eyes with hands that shook. "Those are firecrackers, aren't they?" No one answered. They watched the picture, their eyes eating up their faces. The parade wiggled its way toward them, but just before the marchers reached the extreme foreground, at the point where it seemed they must march right out of the picture and into a world 13 years later, they dropped from sight, as if on some kind of unknowable curve. The World War I soldiers first, their faces strangely old under their pie-plate helmets, with their sign which read, "The Derry VFW welcomes home our brave boys." Then the Boy Scouts, the Kiwanians, the Home Nursing Corps, the Derry Christian Marching Band. Then the Derry World War II vets themselves, with the high school band behind them. The crowd moved and shifted. Ticker tape and confetti fluttered down from the second and third floor windows of the business buildings that line the streets. The clown pranced along the sidelines, doing splits and cartwheels, miming a sniper, miming a salute. And Bill noticed for the first time that people were turning from him, but not as if they saw him, exactly. It was more as if they felt a draft or smelled something bad. Only the children really saw him, and they shrank away. Ben stretched his hand out to the picture, as Bill had done in George's room. "No, no, no, no," Bill cried. "I think it's all right, Bill," Ben said. "Look." And he laid his hand on the protective plastic over the picture for a moment, and then took it back. "But if you stripped off that cover—" Beverly screamed. The clown had left off its antics when Ben withdrew his hand. It rushed toward them, its paint-bloody mouth gibbering and laughing. Bill winced back, but held on to the book all the same, thinking it would drop out of sight as the parade had done, and the marching band, and the Boy Scouts, and the Cadillac convertible carrying Miss Derry of 1945. But the clown did not disappear along that curve that seemed to define the edge of that old existence. Instead, it leaped with a scary, nimble grace onto a lamp-post that stood in the extreme left foreground of the picture. It shinnied up like a monkey on a stick, and suddenly its face was pressed against the tough plastic sheet Will Hanlon had put over each of the pages in his book. Beverly screamed again, and this time Eddie joined her, although his scream was faint and blue, breathless. The plastic bulged out. Later they would all agree they saw it. Bill saw the bulb of the clown's red nose flatten, the way your nose will flatten when you press it against a window pane.
"Kill you all!"
The clown was laughing and screaming.
"Try to stop me, and I'll kill you all. Drive you crazy, and then kill you all. You can't stop me. I'm the gingerbread man. I'm the teenage werewolf."
And for a moment it was the teenage werewolf, the moon-silvered face of the lycanthrope peering out at them from over the collar of the silver suit, white teeth bared.
"Can't stop me. I'm the leper."
Now the leper's face, haunted and peeling, rotting with sores, stared at them with the eyes of the living dead.
"Can't stop me. I'm the mummy."
The leper's face aged and ran with sterile cracks. Ancient bandages swam halfway out of its skin and solidified there. Ben turned away, his face as white as curds, one hand plastered over his neck and ear.
"Can't stop me. I'm the dead boys."
"No!" Stan Uris screamed. His eyes bulged above bruised-looking crescents of skin. Shock flesh, Bill thought randomly, and it was a word he would use in a novel 12 years later, with no idea where it had come from, simply taking it, as writers take the right word at the right time, as a simple gift from that outer space, other space, where the good words come from sometimes. Stan snatched the album from his hands and slammed it shut. He held it closed with both hands, the tendons standing out along the inner surfaces of his wrists and forearms. He looked around at the others with eyes that were nearly insane. "No," he said rapidly. "No, no, no." And suddenly Bill found he was more concerned with Stan's repeated denials than with the clown, and he understood that this was exactly the sort of reaction the clown had hoped to provoke, because maybe it's scared of us. really scared for the first time in its long, long life. He grabbed Stan and shook him twice, hard, holding onto his shoulders. Stan's teeth clicked together and he dropped the album. Mike picked it up and put it aside in a hurry, not liking to touch it after what he had seen. But it was still his father's, and he understood intuitively that his father would never see in it what he had just seen. "No," Stan said softly. "Yes," Bill said. "No," Stan said again. "Yes, we all... No. All saw it, Stan," Bill said. He looked at the others. "Yes," Ben said. "Yes," Richie said. "Yes," Mike said. "Oh, my God, yes." "Yes," Bev said. "Yes," Eddie managed, gasping it out of his rapidly closing throat. Bill looked at Stan, demanding with his eyes that Stan look back at him. "Don't let it get you, man," Bill said. You saw it, too." "I didn't want to," Stan wailed. Sweat stood out on his brow in an oily sheen. "But you did." Stan looked at the others, one by one. He ran his hands through his short hair and fetched up a great shuddering sigh. His eyes seemed to clear of that lowering madness that had so disturbed Bill. "Yes," he said. "Yes, okay, yes. That what you want? Yes." Bill thought, "We're still all together. It didn't stop us. We can still kill it. We can still kill it, if we're brave." Bill looked around at the others and saw in each pair of eyes some measure of Stan's hysteria. Not quite as bad, but there. Yeah, he said, and smiled at Stan. After a moment, Stan smiled back, and some of that horrible shocked look left his face. "That's what I wanted, you wet end." "Beep, beep, Dumbo," Stan said, and they all laughed. It was hysterical, screaming laughter, but better than no laughter at all, Bill reckoned. Come on," he said, because someone had to say something. "Let's finish the clubhouse. What do you say?" He saw the gratitude in their eyes and felt a measure of gladness for them. But their gratitude did little to heal his own horror. In fact, there was something in their gratitude which made him want to hate them. Would he never be able to express his own terror, lest the fragile welds that made them into one thing should let go? And even to think such a thing wasn't really fair, was it? Because in some measure, at least, he was using them, using his friends, risking their lives, to settle the score for his dead brother. And was even that the bottom? No, because George was dead, and if revenge could be exacted at all, Bill suspected it could only be exacted on behalf of the living. And what did that make him? A selfish little shit waving a tin sword and trying to make himself look like King Arthur? "Oh, Christ," he groaned to himself. "If this is the stuff adults have to think about, I never want to grow up." His resolve was still strong, but it was a bitter resolve. Bitter. Chapter 15. The Smoke Hole. 1. Richie Tozier pushes his glasses up on his nose. Already the gesture feels perfectly familiar, although he has worn contact lenses for 20 years. And thinks with some amazement that the atmosphere has changed in the room while Mike recalled the incident with the bird out at the ironworks and reminded them about his father's photograph album and the picture that had moved. Richie had felt a mad, exhilarating kind of energy growing in the room. He had done cocaine 9 or 10 times over the last couple of years, at parties mostly. Coke wasn't something you wanted just lying around your house if you were a big-a-time disc jockey. And the feel was something like that, but not exactly. This feeling was purer, more of a mainline high. He thought he recognized the feeling from his childhood when he had felt it every day, and had come to take it merely as a matter of course. He supposed that, if he had ever thought about that deep-running aquifer of energy as a kid, he could not recall that he ever had, he would have simply dismissed it as a fact of life, something that would always be there, like the color of his eyes or his disgusting hammer toes. Well, that hadn't turned out to be true. The energy you drew on so extravagantly when you were a kid, the energy you thought would never exhaust itself, that slipped away somewhere between 18 and 24, to be replaced by something much duller, something as bogus as a Coke high. Purpose, maybe, or goals, or whatever rah-rah Junior Chamber of Commerce word you wanted to use. It was no big deal. It didn't go all at once with a bang, and maybe Richie thought that's the scary part. How you don't stop being a kid all at once with a big explosive bang, like one of that clown's trick balloons with the Burma Shave slogans on the sides. The kid in you just leaked out like the air out of a tire. And one day you looked in the mirror and there was a grown-up looking back at you. You could go on wearing blue jeans, you could keep going to Springsteen and Seeger concerts, you could dye your hair, but that was a grown-up's face in the mirror just the same. It all happened while you were asleep, maybe, like a visit from the Tooth Fairy. No, he thinks, not the Tooth Fairy, the Age Fairy. He laughs aloud at the stupid extravagance of this image, and when Beverly looks at him questioningly, he waves a hand at her. "Nothing, babe," he says. "Just thinkin', methinks." But now that energy is back. No, not all the way back, not yet anyway, but coming back. And it's not just him. He can feel it filling the room. Mike looks okay to Richie for the first time since they all got together for that hideous lunch out by the mall. When Richie walked into the lobby and saw Mike sitting there with Ben and Eddie, he thought, shocked, "There's a man who's going crazy, getting ready to commit suicide, maybe." But that look is gone now. Not just sublimated, gone. Richie has sat right here and watched the last of it slip out of Mike's face while he relived the experience of the bird and the album. He's been energized. And it is the same with all of them. It's in their faces, their voices, their gestures. Eddie pours himself another gin and prune juice. Bill knocks back some bourbon, and Mike cracks another beer. Beverly glances up at the balloons Bill has tethered to the microfilm recorder at the main desk and finishes her third screwdriver in a hurry. They have all been drinking pretty enthusiastically, but none of them are drunk. Richie doesn't know where that energy he feels is coming from, but it's not out of a liquor bottle. Dairy niggers get the bird. Blue. The losers are still losing, but Stanley Uris is finally ahead. Orange. Christ, Richie thinks, opening a fresh beer for himself. It isn't bad enough it can be any damn monster it wants to be, and it isn't bad enough that it can feed off our fears. It also turns out to be Rodney Dangerfield in drag. It's Eddie who breaks the silence. "How much do you think it knows about what we're doing now?" he asks. "It was here, wasn't it?" Ben says. "I'm not sure that means much," Eddie replies. Bill nods. "Those are just images," he says. "I'm not sure that means it can see us or know what we're up to. You can see a news commentator on TV, but he can't see you." "Those balloons aren't just images," Beverly says, and jerks a thumb over her shoulder at them. "They're real." "That's not true, though," Richie says, and they all look at him. "Images are real. Sure they are. And suddenly something else clicks into place, something new. It clicks into place with such firm force that he actually puts his hands to his ears. His eyes widen behind his glasses. "Oh, my God!" he cries suddenly. He gropes for the table, half stands, then falls back into his chair with a boneless thud. He knocks his can of beer over, reaching for it, picks it up, and drinks what's left. He looks at Mike while the others look at him, startled and concerned. "The burning!" he almost shouts. "The burning in my eyes. Mike, the burning in my eyes." Mike is nodding, smiling a little. "Richie?" Bill asks. "What is it?" But Richie barely hears him. The force of the memory sweeps through him like a tide, turning him alternately hot and cold, and he suddenly understands why these memories have come back one at a time. If he had remembered everything at once, the force would have been like a psychological shotgun blast let off an inch from his temple. It would have torn off the whole top of his head. "We saw it come," he says to Mike. "We saw it come, didn't we? You and me. Or was it just me?" He grabs Mike's hand, which lies on the table. "Did you see it too, Mikey, or was it just me? Did you see it? The forest fire, the crater?" "I saw it," Mike says quietly, and squeezes Richie's hand. Richie closes his eyes for a moment, thinking he has never felt such a warm and powerful wave of relief in his life. Not even when the PSA jet he had taken from L.A. to San Francisco skidded off the runway and just stopped there. Nobody killed, nobody even hurt. Some luggage had fallen out of the overhead bins, and that was all. He had jumped onto the yellow emergency slide and had helped a woman away from the plane. The woman had turned her ankle on a hummock concealed in the high grass. She was laughing and saying, "I can't believe I'm not dead. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it." So Richie, who was half carrying the woman with one arm and waving with the other to the firemen who were making frantic come-on gestures to the deplaning passengers, said, "Okay, you're dead. You're dead. You feel better now?" And they both laughed crazily. That had been relief laughter, but this relief is greater. "What are you guys talking about?" Eddie asks, looking from one to the other. Richie looks at Mike, but Mike shakes his head. "You go ahead, Richie. I've had my say for the evening." "The rest of you don't know, or maybe don't remember, because you left," Richie tells them. "Me and Mikey, we were the last two Injuns in the smoke hole." "The smoke hole," Bill muses. His eyes are far and blue. "The burning sensation in my eyes," Richie says, "under my contact lenses. I felt it for the first time right after Mike called me in California. I didn't know what it was then, but I do now. It was smoke. Smoke that was 27 years old." He looks at Mike. "Psychological, would you say? Psychosomatic? Something from the subconscious?" "I would say not," Mike answers quietly. "I would say that what you felt was as real as those balloons, or the head I saw in the icebox, or the corpse of Tony Tracker that Eddie saw. Tell them, Richie." Richie says, "It was 4 or 5 days after Mike brought his dad's album down to the Barrens, sometime just after the middle of July, I guess. The clubhouse was done, but the smoke hole thing, that was your idea, Haystack. You got it out of one of your books." Smiling a little, Ben nods. Richie thinks, "It was overcast that day, no breeze, thunder in the air, like the day a month or so later when we stood in the stream and made a circle, and Stan cut our hands with that chunk of Coke bottle. The air was just sitting there, waiting for something to happen. And later Bill said that was why it got so bad in there so quick, because there was no draft." July 17th. Yes, that was it. That had been the day of the smoke hole. July 17th, 1958, almost a month after summer vacation began and the nucleus of the losers, Bill, Eddie, and Ben, had formed down in the Barrens. "Let me look up the weather forecast for that day almost 27 years ago," Richie thinks. "And I'll tell you what it said before I even read it. Richard Tozier, a.k.a. the Great Mentalizer. Hot, humid chance of thunder showers, and watch out for the visions that may come while you're down in the smoke hole." It had been 2 days after the body of Jimmy Cullum was discovered, the day after Mr. Nell had come down to the Barrens again and sat right on the clubhouse without knowing it was there, because by then they had capped it off, and Ben himself had carefully overseen the application of the tangle track and replacement of the sods. Unless you got right down on your hands and knees and crawled around, you'd have no idea anything was there. Like the dam, Ben's clubhouse had been a roaring success. But this time Mr. Nell didn't know anything about it. He had questioned them carefully, officially, taking down their answers in his black notebook, but there had been little they could tell him, at least about Jimmy Cullum, and Mr. Nell had gone away again after reminding them once more that they were not to play in the Barrens alone, ever. Richie guessed that Mr. Nell would have told them simply to get out if anyone in the Derry Police Department had really believed that the Cullum boy, or any of the others, had actually been killed in the Barrens. But they knew better. Because of the sewer and storm drain system, that was simply where the remains tended to finish up. Mr. Nell had come on the 16th, yes, a hot and humid day also, but sunny. The 17th had been overcast. "Are you going to talk to us or not, Richie?" Bev asks. She is smiling a little, her lips full and a pale rose red, her eyes alight. "I'm just thinking about where to start," Richie says. He takes his glasses off, wipes them on his shirt, and suddenly he knows where. With the ground opening up at his and Bill's feet. Of course he knew about the clubhouse, so did Bill and the rest of them, but it still freaked him out, seeing the ground suddenly open on a slit of darkness like that. He remembers Bill riding him double on the back of Silver to the usual place on Kansas Street, and then stowing his bike under the little bridge. He remembers the two of them walking along the path toward the clearing, sometimes having to turn sideways because the brush was so thick. It was midsummer now, and the Barrens were at that year's apogee of lushness. He remembers swatting at the mosquitoes that hummed maddeningly close to their ears. He even remembers Bill saying, "Oh, how clearly it all comes back. Not as if it happened yesterday, but as if it is happening now."
Hold it,
2. Ekand Richie? There's a damned hoodwin on the back of your neck. "Oh, Christ," Richie said. He hated mosquitoes. Little flying vampires, that's all they were when you got right down to the facts. "Kill it, Big Bill." Bill swatted the back of Richie's neck. "Ouch." "See?" Bill held his hand in front of Richie's face. There was a broken mosquito body in the center of an irregular patch of blood. My blood, Richie thought, which was shed for you and for many. "Yick," he said. "Don't worry," Bill said. "Little fucker'll never dance the tango again." They walked on, slapping at mosquitoes, waving at the clouds of no-see-ums attracted by something in the smell of their sweat, something which would years later be identified as pheromones, whatever they were. "Bill, when you going to tell the rest of them about the silver bullets?" Richie asked as they approached the clearing. In this case, the rest of them meant Bev, Eddie, Mike, and Stan, although Richie guessed Stan already had a good idea of what they were studying up on down at the public library. Stan was sharp. Too sharp for his own good, Richie sometimes thought. The day Mike brought his father's album down to the Barrens, Stan had almost flipped out. Richie had, in fact, been nearly convinced that they wouldn't see Stan again, and the Losers Club would become a sextet. A word Richie liked a lot, always with the emphasis on the first syllable. But Stan had been back the next day, and Richie had respected him all the more for that. "You going to tell them today?" "Not today," Bill said. "You don't think they'll work, do you?" Bill shrugged, and Richie, who maybe understood Bill Denbrough better than anyone ever would until Audra Phillips, suspected all the things Bill might have said if not for the roadblock of his speech impediment. That kids making silver bullets was boys' book stuff. Comic book stuff. In a word, it was crap. Dangerous crap. They could try it, yeah. Ben Hanscom might even be able to bring it off, yeah. In a movie, it would work, yeah. But... So? "I got an idea," Bill said. "Simpler. But only if Beverly..." "If Beverly what?" "Never mind." And Bill would say no more on the subject. They came into the clearing. If you looked closely, you might have thought that the grass there had a slightly matted look, a slightly used look. You might even have thought that there was something a bit artificial, almost arranged, about the scatter of leaves and pine needles on top of the sods. Bill picked up a ring-ding wrapper, Ben's almost certainly, and put it absently in his pocket. The boys crossed to the center of the clearing, and a piece of ground about 10 inches long by 3 inches wide swung up with a dirty squall of hinges, revealing a black eyelid. Eyes looked out of that blackness, giving Richie a momentary chill. But they were only Eddie Kasprack's eyes, and it was Eddie, whom he would visit in the hospital a week later, who intoned hollowly, "Who's that trip-trapping on my bridge?" Giggles from below, and a flashlight flicker.
"This is the Rurales, senor,"
Richie said, squatting down, twirling an invisible mustache, and speaking in his Pancho Vanilla voice. "Yeah?" Beverly asked from below. "Let's see your badges."
"Batches?"
Richie cried delightedly. "We don't need no stinking batches." "Go to hell, Pancho," Eddie replied, and slammed the big eyelid closed. There were more muffled giggles from below. "Come out with your hands up," Bill cried in a low, commanding adult voice. He began to tramp back and forth across the sod-covered cap of the clubhouse. He could see the ground springing up and down with his back-and-forth passage, but just barely. They had built well. "You haven't got a chance," he bellowed, seeing himself as fearless Joe Friday of the LAPD in his mind's eye. "Come on out of there, punks, or we'll come in shootin'." He jumped up and down once to emphasize his point. Screams and giggles from below. Bill was smiling, unaware that Richie was looking at him wisely, looking at him not as one child looks at another, but, in that brief moment, as an adult looks at a child. "He doesn't know that he doesn't always," Richie thought. "Let them in, Ben, before they crash the roof in," Bev said. A moment later, a trap door flopped open like the hatch on a submarine. Ben looked out. He was flushed. Richie knew at once that Ben had been sitting next to Beverly. Bill and Richie dropped down through the hatch, and Ben closed it again.
Then there they all were, sitting snug against board walls with their legs drawn up, their faces dimly revealed in the beam of Ben's flashlight. So what's going on?" Bill asked. "Not too much," Ben said. He was indeed sitting next to Beverly, and his face looked happy as well as flushed. "We were just—" "Tell 'em, Ben," Eddie interrupted. "Tell 'em the story. See what they think." "Wouldn't do much for your asthma," Stan told Eddie in his best someone-has-to-be-practical-here tone of voice. Richie sat between Mike and Ben, holding his knees in his linked hands. It was delightfully cool down here, delightfully secret. Following the gleam of the flashlight as it moved from face to face, he temporarily forgot what had so astounded him outside only a minute ago. "What are you talking about?" "Oh, Ben was telling us a story about this Indian ceremony," Bev said. "But Stan's right. It wouldn't be very good for your asthma, Eddie." "It might not bother it," Eddie said, sounding, to his credit, Richie thought, only a little uneasy. "Usually it's only when I get upset. Anyway, I'd like to try it." "Try what?" Bill asked him. "The smoke hole ceremony," Eddie said. "Well, what's that?" The beam of Ben's flashlight drifted upward, and Richie followed it with his eyes. It tracked aimlessly across the wooden roof of their clubhouse, as Ben explained. It crossed the gouged and splintered panels of the mahogany door the 7 of them had carried back here from the dump 3 days ago, the day before the body of Jimmy Cullum was discovered. The thing Richie remembered about Jimmy Cullum, a quiet little boy who also wore spectacles, was that he liked to play Scrabble on rainy days. Not going to be playing Scrabble anymore, Richie thought, and shivered a little. In the dimness no one saw the shiver, but Mike Hanlon, sitting shoulder to shoulder with him, glanced at him curiously. "Well, I got this book out of the library last week," Ben was saying. "Ghosts of the Great Plains," it's called. And it's all about the Indian tribes that lived out west 150 years ago. The Paiutes and the Pawnees and the Kiowas and the Otos and the Comanches. It was really a good book. I'd love to go out there sometime where they lived. Iowa, Nebraska, Colorado, Utah. "Shut up and tell about the smoke hole ceremony," Beverly said, elbowing him. "Sure," he said, "right." And Richie believed his response would have been the same if Beverly had given him the elbow and said, "Drink the poison now, Ben, okay?" See, almost all those Indians had a special ceremony, and our clubhouse made me think of it. Whenever they had to make a big decision, whether to move on after the buffalo herds, or to find fresh water, or whether or not to fight their enemies, they'd dig a big hole in the ground and cover it up with branches, except for a little vent in the top. "The smoke hole," Bill said. "Your quick mind never ceases to amaze me, Big Bill," Richie said gravely. "You ought to go on 21. I'll bet you could even beat old Charlie Van Doren." Bill made as if to hit him, and Richie recoiled, bumping his head a pretty good one on a piece of shoring. "Ouch!" "You deserved it," Bill said. "I kill you, rotten gringo sumbish," Richie said. "We don't need no stinkin'—" "Will you guys stop it?" Beverly asked. "This is interesting." And she favored Ben with such a warm look that Richie believed steam would start curling out of Haystack's ears in a couple of minutes. "Okay, Ben," Bill said. "Go on." "Sure," Ben said. The word came out in a croak. He had to clear his throat and start again. When the smoke hole was finished, they'd start a fire down there. They'd use green wood so it would be a really smoky fire. Then all the braves would go down there and sit around the fire. The place would fill up with smoke. The book said this was a religious ceremony, but it was also kind of a contest, you know. After half a day or so, most of the braves would bug out because they couldn't stand the smoke anymore, and only 2 or 3 would be left, and they were supposed to have visions. "Yeah, if I breathed smoke for 5 or 6 hours, I'd probably have some visions all right," Mike said, and they all laughed. "The visions were supposed to tell the tribe what to do," Ben said. "And I don't know if this part is true or not, but the book said that most times the visions were right." A silence fell, and Richie looked at Bill. He was aware that they were all looking at Bill, and he had the feeling, again, that Ben's story of the smoke hole was more than a thing you read about in a book and then had to try for yourself, like a chemistry experiment or a magic trick. He knew it, they all knew it. Perhaps Ben knew it most of all. This was something they were supposed to do. They were supposed to have visions. Most times the visions were right. Richie thought, "I'll bet if we asked him, Haystack would tell us that book practically jumped into his hand.
like something wanted him to read that one particular book and then tell us about the smoke hole ceremony. Because there's a tribe right here, isn't there? Yeah, us. And yeah, I guess we do need to know what happens next. This thought led to another. Was this supposed to happen? From the time Ben got the idea for an underground clubhouse instead of a treehouse, was this supposed to happen? How much of this are we thinking up ourselves, and how much is being thought up for us? In a way, he supposed such an idea should have been almost comforting. It was nice to imagine that something bigger than you, smarter than you, was doing your thinking for you, like the adults that planned your meals, bought your clothes, and managed your time. And Richie was convinced that the force that had brought them together, the force that had used Ben as its messenger to bring them the idea of the smoke hole, that force wasn't the same as the one killing the children. This was some kind of counter-force to that other, to... oh, well, you might as well say it. It. But all the same, he didn't like this feeling of not being in control of his own actions, of being managed, of being run. They all looked at Bill. They all waited to see what Bill would say. You know, he said, that sounds really neat. Beverly sighed, and Stan stirred uncomfortably. That was all. Really neat, Bill repeated, looking down at his hands, and perhaps it was only the uneasy flashlight beam in Ben's hands or his own imagination, but Richie thought Bill looked a little pale and a lot scared, although he was smiling. Maybe we could use a vision to tell us what to do about our problem. And if anyone has a vision, Richie thought, it will be Bill. But about that he was wrong. Well, Ben said, it probably only works for Indians, but it might be flippy to try it. Yeah, we'll probably all pass out from the smoke and die in here, Stan said gloomily. That'd be really flippy, all right. You don't want to, Stan? Eddie asked. Well, I sort of do, Stan said. He sighed. I think you guys are making me crazy, you know it? He looked at Bill. When? Bill said, well, no time like the present, is there? There was a startled, thoughtful silence. Then Richie got to his feet, straight-arming the trap door open and letting in the muted light of that still summer day. I got my hatchet, Ben said, following him out. Who wants to help me cut some green wood? In the end, they all helped. 3. It took them about an hour to get ready. They cut 4 or 5 armloads of small green branches from which Ben had stripped the twigs and leaves. They'll smoke all right, he said. I don't even know if we'll be able to get them going. Beverly and Richie went down to the bank of the Kenduskeag and brought back a collection of good-sized stones, using Eddie's jacket. His mother always made him take a jacket, even if it was 80 degrees. It might rain, Mrs. Kasprack said, and if you have a jacket to put on, your skin won't get soaked if it does, as a makeshift sling. Carrying the rocks back to the clubhouse, Richie said, You can't do this, Bev. You're a girl. Ben said it was just the braves that went down in the smoke hole, not the squaws. Beverly paused, looking at Richie with mixed amusement and irritation. A lock of hair had escaped from her ponytail. She pushed out her lower lip and blew it off her forehead. I could wrestle you to a fall any day, Richie, and you know it. That don't matter, Miss Scarlet, Richie said, popping his eyes at her. You was still a girl, and you was always gon' be a girl. You sure ain't no Injun brave. I'll be a brave vet, then, Beverly said. Now, are we going to take these rocks back to the clubhouse, or am I going to bounce a few of them off your asshole skull? Lawks a mussy, Miss Scarlet. I ain't got no asshole in my skull, Richie screeched, and Beverly laughed so hard she dropped her end of Eddie's jacket and all the stones fell out. She scolded Richie all the time they were picking them up again, and Richie joked and screeched in many voices and thought to himself how beautiful she was. Although Richie had not been serious when he spoke of excluding her from the smoke hole on the basis of her sex, Bill Denbrough apparently was. She stood facing him, her hands on her hips, her cheeks flushed with anger. You can just take that and stuff it with a long pole, stuttering Bill. I'm in on this too, or aren't I a member of your lousy club anymore? Patiently, Bill said, It's not like that, Bev, and you know it. Somebody has to stay, up here. Why? Bill tried, but the roadblock was in again. He looked at Eddie for help. It's what Stan said, Eddie told her quietly, about the smoke. Bill says that might really happen. We could pass out down there. Then we'd die. Bill says that's what happens to most people in house fires. They don't burn up. They choke to death on the smoke. Now she turned to Eddie. Well, okay. He wants somebody to stay up on top in case there's trouble? Miserably, Eddie nodded. Well, what about you? You're the one with the asthma. Eddie said nothing. She turned back to Bill. The others stood around, hands in their pockets, looking at their sneakers. It's because I'm a girl, isn't it? That's really it, isn't it? Bet. You don't have to talk, she snapped. Just nod your head or shake it. Your head doesn't stutter, does it? Is it because I'm a girl? Reluctantly, Bill nodded his head. She looked at him for a moment, her lips trembling, and Richie thought she would cry. Instead, she exploded. Well, fuck you! She whirled around to look at the others, and they flinched from her gaze, so hot it was nearly radioactive. Fuck all of you if you think the same thing. She turned back to Bill and began to talk fast, rapping him with words. This is something more than some diddly-shit kids game like tag or guns or hide-and-go-seek, and you know it, Bill. We're supposed to do this. That's part of it. And you're not going to cut me out just because I'm a girl. Do you understand? You better, or I'm leaving right now. And if I go, I'm gone. For good. You understand? She stopped. Bill looked at her. He seemed to have regained his calm, but Richie felt afraid. He felt that any chance they had of winning, of finding a way to get to the thing that had killed Georgie Denbrough and the other kids, getting to it and killing it, was now in jeopardy. 7, Richie thought. That's the magic number. There has to be 7 of us. That's the way it's supposed to be. A bird sang somewhere, stopped, sang again. All right, Bill said, and Richie let his breath out. But somebody has to stay to Hopside. Who wants to do it? Richie thought Eddie or Stan would surely volunteer for this duty, but Eddie said nothing. Stan stood pale and thoughtful and silent. Mike had his thumbs hooked into his belt like Steve McQueen and wanted dead or alive, nothing moving but his eyes. Come on, Bill said. And Richie realized that all pretense had gone out of the thing now. Bev's impassioned speech and Bill's grave, too-old face had seen to that. This was a part of it, perhaps as dangerous as the expedition he and Bill had made to the house at 29 Neibolt Street. They knew it, and no one was backing down. Suddenly he was very proud of them, very proud to be with them. After all the years of being counted out, he was counted in. Finally counted in. He didn't know if they were still losers or not, but he knew they were together. They were friends, damn good friends. Richie took his glasses off and rubbed them vigorously with the tail of his shirt. I know how to do it, Bev said, and took a book of matches from her pocket. On the front, so tiny you'd need a magnifying glass to get a really good look at them, were pictures of that year's candidates for the title of Miss Rheingold. Beverly lit a match and then blew it out. She tore out 6 more and added the burned match. She turned away from them, and when she turned back, the white ends of the 7 matches poked out of her closed fist. Pick, she said, holding the matches out to Bill. The one who picks the match with the burned head stays up here and pulls the rest out if they go flippy. Bill looked at her levelly. This is how you wanted it? She smiled at him then, and her smile made her face radiant. Yeah, you big dummy, this is how I want it. What about you? I love you, Bev, he said, and color rose in her cheeks like hasty flames. Bill did not appear to notice. He studied the match tails sticking out of her fist, and at length he picked one. Its head was blue and unburned. She turned to Ben and offered the remaining 6. I love you too, Ben said hoarsely. His face was plum-colored. He looked like he was on the verge of a stroke, but no one laughed. Somewhere deeper in the barrens, the bird sang again. Stan would know what it was, Richie thought randomly. Thank you, she said, smiling, and Ben picked a match. Its head was unburned. She offered them to Eddie next. Eddie smiled, a shy smile that was incredibly sweet and almost heartbreakingly vulnerable. I guess I love you too, Bev, he said, and then picked a match blindly. Its head was blue. Beverly now offered the 4 match tails in her hand to Richie. "I loves you, Miss Scarlet," Richie screamed at the top of his voice and made exaggerated kissing gestures with his lips. Beverly only looked at him, smiling a little, and Richie suddenly felt ashamed. "I do love you, Bev," he said, and touched her hair. "You're cool." "Thank you," she said. He picked a match and looked at it, positive he'd picked the burned one, but he hadn't. She offered them to Stan. "I love you," Stan said, and plucked one of the matches from her fist. Unburned. "You and me, Mike," she said, and offered him his pick of the 2 left. He stepped forward. "I don't know you well enough to love you," he said, "but I love you anyway. You could give my mother shouting lessons, I guess." They all laughed, and Mike took a match. Its head was also unburned. "I guess it's you after all, Bev," Bill said. Looking disgusted, all that flash and fire for nothing, Beverly opened her hand. The head of the remaining match was also blue and unburned. You jiggered them," Bill accused. "No, I didn't." Her tone was not one of angry protest, which would have been suspect, but flabbergasted surprise. "Honest to God, I didn't." Then she showed them her palm. They all saw the faint mark of soot from the burned match head there. "Bill, I swear on my mother's name." Bill looked at her for a moment and then nodded. By common, unspoken consent, they all handed the matches back to Bill. 7 of them, their heads intact. Stan and Eddie began to crawl around on the ground, but there was no burned match there. "I didn't," Beverly said again, to no one in particular. "So what do we do now?" Richie asked. "We all go down," Bill said, "because that's what we're supposed to do." "And if we all pass out?" Eddie asked. Bill looked at Beverly again. "If Bev's to telling the truth, and she is, we won't." "How do you know?" Stan asked. I just do." The bird sang again. 4. Ben and Richie went down first, and the others handed the rocks down one by one. Richie passed them on to Ben, who made a small stone circle in the middle of the dirt clubhouse floor. "Okay," he said, "that's enough." The others came down, each with a handful of green twigs they'd cut with Ben's hatchet. Bill came last. He closed the trap door and opened the narrow hinged window. There," he said. "There's our smoke hole. Do we have any kindling?" "You can use this if you want," Mike said, and took a battered Archie funny book out of his hip pocket. "I read it already." Bill tore the pages out of the funny book one by one, working slowly and gravely. The others sat around the walls, knee to knee and shoulder to shoulder, watching, not speaking. The tension was thick and still. Bill laid small twigs and branches over the paper and then looked at Beverly. You got the matches?" he said. She lit one, a tiny yellow flare in the gloom. "Darn thing probably won't catch anyway," she said in a slightly uneven voice, and touched a light to the paper in several places. When the match flame got close to her fingers, she tossed it into the center. The flames blazed up yellow, crackling, throwing their faces into sharp relief, and in that moment Richie had no trouble believing Ben's Indian story. And he thought it must have been like this back in those old days, when the idea of white men was still no more than a rumor or a tall tale to those Indians who followed buffalo herds so big they could cover the earth from horizon to horizon. Herds so big that their passing shook the ground like an earthquake. In that moment, Richie could picture those Indians, Kiowas or Pawnees or whatever they were, down in their smoke hole, knee to knee and shoulder to shoulder, watching as the flames guttered and sank into the green wood like hot sores, listening to the faint and steady sss of sap oozing out of the damp wood, waiting for the vision to descend. Yeah, sitting here now, he could believe it all. And looking at their somber faces as they studied the flame and the charring pages of Mike's Archie funny book, he could see that they believed it, too. The branches were catching. The clubhouse began to fill up with smoke. Some of it, white as cotton smoke signals in a Saturday matinee movie starring Randolph Scott or Audie Murphy, escaped from the smoke hole. But with no moving air outside to create a draft, most of it stayed below. It had an acrid bite that made eyes sting and throats throb. Richie heard Eddie cough twice. a flat sound like dry boards being whacked together, and then fall silent again. He shouldn't be down here, he thought, but something else apparently felt otherwise. Bill tossed another handful of green twigs on the smoldering fire and asked in a thin voice that was not much like his usual speaking voice, "Anyone having any visions?" "Visions of getting out of here," Stan Uris said. Beverly laughed at this, but her laughter turned into a fit of coughing and choking. Richie leaned his head back against the wall and looked up at the smoke hole, a thin rectangle of mellow white light. He thought about the Paul Bunyan statue that day in March, but that had only been a mirage, a hallucination, a vision. "Smoke's killing me," Ben said. "Whew." "So leave," Richie murmured, not taking his eyes off the smoke hole. He felt as if he was getting a handle on this. He felt as if he had lost 10 pounds. And he sure as shit felt as if the clubhouse had gotten bigger. Damn straight on that last. He had been sitting with Ben Hanscom's fat right leg squashed against his left one, and Bill Denbrough's bony left shoulder socked into his right arm. Now he was touching neither of them. He glanced lazily to his right and left to verify that his perception was true, and it was. Ben was a foot or so to his left. On his right, Bill was even farther away. "Place is bigger, friends and neighbors," he said. He took a deeper breath and coughed hard. It hurt deep in his chest, the way a cough hurt when you had the flu or the grip or something. For a while he thought it would never pass, that he would just go on coughing until they had to pull him out. If they still can, he thought, but the thought was really too dim to be frightening. Then Bill was pounding him on the back and the coughing fit passed. "You don't know you don't always," Richie said. He was looking at the smoke hole again instead of at Bill. How bright it seemed. When he closed his eyes, he could still see the rectangle floating there in the dark, but bright green instead of bright white. "Well, what do you mean?" Bill asked. "Stutter." He paused, aware that someone else was coughing, but not sure who it was. "You ought to do the voices, not me, Big Bill. You—" The coughing got louder. Suddenly the clubhouse was flooded with daylight, so sudden and so bright Richie had to squint against it. He could just make out Stan Uris climbing and clawing his way out. "Sorry," Stan managed through his spasmodic coughing. "Sorry, can't—" "It's all right," Richie heard himself say. "You don't need no stinkin' batches." His voice sounded as if it were coming from a different body. The trapdoor slammed shut a moment later, but enough fresh air had come in to clear his head a little. Before Ben moved over a little to fill the space Stan had vacated, Richie became aware of Ben's leg again, pressing his. How had he gotten the idea that the clubhouse had gotten bigger? Mike Hanlon threw more sticks on the smoky fire. Richie resumed taking shallow breaths and looking up at the smoke hole. He had no sense of real time passing, but he was vaguely aware that, in addition to the smoke, the clubhouse was getting good and hot. He looked around, looked at his friends. They were hard to see, half swallowed in shadow smoke and still white summerlight. Bev's head was tilted back against a piece of shoring, her hands on her knees, her eyes closed, tears trickling down her cheeks toward her earlobes. Bill was sitting cross-legged, his chin on his chest. But suddenly Ben was getting to his feet, pushing the trap door open again. "There goes Ben," Mike said. He was sitting Indian fashion directly across from Richie, his eyes as red as a weasel's. Comparative coolness struck them again. The air freshened as smoke swirled up through the trap. Ben was coughing and dry retching. He pulled himself out with Stan's help, and before either of them could close the trap door, Eddie was staggering to his feet, his face a deadly pale except for the bruised-looking patches under his eyes and traced just below his cheekbones. His thin chest was hitching up and down in quick, shallow spasms. He groped weakly for the edge of the escape hatch and would have fallen if Ben had not grabbed one hand and Stan the other. "Sorry," Eddie managed in a squeaky little whisper, and then they hauled him up. The trap door banged down again. There was a long quiet period. The smoke built up until it was a thick, still fog in the clubhouse. "Looks like a pea souper to me, Watson," Richie thought, and for a moment he imagined himself as Sherlock Holmes. A Holmes who looked a great deal like Basil Rathbone, and who was totally black and white, moving purposefully along Baker Street. Moriarty was somewhere near, a hansom cab awaited, and the game was afoot. The thought was amazingly clear, amazingly solid. It seemed almost to have weight, as if it were not a little pocket daydream of the sort he had all the time. Batting cleanup for the Bo Sox, bottom of the ninth, bases loaded, and there it goes. It's up, it's gone. Home run Tozier, and that breaks the Babe's record. But something that was almost real. There was still enough of the wiseacre in him to think that if all he was getting out of this was a vision of Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes, then the whole idea of visions was pretty overrated. Except, of course, it isn't Moriarty that's out there. It's out there. Some it, and it's real. It... Then the trapdoor opened again, and Beverly was struggling her way out, coughing dryly, one hand cupped over her mouth. Ben got one hand, and Stan grabbed her under the other arm. Half pulled, half scrambling under her own power, she was up and gone. It is Behigger, Bill said. Richie looked around. He saw the circle of stones with the fire smoldering within, fuming out clouds of smoke. Across the way he saw Mike sitting cross-legged like a totem carved from mahogany, staring at him through the fire with his smoke-reddened eyes. Except Mike was better than 20 yards away, and Bill was even farther away, on Richie's right. The underground clubhouse was now at least the size of a ballroom. "Doesn't matter," Mike said. "It's going to come pretty quick. Something is." Yeah, Bill said, "but I... He began to cough. He tried to control it, but the cough worsened, a dry rattling. Dimly Richie saw Bill stumble to his feet, lunge for the trapdoor, and shove it open. Good la. And then he was gone, dragged up by the others. "Looks like it's you and me, old Mikey," Richie said, and then he began to cough himself. "I thought for sure that it would be Bill." The cough worsened. He doubled over, hacking dryly, unable to get his breath. His head was thudding, whacking, like a turnip filled with blood. His eyes teared behind his glasses. From far away he heard Mike saying, "Go on up if you have to, Richie. Don't go flippy. Don't kill yourself." He raised a hand toward Mike and flapped it at him. "No stinking batches," in a negative gesture. Little by little he began to get the coughing under control again. Mike was right. Something was going to happen, and soon. He wanted to still be here when it did. He tilted his head back and looked up at the smoke hole again. The coughing fit had left him feeling lightheaded, and now he seemed to be floating on a cushion of air. It was a pleasant feeling. He took shallow breaths and thought, "Someday I'm going to be a rock and roll star. That's it, yes, I'll be famous. I'll make records and albums and movies. I'll have a black sport coat and white shoes and a yellow Cadillac. And when I come back to Derry, they'll all eat their hearts out, even Bowers. I wear glasses, but what the fuck? Buddy Holly wears glasses. I'll bop till I'm blue and dance till I'm black. I'll be the first rock and roll star to ever come from Maine. The thought drifted away. It didn't matter. He found that now he didn't need to take shallow breaths. His lungs had adapted. He could breathe as much smoke as he wanted. Maybe he was from Venus. Mike threw more sticks on the fire. Not to be outdone, Richie tossed on another handful himself. "How you feeling, Rich?" Mike asked. Richie smiled. "Better. Good, almost. You?" Mike nodded and smiled back. "I feel okay. Have you been having some funny thoughts?" "Yeah. Thought I was Sherlock Holmes for a minute there. Then I thought I could dance like the Dovells. Your eyes are so red you wouldn't believe it, you know it? Yours, too. Just a couple of weasels in the pen, that's what we are." "Yeah?" "Yeah." "You want to say all right? All right. You want to say you got the word? I got it, Mikey." "Yeah, okay." They grinned at each other, and then Richie let his head tilt back against the wall again and looked up at the smoke hole. Shortly he began to drift away. No, not away. Up. He was drifting up. Like, float down here we all. A balloon. You guys all right?" Bill's voice coming down through the smoke hole. Coming from Venus, worried. Richie felt himself thud back down inside himself. "All right," he heard his voice, distant, irritated. "All right, we said all right. Be quiet, Bill. Let us get the word. We want to say we got the word. The clubhouse was bigger than ever, floored now in some polished wood. The smoke was fog thick, and it was hard to see the fire. That floor, Jesus come please us. It was as big as a ballroom floor in an MGM musical extravaganza. Mike looked at him from the other side, a shape almost lost in the fog. "You coming, old Mikey?" "Right here with you, Richie." "You still want to say all right?" "Yeah, but hold my hand. Can you catch hold?" "I think so." Richie held his hand out, and although Mike was on the far side of this enormous room, he felt those strong brown fingers close over his wrist. Oh, that was good. That was a good touch. Good to find desire in comfort, to find comfort in desire, to find substance in smoke, and smoke in substance. He tilted his head back and looked at the smoke hole, so white and wee. It was farther up now, miles up. Venusian skylight. It was happening. He began to float. Come on, then, he thought, and began to rise faster through the smoke, the fog, the mist, whatever it was. 5. They weren't inside anymore. The two of them were standing together in the middle of the barrens, and it was nearly dusk. It was the barrens, he knew that, but everything was different. The foliage was lusher, deeper, savagely fragrant. There were plants he had never seen before, and Richie realized some of the things he had first taken for trees were really giant ferns. There was the sound of running water, but it was much louder than it should have been. This water sounded not like the leisurely flow of the Kenduskeag stream, but more the way he imagined the Colorado River would sound as it cut its way through the Grand Canyon. It was hot, too. Not that it didn't get hot in Maine during the summer, and humid enough so that sometimes you felt sticky just lying in your bed at night, but this was more heat and more humidity than he had ever felt in his whole life. A low mist, smoky and thick, lay in the hollows of the land and crept around the boy's legs. It had a thin, acrid smell like burning green wood. He and Mike began to move toward the sound of the running water without speaking, pushing their way through the strange foliage. Thick, ropey lianas lay between some of the trees like spidery hammocks, and once Richie heard something go crashing off through the underbrush. It sounded bigger than a deer. He stopped long enough to look around, turning in a circle, studying the horizon. He knew where the standpipe's thick white cylinder should have been, but it wasn't there. Neither was the railroad trestle going over the train yards at the end of Neibolt Street, or the old Cape housing development. Low bluffs and red sandstone outcroppings of rock bulged out of thick stands of giant fern and pine trees where the old Cape should have been. There was a flapping noise overhead. The boys ducked as a squadron of bats flapped by. They were the biggest bats Richie had ever seen, and for a moment he was more terrified than he had been even when Bill was trying to get Silver rolling and he had heard the werewolf closing in on them from behind. The stillness and the alienness of this land were both terrible, but its awful familiarity was somehow worse. No need to be scared, he told himself. Remember that this is just a dream, or a vision, or whatever you want to call it. Me and old Mikey are really back in the clubhouse, goofed up on smoke. Pretty soon Big Bill is going to get nervous from the service because we're not answering anymore, and he and Ben will come down and haul us out. It's just like Conway Twitty says, only make-believe. But he could see how one of the bat's wings was so ragged the hazy sun shone through it, and when they passed beneath one of the giant ferns, he could see a fat yellow caterpillar trundling across a wide green frond, leaving its shadow behind it. There were tiny black mites jumping and sizzling on the caterpillar's body. If this was a dream, it was the clearest one he had ever had. They went on toward the sound of the water, and in the thick knee-high ground mist, Richie was unable to tell if his feet were touching the ground or not. They came to a place where both the mist and the ground stopped. Richie looked, unbelieving. This was not the Kenduskeag, and yet it was. The stream boiled and roiled through a narrow water course cut through that same crumbly rock. Looking across to the far side, he could see ages cut into those stacked layers of stone, red and then orange and then red again. You couldn't walk across this stream on stepping stones. You'd need a rope bridge, and if you fell in, you would be swept away at once. The sound of the water was the sound of bitter, foolish anger, and as Richie watched, slack-jawed, he saw a pinkish silver fish jump in an impossibly high arc, snapping at the bugs that made shifting clouds just above the surface of the water. It splashed down again, giving Richie just time enough to register its presence and to realize he had never seen a fish exactly like that in his whole life, not even in a book. Birds flocked across the sky, squalling harshly. not a dozen or 2 dozen. For a moment the sky was so dark with birds that they blotted out the sun. Something else crashed through the bushes, and then more things. Richie wheeled, his heart thudding painfully in his chest, and saw something that looked like an antelope flash by, heading southeast. Something's going to happen, and they know it. The birds passed, presumably alighting somewhere en masse farther south. Another animal crashed by them, and another. Then there was silence except for the steady rumble of the Kenduskeag. The silence had a waiting quality about it, a pregnant quality Richie didn't like. He felt the hairs shifting and trying to stand up on the back of his neck, and he groped for Mike's hand again. "Do you know where we are?" he shouted at Mike. "You got the word?" "Jesus, yes," Mike shouted back. "I got it. This is a go, Richie, a go." Richie nodded. A go, as in once upon a time, long, long ago, when we all lived in the forest and nobody lived anywhere else. They were in the barrens as they had been God knew how many thousands of years ago. They were in some unimaginable past before the Ice Age, when New England had been as tropical as South America was today. If there still was a today. He looked around again, nervously, almost expecting to see a brontosaurus raise its crane-like neck against the sky and stare down at them, its mouth full of mud and dripping uprooted plants, or a saber-toothed tiger come stalking out of the undergrowth. But there was only that silence, as in the 5 or 10 minutes before a vicious thunder squall strikes, when the purple heads stack up and up in the sky overhead, and the light turns a queer, bruised purple-yellow, and the wind dies completely, and you can smell a thick aroma like overcharged car batteries in the air. We're in the ago, 1,000,000 years back maybe, or 10 million, or 80 million. But here we are, and something's going to happen. I don't know what, but something. And I'm scared, and I want it to end, and I want to be back. And Bill, please pull us out. It's like we fell into the picture, some picture. Please, help. Mike's hand tightened on his, and he realized that now the silence had been broken. There was a steady low vibration. He could feel it more than hear it, working against the tight flesh of his eardrums, buzzing the tiny bones that conducted the sound. It grew steadily. It had no tone. It simply was. The word in the beginning was the word, the world, a tuneless, soulless sound. He groped for the tree they stood near, and as his hand touched it, cupped the curve of the hole, he could feel the vibration caught inside. At the same moment, he realized he could feel it in his feet, a steady tingling that went up his ankles and calves to his knees, turning his tendons into tuning forks. It grew and grew. It was coming out of the sky. Not wanting to, but unable to help himself, Richie turned his face up. The sun was a molten coin burning a circle in the low-hanging overcast, surrounded by a fairy ring of moisture. Below it, the verdant green slash that was the barrens lay utterly still. Richie thought he understood what this vision was. They were about to see the coming of it. The vibration took on a voice, a rumbling roar that built to a shattering crescendo of sound. He clapped his hands to his ears and screamed, and could not hear himself scream. Beside him, Mike Hanlon was doing the same, and Richie saw that Mike's nose was bleeding a little. The clouds in the west lit with a bloom of red fire. It traced its way toward them, widening from an artery to a stream to a river of ominous color, and then, as a burning, falling object broke through the cloud cover, the wind came. It was hot and searing, smoky and suffocating. The thing in the sky was gigantic, a flaming match head that was nearly too bright to look at. Arcs of electricity bolted from it, blue bullwhips that flashed out from it and left thunder in their wake. "A spaceship!" Richie screamed, falling to his knees and covering his eyes. "Oh my God, it's a spaceship!" But he believed, and would tell the others later, as best he could, that it was not a spaceship, although it might have come through space to get here. Whatever came down on that long-ago day had come from a place much farther away than another star or another galaxy, and if spaceship was the first word to come into his mind, perhaps that was only because his mind had no other way of grasping what his eyes were seeing. There was an explosion then, a roar of sound followed by a rolling concussion that knocked them both down. This time it was Mike who groped for Richie's hand. There was another explosion. Richie opened his eyes and saw a glare of fire and a pillar of smoke rising into the sky. It! He screamed at Mike, in an ecstasy of terror now. Never in his life, before or after, would he feel any emotion so deeply, be so overwhelmed by feeling. It! Mike dragged him to his feet, and they ran along the high bank of the young Kenduskeag, never noticing how close they were to the drop. Once Mike stumbled and went skidding to his knees. Then it was Richie's turn to go down, barking his shin and tearing his pants. The wind had come up, and it was pushing the smell of the burning forest toward them. The smoke grew thicker, and Richie became dimly aware that he and Mike were not running alone. The animals were on the move again, fleeing from the smoke, the fire, the death in the fire. Running from it, perhaps. The new arrival in their world. Richie began to cough. He could hear Mike beside him, also coughing. The smoke was thicker, washing out the greens and grays and reds of the day. Mike fell again, and Richie lost his hand. He groped for it and could not find it. "Mike!" he screamed, panicked, coughing. "Mike, where are you? Mike! Mike!" But Mike was gone. Mike was nowhere. "Richie! Richie! Richie!" Wacko! "Richie! Richie, are you—" 6. "All right?" His eyes fluttered open, and he saw Beverly kneeling beside him, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. The others, Bill, Eddie, Stan, and Ben, stood behind her, their faces solemn and scared. The side of Richie's face hurt like hell. He tried to speak to Beverly and could only croak. He tried to clear his throat and almost vomited. His throat and lungs felt as if they had somehow been lined with smoke. At last he managed. "Did you slap me, Beverly?" "It was all I could think of to do," she said. "Wacko," Richie muttered. "I didn't think you were going to be all right is all," Bev said, and suddenly burst into tears. Richie patted her clumsily on the shoulder, and Bill put a hand on the back of her neck. She reached around it once, took it, squeezed it. Richie managed to sit up. The world began to swim in waves. When it steadied down, he saw Mike leaning against a tree nearby, his face dazed and ashy pale. "Did I puke?" Richie asked Bev. She nodded, still crying. In a croaking, stumbling Irish cop's voice, he asked, "Get any on ye, darlin'?" Bev laughed through her tears and shook her head. "I turned you on your side. I was afraid. Afraid you'd choke on it." She began to cry hard again. No fair," Bill said, still holding her hand. I'm the one who hutters around here." "Not bad, Big Bill," Richie said. He tried to get to his feet and sat down again heavily. The world was still swimming. He began to cough and turned his head away, aware that he was going to retch again only a moment before it happened. He threw up a mess of green foam and thick saliva that mostly came out in ropes. He closed his eyes tight and croaked, "Anyone want a snack?" "Oh, shit," Ben cried, disgusted and laughing at the same time. "Looks more like puke to me," Richie said, although in truth his eyes were still tightly shut. "The shit usually comes out the other end, at least for me. I don't know about you, Haystack." When he opened his eyes at last, he saw the clubhouse about 20 yards away. Both the window and the big trap door were thrown open. Smoke, thinning now, puffed from both. This time Richie was able to get to his feet. For a moment he was quite sure he was going to retch again, or faint, or both. "Wacko," he murmured, watching the world waver and warp in front of his eyes. When the feeling passed, he made his way over to where Mike was. Mike's eyes were still weasel red, and from the dampness on his pants cuffs, Richie thought that maybe old Mikey had taken a ride on the stomach elevator, too. "For a white boy, you did pretty good," Mike croaked, and punched Richie weakly on the shoulder. Richie was at a loss for words, a condition of exquisite rarity. Bill came over, the others came with him. "You pulled us out?" Richie asked. "Me and Ben. You were screaming, but both of you, but—" He looked over at Ben. Ben said, "It must have been the smoke, Bill," but there was no conviction in the big boy's voice at all. Flatly, Richie said, "You mean what I think you mean?" Bill shrugged. "Well, what's that, Richie?" Mike answered, "We weren't there at first, were we? You went down because you heard us screaming, but at first we weren't there." "It was really smoky," Ben said. "Hearing you both screaming that way, that was scary enough, but the screaming, it sounded, well—" It sounded very far away, Bill said. Stuttering badly, he told them that when he and Ben had gone down, they hadn't been able to see either Richie or Mike. They had gone plunging around in the smoky clubhouse, panicked, scared that if they didn't act quickly the two boys might die of smoke poisoning. At last Bill had gripped a hand, Richie's. He had given a hell of a yank, and Richie had come flying out of the gloom, only about 1/4 conscious. When Bill turned around, he had seen Ben with Mike in a bear hug, both of them coughing. Ben had thrown Mike up and out of the trap door. Ben listened to all this, nodding. I kept grabbing, you know, really not doing anything except jabbing my hand out like I wanted to shake hands. You grabbed it, Mike. Damn good thing you grabbed it when you did. I think you were just about gone. You guys make the clubhouse sound a lot bigger than it is, Richie said. Talking about stumbling around in it and all. It's only 5 feet on every side. There was a moment's silence when they all looked at Bill, who stood in frowning concentration. It was bigger, he said at last. Wasn't it, Ben? Ben shrugged. It sure seemed like it, unless it was the smoke. It wasn't the smoke, Richie said. Just before it happened, before we went out, I remember thinking it was at least as big as a ballroom in a movie. Like one of those musicals, 7 Brides for 7 Brothers, something like that. I could barely see Mike against the other wall. Before you went out? Beverly asked. Well, what I mean, like... She grabbed Richie's arm. It happened, didn't it? It really happened. You had a vision, just like in Ben's book. Her face was glowing. It really happened. Richie looked down at himself and then at Mike. One of the knees of Mike's corduroy pants was out, and both the knees of his own jeans were torn. He could look through the holes and see bleeding scrapes on both his knees. If it was a vision, I never want to have another one, he said. I don't know about the kingfish over there, but when I went down there, I didn't have any holes in my pants. They're practically new, for gosh sakes. My mom's going to give me hell. What happened? Ben and Eddie asked together. Richie and Mike exchanged a glance, and then Richie said, Bevy, you got a smoke? She had 2, wrapped in a piece of tissue. Richie put one of them in his mouth, and when she lit it, the first drag made him cough so badly that he handed it back to her. Can't, he said. Sorry. It was the past, Mike said. Shit on that, Richie said. It wasn't just the past. It was a go. Yeah, right. We were in the Barrens, but the Kenduskeag was going a mile a minute. It was deep. It was fucking wild. Sorry, Bevy, but it was. And there were fish in it. Salmon, I think. My dad says that there haven't been any fish in the Kenduskeag for a long time. But because of the sewage. This was a long time, all right, Richie said. He looked around at them uncertainly. I think it was 1,000,000 years ago, at least. A thunderstruck silence greeted this. Beverly broke it at last. But what happened? Richie felt the words in his throat, but he had to struggle to bring them out. It felt almost like vomiting again. We saw it come, he said at last. I think that was it. Christ, Stan muttered. Oh, Christ. There was a sharp hiss gasp as Eddie used his aspirator. It came out of the sky, Mike said. I never want to see anything like that again in my whole life. It was burning so hot you couldn't really look at it. And it was throwing off electricity and making thunder. The noise. He shook his head and looked at Richie. It sounded like the end of the world. And when it hit, it started a forest fire. That was the end of it. Was it a spaceship? Ben asked. Yes, Richie said. No, Mike said. They looked at each other. Well, I guess it was, Mike said. And at the same time, Richie said, no, it really wasn't a spaceship, you know, but... They paused again while the others looked at them, perplexed. You tell, Richie said to Mike. We mean the same thing, I think, but they're not getting it. Mike coughed into his fist and then looked up at the others, almost apologetically. I don't know how to tell you, he said. To try, Bill said urgently. It came out of the sky, Mike repeated, but it wasn't a spaceship exactly. It wasn't a meteor either. It was more like, well, Like the Ark of the Covenant in the Bible that was supposed to have the Spirit of God inside of it. Except this wasn't God. Just feeling it, watching it come, you knew it meant bad, that it was bad. He looked at them. Richie nodded. It came from outside. I got that feeling, from outside. Outside where, Richie? Eddie asked. Outside everything, Richie said. And when it came down, it made the biggest damn hole you ever saw in your life. It turned this big hill into a donut, just about. It landed right where the downtown part of Derry is now. He looked at them. Do you get it? Beverly dropped the cigarette, half-smoked, and crushed it out under one shoe. Mike said, It's always been here, since the beginning of time, since before there were men anywhere, unless maybe there were just a few of them in Africa somewhere, swinging through the trees or living in caves. The crater's gone now, and the Ice Age probably scraped the valley deeper and changed some stuff around and filled the crater in. But it was here then, sleeping maybe, waiting for the ice to melt, waiting for the people to come. That's why it uses the sewers and the drains, Richie put in. They must be regular freeways for it. You didn't see what it looked like? Stan Uris asked abruptly and a little hoarsely. They shook their heads. Can we beat it? Eddie said in the silence. A thing like that? No one answered. Chapter 16. Eddie's Bad Break. 1. By the time Richie finishes, they're all nodding. Eddie is nodding along with them, remembering along with them, when the pain suddenly races up his left arm. Races up? No, rips through. It feels as if someone is trying to sharpen a rusty saw on the bone in there. He grimaces and reaches into the pocket of his sport jacket, sorts through a number of bottles by feel, and takes out the Excedrin. He swallows 2 with a gulp of gin and prune juice. The arm has been paining him off and on all day. At first he dismissed it as the twinges of bursitis he sometimes gets when the weather is damp. But halfway through Richie's story, a new memory clicks into place for him, and he understands the pain. This isn't memory lane we're wandering down anymore, he thinks. It's getting more and more like the Long Island Expressway. 5 years ago, during a routine checkup, Eddie has a routine checkup every 6 weeks. The doctor said matter-of-factly, There's an old break here, Ed. Did you fall out of a tree when you were a kid? Something like that, Eddie agreed, not bothering to tell Dr. Robbins that his mother undoubtedly would have fallen down dead of a brain hemorrhage if she had seen or heard of Eddie climbing trees. The truth was, he hadn't been able to remember exactly how he broke the arm. It didn't seem important, although Eddie thinks now that lack of interest was in itself very odd. He is, after all, a man who attaches importance to a sneeze or a slight change in the color of his stools. But it was an old break, a minor irritation, something that happened a long time ago in a boyhood he could barely remember and didn't care to recall. It pained him a little when he had to drive long hours on rainy days. A couple of aspirin took care of it nicely, no big deal. But now it is not just a minor irritation. It is some madman sharpening that rusty saw, playing bone tunes, and he remembers that was how it felt in the hospital, especially late at night, in the first 3 or 4 days after it happened. Lying there in bed, sweating in the summer heat, waiting for the nurse to bring him a pill, tears running silently down his cheeks into the bowels of his ears, thinking, It's like some kook sharpening a saw in there. If this is memory lane, Eddie thinks, I'd trade it for one great big brain enema, a mental high colonic. Unaware he is going to speak, he says, It was Henry Bowers who broke my arm. Do you remember that? Mike nods. That was just before Patrick Hochstetter disappeared. I don't remember the date. I do, Eddie says flatly. It was the 20th of July. The Hochstetter kid was reported missing on, what, the 23rd? 22nd, Beverly Rogan says, although she doesn't tell them why she is so sure of the date. It is because she saw it take Hochstetter. Nor does she tell them that she believed then and believes now that Patrick Hochstetter was crazy, perhaps even crazier than Henry Bowers. She will tell them, but this is Eddie's turn. She will speak next, and then she supposes that Ben will narrate the climax of that July's events. The silver bullet they had never quite dared to make. A nightmare agenda if ever there was one, she thinks. But that crazy exhilaration persists. When did she last feel this young? She can hardly sit still. The 20th of July, Eddie muses, rolling his aspirator along the table from one hand to the other. 3 or 4 days after the smoke hole thing. I spent the rest of the summer in a cast, remember? Richie slaps his forehead in a gesture they all remember from the old days, and Bill thinks, with a mixture of amusement and unease, that for a moment there Richie looked just like Beaver Cleaver. Sure, of course. You were in a cast when we went to the house on Neibolt Street, weren't you? And later, in the dark. But now Richie shakes his head, a little puzzled. What, Richie? Bill asks. Can't remember that part yet, Richie admits. Can you? Bill shakes his head slowly. Hochstetter was with them that day, Eddie says. It was the last time I ever saw him alive. Maybe he was a replacement for Peter Gordon. I guess Bowers didn't want Peter around anymore after he ran the day of the rock fight. They all died, didn't they? Beverly asks quietly. After Jimmy Cohen, the only ones who died were Henry Bowers' friends, or his ex-friends. All but Bowers, Mike agrees, glancing toward the balloons tethered to the microfilm recorder. And he's in Juniper Hill, a private insane asylum in Augusta. Bill says, well, what about when they broke your arm, Eddie? Your stutter's getting worse, Big Bill, Eddie says solemnly, and finishes his drink in one gulp. Never mind that, Bill says. Tell us. Tell us, Beverly repeats, and puts her hand lightly on his arm. The pain flares there again. All right, Eddie says. He pours himself a fresh drink, studies it, and says, it was a couple of days after I came home from the hospital that you guys came over to the house and showed me those silver ball bearings. You remember, Bill? Bill nods. Eddie looks at Beverly. Bill asked you if you'd shoot them if it came to that, because you had the best eye. I think you said you wouldn't, that you'd be too afraid. And you told us something else, but I just can't remember what it was. It's like... Eddie sticks his tongue out and plucks the end of it as if something were stuck there. Richie and Ben both grin. Was it something about Hochstetter? Yes, Beverly says. I'll tell when you're done. Go ahead. It was after that, after all you guys left, that my mother came in and we had a big fight. She didn't want me to hang around with any of you guys again, and she might have gotten me to agree. She had a way of working on a guy, you know. Bill nods again. He remembers Mrs. Casbrack, a huge woman with a strange schizophrenic face, a face capable of looking stony and furious and miserable and frightened all at the same time. Yeah, she might have got me to agree, Eddie says, but something else happened the same day Bowers broke my arm, something that really shook me up. He utters a little laugh, thinking, it shook me up all right. Is that all you can say? What's good talking when you can never tell people how you really feel? In a book or a movie, what I found out that day before Bowers broke my arm would have changed my life forever, and nothing would have happened the way it did. In a book or a movie, it would have set me free. In a book or a movie, I wouldn't have a whole suitcase full of pills back in my room at the townhouse. I wouldn't be married to Myra. I wouldn't have this stupid fucking aspirator here right now. In a book or a movie, because... Suddenly, as they all watch, Eddie's aspirator rolls across the table by itself. As it rolls, it makes a dry, rattling sound, a little like maracas, a little like bones, a little like laughter. As it reaches the far side, between Richie and Ben, it flips itself up into the air and falls on the floor. Richie makes a startled half-grab, and Bill cries sharply, "Don't touch it!" "The balloons!" Ben yells, and they all turn. Both balloons tethered to the microfilm recorder now read, "Asthma medicine gives you cancer." Below the slogan are grinning skulls. They explode with twin bangs. Eddie looks at this, mouth dry, the familiar sensation of suffocation starting to tighten down in his chest like locking bolts. Bill looks back at him. "Who told you, and what did they tell you?" Eddie licks his lips, wanting to go after his aspirator, not quite daring to. Who knew what might be in it now? He thinks about that day, the 20th, about how it was hot, about how his mother gave him a check, all filled out except for the amount, and $1 in cash for himself, his allowance. "Mr. Keene," he says, and his voice sounds distant to his own ears without power. It was Mr. Keene. Not exactly the nicest man in Derry, Mike says, but Eddie, lost in his thoughts, barely hears him. Yes, it was hot that day, but cool inside the Center Street Drug, the wooden fans turning leisurely below the pressed tin ceiling, and there was that comforting smell of mixed powders and nostrums. This was the place where they sold health. That was his mother's unstated but clearly communicated conviction. And with his body clock set at 11:30, Eddie had no suspicion that his mother might be wrong about that or anything else. Well, Mr. Keene sure put an end to that, he thinks now with a kind of sweet anger. He remembers standing at the comic rack for a while, spinning it idly to see if there were any new Batmans or Superboys, or his own favorite, Plastic Man. He had given his mother's list. She sent him to the drugstore, as other boys' mothers might send them to the corner grocery, and his mother's check to Mr. Keene. He would fill the order and then write in the amount on the check, giving Eddie the receipt so she could deduct the amount from her checking balance. This was all SOP for Eddie. 3 different kinds of prescription for his mother, plus a bottle of Geritol, because she told him mysteriously, "It's full of iron, Eddie, and women need more iron than men." Also, there would be his vitamins, a bottle of Dr. Sweat's elixir for children, and, of course, his asthma medicine. It was always the same. Later, he would stop in the Costello Avenue Market with his $1 and get 2 candy bars and a Pepsi. He would eat the candy, drink the soda, and jingle his pocket change all the way home. But this day was different. It would end with him in the hospital, and that was certainly different, but it started being different when Mr. Keene called him. Because instead of handing him the big white bag full of cures and the receipt, admonishing him to put the receipt in his pocket so he wouldn't lose it, Mr. Keene looked at him thoughtfully and said, "Come." 2. "Back into the office for a minute, Eddie. I want to talk to you." Eddie only looked at him for a moment, blinking, a little scared. The idea that maybe Mr. Keene thought he had been shoplifting flashed briefly through his mind. There was that sign by the door that he always read when he came into the Center Street Drug. It was written in accusing black letters so large that he bet even Richie Tozier could read it without his glasses. Shoplifting is not a kick or a groove or a gasser. Shoplifting is a crime, and we will prosecute. Eddie had never shoplifted anything in his life, but that sign always made him feel guilty, made him feel as if Mr. Keene knew something about him that he didn't know about himself. Then Mr. Keene confused him even further by saying, "How about an ice cream soda?" "Well, oh, it's on the house. I always have one in the office around this time of day. Good energy, unless you need to watch your weight, and I'd say neither of us do. My wife says I look like a stuffed string. Your friend there, the Hanscom boy, he's the one who needs to have a care about his weight. What flavor, Eddie?" "Well, my mother said to get home as soon as I—" "You look like a chocolate man to me. Chocolate okay for you?" Mr. Keene's eyes twinkled, but it was a dry twinkle, like the sun shining on mica in the desert. Or so Eddie, a fan of such Western writers as Max Brand and Archie Jocelyn, thought. "Sure," Eddie gave in. Something about the way Mr. Keene pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up on his blade of a nose made him edgy. Something about the way Mr. Keene seemed both nervous and secretly pleased. He didn't want to go into the office with Mr. Keene. This wasn't about a soda. Nope. And whatever it was about, Eddie had an idea it wasn't such great news. Maybe he's going to tell me I got cancer or something, Eddie thought wildly. That kid cancer, leukemia, Jesus. "Oh, don't be so stupid," he answered himself back, trying to sound in his own mind like Stuttering Bill. Stuttering Bill had replaced Jock Mahoney, who played the range rider on TV Saturday mornings, as the great hero of Eddie's life. In spite of the fact that he couldn't talk right, Big Bill always seemed to be on top of things. This guy's a pharmacist, not a doctor, for cripe's sake. But Eddie was still nervous. Mr. Keene had raised the counter gate and was beckoning to Eddie with one bony finger. Eddie went, but reluctantly. Ruby, the counter girl, was sitting by the cash register and reading a silver screen. "Would you make 2 ice cream sodas, Ruby?" Mr. Keene called to her. "1 chocolate, 1 coffee?" "Sure," Ruby said, marking her place in the magazine with a tinfoil gum wrapper and getting up. "Bring them into the office." "Sure." "Come on, son. I'm not going to bite you." And Mr. Keene actually winked, astounding Eddie completely. He had never been in back of the counter before, and he gazed at all the bottles and pills and jars with interest. He would have lingered if he had been on his own, examining Mr. Keene's mortar and pestle, his scales and weights, the fish bowls full of capsules. But Mr. Keene propelled him forward into the office and closed the door firmly behind him. When it clicked shut, Eddie felt a warning tightness in his chest and fought it. There would be a fresh aspirator in with his mother's things, and he could have a long, satisfying honk on it as soon as he was out of here. A bottle of licorice whip stood on the corner of Mr. Keene's desk. He offered it to Eddie. "No, thank you," Eddie said politely. Mr. Keene sat down in the swivel chair behind his desk and took one. Then he opened his drawer and took something out. He put it down next to the tall bottle of licorice whips, and Eddie felt real alarm course through him. It was an aspirator. Mr. Keene tilted back in his swivel chair until his head was almost touching the calendar on the wall behind him. The picture on the calendar showed more pills. It said Squib. And for one nightmare moment, when Mr. Keene opened his mouth to speak, Eddie remembered what had happened in the shoe store when he was just a little kid, when his mother had screamed at him for putting his foot in the X-ray machine. For that one nightmare moment, Eddie thought Mr. Keene would say, "Eddie, 9 out of 10 doctors agree that asthma medicine gives you cancer, just like the X-ray machines they used to have in the shoe stores. You probably got it already. Just thought you ought to know." But what Mr. Keene did say was so peculiar that Eddie could think of no response at all. He could only sit in the straight wooden chair on the other side of Mr. Keene's desk like a nit. "This has gone on long enough." Eddie opened his mouth and then closed it again. "How old are you, Eddie? 11, isn't it?" "Yes, sir," Eddie said faintly. His breathing was indeed shallowing up. He wasn't yet whistling like a tea kettle, which was how Richie put it. Somebody turn Eddie off. He's reached the boil. But that might happen at any time. He looked longingly at the aspirator on Mr. Keene's desk, and because something else seemed required, he said, "I'll be 12 in November." Mr. Keene nodded, then leaned forward like a TV pharmacist in a commercial and clasped his hands together. His eyeglasses gleamed in the strong light thrown by the overhead fluorescent bars. "Do you know what a placebo is, Eddie?" Nervously, taking his best guess, Eddie said, "Those are the things on cows that the milk comes out of, aren't they?" Mr. Keene laughed and rocked back in his chair. "No," he said, and Eddie blushed to the roots of his flat-top haircut. Now he could hear the whistle creeping into his breathing. "A placebo—" He was interrupted by a brisk double tap at the door. Without waiting for a come-in call, Ruby entered with an old-fashioned ice cream soda glass in each hand. "Yours must be the chocolate," she said to Eddie, and gave him a grin. He returned it as best he could, but his interest in ice cream sodas was at its lowest ebb in his entire personal history. He felt scared in a way that was both vague and specific. It was the way he felt scared when he was sitting on Dr. Handor's examination table in his underpants, waiting for the doctor to come in, and knowing his mother was out in the waiting room, taking up most of one sofa. A book, most likely Norman Vincent Peale's The Power of Positive Thinking, or Dr. Jarvis's Vermont Folk Medicine, held firmly up to her eyes like a hymnal. Stripped of his clothes and defenseless, he felt caught between the two of them. He sipped some of the soda as Ruby went out, hardly tasting it. Mr. Keene waited until the door was shut and then smiled his dry, sun-on-mica smile again. "Loosen up, Eddie. I'm not going to bite you or hurt you." Eddie nodded, because Mr. Keene was a grown-up and you were supposed to agree with grown-ups at all costs. His mother had taught him that. But inside he was thinking, "Oh, I've heard that bullshit before." It was about what the doctors said when he opened the sterilizer and the sharp, frightening smell of alcohol drifted out, stinging his nostrils. That was the smell of shots, and this was the smell of bullshit, and both came down to the same thing. When they said it was just going to be a little prick, something you hardly felt at all, that meant it was going to hurt plenty. He tried another half-hearted suck on his soda straw, but it was no good. He needed all the space in his narrowing throat just to suck in air. He looked at the aspirator sitting in the middle of Mr. Keen's blotter, wanted to ask for it, didn't quite dare. A weird thought occurred to him. Maybe Mr. Keen knew he wanted it, but didn't dare ask for it. That maybe Mr. Keen was torturing, teasing him. Except that was a really stupid idea, wasn't it? A grown-up, particularly a health-dispensing grown-up, wouldn't tease a little kid that way, would he? Surely not. It wasn't even to be considered, because consideration of such an idea might necessitate a terrifying reappraisal of the world as Eddie understood it. But there it was, so near and yet so far, like water just beyond the reach of a man who was dying of thirst in the desert. There it was, standing on the desk below Mr. Keen's smiling mica eyes. Eddie wished more than anything else that he was down in the barrens with his friends around him. The thought of a monster, some great monster, lurking under the city where he had been born and where he had grown up, using the sewers and drains to creep from place to place, that was a frightening thought. And the thought of actually fighting that creature, of taking it on, was even more frightening. But somehow this was worse. How could you fight a grown-up who said it wasn't going to hurt when you knew it was? How could you fight a grown-up who asked you funny questions and said obscurely ominous things like, "This has gone on long enough"? And almost idly, in a kind of side thought, Eddie discovered one of his childhood's great truths. Grown-ups are the real monsters, he thought. It was no big deal, not a thought that came in a revelatory flash or announced itself with trumpets and bells. It just came and was gone, almost buried under the stronger overriding thought, I want my aspirator and I want to be out of here. Loosen up, Mr. Keen said again. Most of your trouble, Eddie, comes from being so tight and stiff all the time. Take your asthma, for instance. Look here. Mr. Keen opened his desk drawer, fumbled around inside, and then brought out a balloon. Expanding his narrow chest as much as possible, his tie bobbed like a narrow boat riding a mild wave. He huffed into it and blew it up. Center Street Drug, the balloon said. Prescriptions, sundries, ostomy supplies. Mr. Keen pinched the balloon's rubber neck and held the balloon out in front of him. Now pretend for just a moment that this is a lung, he said. Your lung. I should really blow up two, of course, but since I only had one left from the sale we had just after Christmas... Mr. Keen, could I have my aspirator now? Eddie's head was starting to pound. He could feel his windpipe sealing itself up. His heart rate was up and sweat stood out on his forehead. His chocolate ice cream soda stood on the corner of Mr. Keen's desk, the cherry on top sinking slowly into a goo of whipped cream. In a minute, Mr. Keen said. Pay attention, Eddie. I want to help you. It's time somebody did. If Russ Handor isn't man enough to do it, I'll have to. Your lung is like this balloon, except it's surrounded by a blanket of muscle. These muscles are like the arms of a man operating a bellows, you understand? In a healthy person, those muscles help the lungs to expand and contract easily. But if the owner of those healthy lungs is always getting stiff and tight, the muscles begin to work against the lungs rather than with them. Look. Mr. Keen wrapped a bunched, bony, liver-spotted hand around the balloon and squeezed. The balloon bulged over and under his fist, and Eddie winced, trying to get ready for the pop. Simultaneously, he felt his breathing stop altogether. He leaned over the desk and grabbed for the aspirator and the blotter. His shoulder struck the heavy ice cream soda glass. It toppled off the desk and shattered on the floor like a bomb. Eddie heard that only dimly. He was clawing the top off the aspirator, slamming the nozzle into his mouth, triggering it off. He took a tearing, heaving breath, his thoughts a rat-run of panic, as they always were at moments like this. Please, Mommy, I'm suffocating. I can't breathe. Oh, my dear God, oh, dear Jesus. Meek and mild, I can't breathe. Please, I don't want to die, oh, please. Then the fog from the aspirator condensed on the swollen walls of his throat, and he could breathe again. I'm sorry, he said, nearly crying. I'm sorry about the glass. I'll clean it up and pay for it. Just please don't tell my mother, okay? I'm sorry, Mr. Keen, but I couldn't breathe. There was that double rap at the door again, and Ruby poked her head in. Is everything... Everything's fine, Mr. Keene said sharply. Leave us. Well, I'm sorry, Ruby said. She rolled her eyes and closed the door. Eddie's breath was starting to whistle in his throat again. He took another pull at the aspirator and then began his fumbling apology once more. He ceased only when he saw that Mr. Keene was smiling at him, that peculiar dry smile. Mr. Keene's hands were laced over his middle. The balloon lay on his desk. A thought came to Eddie. He tried to hold it back and couldn't. Mr. Keene looked as if Eddie's asthma attack had tasted better to him than his half-finished coffee soda. "Don't be concerned," he said. "Ruby will clean up the mess later. And if you want to know the truth, I'm rather glad you broke the glass. Because I promised not to tell your mother that you broke it if you promised not to tell her we had this little talk." "Oh, I promised that," Eddie said eagerly. "Good," Mr. Keene said. "We have an understanding. And you feel much better now, don't you?" Eddie nodded. "Why?" "Why? Well, because I had my medicine." He looked at Mr. Keene the way he looked at Mrs. Casey in school when he had given an answer he wasn't quite sure of. "But you didn't have any medicine," Mr. Keene said. "You had a placebo. A placebo, Eddie, is something that looks like medicine and tastes like medicine but isn't medicine. A placebo isn't medicine because it has no active ingredients. Or if it is medicine, it's medicine of a very special sort. Head medicine." Mr. Keene smiled. "Do you understand that, Eddie? Head medicine." Eddie understood all right. Mr. Keene was telling him he was crazy. But through numb lips he said, "No, I don't get you." "Let me tell you a little story," Mr. Keene said. "In 1954, a series of medical tests on ulcer patients was run at DePaul University. 100 ulcer patients were given pills. They were all told the pills would help their ulcers. But 50 of the patients really got placebos. They were, in fact, M&Ms given a uniform pink coating." Mr. Keene uttered a strange, shrill giggle, that of a man describing a prank rather than an experiment. Of those 100 patients, 93 said they felt a definite improvement, and 81 showed an improvement. So what do you think? What conclusion do you draw from such an experiment, Eddie?" "I don't know," Eddie said faintly. Mr. Keene tapped his head solemnly. "Most sickness starts in here, that's what I think. I've been in this business a long, long time, and I knew about placebos a mighty stretch of years before those doctors at DePaul University did their study. Usually it's old folks who end up getting the placebos. The old fellow or the old girl will go to the doctor convinced that they've got heart disease or cancer or diabetes or some damn thing. But in a good many cases it's nothing like that at all. They don't feel good because they're old, that's all. But what's a doctor to do? Tell them they're like watches with worn-out mainsprings? Not likely. Doctors like their fees too much." And now Mr. Keene's face wore an expression somewhere between a smile and a sneer. Eddie just sat there waiting for it to be over, to be over, to be over. "You didn't have any medicine." Those words clanged in his mind.
"The doctors don't tell them that, and I don't tell them that either. Why bother?"
Sometimes an old party will come in with a prescription blank that will say it right out. Placebo, or 25 grains blue skies, which was how old Doc Pearson used to put it. Mr. Keene cackled briefly and then sucked on his coffee soda. "Well, what's wrong with it?" he asked Eddie. And when Eddie only sat there, Mr. Keene answered his own question. "Why, nothing. Nothing at all. At least, usually. Placebos are a blessing for old people. And then there are other cases, folks with cancer, folks with degenerative heart disease, folks with terrible things that we don't understand yet, some of them children just like you, Eddie. In cases like that, if a placebo makes the patient feel better, where is the harm? Do you see the harm, Eddie?" "No, sir," Eddie said, and looked down at the splatter of chocolate ice cream, soda water, whipped cream, and broken glass on the floor. In the middle of all this was the maraschino cherry, as accusing as a blood clot at a crime scene. Looking at this mess made his chest feel tight again. "Then we're like Ike and Mike. We think alike. 5 years ago, when Vernon Maitland had cancer of the esophagus, a painful, painful sort of cancer, and the doctors had run out of anything effective they could give him for his pain, I came by his hospital room with a bottle of sugar pills. He was a special friend, you see. And I said, Vern, these are special experimental pain pills. The doctor doesn't know I'm giving them to you, so for God's sake be careful and don't tattle on me. They might not work, but I think they will. Take no more than one a day, and only if the pain is especially bad. He thanked me with tears in his eyes. Tears, Eddie. And they worked for him. Yes, they were only sugar pills, but they killed most of his pain. Because pain is here. Solemnly, Mr. Keene tapped his head again. Eddie said, My medicine does so work.
I know it does,
Mr. Keene replied, and smiled a maddening, complacent, grown-up smile.
It works on your chest because it works on your head.
Hydrox, Eddie, is water with a dash of camphor thrown in to give it a medicine taste. No, Eddie said. His breath had begun to whistle again. Mr. Keene drank some of his soda, spooned some of the melting ice cream, and fastidiously wiped his chin with his handkerchief, while Eddie used his aspirator again. I want to go now, Eddie said. Let me finish, please. No, I want to go. You've got your money, and I want to go. Let me finish, Mr. Keene said, so forbiddingly that Eddie sat back in his chair. Grown-ups could be so hateful in their power sometimes, so hateful. Part of the problem here is that your doctor, Russ Handor, is weak. And part of the problem is that your mother is determined you are ill. You, Eddie, have been caught in the middle. I'm not crazy, Eddie whispered, the words coming out in a bare husk. Mr. Keene's chair creaked like a monstrous cricket. What? I said I'm not crazy, Eddie shouted. Then immediately a miserable blush rose into his face. Mr. Keene smiled. Think what you like, that smile said. Think what you like, and I'll think what I like. All I'm telling you, Eddie, is that you're not physically ill. Your lungs don't have asthma. Your mind does. You mean I'm crazy? Mr. Keene leaned forward, looking at him intently over his folded hands. I don't know, he said softly. Are you? It's all a lie, Eddie cried, surprised the words came out so strongly from his tight chest. He was thinking of Bill, how Bill would react to such amazing charges. Bill would know what to say, stutter or not. Bill would know how to be brave. All a great big lie. I do have asthma. I do. Yes, Mr. Keene said, and now the dry smile had become a weird skeletal grin. But who gave it to you, Eddie? Eddie's brain thudded and whirled. Oh, he felt sick. He felt very sick. 4 years ago, in 1954, the same year as the DePaul tests, oddly enough, Dr. Handor began prescribing this Hydrox for you. That stands for hydrogen and oxygen, the two components of water. I have condoned this deception since then, but I will not condone it any more. Your asthma medicine works on your mind rather than your body. Your asthma is the result of a nervous tightening of the diaphragm that is ordered by your mind, or your mother. You are not sick. A terrible silence descended. Eddie sat in his chair, his mind whirling. For a moment he considered the possibility that Mr. Keene might be telling the truth, but there were ramifications in such an idea that he could not face. Yet why would Mr. Keene lie, especially about something so serious? Mr. Keene sat and smiled his bright, dry, heartless desert smile. I do have asthma, I do. The day that Henry Bowers punched me in the nose, the day Bill and I were trying to make a dam in the Barrens, I almost died. Am I supposed to think that my mind was just making all of that up? But why would he lie? It was only years later, in the library, that Eddie asked himself the more terrible question. Why would he tell me the truth? Dimly he heard Mr. Keene saying, I've kept my eye on you, Eddie. I told you all this because you're old enough to understand, but also because I've noticed you finally made some friends. They are good friends, aren't they? Yes, Eddie said. Mr. Keene tilted his chair back. It made that cricket-like noise again, and closed one eye in what might or might not have been a wink. And I'll bet your mother doesn't like them much, does she? She likes them fine, Eddie said, thinking of the cutting things his mother had said about Richie Tozier. He has a foul mouth, and I've smelled his breath, Eddie. I think he smokes. Her sniffing remark not to loan any money to Stan Uris because he was a Jew, her outright dislike of Bill Denbrough and that fat boy. He repeated to Mr. Keene, "She likes them a lot." "Does she?" Mr. Keene said, still smiling. "Well, maybe she's right and maybe she's wrong, but at least you have friends. Maybe you ought to talk to them about this problem of yours, this mental weakness. See what they have to say." Eddie didn't reply. He was through talking to Mr. Keene. That seemed safer. And he was afraid that if he didn't get out of here soon, he really would cry. "Well," Mr. Keene said, standing up, "I think that just about finishes us up, Eddie. If I've upset you, I'm sorry. I was only doing my duty as I saw it. But before he could say any more, Eddie had snatched up his aspirator and the white bag of pills and nostrums and had fled. One of his feet skidded in the ice-creamy mess on the floor, and he almost fell. Then he was running, bolting from the Center Street drugstore in spite of his whistling breath. Ruby stared after him over her movie magazine, her mouth open. Behind him he seemed to sense Mr. Keene standing in the doorway of his office and watching his graceless retreat over the prescription counter, gaunt and neat and thoughtful and smiling. Smiling that dry desert smile. He paused outside on the three-way corner of Kansas, Main, and Center. He took another deep pull from his aspirator while sitting on the low stone wall by the bus stop. His throat was now positively slimy with that medicinal taste. Nothing but water with some camphor thrown in. And he thought that if he had to use the aspirator again today, he would probably puke his guts. He slipped it into his pocket and watched the traffic pass back and forth, headed up Main Street and down Up Mile Hill. He tried not to think. The sun beat down on his head, blaringly hot. Each passing car threw bright darts of reflection into his eyes, and a headache was starting in his temples. He couldn't find a way to stay angry at Mr. Keene, but he had no trouble at all feeling bad for Eddie Kasprak. He felt real bad for Eddie Kasprak. He supposed that Bill Denbrough never wasted time feeling sorry for himself. But Eddie just couldn't seem to help it. More than anything else, he wanted to do exactly what Mr. Keene had suggested. Go down to the Barrens and tell his friends everything. See what they would say. Find out what answers they had. But he couldn't do that now. His mother would expect him home with her medicine soon. Your mind or your mother? And if he wasn't there, your mother is determined you are ill. Trouble would follow. She would assume he had been with Bill or Richie, or the Jew boy, as she called Stan, insisting that she meant no prejudice by so calling him, but was simply slapping down the cards, her phrase for truth-telling in difficult situations. And standing here on this corner, trying hopelessly to sort out his flying thoughts, Eddie knew what she would say if she knew one of his other friends was a Negro and another was a girl old enough to be getting bosoms. He started slowly toward Up Mile Hill, dreading the stiff climb in this heat. It felt almost hot enough to fry an egg on the sidewalk. For the first time he found himself wishing for school to be in again, for a new grade and a new teacher's peculiarities to contend with, for this dreadful summer to be over. He stopped halfway up the hill, not far from where Bill Denbrough would rediscover his bike silver 27 years later, and pulled his aspirator from his pocket. Hydrox Mist, the label said. Administer as needed. Something else clicked home. Administer as needed. He was only a kid, still wet behind the ears, as his mother sometimes told him when she was slapping down the cards. But even a kid of 11 knew that you didn't give someone real medicine and then write on the label, administer as needed. If it was real medicine, it would be too easy to kill yourself as you went happy assholing around and administering as needed. He supposed you could kill yourself with plain old aspirin doing that. He looked fixedly at the aspirator, unaware of the old lady who glanced curiously at him as she passed on down the hill toward Main Street with her shopping basket over her arm. He felt betrayed, and for one moment he almost cast the plastic squeeze bottle into the gutter. Better yet, he thought, throw it down that sewer grating. Sure, why not? Let it have it down there in its tunnels and dripping sewer pipes. Have a placebo, you hundred-faced creep. He uttered a wild laugh and came within an ace of doing it. But in the end, habit was simply too strong. He replaced the aspirator in his right front pants pocket and walked on, hardly hearing the occasional blare of a horn or the diesel drone of the Basie Park bus as it passed him. He was likewise unaware of how close he was to discovering what being hurt, really hurt, was all about. 3. When he came out of the Costello Avenue Market 25 minutes later with a Pepsi in one hand and 2 payday candy bars in the other, Eddie was unpleasantly surprised to see Henry Bowers, Victor Criss, Moose Sadler, and Patrick Hochstetter kneeling on the crushed gravel to the left of the little store. For a moment Eddie thought they were shooting craps. Then he saw they were pooling their money on Victor's baseball shirt. Their summer school textbooks lay off to one side in an untidy heap. On an ordinary day, Eddie might have simply faded quietly back into the store and asked Mr. Guidreau if he could leave by the back door, but this had been no ordinary day. Eddie froze right where he was instead, one hand still holding the screen door with its tin cigarette signs. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. 21 great tobaccos make 20 wonderful smokes. The bellboy who was shouting, "Call for Philip Morris." The other clutching the brown grocery bag and the white drugstore bag. Victor Criss saw him and elbowed Henry. Henry looked up. So did Patrick Hochstetter. Moose, whose relays worked more slowly, went on counting out pennies for 5 seconds or so before the sudden silence sank into him, and he also looked up. Henry stood, brushing loose pieces of gravel from the knees of the biballs he was wearing. There were splints on the sides of his bandaged nose, and his voice had a nasal foghorning quality.
"Well, I be go to hell," he said. "One of the rock throwers. Where's your friends, asshole? They inside?"
Eddie was shaking his head numbly before he realized this was another mistake. Henry's smile broadened.
"Well, that's okay," he said. "I don't mind taking you one by one. Come on down here, asshole."
Victor stood beside Henry. Patrick Hochstetter trailed behind them, smiling in a porky, vacant way Eddie was familiar with from school. Moose was still getting up.
"Come on, asshole," Henry said. "Let's talk about throwing rocks. Let's talk about that. You wanna?"
Now that it was too late, Eddie decided it would be wise to go back into the store. Back in the store where there was a grown-up. But as he retreated, Henry darted forward and grabbed him. He pulled Eddie's arm, pulled hard, his smile turning into a snarl. Eddie's hand was ripped free of the screen door. He was pulled off the steps and would have crashed headlong into the gravel if Victor hadn't caught him roughly under the arms. Victor threw him. Eddie managed to keep on his feet, but only by whirling around twice. The 4 boys faced him now over a distance of about 10 feet, Henry slightly ahead of the others, smiling. His hair stood up at the back in a cowlick. Behind Henry and on his left was Patrick Hochstetter, a genuinely spooky kid. Eddie hadn't ever seen him with anyone else until today. He was just enough overweight so that his belly always hung slightly over his belt, which had a Red Ryder buckle. His face was perfectly round and usually as pale as cream. Now he had a slight sunburn. It was heaviest on his nose, which was peeling, but it spread out toward either cheek like wings. In school, Patrick liked to kill flies with his green plastic school-time ruler and put them in his pencil box. Sometimes he would show his fly collection to some new kid in the play yard at recess, his heavy lips smiling, his gray-green eyes sober and thoughtful. He never spoke when he exhibited his dead flies, no matter what the new kid might say to him. That expression was on his face now.
"How you doing, rock man?"
Henry asked, advancing across the distance between them.
"Got any rocks on you?"
"Leave me alone," Eddie said in a trembling voice.
"Leave me alone,"
Henry mimicked, waving his hands in mock terror. Victor laughed.
"What are you going to do if I don't, rock man, huh?"
His hand flashed out incredibly fast and exploded against Eddie's cheek with a gunshot sound. Eddie's head rocked back. Tears began to pour from his left eye.
"My friends are inside,"
Eddie said.
"My friends are inside," Patrick Hochstetter squealed. "Oh, oh, oh."
He began to circle to Eddie's right. Eddie started to turn in that direction. Henry's hand flashed out again, and this time his other cheek flamed.
"Don't cry," he thought. "That's what they want. But don't you do it, Eddie. Bill wouldn't do it. Bill wouldn't cry. And don't you cry either."
Victor stepped forward and gave Eddie a hard, open-handed push in the middle of his chest. Eddie stumbled half a step backward and then fell sprawling over Patrick, who had crouched directly behind his feet. He thudded to the gravel, scraping his arms. There was a whoof as the wind rushed out of him. A moment later, Henry Bowers was on top of him, his knees pinning Eddie's arms, his butt on Eddie's stomach.
"Got any rocks, rock man?"
Henry raved down at him, and Eddie was more frightened by the mad light in Henry's eyes than he was by the pain in his arms or by his inability to get his breath back. Henry was nuts. Somewhere close by, Patrick tittered. "You want to throw rocks, huh? I'll give you rocks. Here's some rocks." Henry swept up a handful of gravel and slammed it down into Eddie's face. He rubbed the gravel into Eddie's skin, cutting his cheeks, his eyelids, his lips. Eddie opened his mouth and screamed. "Want rocks? I'll give you rocks. Here's some rocks, Rockman. You want rocks? Okay. Gravel slammed into his open mouth, lacerating his gums, grinding against his teeth. He felt sparks fly against his fillings. He screamed again and spat gravel out. "Want some more rocks? Okay. How about a few more? How about—" "Stop that. Here. Stop that, you boy. Quit on him. Right now, you hear me? Quit on him." Through half-lidded, tear-blurred eyes, Eddie saw a big hand come down and grab Henry by the collar of his shirt and the right strap of his bib-alls. The hand gave a yank, and Henry was pulled off. He landed in the gravel and got up. Eddie rose more slowly. He was trying to scramble to his feet, but his scrambler seemed temporarily broken. He gasped and spat chunks of bloody gravel out of his mouth. It was Mr. Gaudreau, dressed in his long white apron, and he looked furious. There was no fear in his face, although Henry stood about 3 inches taller and probably outweighed him by 50 pounds. There was no fear in his face because he was the grown-up and Henry was the kid. Except this time, Eddie thought, that might not mean anything. Mr. Gaudreau didn't understand. He didn't understand that Henry was nuts. "You get out of here," Mr. Gaudreau said, advancing on Henry until he stood toe-to-toe with the hulking, sullen-faced boy. "You get out, and you don't want to come back either. I don't hold with bullying. I don't hold with 4 against 1. What would your mothers think?" He swept the others with his hot, angry eyes. Moose and Victor dropped their gazes and examined their sneakers. Patrick only stared at and through Mr. Gaudreau with that vacant gray-green look. Mr. Gaudreau looked back at Henry and got just as far as, "You get on your bikes and—" when Henry gave him a good hard push. An expression of surprise that would have been comical in other circumstances spread across Mr. Gaudreau's face as he flew backward, loose gravel spurting out from under his heels. He struck the steps leading up to the screen door and sat down hard. "Why, you—" he began. Henry's shadow fell on him. "Get inside," he said. "You—" Mr. Gaudreau said, and this time he stopped on his own. Mr. Gaudreau had finally seen it, Eddie realized, the light in Henry's eyes. He got up quickly, apron flapping. He went up the stairs as fast as he could, stumbling on the second one from the top and going briefly to one knee. He was up again at once, but that stumble, as brief as it had been, seemed to rob him of the rest of his grown-up authority. He spun around at the top and yelled, "I'm calling the cops." Henry made as if to lunge for him, and Mr. Gaudreau flinched back. That was the end, Eddie realized. As incredible, as unthinkable as it seemed, there was no protection for him here. It was time to go. While Henry was standing at the bottom of the steps and glaring up at Mr. Gaudreau, and while the others were staring, transfixed, and, except for Patrick Hochstetter, not a little horrified, by this sudden, successful defiance of adult authority, Eddie saw his chance. He whirled, took to his heels, and ran. He was halfway up the block before Henry turned, his eyes blazing. "Get him!" he bellowed. Asthma or no asthma, Eddie ran them a good race that day. There were spaces, some of them as long as 50 feet, when he couldn't remember if the soles of his PF Flyers had touched the sidewalk or not. For a few moments, he even entertained the giddy notion that he might be able to outrun them. Then, just before he reached Kansas Street and what might have been safety, a little kid on a trike suddenly pedaled out of a driveway and right into Eddie's path. Eddie tried to swerve, but running full out as he had been, he might have done better to jump over the kid. The kid's name, in fact, was Richard Cohen, and he would grow up, marry, and father a son named Frederick Cohen, who would be drowned in a toilet and then be partially eaten by a thing that rose up from the toilet like black smoke and then took an unthinkable shape. Or at least to try. One of Eddie's feet caught on the trike's back deck, where an adventurous little shit might stand and push the trike along like a scooter. Richard Cohen, whose unborn son would be murdered by it 27 years later, barely rocked on his trike. Eddie, however, went flying. He struck the sidewalk on his shoulder, rebounded, came down again, and skidded 10 feet, erasing the skin from his elbows and knees.
He was trying to get up when Henry Bowers hit him like a shell from a bazooka and knocked him flat. Eddie's nose connected briskly with the concrete. Blood flew. Henry did a quick side roll like a paratrooper and was up again. He grabbed Eddie by the nape of the neck and by his right wrist. His breath, snorting through his swelled and splinted nose, was warm and moist. "Want rocks, Rockman? Sure, shit." He jerked Eddie's wrist halfway up his back. Eddie yelled. "Rocks for the Rockman, right, Rockman?" He jerked Eddie's wrist up even higher. Eddie screamed. Behind him, dimly, he could hear the others approaching and the little kid on the trike starting to bawl. "Join the club, kid," he thought, and in spite of the pain, in spite of the tears and the fear, he brayed a huge donkey-like hee-haw of laughter. "You think this is funny?" Henry asked, sounding suddenly astounded rather than furious. "You think this is funny?" And did Henry also sound scared? Years later, Eddie would think, yes, scared. He sounded scared. Eddie twisted his wrist in Henry's grip. He was slick with sweat, and he almost got away. Perhaps that was why Henry shoved Eddie's wrist up harder this time than before. Eddie heard a crack in his arm like the sound of winter wood giving under an accumulated plate of ice. The pain that rolled out of his fractured arm was gray and huge. He shrieked, but the sound seemed distant. The color was washing out of the world, and when Henry let go of him and pushed, he seemed to float toward the sidewalk. It took a long time to get down to that old sidewalk. He had a good look at every single crack in it as he glided down. He had a chance to admire the way the July sun glinted off the flecks of mica in that old sidewalk. He had a chance to note the remains of a very old hopscotch grid that had been done in pink chalk on that old sidewalk. Then, for just a moment, it swam and looked like something else. It looked like a turtle. He might have fainted then, but he struck on his newly broken arm, and this fresh pain was sharp, bright, hot, terrible. He felt the splintered ends of the green stick fracture grind together. He bit his tongue, bringing fresh blood. He rolled over on his back and saw Henry, Victor, Moose, and Patrick standing over him. They looked impossibly tall, impossibly high up, like pallbearers peering into a grave. "You like that, Rockman?" Henry asked, his voice drifting down over a distance, floating through clouds of pain. "You like that action, Rockman? You like that Jabba Nabba?" Patrick Hochstetter giggled. "Your father's crazy," Eddie heard himself say, "and so are you." Henry's grin faded so fast it might have been slapped off his face. He drew his foot back to kick, and then a siren rose in the still hot afternoon. Henry paused. Victor and Moose looked around uneasily. "Henry, I think we'd better get out of here," Moose said. "I know damn well I'm getting out of here," Victor said. How far away their voices seemed, like the clown's balloons. They seemed to float. Victor took off toward the library, cutting into McCarran Park to get off the street. Henry hesitated a moment longer, perhaps hoping the cop car was on some other business and he could continue with his own. But the siren rose again, closer. "You got lucky, fuckface," he said. He and Moose took off after Victor. Patrick Hochstetter waited for a moment. "Here's a little something extra for you," he whispered in his low, husky voice. He inhaled and spat a large green lunger into Eddie's upturned, sweating, bloody face. Splat. "Don't eat it all at once if you don't want," Patrick said, smiling his liverish, unsettling smile. "Save some for later if you want." Then he turned slowly and was also gone. Eddie tried to wipe the lunger off with his good arm, but even that little movement made the pain flare again. "Now, when you started off for the drugstore, you never thought you'd end up on the Costello Avenue sidewalk with a busted arm and Patrick Hochstetter's snot running down your face, did you? You never even got to drink your Pepsi. Life's full of surprises, isn't it?" Incredibly, he laughed again. It was a weak sound, and it hurt his broken arm to laugh, but it felt good. And there was something else. No asthma. His breathing was okay, at least for now. A good thing, too. He never would have been able to get to his aspirator, never in 1,000 years. The siren was very close now, whooping and whooping. Eddie closed his eyes and saw red under his eyelids. Then the red turned black as a shadow fell over him. It was the little kid with the trike. "You okay?" the little kid asked. "Do I look okay?" Eddie asked. "No, you look terrible," the little kid said, and pedaled off singing The Farmer in the Dell. Eddie began to giggle. Here was the cop car. He could hear the squeal of its brakes. He found himself hoping vaguely that Mr. Nell would be in it, even though he knew Mr. Nell was a foot patrolman. Why in the name of God are you giggling? He didn't know, any more than he knew why he should feel, in spite of the pain, such intense relief. Was it maybe just because he was still alive, that the worst he had suffered was a broken arm, and there were still some pieces to pick up? He settled for that. But years later, sitting in the dairy library with the glass of gin and prune juice in front of him and his aspirator near at hand, he told the others he thought it was something more than that. He had been old enough to feel that something more, but not to understand or define it. "I think it was the first real pain I ever felt in my life," he would tell the others. "It wasn't what I thought it would be at all. It didn't put an end to me as a person. I think it gave me a basis for comparison, finding out you could still exist inside the pain, in spite of the pain." Eddie turned his head weakly to the right and saw large black Firestone tires, blinding chrome hubcaps, and pulsing blue lights. He heard Mr. Nell's voice then, thickly Irish, impossibly Irish, more like Richie's Irish cop voice than Mr. Nell's real voice. But perhaps that was the distance. "Holy Jesus, it's the Casbrack by." At this point, Eddie floated away. 4. And, with one exception, stayed away for quite a while. There was a brief period of consciousness in the ambulance. He saw Mr. Nell sitting across from him, tipping a drink from his little brown bottle and reading a paperback called I, the Jury. The girl on the cover had the biggest bosoms Eddie had ever seen. His eyes shifted past Mr. Nell to the driver up front. The driver peered around at Eddie with a big leering grin, his skin livid with grease paint and talcum powder, his eyes shiny as new quarters. It was Pennywise. "Mr. Nell," Eddie husked. Mr. Nell looked up and smiled. "How are you feeling, me bye?" "Driver, the driver." "Yes, we'll be there in a jig," Mr. Nell said, and handed him the little brown bottle. "Suck some of this, it'll make you feel better." Eddie drank what tasted like liquid fire. He coughed, hurting his arm. He looked toward the front and saw the driver again. Just some guy with a crew cut, no clown. He drifted off again. Much later, there was the emergency room and a nurse wiping blood and dirt and snot and gravel off his face with a cold cloth. It stung, but it felt wonderful at the same time. He heard his mother bugling and clarioning outside, and he tried to tell the nurse not to let her in, but no words would come out no matter how hard he tried. "If he's dying, I want to know," his mother was bellowing. "You hear me? It's my right to know, and it's my right to see him. I can sue you, you know. I know lawyers, plenty of lawyers. Some of my best friends are lawyers." "Don't try to talk," the nurse said to Eddie. She was young, and he could feel her bosoms pressing against his arm. For a moment he had this crazy idea that the nurse was Beverly Marsh, and then he drifted away again. When he came back, his mother was in the room, talking to Dr. Handor at a mile-a-minute clip. Sonia Casbrack was a huge woman. Her legs, encased in support hose, were trunk-like but weirdly smooth. Her face was pale now, except for hectic flaring blots of rouge. "Ma," Eddie managed. "All right, I'm all right." You're not, Mrs. Casbrack moaned. She wrung her hands. Eddie heard her knuckles crack and grind. He began to feel his breath shorten up as he looked at her, seeing what a state she was in, how this latest escapade of his had hurt her. He wanted to tell her to take it easy or she'd have a heart attack, but he couldn't. His throat was too dry. "You're not all right. You've had a serious accident, a very serious accident. But you will be all right. I promise you that, Eddie. You will be all right, even if we need to bring in every specialist in the book. Oh, Eddie, Eddie, your poor arm." She burst into honking sobs. Eddie saw that the nurse who had washed his face was looking at her without much sympathy. All through this aria, Dr. Handor had been stuttering, "Sonia, please, Sonia, Sonia?" He was a skinny, limp-looking man with a little mustache that hadn't grown very well and which, in addition, had been clipped unevenly, so it was longer on the left side than on the right. He looked nervous. Eddie remembered what Mr. Keene had told him that morning and felt a certain sorrow for Dr. Handor. At last, gathering himself, Russ Handor managed to say, "If you can't control yourself, you'll have to leave, Sonia." She whirled on him, and he drew back. "I'll do no such thing. Don't you even suggest it. This is my son lying here in agony. My son lying here on his bed of pain."
Eddie astounded them all by finding his voice. "I want you to leave, Ma. If they're going to do something that'll make me yell, and I think they are, you'll feel better if you go." She turned to him, astonished and hurt. At the sight of the hurt on her face, he felt his chest begin to tighten down inexorably. "I certainly will not," she cried. "What an awful thing to say, Eddie. You're delirious. You don't understand what you're saying. That's the only explanation." "I don't know what the explanation is, and I don't care," the nurse said. "All I know is that we're standing here doing nothing while we should be setting your son's arm." "Are you suggesting?" Sonia began, her voice rising toward the high bugling note it took on when she was most upset. "Please, Sonia," Dr. Handor said. "Let's not have an argument here. Let's help Eddie." Sonia stood back, but her glowering eyes, the eyes of a mother bear whose cub has been threatened, promised the nurse that there would be trouble later, possibly even a suit. Then her eyes misted, extinguishing the glower, or at least hiding it. She took Eddie's good hand and squeezed it so painfully that he winced. "It's bad, but you'll be well again soon," she said. "Well again soon. I promise you that." "Sure, Ma," Eddie wheezed. "Could I have my aspirator?" "Of course," she said. Sonia Kasprak looked at the nurse triumphantly, as if vindicated of some ridiculous criminal charge. "My son has asthma," she said. "It's quite serious, but he copes with it beautifully." "Good," the nurse said flatly. His ma held the aspirator for him so he could inhale. A moment later, Dr. Handor was feeling Eddie's broken arm. He was as gentle as possible, but the pain was still enormous. Eddie felt like screaming and gritted his teeth against it. He was afraid if he screamed, his mother would scream too. Sweat stood out on his forehead in large, clear drops. "You're hurting him," Mrs. Kasprak said. "I know you are. There's no need of that. Stop it. There's no need for you to hurt him. He's very delicate. He can't stand that sort of pain." Eddie saw the nurse lock her furious eyes with Dr. Handor's tired, worried ones. He saw the wordless conversation that passed between them. "Send that woman out of here, doctor." And in the drop of his eyes, "I can't. I don't dare." There was great clarity inside the pain, although in truth this was not a clarity that Eddie would want to experience often. The price was too high. And in that unspoken conversation, Eddie accepted everything Mr. Keene had told him. His Hydrox aspirator was filled with nothing more than flavored water. The asthma wasn't in his throat or his chest or his lungs, but in his head. Somehow or other he was going to have to deal with that truth. He looked at his mother, seeing her clear in his pain. Each flower on her Lane Bryant dress, the sweat stains under her arms where the pads she wore had soaked through, the scuff marks on her shoes. He saw how small her eyes were in their pockets of flesh, and now a terrible thought came to him. Those eyes were almost predatory, like the eyes of the leper that had crawled out of the basement at 29 Neibolt Street. "Here I come, that's all right. It won't do you any good to run, Eddie." Dr. Handor put his hands gently around Eddie's broken arm and squeezed. The pain exploded. Eddie drifted away. 5. They gave him some liquid to drink, and Dr. Handor set the fracture. He heard Dr. Handor telling his ma that it was a green stick fracture, no more serious than any childhood break. "It's the sort of break kids get falling out of trees," he said, and Eddie heard his ma respond furiously, "Eddie doesn't climb trees. Now I want the truth. How bad is he?" Then the nurse was giving him a pill. He felt her bosoms against his shoulder again and was grateful for their comforting pressure. Even through the haze he could see that the nurse was angry, and he thought he said, "She's not the leper. Please don't think that. She's only eating me because she loves me." But perhaps nothing came out because the nurse's angry face didn't change. He had a faint recollection of being pushed up a corridor in a wheelchair, and his mother's voice somewhere behind, fading. "What do you mean, visiting hours? Don't talk to me about visiting hours. That's my son." Fading. He was glad she was fading, glad he was fading. The pain was gone, and the clarity was gone with it. He didn't want to think. He wanted to drift. He was aware that his right arm felt very heavy. He wondered if they had put it in a cast yet. He couldn't seem to see if they had or not. He was vaguely aware of radios playing from rooms, of patients who looked like ghosts in their hospital johnnies walking up and down the wide halls, and that it was hot, so very hot. When he was wheeled into his room, he could see the sun going down in an angry orange boil of blood and thought incoherently, like a great big clown button. "Come on, Eddie, you can walk," a voice was saying, and he found that he could. He was slid between crisp, cool sheets. The voice told him that he would have some pain in the night, but not to ring for a painkiller unless it got very bad. Eddie asked if he could have a drink of water. The water came with a straw that had an accordion middle so you could bend it. It was cool and good. He drank it all. There was pain in the night, a good deal of it. He lay awake in bed, holding the call button in his left hand, but not pressing it. A thunderstorm was going on outside, and when the lightning flashed blue-white, he turned his head away from the windows, afraid he might see a monstrous grinning face etched across the sky in that electric fire. At last he slept again, and in his sleep he had a dream. In it he saw Bill, Ben, Richie, Stan, Mike, and Bev, his friends, arriving at the hospital on their bikes. Bill was riding Richie double on Silver. He was surprised to see that Beverly was wearing a dress. It was a lovely green, the color of the Caribbean in a National Geographic plate. He couldn't remember if he had ever seen her in a dress before. All he remembered were jeans and pedal pushers and what the girls called school sets. Skirts and blouses, the blouses usually white with round collars, the skirts usually brown and pleated and hemmed at mid-shin so that the scabs on their knees didn't show. In the dream he saw them coming in for the 2 p.m. visiting hours, and his mother, who had been waiting patiently since 11, shouting so loudly at them that everyone turned to look at her. "If you think you're going in there, you've got another think coming," Eddie's mother shouted, and now the clown, who had been sitting here in the waiting room all along, but way back in one corner, with a copy of Look magazine held up in front of his face until now, jumped up and mimed applause, patting his white-gloved hands together rapidly. He capered and danced, now turning a cartwheel, now executing a neat back-over flip, as Mrs. Casbrack ranted at Eddie's fellow losers, and as they shrank, one by one, behind Bill, who only stood there, pale but outwardly calm, his hands stuffed deep into the pockets of his jeans. Maybe so no one, including Bill himself, would be able to see if they were shaking or not. No one saw the clown except Eddie, although a baby who had been sleeping peacefully in his mother's arms awoke and began to cry lustily. "You've done enough damage," Eddie's ma shouted. "I know who those boys were. They've been in trouble at school. They've even been in trouble with the police. And just because those boys have something against you is no reason for them to have something against him. I told him so, and he agrees with me. He wants me to tell you to go away. He's done with you. He never wants to see any of you again. He doesn't want your so-called friendship anymore, any of you. I knew it would lead to trouble, and look at this. My Eddie in the hospital, a boy as delicate as he is." The clown capered and jumped and did splits and stood on one hand. Its smile was real enough now, and in his dream Eddie realized that this was, of course, what the clown wanted, a nice big wedge to drive among them, splitting them apart and destroying any chance of concerted action. In a kind of filthy ecstasy, the clown did a double barrel roll and burlesque kissing his mother's cheek. "Those boys who did it," Bill began. "Don't you speak back to me," Mrs. Casbrack shrieked. "Don't you dare speak back to me. He's done with you, I say. Done." Then an intern came running into the waiting room and told Eddie's ma she would have to be quiet or leave the hospital. The clown started to fade, started to wash out. And as it did, it began to change. Eddie saw the leper, the mummy, the bird. He saw the werewolf and the vampire whose teeth were Gillette blue blades set at crazy angles like mirrors in a carnival mirror maze. He saw Frankenstein, the creature, and something fleshy and shell-like that opened and closed like a mouth. He saw a dozen other terrible things, 100. But just before the clown washed out completely, he saw the most terrible thing of all. His ma's face. "No," he tried to scream. "No, not her. Not my ma." But no one looked around. No one heard. And in the dream's fading moments, he realized with a cold and wormy horror that they couldn't hear him. He was dead. It had killed him, and he was dead. He was a ghost. 6. Sonia Casbrack's sour-sweet triumph at sending Eddie's so-called friends away evaporated almost as soon as she stepped into Eddie's private room the next afternoon on the 21st of July. She could not tell exactly why the feeling of triumph should fade like that, or why it should be displaced by an unfocused fear. It was something in her son's pale face, which was not blurred with pain or anxiety, but instead bore an expression she could not remember ever having seen there before. It was sharp somehow, sharp and alert and set. The confrontation between Eddie's friends and Eddie's ma had not occurred in the waiting room, as in Eddie's dream. She had known they would be coming. Eddie's friends, who were probably teaching him to smoke cigarettes in spite of his asthma. His friends, who had such an unhealthy hold over him that they were all he talked about when he came home for the evening. His friends who got his arm broken. She had told all this to Mrs. Van Pratt next door. "The time has come," Mrs. Casbrack had said grimly, "to slap a few cards down on the table." Mrs. Van Pratt, who had horrible skin problems and who could almost always be counted upon to agree eagerly, almost pathetically, with everything Sonia Casbrack said, in this case had the temerity to disagree. "I should think you'd be glad he's made some friends," Mrs. Van Pratt said as they hung out their washes in the early morning cool before work. This had been during the first week of July. "And he's safer if he's with other children, Mrs. Casbrack, don't you think so? With all that's going on in this town, and all the poor children that have been murdered?" Mrs. Casbrack's only reply had been an angry sniff. In fact, she couldn't just then think of an adequate verbal response, although she thought of dozens, some of them extremely cutting, later on. And when Mrs. Van Pratt called her that evening, sounding rather anxious, to ask if Mrs. Casbrack would be going to the Beano down at St. Mary's with her like usual, Mrs. Casbrack had replied coldly that she believed she would just stay home that evening and put her feet up instead. Well, she hoped Mrs. Van Pratt was satisfied now. She hoped Mrs. Van Pratt saw now that the only danger abroad in Derry this summer wasn't the sex maniac killing children and babies. Here was her son, lying on his bed of pain in Derry Home Hospital. He might never be able to use his good right arm again. She had heard of such things, or, God forbid, loose splinters from the break might work through his bloodstream to his heart and puncture it and kill him. Oh, of course, God would never allow that to happen, but she had heard of it happening, so that meant God could allow such a thing to happen. In certain cases. So she lingered on the home hospital's long and shady front porch, knowing they would show up, coldly determined to put paid to this so-called friendship, this camaraderie that ended in broken arms and beds of pain, once and for all. Eventually they came, as she had known they would, and to her horror she saw that one of them was a nigger. Not that she had anything against niggers. She thought they had every right to ride where they wanted to on the buses down south and eat at white lunch counters, and should not be made to sit in nigger heaven at the movies unless they bothered white women, people. But she also believed firmly in what she called the bird theory. Blackbirds flew with other blackbirds, not with the robins. Grackles roosted with grackles. They did not mix in with the bluebirds or the nightingales. To each his own was her motto, and seeing Mike Hanlon pedal up with the others just as if he belonged there caused her resolution, like her anger and her dismay, to grow apace. She thought reproachfully, as if Eddie were here and could listen to her, "You never told me that one of your friends was a nigger." Well, she thought, 20 minutes later, stepping into the hospital room where her son lay with his arm in a huge cast that was strapped to his chest, it hurt her heart just to look at it. She had sent them packing in jig time. No pun intended. None of them except for the Denbrough boy, the one who had such a horrible stutter, had had the nerve to so much as speak back to her. The girl, whoever she was, had flashed a pair of decidedly slutty jade's eyes at Sonia. From Lower Main Street or someplace even worse, had been Sonia Casbrack's opinion, but she had wisely kept her mouth shut. If she had dared so much as to let out a peep, Sonia would have given her a piece of her mind, would have told her what sort of girls ran with the boys. There were names for girls like that, and she would not have her son associated now or ever with the girls who bore them. The others had done no more than look down at their shuffling feet. That was about what she had expected. When she was done saying what she had to say, they had gotten on their bikes and ridden away. The Denbrough boy had the Tozier boy riding double behind him on a huge, unsafe-looking bike, and with an interior shudder, Mrs. Casbrack had wondered how many times her Eddie had ridden on that dangerous bike, risking his arms and his legs and his neck and his life. "I did this for you, Eddie," she thought as she walked into the hospital with her head firmly up. I know you may feel a bit disappointed at first. That's natural enough. But parents know better than their children. The reason God made parents in the first place was to guide, instruct, and protect. After his initial disappointment, he would understand. And if she felt a certain relief now, it was, of course, on Eddie's behalf and not on her own. Relief was only to be expected when you had saved your son from bad companions. Except that her sense of relief was marred by fresh unease now, looking into Eddie's face. He was not asleep as she had thought he would be. Instead of a drugged doze from which he would wake disoriented, dim-witted, and psychologically vulnerable, there was this sharp, watchful look, so different from Eddie's usual soft, tentative glance. Like Ben Hanscom, although Sonia did not know this, Eddie was the sort of boy who would look quickly into a face as if to test the emotional weather brewing there, and glance just as quickly away. But he was looking at her steadily now. Perhaps it's the medication, she thought. Of course that's it. I'll have to consult with Dr. Handor about his medication. And she was the one who felt a need to glance aside. He looks like he's been waiting for me, she thought. And it was a thought that should have made her happy. A boy waiting for his mother must surely be one of God's most favored creations. You sent my friends away. The words came out flatly, with no doubt or question in them. She flinched almost guiltily, and certainly the first thought to flash through her mind was a guilty one. How does he know that? He can't know that. And she was immediately furious with herself, and him, for feeling that way. So she smiled at him. How are we feeling today, Eddie? That was the right response. Someone, some foolish candy striper, or perhaps even that incompetent and antagonistic nurse from the day before, had been carrying tales. Someone. How are we feeling? She asked again, when he didn't respond. She thought he hadn't heard her. She'd never read in any of her medical literature of a broken bone affecting the sense of hearing, but she supposed it was possible. Anything was possible. Eddie still didn't respond. She came farther into the room, hating the tentative, almost timid feeling inside her, distrusting it because she had never felt tentative or timid around Eddie before. She felt anger as well, although that was still nascent. What right did he have to make her feel that way, after all she had done for him, after all she had sacrificed for him? I've talked to Dr. Handor, and he assures me that you're going to be perfectly all right, Sonia said briskly, sitting down in the straight-backed wooden chair by the bed. Of course, if there's the slightest problem, we'll go to see a specialist in Portland, in Boston, if that's what it takes. She smiled, as if conferring a great favor. Eddie did not smile back, and still he did not reply. Eddie, are you hearing me? You sent my friends away, he repeated. Yes, she said, dropping the pretense, and said no more. Two could play at that game. She simply looked back at him. But a strange thing happened. A terrible thing, really. Eddie's eyes seemed to grow somehow. The flecks of gray in them seemed actually to be moving, like racing storm clouds. She became aware suddenly that he was not in a snit, or having a poopy, or any of those things. He was furious with her, and Sonia was suddenly scared, because something more than her son seemed to be in this room. She dropped her eyes and fumbled her purse open. She began searching for a Kleenex. Yes, I sent them away, she said, and found that her voice was strong enough and steady enough, as long as she wasn't looking at him. You've been seriously injured, Eddie. You don't need any visitors right now except from your own ma, and you don't need visitors like that ever. If it hadn't been for them, you'd be home watching the TV right now, or building on your soapbox racer in the garage. It was Eddie's dream to build a soapbox racer and to take it to Bangor. If he won there, he would be awarded an all-expenses-paid trip to Akron, Ohio for the National Soapbox Derby. Sonia was perfectly willing to allow him this dream, as long as it seemed to her that completion of the racer, which was made out of orange crates and the wheels from a choo-choo flyer wagon, was just that, a dream. She certainly had no intention of letting Eddie risk his life in such a dangerous contraption, not in Derry, not in Bangor, and certainly not in Akron. Which, Eddie had informed her, would mean riding in an airplane as well as making a suicidal run down a steep hill in a wheeled orange crate with no brakes. But, as her own mother had often said, what a person didn't know couldn't hurt him. Her mother had also been fond of saying, "Tell the truth and shame the devil." But when it came to the recollection of aphorisms, Sonia, like most people, could be remarkably selective. "My friends didn't break my arm," Eddie said in that same flat voice. "I told Dr. Handor last night, and I told Mr. Nell when he came in this morning. Henry Bowers broke my arm. Some other kids were with him, but Henry did it. If I'd been with my friends, it never would have happened. It happened because I was alone." This made Sonia think of Mrs. Van Prett's comment about how it was safer to have friends, and that brought the rage back like a tiger. She snapped her head up. "That doesn't matter, and you know it. What do you think, Eddie? That your ma fell off a hay truck yesterday? Is that what you think? I know well enough why the Bowers boy broke your arm. That Patty cop was at our house, too. That big boy broke your arm because you and your friends crossed him somehow. Now, do you think that would have happened if you'd listened to me and stayed away from them in the first place?" "No, I think that something even worse might have happened," Eddie said. "Eddie, you don't mean that." "I mean it," he said, and she felt that power coming off him, coming out of him in waves. "Bill and the rest of my friends will be back, Ma. That's something I know. And when they come, you're not going to stop them. You're not going to say a word to them. They're my friends, and you're not going to steal my friends just because you're scared of being alone." She stared at him, flabbergasted and terrified. Tears filled her eyes and spilled down her cheeks, wetting the powder there. "This is how you talk to your mother now, I guess," she said through her sobs. "Maybe this is the way your friends talk to their folks. I guess you learned it from them." She felt safer in her tears. Usually when she cried, Eddie cried too. A low weapon, some might say, but were there really any low weapons when it came to protecting her son? She thought not. She looked up, the tears streaming from her eyes, feeling both unutterably sad, bereft, betrayed, and sure. Eddie would not be able to stand against such a flood of tears and sorrow. That cold, sharp look would leave his face. Perhaps he would begin to gasp and wheeze a little bit, and that would be a sign, as it was always a sign, that the fight was over and that she had won another victory. For him, of course. Always for him. She was so shocked to see that same expression on his face. It had, if anything, deepened, that her voice caught in mid-sob. There was sorrow under his expression, but even that was frightening. It struck her in some way as an adult sorrow, and thinking of Eddie as adult in any way always caused a panicky little bird to flutter inside her mind. This was how she felt on the infrequent occasions when she wondered what would happen to her if Eddie didn't want to go to Derry Business College or the University of Maine in Orono or Husson in Bangor, so he could come home every day after his classes were done. What would happen if he met a girl, fell in love, wanted to get married? "Where's the place for me in any of that?" the panicky bird voice would cry when these strange, almost nightmarish thoughts came. "Where would my place be in a life like that? I love you, Eddie. I love you. I take care of you, and I love you. You don't know how to cook or change your sheets or wash your underwear. Why should you? I know those things for you. I know because I love you." He said it himself now. "I love you, Ma, but I love my friends, too. I think you're making yourself cry." "Eddie, you hurt me so much," she whispered, and fresh tears doubled his pale face, trebled it. If her tears a few moments ago had been calculated, these were not. In her own peculiar way, she was tough. She had seen her husband into his grave without cracking up. She had gotten a job in a depressed job market where it wasn't easy to get a job. She had raised her son, and when it had been necessary, she had fought for him. These were the first totally unaffected and uncalculated tears she had wept in years, perhaps since Eddie had gotten the bronchitis when he was 5, and she had been so sure he would die as he lay there in his bed of pain, glowing bright with fever, whooping and coughing and gasping for breath. She wept now because of that terribly adult, somehow alien expression on his face. She was afraid for him, but she was also, in some way, afraid of him, afraid of that aura that seemed to surround him, which seemed to demand something of her. "Don't make me have to choose between you and my friends, Ma," Eddie said. His voice was uneven, strained, but still under control, "because that's not fair." "They're bad friends, Eddie," she cried in a near frenzy. "I know that. I feel that with all my heart. They'll bring you nothing but pain and grief."
And the most horrible thing of all was that she did sense that. Some part of her had intuited it in the eyes of the Denbrough boy who had stood before her with his hands in his pockets, his red hair flaming in the summer sun. His eyes had been so grave, so strange and distant, like Eddie's eyes now. And hadn't that same aura been around him as was around Eddie now? The same, but even stronger? She thought yes. Ma? She stood up so suddenly she almost knocked the straight-backed chair over. "I'll come back this evening," she said. "It's the shock, the accident, the pain, those things that make you talk this way. I know it. You... She groped and found her original text in the flying confusion of her mind. "You've had a bad accident, but you're going to be just fine. And you'll see I'm right, Eddie. They're bad friends. Not our sort. Not for you. You think it over and ask yourself if your ma ever told you wrong before. You think about it and... I'm running," she thought with a sick and hurtful dismay. "I'm running away from my own son. Oh, God, please don't let this be." Ma. For a moment she almost fled anyway, scared of him now. Oh, yes, he was more than Eddie. She sensed the others in him, his friends, and something else. Something that was beyond even them. And she was afraid it might flash out at her. It was as if he were in the grip of something, some dreadful fever, as he had been in the grip of the bronchitis that time when he was 5, when he had almost died. She paused, her hand on the doorknob, not wanting to hear what he might say, and when he said it, it was so unexpected that for a moment she didn't really understand it. When comprehension crashed down, it came like a loose load of cement, and for a moment she thought she would faint. Eddie said, "Mr. Keene said my asthma medicine is just water." "What? What?" She turned, blazing eyes on him. "Just water, with some stuff added to make it taste like medicine. He said it was a placebo." "That's a lie. That is nothing but a solid lie. Why would Mr. Keene want to tell you a lie like that? Well, there are other drugstores in Derry, I guess. "I've had time to think about it," Eddie said, softly and implacably, his eyes never leaving hers. "And I think he's telling the truth." "Eddie, I tell you he's not." The panic was back, fluttering. "What I think," Eddie said, "is that it must be the truth, or there would be some kind of warning on the bottle, like if you take too much it will kill you, or at least make you sick. Even—" "Eddie, I don't want to hear this," she cried, and clapped her hands to her ears. You're just not yourself, and that's all that it is." "Even if it's something you can just go in and buy without a prescription, they put special instructions on it," he went on, not raising his voice. His gray eyes lay on hers, and she couldn't seem to drop her gaze or even move it. "Even if it's just Vicks cough syrup or your Geritol." He paused for a moment. Her hands dropped from her ears. It seemed too much work to hold them up. They seemed very heavy. "And it's like... You must have known that too, Ma." "Eddie!" She nearly wailed it. "Because," he went on, as if she had not spoken at all. He was frowning now, concentrating on the problem. "Because your folks are supposed to know about medicines. Why, I use that aspirator 5, sometimes 6 times a day, and you wouldn't let me do that if you thought it could, like, hurt me. Because it's your job to protect me. I know it is, because that's what you always say. So, did you know, Ma? Did you know it was just water?" She said nothing. Her lips were trembling. It felt as if her whole face was trembling. She was no longer crying. She felt too scared to cry. "Because if you did," Eddie said, still frowning, "if you did know, I'd want to know why. I can figure some things out, but not why my ma would want me to think water was medicine, or that I had asthma here," he pointed to his chest, "when Mr. Keene says I only have it up here," and he pointed to his head. She thought she would explain everything then. She would explain it quietly and logically. How she had thought he was going to die when he was 5, and how that would have driven her crazy after losing Frank only 2 years before. How she came to understand that you can only protect your child through watchfulness and love. That you must tend a child as you tended a garden, fertilizing, weeding, and yes, occasionally pruning and thinning, as much as that hurt. She would tell him that sometimes it was better for a child, particularly a delicate child like Eddie, to think he was sick than to really get sick. And she would finish by talking to him about the deadly foolishness of doctors and the wonderful power of love, She would tell him that she knew he had asthma, and it didn't matter what the doctors thought or what they gave him for it. She would tell him you could make medicine with more than a malicious, meddling druggist's mortar and pestle. "Eddie," she would say, "it's medicine because your mother's love makes it medicine. And in just that way, for as long as you want me and let me, I can do that. This is a power that God gives to loving, caring mothers. Please, Eddie, please, my heart's own love, you must believe me." But in the end, she said nothing. Her fright was too great. "But maybe we don't even have to talk about it," Eddie went on. "Mr. Keene might have been joking with me. Sometimes grown-ups, you know, they like to play jokes on kids, because kids believe almost anything. It's mean to do that to kids, but sometimes grown-ups do it." "Yes," Sonia Kasprack said eagerly. "They like to joke, and sometimes they're stupid, mean, and... "So I'll kind of keep an eye out for Bill and the rest of my friends," Eddie said, "and keep right on using my asthma medicine. That's probably best, don't you think?" She realized only now, when it was too late, how neatly, how cruelly, she had been trapped. What he was doing was almost blackmail, but what choice did she have? She wanted to ask him how he could be so calculating, so manipulative. She opened her mouth to ask, and then closed it again. It was too likely that, in his present mood, he might answer. But she knew one thing, yes, one thing for sure. She would never, never, never set foot into Mr. Nosey Parker Keene's drugstore again in her life. His voice, oddly shy now, interrupted her thoughts. "Ma?" She looked up and saw it was Eddie again, just Eddie, and she went to him gladly. "Can I have a hug, Ma?" She hugged him, but carefully, so as not to hurt his broken arm or dislodge any loose bone fragments so they could run an evil race around his bloodstream and then lodge in his heart. What mother would kill her son with love? And Eddie hugged her back. 7. As far as Eddie was concerned, his ma left just in time. During the horrible confrontation with her, he had felt his breath piling up and up and up in his lungs and throat, still and tideless, stale and brackish, threatening to poison him. He held on until the door had snicked shut behind her, and then he began to gasp and wheeze. The sour air working in his tight throat jabbed up and down like a warm poker. He grabbed for his aspirator, hurting his arm but not caring. He triggered a long blast down his throat. He breathed deep of the camphor taste, thinking, "It doesn't matter if it's a placebo. Words don't matter if a thing works." He lay back against his pillows, eyes closed, breathing freely for the first time since she had come in. He was scared, plenty scared. The things he had said to her, the way he had acted, it had been him, and yet it hadn't been him at all. There had been something working in him, working through him, some force, and his mother had felt it too. He had seen it in her eyes and in her trembling lips. He had no sense that this power was an evil one, but its enormous strength was frightening. It was like getting on an amusement park ride that was really dangerous and realizing you couldn't get off until it was over, come what might. No turning around, Eddie thought, feeling the hot, itchy weight of the cast that encased his broken arm. No one goes home until we get to the end. But God, I'm so scared, so scared. And he knew that the truest reason for demanding she not cut him off from his friends was something he could never have told her. I can't face this alone. He cried a little then, and then drifted off into a restless sleep. He dreamed of a darkness in which machinery, pumping machinery, ran on and on. 8. It was threatening showers again that evening when Bill and the rest of the losers returned to the hospital. Eddie was not surprised to see them come filing in. He had known they would be back. It had been hot all day. It was generally agreed later that that third week of July was the hottest of an exceptionally hot summer, and the thunderheads began to build up around 4 in the afternoon, purple, black, and colossal, pregnant with rain, loaded with lightnings. People went about their errands quickly and a little uneasily, with one eye always cocked at the sky. Most agreed it would rain good and hard by dinner time, washing some of the thick humidity out of the air. Derry's parks and playgrounds, underpopulated all summer, were totally deserted that evening by 6. The rain had still not fallen, and the swings hung moveless and shadeless in a light that was a queer flat yellow. Thunder rumbled thickly.
That, a barking dog, and the low mutter of traffic on outer Main Street were the only sounds that drifted in through Eddie's window until the losers came. Bill was first, followed by Richie. Beverly and Stan followed them, then Mike. Ben came last. He looked excruciatingly uncomfortable in a white turtleneck sweater. They came to his bed, solemn. Not even Richie was smiling. Their faces, Eddie thought, fascinated. Jeezum Crow, their faces. He was seeing in them what his mother had seen in him that afternoon, that odd combination of power and helplessness. The yellow stormlight lay on their skins, making their faces seem ghost-like, distant, shadowy. We're passing over, Eddie thought, passing over into something new. We're on the border. But what's on the other side? Where are we going? Where? Hello, Eddie, Bill said. How you doing? Okay, Big Bill, Eddie said and tried to smile. Had a day yesterday, I guess, Mike said. Thunder rumbled behind his voice. Neither the overhead light nor the bedside lamp was on in Eddie's room, and all of them seemed to fade in and out of that bruised light. Eddie thought of that light all over Derry right now, lying long and still across McCarran Park, falling through the holes in the roof of the Kissing Bridge in smudged, lackadaisical rays, making the Kenduskeag look like smoky glass as it cut its broad, shallow path through the barrens. He thought of seesaws standing at dead angles behind Derry Elementary as the thunderheads piled up and up. He thought of this thundery yellow light and the stillness, as if the whole town had fallen asleep. Or died. Yes, he said, it was a big day. My folks are going out to a movie the night after next, Bill said, when the pictures change. We're going to make them then. The silver balls, Richie said. I thought, it's better this way, Ben said quietly. I still think we could have made the bullets, but thinking isn't good enough. If we were grown-ups... Oh, yeah, the world would be peachy if we were grown-ups, Beverly said. Grown-ups can make anything they want, can't they? Grown-ups can do anything they want, and it always comes out right. She laughed, a jagged, nervous sound. Bill wants me to shoot it. Can you feature that, Eddie? Just call me Beverly Oakley. I don't know what you're talking about, Eddie said, but he thought he did. He was getting some kind of picture anyway. Ben explained. They would melt down one of his silver dollars and make 2 silver balls a little smaller than ball bearings. And then, if there really was a werewolf residing at 29 Neibolt Street, Beverly would put a silver ball into its head with Bill's bullseye slingshot. Goodbye, werewolf. And if they were right about one creature who wore many faces, goodbye, it. There must have been some sort of expression on Eddie's face, because Richie laughed and nodded. I know how you feel, man. I thought Bill must have lost his few remaining marbles when he started talking about using his slingshot instead of his dad's gun. But this afternoon, he stopped and cleared his throat. This afternoon after your ma blew us out of the water was how he had been about to start, and that obviously wouldn't do. This afternoon we went down to the dump. Bill brought his bullseye. Look. From his back pocket, Richie took a flattened can which had once held Del Monte pineapple chunks. There was a ragged hole about 2 inches in diameter through the middle of it. Beverly did that with a rock from 20 feet away. Looks like a .38 to me. De Trashmouth was convinced, and when De Trashmouth is convinced, De Trashmouth is convinced. Killing cans is one thing, Beverly said. If it was something else, something alive... Bill, you should be the one, really. No, Bill said. We all took turns. You saw how it went. How did it go? Eddie asked. Bill explained, slowly and haltingly, while Beverly looked out the window with her lips pressed so tightly together they were white. She was, for reasons she could not explain even to herself, more than afraid. She was deeply embarrassed by what had happened today. On the way over here tonight, she had argued again, passionately, that they try to make the bullets after all. Not because she was any more sure than Bill or Richie that they would actually work when the time came, but because, if something did happen out at that house, the weapon would be in Bill's, someone else's hands. But facts were facts. They had each taken 10 rocks each and shot the bullseye at 10 cans set up 20 feet away. Richie had gotten 1 out of 10, and his one hit was really only a nick. Ben had gotten 2, Bill 4, Mike 5.
Beverly, shooting almost casually and appearing to aim not at all, had banged 9 of the 10 cans dead center. The 10th fell over when the rock she fired bounced off the rim. But first, we gotta make the ammo. Night after next? I should be out by then, Eddie said. His mother would protest that, but he didn't think she would protest too much, not after this afternoon. Does your arm hurt? Beverly asked. She was wearing a pink dress, not the dress he had seen in his dream, perhaps she had worn that this afternoon when Ma sent them away, on which she had appliqued small flowers, and silk or nylon hose. She looked very adult, but also somehow very childlike, like a girl playing dress-up. Her expression was dreamy and distant. Eddie thought, I bet that's how she looks when she's sleeping. Not too much, he said. They talked for a while, their voices punctuated by thunder. Eddie did not ask them about what had happened when they came to the hospital earlier that day, and none of them mentioned it. Richie took out his yo-yo, made it sleep once or twice, then put it back. Conversation lagged, and in one of the pauses there was a brief click that made Eddie look around. Bill had something in his hand, and for a moment Eddie felt his heart speed up in alarm. For that brief moment he thought it was a knife. But then Stan turned on the room's overhead, dispelling the gloom, and he saw it was only a ballpoint pen. In the light they all looked natural again, real, only his friends. I thought we ought to sign your cast, Bill said. His eyes met Eddie squarely. But that's not it, Eddie thought with sudden and alarming clarity. It's a contract. It's a contract, Big Bill, isn't it? Or the closest we'll ever get to one. He was frightened, and then ashamed and angry at himself. If he had broken his arm before this summer, who would have signed the cast? Anyone besides his mother and perhaps Dr. Handor? His aunts in Haven? These were his friends, and his mother was wrong. They weren't bad friends. Maybe, he thought, there aren't any such things as good friends or bad friends. Maybe there are just friends, people who stand by you when you're hurt and who help you feel not so lonely. Maybe they're always worth being scared for and hoping for and living for. Maybe worth dying for, too, if that's what has to be. No good friends, no bad friends. Only people you want, need to be with, people who build their houses in your heart. Okay, Eddie said a little hoarsely. Okay, that'd be real good, Big Bill. So Bill leaned solemnly over his bed and wrote his name on the hillocky plaster of Paris that encased Eddie's mending arm, the letters large and looping. Richie signed with a flourish. Ben's handwriting was as narrow as he was wide, the letters slanting backward. They looked ready to fall over at the slightest push. Mike Hanlon's writing was large and awkward because he was left-handed and the angle was bad for him. He signed above Eddie's elbow and circled his name. When Beverly bent over him, he could smell some light flowery perfume on her. She signed in a round Palmer method script. Stan came last, and he wrote his name in tight-packed little letters by Eddie's wrist. They all stepped back then, as if aware of what they had done. Outside, thunder muttered heavily again. Lightning washed the hospital's wooden exterior in brief, stuttering light. That's it? Eddie asked. Bill nodded. Come over to my house after supper day after tomorrow if you can, okay? Eddie nodded, and the subject was closed. There was another period of desultory, almost aimless conversation. Some of it was about the dominant topic in Derry that July, the trial of Richard Macklin for the bludgeon murder of his stepson, Dorsey, and the disappearance of Dorsey's older brother, Eddie Corcoran. Macklin would not break down and confess, weeping on the witness stand for another 2 days, but the losers were in agreement that Macklin probably had nothing to do with Eddie's disappearance. The boy had either run away or it had gotten him. They left around 7:15, and the rain still had not fallen. It continued to threaten until long after Eddie's ma had come, made her visit, and gone home again. She had been horrified at the signatures on Eddie's cast, and even more horrified at his determination to leave the hospital the following day. She had been envisioning a stay of a week or more in absolute quiet, so that the ends of the break could set together, as she said. Eventually the storm clouds broke apart and drifted away. Not so much as a drop of rain had fallen in Derry. The humidity remained, and people slept on porches and on lawns and in sleeping bags in back fields that night. The rain came the next day,
not long after Beverly saw something terrible happen to Patrick Hochstetter. Chapter 17. Another one of the missing. The death of Patrick Hochstetter. 1. When he finishes, Eddie pours himself another drink with a hand not completely steady. He looks at Beverly and says, "You saw it, didn't you? You saw it take Patrick Hochstetter the day after you all signed my cast." The others lean forward. Beverly pushes her hair back in a reddish cloud. Beneath it, her face looks extraordinarily pale. She fumbles a fresh cigarette out of her pack, the last one, and flicks her Bic. She can't seem to guide the flame to the tip of her cigarette. After a moment, Bill holds her wrist lightly but firmly and puts the flame where it's supposed to go. Beverly looks at him gratefully and exhales a cloud of bluish-gray smoke. "Yeah," she says, "I saw that happen." She shivers. "He was crazy," Bill says, and thinks. Just the fact that Henry let a flaco like Patrick Hochstetter hang around as that summer wore on, that says something, doesn't it? Either that Henry was losing some of his charm, some of his attraction, or that Henry's own craziness had progressed far enough so that the Hochstetter kid seemed okay to him. Both came to the same thing. Henry's increasing, what, degeneration? Is that the word? Yes, in light of what happened to him, where he ended up, I think it is. There's something else to support the idea, too, Bill thinks, but as yet he can only remember it vaguely. He and Richie and Beverly had been down at Tracker Brothers, early August by then, and the summer school that had kept Henry out of their hair for most of the summer was just about to end, and hadn't Victor Criss approached them? A very frightened Victor Criss? Yes, that had happened. Things had been rapidly approaching the end by then, and Bill thinks now that every kid in Derry had sensed it. The losers and Henry's group most of all. But that had been later. "Oh, yeah, you got that right," Beverly says flatly. "Patrick Hochstetter was crazy. None of the girls would sit in front of him in school. You'd be sitting there doing your arithmetic or writing a story or a composition, and all at once you'd feel this hand, almost as light as a feather, but warm and sweaty. Meaty." She swallows, and there is a small click in her throat. The others watch her solemnly from around the table. "You'd feel it on your side, or maybe on your breast. Not that any of us had much in the way of breasts back then, but Patrick didn't seem to care about that. You'd feel that touch, and you'd jerk away from it and turn around, and there Patrick would be, grinning with those big rubbery lips. He had a pencil box full of flies," Richie says suddenly. "Sure, he'd kill 'em with this green ruler he had, and then put 'em in his pencil box. I even remember what it looked like. Red with a wavy white plastic cover that slid open and closed." Eddie is nodding. "You'd jerk away and he'd grin, and then maybe he'd open his pencil box so you could see the dead flies inside," Beverly says. "And the worst thing, the horrible thing, was the way he'd smile and never say anything. Mrs. Douglas knew. Greta Bowie told on him, and I think Sally Mueller said something once, too. But I think Mrs. Douglas was scared of him, too." Ben has rocked back on the rear legs of his chair, and his hands are laced behind his neck. She still cannot believe how lean he is. "I'm pretty sure you're right," he says. "Well, what happened to him, Beverly?" Bill asks. She swallows again, trying to fight off the nightmarish power of what she saw that day in the Barrens, her roller skates tied together and hung over her shoulder, one knee a stinging net of pain from a fall she had taken on St. Crispin's Lane, and other of the short tree-lined streets that dead-ended where the land fell, and still falls, sharply into the Barrens. She remembers, oh, these memories, when they come, are so clear and so powerful, that she was wearing a pair of denim shorts, really too short. They came only to just below the hem of her panties. She had become more conscious of her body over the last year, over the last 6 months, actually, as it began to curve and become more womanly. The mirror was one reason for this heightened consciousness, of course, but not the main one. The main one was that her father seemed even sharper just lately, more apt to use his slapping hand or even his fists. He seemed restless, almost caged, and she was more and more nervous when she was around him, more and more on her mark. It was as if there was a smell they made between them, a smell that wasn't there when she was in the apartment alone, one that had never been there when they were in it together. Not until this summer. And when Mom was gone, it was worse. If there was a smell, some smell, then he knew it too, maybe, because Bev saw less and less of him as the hot weather wore on, partly because of his summer bowling league, partly because he was helping his friend Joe Tamerley fix cars. But she suspects it was partly that smell, the one they made between them, neither of them meaning to, but making it just the same, as helpless to stop it as either was helpless to stop sweating in July. The vision of the birds, hundreds and thousands of them, descending on the roof peaks of houses, on telephone wires, on TV aerials, intervenes again. "And poison ivy," she says aloud. "Well, what?" Bill asks. "Something about poison ivy," she says slowly, looking at him. "But it wasn't. It just felt like poison ivy." "Mike?" "Never mind," Mike says. "It will come. Tell us what you do remember, Bev." "I remember the blue shorts," she would tell them, "and how faded they were getting, how tight around my hips and butt. I had half a pack of Lucky Strikes in one pocket and the bullseye in the other." "Do you remember the bullseye?" she asks Richie. But they all nod. "Bill gave it to me," she says. "I didn't want it, but he..." She smiles at Bill, a little wanly. "You couldn't say no to Big Bill, that was all. So I had it, and that's why I was out by myself that day, to practice. I still didn't think I'd have the guts to use it when the time came. Except I used it that day. I had to. I killed one of them. One of the parts of it. It was terrible. Even now it's hard for me to think of. And one of the others got me. Look." She raises her arm and turns it over so they can all see a puckery scar on the roundest part of her upper forearm. It looks as if a hot circular object about the size of a Havana cigar had been pressed against her skin. It is slightly sunken, and looking at it gives Mike Hanlon a chill. This is one of the parts of the story which, like Eddie's unwilling heart-to-heart with Keene, he has suspected but never actually heard. "You were right about one thing, Richie," she says. "That bullseye was a killer. I was scared of it, but I sort of loved it, too." Richie laughs and claps her on the back. "Shit, I knew that back then, you stupid skirt." "You did, really?" "Yeah, really," he says. "It was something in your eyes, Bevy. I mean, it looked like a toy, but it was real. You could blow holes in things." "And you blew a hole in something with it that day," Ben muses. She nods. "Was it Patrick you—" "No, God, no," Beverly says. "It was the other. Wait." She crushes out her cigarette, sips her drink, and gets herself under control again. Finally, she is. Well, no. But she has a feeling it's the closest she's going to get tonight. "I was roller skating, you see, and I fell down and gave myself a good scrape. Then I decided I'd go down to the Barrens and practice. I went by the clubhouse first to see if you guys were there. You weren't. Just that smoky smell. You guys remember how long that place went on smelling of smoke?" They all nod, smiling. "We never really did get the smell out, did we?" Ben says. "So then I headed down to the dump," she says, "because that's where we had the tryouts, I guess you'd call them, and I knew there'd be lots of things to shoot at. Maybe even, rats." She pauses. There's a fine misty sweat on her forehead now. "That's what I really wanted to shoot at," she says finally. "Something that was alive. Not a seagull. I knew I couldn't shoot a gull. But a rat. I wanted to see if I could. I'm glad I came from the Kansas Street side instead of the old Cape side, though, because there wasn't much cover over there by the railroad embankment. They would have seen me, and God knows what would have happened then." "Who would have seen you?" "Them," Beverly says. "Henry Bowers, Victor Criss, Belch Huggins, and Patrick Hochstetter. They were down in the dump and—" Suddenly, amazing all of them, she begins to giggle like a child, her cheeks turning rose red. She giggles until tears stand in her eyes. "What the hell, Bev?" Richie says. "Let us in on the joke." "Oh, it was a joke, all right," she says. "It was a joke, but I think they might have killed me if they knew I'd seen." "I remember now," Ben cries, and he begins to laugh, too. "I remember you telling us." Giggling wildly, Beverly says, "They had their pants down and they were lighting farts." There is an instant of thunderstruck silence, and then they all begin to laugh. The sound echoes through the library. Thinking of exactly how to tell them of Patrick Hochstetter's death, the thing she fixes on first is how approaching the town dump from the Kansas Street side was like entering some weird asteroid belt.
There was a rutted dirt track, a town road, actually. It even had a name, Old Lime Street, that ran from Kansas Street to the dump, the only actual road into the Barrens. The city's dump trucks used it. Beverly walked near Old Lime Street, but didn't take it. She had grown more cautious. She supposed all of them had, since Eddie's arm had been broken, especially when she was alone. She wove her way through the heavy undergrowth, skirting a patch of poison ivy with its reddish, oily leaves, smelling the dump's smoky rot, hearing the seagulls. On her left, through occasional breaks in the foliage, she could see Old Lime Street. The others are looking at her, waiting. She checks her cigarette pack and finds it empty. Wordlessly, Richie tosses her one of his. She lights up, looks around at them, and says, "Heading toward the dump from the Kansas Street side was a little like 2. Entering some weird asteroid belt. The Dumpoid Belt. At first there was nothing but the underbrush growing from the spongy ground underfoot, and then you would see your first dumpoid. A rusty can that had once contained Prince spaghetti sauce, maybe, or a Soke soda bottle crawling with bugs attracted by the sweet, sticky remains of cream soda or birch beer. Then there would be a bright wink of sun kicking off a scrap of tinfoil caught in a tree. You might see a bed spring, or trip over it if you weren't watching where you were going, or a bone some dog had carried away, gnawed, dropped. The dump itself wasn't so bad, was in fact sort of interesting, Beverly thought. What was nasty, and sort of creepy, was the way it had of spreading, of creating this dumpoid belt. She was getting closer now. The trees were bigger, mostly firs, and the bushes were thinning out. The gulls cheeped and cried in their shrill, querulous voices, and the air was smudgy with the smell of burning. Now, on Beverly's right, leaning at an angle against the base of a spruce tree, was a rusty Amana refrigerator. Beverly glanced at it, thinking vaguely of the state policeman who had visited her class when she had been in the 3rd grade. He had told them that such things as discarded refrigerators were dangerous. A kid could climb into one while playing hide-and-go-seek, for instance, and smother to death inside. Although why anyone would want to get in a scroungy old... She heard a shout, so close it made her jump, followed by laughter. Beverly grinned. So they were here. They had left the clubhouse because of the smoky smell and had come down here. They were maybe breaking bottles with rocks, maybe just dump picking. She began to walk a little faster, the nasty scrape she had gotten earlier now forgotten in her eagerness to see them. To see him, with his red hair so much like hers. To see if he would smile at her in that oddly endearing, one-sided way of his. She knew she was too young to love a boy, too young to have anything but crushes, but she loved Bill just the same. And she walked a little faster, her skate swinging heavily from her shoulder, the sling of his bullseye beating soft time against her left buttock. She almost walked into them before realizing it wasn't her gang at all, but Bowers's. She walked out of the screening bushes, and the dump's steepest side lay about 70 yards ahead, a twinkling avalanche of junk lying along the high angle of the gravel pit. Mandy Fazio's bulldozer was off to the left. Much closer in front of her was a wilderness of junked cars. At the end of each month, these were crushed and hauled off to Portland for scrap, but now there were a dozen or more, some sitting on bare wheel rims, some on their sides, one or two lying on their roofs like dead dogs. They were arranged in 2 rows, and Beverly walked down the rough, trash-littered aisle between them like some punk bride of the future, wondering idly if she could break a windshield with the bullseye. One of the pockets of her blue shorts bulged with the small ball bearings that were her practice ammo. The voices and laughter were coming from beyond the junked-out cars and to the left, at the edge of the dump proper. Beverly rounded the last one, a Studebaker with its entire front end missing. Her hail of greeting died on her lips. The hand she had put up to wave did not exactly fall back to her side. It seemed to wilt. Her first furiously embarrassed thought was, "Oh, dear God, why are they all naked?" This was followed by the scary realization of who they were. She froze there in front of the half-Studebaker with her shadow stapled to the heels of her low-topped sneakers. For that one moment she was totally visible to them. If any of the 4 had looked up from the circle they were squatting in, he could not have missed her, a girl of slightly more than medium height, a pair of skates over one shoulder, the knee of one long coltish leg still oozing blood, her mouth slack-jawed, her cheeks scarlet. Before darting back behind the Studebaker, she saw that they weren't entirely naked after all. They had their shirts on, and their pants and underpants were simply pulled down to their shoe tops, as if they had to go number 2. In her shock, Beverly's mind had automatically reverted to the euphemism she had been taught as a toddler. Except who ever heard of 4 boys going number 2 at the same time? Once out of sight again, her first thought was to get away fast. Her heart was pumping hard, her muscles heavy with adrenaline. She looked around, seeing what she hadn't bothered to notice walking up here when she thought the voices she heard belonged to her friends. The row of junked cars on her left was really pretty thin. They were by no means packed in door to door as they would be in the week or so before the crusher came to turn them into rough blocks of twinkling metal. She had been exposed to the boys several times walking up to where she was now. If she retreated, she would be exposed again, and this time she might be seen. Also, she felt a certain shameful curiosity. What in the world could they be doing? Carefully, she peeked around the Studebaker. Henry and Victor Criss were more or less facing in her direction. Patrick Hochstetter was on Henry's left. Belch Huggins had his back to her. She observed the fact that Belch had an extremely large, extremely hairy ass, and half-hysterical giggles suddenly bubbled up her throat like the head on a glass of ginger ale. She had to clap both hands over her mouth and withdraw behind the Studebaker again, struggling to hold the giggles in. "You've got to get out of here, Beverly. If they catch you..." She looked back down between the junked cars, still holding her hands over her mouth. The aisle was maybe 10 feet wide, littered with cans, twinkling with little jigsaw pieces of safety glass, scruffy with weeds. If she so much as made a sound, they might hear her, particularly if their absorption in whatever strange thing they were doing flagged. When she thought of how casually she had walked up here, her blood ran cold. Also, what in the world can they be doing? She peeked again, seeing more of the details this time. There was a careless scatter of books and papers nearby, school books. They had just come from their summer classes then, what most of the kids called dummy school or makeup school. And because Henry and Victor were facing her way, she could see their things. They were the first things she had ever seen in her life, other than pictures in a smudgy little book that Brenda Arrowsmith had showed her the year before, and in those pictures you really couldn't see very much. Bev observed now that their things were little tubes that hung down between their legs. Henry's was small and hairless, but Victor's was quite big, and there was a cloudy fuzz of fine black hair just over it. "Bill has one of those," she thought, and suddenly her whole body seemed to flush at once. Heat rushed through her in a wave that made her feel giddy and faint and almost sick to her stomach. In that moment she felt much the way Ben Hanscom had felt on the last day of school, looking down at her ankle bracelet and observing the way it flashed in the sun. But he had not felt the intermixed sense of terror she felt now. She looked behind her once more. Now the pathway between the cars leading to the shelter of the Barrens seemed much longer. She was scared to move. If they knew she had seen their things, they would probably hurt her, and not just a little. They would hurt her badly. Belch Huggins bellowed suddenly, making her jump, and Henry yelled, 3 feet! No shit, Belch, it was 3 feet. Wasn't it, Vic?" Vic agreed it was, and they all roared with troll-like laughter. Beverly tried another look around the junked Studebaker. Patrick Hochstetter had turned and half risen so that his butt was nearly in Henry's face. In Henry's hand was a silvery glinting object. After a moment's study, she made it out as a lighter. "I thought you said you felt one coming on," Henry said. "I do," Patrick said. "I'll tell you when. Get ready. Get ready. It's coming. Now!" Henry flicked the lighter. At the same moment, there was the unmistakable ripping sound of a really good fart. There was no mistaking that sound. Beverly had heard it enough in her own house, usually on Saturday night after the beans and Frank's. A regular bear for his beans was her father. As Patrick blew off and Henry flicked the lighter, she saw something that made her jaw drop. A bright blue jet of flame appeared to roar directly out of Patrick's bum. To Bev it looked like the pilot light on a gas burner. The boys roared their troll-like laughter, and Beverly withdrew behind the sheltering car, stifling mad giggles again. She was laughing, but not because she was amused. In some very weird way it was funny, yes, but mostly she was laughing because she felt a deep revulsion accompanied by a sort of horror. She was laughing because she knew of no other way to cope with what she had seen.
It had something to do with seeing the boy's things, but that was by no means all or even the great part of what she felt. She had known, after all, that boys had things, the same way she knew that girls had different things. This was only what you might call a confirmed sighting. But the rest of what they were doing seemed so strange, so ludicrous, and yet at the same time so deadly primitive, that she found herself, in spite of the giggling fit, groping for the core of herself with some desperation. "Stop," she thought, as if this were the answer. "Stop, they'll hear you. So just you stop it, Bevy." But that was impossible. The best she could do was to laugh without engaging her vocal cords, so that the sounds came out of her in a series of almost inaudible chuffs, her hands pasted over her mouth, her cheeks as red as mac apples, her eyes swimming with tears. "Holy shit, that hurts," Victor roared. 12 feet, Henry bellowed. "I swear to God, Vic, 12 fucking feet. I swear to my mother's name. I don't care if it was 20 fucking feet. You burned my ass off." Victor howled, and there was more bellowing laughter. Still trying to giggle silently from behind the sheltering car, Beverly thought of a movie she had seen on TV. John Hall had been in it. It was about this jungle tribe. They had a secret rite, and if you saw it, you got sacrificed to their god, which was this big stone idol. This did not stop her giggles, but infused them with a nearly frantic quality. They were becoming more and more like silent screams. Her belly hurt. Tears streamed down her face. 3. Henry, Victor, Belch, and Patrick Hochstetter ended up in the dump lighting each other's farts on that hot July afternoon because of Rena Davenport. Henry knew what resulted from consuming large amounts of baked beans. This result was perhaps best expressed in a little ditty he had learned at his father's knee when he was still in short pants. "Beans, beans, the musical fruit, the more you eat, the more you toot. The more you toot, the better you feel, then you're ready for another meal." Rena Davenport and his father had been courting for nearly 8 years. She was fat, 40, and usually filthy. Henry supposed that Rena and his father sometimes fucked, although he could not imagine anyone squashing his body down on Rena Davenport's. Rena's beans were her pride. She soaked them Saturday nights and baked them over a slow fire all day Sunday. Henry supposed they were okay. They were something to shovel into your mouth and chew up anyway. But after 8 years, anything lost its charm. Nor was Rena content to make just a few beans. She cooked them in job lots. When she turned up Sunday evenings in her old green DeSoto, a naked rubber baby doll hung from the rearview mirror, looking like the world's youngest lynch mob victim, she usually had the Bowers' beans steaming on the seat beside her in a 12-gallon galvanized steel pail. The three of them would eat the beans that night, Rena raving about her own cooking all the while, crazy Butch Bowers grunting and mopping up bean juice with a piece of Sonny Boy bread, or simply telling her to shut up if there was a ball game on the radio. Henry just eating, staring out the window, thinking his own thoughts. It was over a plate of Sunday night beans that he had conceived the idea of poisoning Mike Hanlon's dog, Mr. Chips. And Butch would reheat a mess of them the next night. On Tuesdays and Wednesdays, Henry would take a Tupperware box full of them to school. By Thursday or Friday, neither Henry nor his father could eat any more. The house's 2 bedrooms would smell of stale farts in spite of the open windows. Butch would take the remains and mix them into the other slops and feed them to Bip and Bop, the Bowers' 2 pigs. Rena would like as not show up the following Sunday with another steaming pail, and the cycle would start all over again. That morning, Henry had put up an enormous quantity of leftover beans, and the 4 of them had eaten the whole lot at noon, sitting out on the playground in the shade of a big old elm. They had eaten until they were nearly bursting. It had been Patrick who suggested they go down to the dump, which would be fairly quiet in the middle of a working-day summer afternoon. By the time they arrived, the beans were doing their work quite nicely. 4. Little by little, Beverly got herself under control again. She knew she had to get out. Beating a retreat was ultimately less dangerous than hanging around. They were absorbed in what they were doing, and even if worst came to worst, she could get a head start. And in the back of her mind, she had also decided that if worst came to terrible, a few shots from the bullseye might discourage them. She was about to begin creeping away when Victor said, "I gotta go, Henry. My dad wants me to help him pick corn this afternoon." "Oh, shit," Henry said. "He'll live." "No, he's mad at me because of what happened the other day." Fuck him if he can't take a joke. Beverly listened more closely now, suspecting it might be the scuffle which had ended with Eddie's broken arm that they were talking about. "No, I gotta go." "I think his ass hurts," Patrick said. "Watch your mouth, fuckface," Victor said. "It might grow on you." "I got to go, too," Belch said. "Your father want you to pick corn?" Henry asked angrily. This was what might have passed for a jest in Henry's mind. Belch's father was dead. "No, but I got a job delivering the Weekly Shopper. I got to do that tonight." "What's this Weekly Shopper crap?" Henry asked, now sounding upset as well as angry. "It's a job," Belch said with ponderous patience. "I make money." Henry made a disgusted sound, and Beverly risked another peek around the car. Victor and Belch were standing, buckling their belts. Henry and Patrick were still squatting with their pants down. The lighter glinted in Henry's hand. "You're not chickening out, are you?" Henry asked Patrick. "Nope," Patrick said. "You don't have to pick corn or go do some pussy job." "Nope," Patrick said again. "Well," Belch said uncertainly, "see you around, Henry." "Sure," Henry said, and spat near one of Belch's clod-hopping work shoes. Vic and Belch started off together toward the 2 rows of wrecked cars, toward the Studebaker behind which Beverly was crouching. At first she could only cringe, frozen with fear like a rabbit. Then she slid around the left side of the Studebaker and back down the gap between it and the battered, doorless Ford next to it. For a moment she paused, looking from side to side, hearing them approach. She hesitated, her mouth cottony dry, her back itchy with sweat. A part of her mind was numbly wondering how she'd look in a cast like Eddie's with the loser's name signed on it. Then she dived into the Ford on the passenger side. She curled up on the filthy floor mat, making herself as small as possible. It was boiling hot inside the junked-out Ford, and it smelled so thickly of dust, rotting upholstery, and elderly rat crap that she had to struggle grimly to keep from sneezing or coughing. She heard Belch and Victor pass close by, talking in low voices. Then they were gone. She sneezed 3 times, quickly and quietly, into her cupped hands. She supposed she could go now if she was careful. The best way to do it would be to shift over to the driver's side of the Ford, sneak back to the aisle, and then just do a fade. She believed she could manage it, but the shock of almost being discovered had robbed her of her courage, at least for the time being. She felt safer here in the Ford. And maybe now that Victor and Belch had gone, the other 2 would also go soon. Then she could go back to the clubhouse. She had lost all interest in target shooting. Also, she had to pee. "Come on," she thought. "Come on, hurry up and go, hurry up and go. Police!" A moment later she heard Patrick roar with mixed laughter and pain. 6 feet, Henry bellowed. "Just like a fucking blowtorch, swear to God." Silence then for a while. Sweat trickling down her back, the sun beating through the Ford's cracked windshield on the nape of her neck, heaviness in her bladder. Henry bellowed so loud that Beverly, who had been close to dozing in spite of her discomfort, almost cried out herself. "Damn it, Hochstetter, you burned my frigging ass. What are you doing with that lighter?" 10 feet, Patrick giggled. Just the sound of it made Bev feel cold and revolted, as if she had seen a worm squirm its way out of her salad. 10 feet if it was an inch, Henry. Bright blue. 10 feet if it was an inch. Swear to God. "Give me that," Henry grunted. Come on, you stupid nicks. Go, get out." When Patrick spoke again, his voice was so low Bev could barely hear it. If there had been the slightest breath of wind on the air that baking afternoon, she would not have done. "Let me show you something," Patrick said. "What?" Henry asked. "Just something." Patrick paused. "It feels good." "What?" Henry asked again. Then there was silence. "I don't want to look. I don't want to see what they're doing now. And besides, they might see me. In fact, they probably will because you've used up all your luck today, girlie-o. So just stay right here. No peeking." But her curiosity had overcome her good sense. There was something strange in that silence, something a little bit scary. She raised her head inch by inch until she could look through the Ford's cracked, cloudy windshield. She needn't have worried about being seen. Both of the boys were concentrating on what Patrick was doing. She didn't understand what she was seeing, but she knew it was nasty. Not that she would have expected anything else from Patrick, who was just so weird.
He had one hand between Henry's thighs and one hand between his own. One hand was flogging Henry's thing gently. With his other hand, Patrick was rubbing his own. Except he wasn't exactly rubbing it. He was kind of squoozing it, pulling it, letting it flop back down. What is he doing? Beverly wondered, dismayed. She didn't know, not for sure, but it scared her. She didn't think she had been this scared since the blood had vomited out of the bathroom drain and splattered all over everything. Some deep part of her cried out that if they discovered she had seen this, whatever it was, they might do more than hurt her. They might actually kill her. Still, she couldn't look away. She saw that Patrick's thing had gotten a little longer, but not much. It still dangled between his legs like a snake with no backbone. Henry's, however, had grown amazingly. It stood up stiff and hard, almost poking his belly button. Patrick's hand went up and down, sometimes pausing to squeeze, sometimes tickling that odd heavy sack under Henry's thing. Those are his balls, Beverly thought. Do boys have to go around with those all the time? God, I go crazy. Another part of her mind then whispered, Bill has those. On its own, her mind visualized her holding them, cupping them in her hand, testing their texture, and that hot feeling raced through her again, sparking off a furious blush. Henry stared at Patrick's hand as if hypnotized. His lighter lay on the rocky scree beside him, reflecting hot afternoon sun. "Want me to put it in my mouth?" Patrick asked. His big livery lips smiled complacently. "Huh?" Henry asked, as if startled from some deep dream. "I'll put it in my mouth if you want. I don't Henry's hand flashed out, half-curled, not quite a fist. Patrick was knocked sprawling. His head thudded on the gravel. Beverly dived down again, her heart crashing in her chest, her teeth locked against a little whimpering moan. After knocking Patrick down, Henry had turned, and for a moment, just before she dropped back into her little huddled ball on the passenger side of the drive shaft hump, it seemed that her eyes and Henry's had locked. "Please, God, the sun was in his eyes," she prayed. "Please, God, I'm sorry I peeked. Please, God." There was an agonizing pause then. Her white blouse was plastered to her body with sweat. Droplets like seed pearls gleamed on her tanned arms. Her bladder throbbed painfully. She felt that very soon she would wet her pants. She waited for Henry's furious, crazy face to appear in the opening where the Ford's passenger door had been, sure it was going to happen. How could he have missed seeing her? He would drag her out and hurt her. He would... A new and even more terrible thought now occurred to her, and once again she had to engage in a painful, crampy struggle to keep from wetting her pants. Suppose he did something to her with his thing. Suppose he wanted her to put it in her somewhere. She knew where it was supposed to go, all right. It seemed that knowledge had suddenly sprung into her mind full-blown. She thought that if Henry tried to put his thing in her, she would go crazy. "Please, no. Please, God, don't let him have seen me, please, okay?" Then Henry spoke, and to her growing horror his voice was coming from someplace much closer. "I don't go for that queer stuff." From farther off, Patrick's voice. "You liked it." "I didn't like it," Henry shouted, "and if you tell anyone I did, I'll kill you, you fucking little pansy." "You got a boner," Patrick said. He sounded like he was smiling. As much as she feared Henry Bowers, the smile would not have surprised Beverly. Patrick was crazy, crazier than Henry maybe, and people that crazy weren't afraid of anything. "I saw it." Footsteps crunched over the gravel, closer and closer. Beverly looked up, her eyes bulging. Through the Ford's old windshield she could now see the back of Henry's head. He was looking toward Patrick now, but if he turned around... "If you tell anyone, I'll say you're a cocksucker," Henry said. "Then I'll kill you." "You don't scare me, Henry," Patrick said and giggled. "But I might not tell if you gave me $1. Henry shifted restlessly. He turned slightly. Beverly could now see 1/4 of his profile instead of just the back of his head. Please, God," she begged incoherently, and her bladder throbbed more strongly. "If you tell," Henry said, his voice low and deliberate, "I'll tell what you've been doing with the cats, with the dogs, too. I'll tell them about your refrigerator. You know what'll happen, Hochstetter? They'll come and take you away and put you into the fucking loony bin." Silence from Patrick. Henry drummed his fingers on the hood of the Ford Beverly was hiding in. "Do you hear me?" "I hear you," Patrick sounded sullen now, sullen and a little scared. He burst out, "You liked it. You got a boner. Biggest boner I ever saw." "Yeah, I bet you seen a lot of 'em, you fucking little homo faggot. You just remember what I said about the refrigerator. Your refrigerator. And if I see you around again, I'll knock your block off." More silence from Patrick. Henry moved away. Beverly turned her head and saw him pass by the driver's side of the Ford. If he had looked to his left even a little bit, he would have seen her. But he didn't look. A moment later, she heard him heading off the way Victor and Belch had gone. Now there was just Patrick. Beverly waited, but nothing happened. 5 minutes dragged by. Her need to urinate was now desperate. She might be able to hold out for another 2 or 3 minutes, but no more. And it made her uneasy not to know for sure where Patrick was. She peeked through the windshield again and saw him just sitting there. Henry had forgotten his lighter. Patrick had put his school books back into a small canvas carrier sack and had slung it around his neck like a newsboy's, but his pants and underpants were still down around his ankles. He was playing with the lighter. He would spin the wheel, produce a flame that was almost invisible in the bright day, snap the lighter closed, and then start all over again. He seemed hypnotized. A line of blood ran from the corner of his mouth to his chin, and his lips were swelling up on the right side. He seemed not to notice, and once again Beverly felt a squirmy sort of revulsion. Patrick was crazy, all right. She had never in her life wanted so badly to get away from someone. Moving very carefully, she crawled backward over the Ford's drive shaft hump and squeezed under the steering wheel. She put her feet out on the ground and crept to the back of the Ford. Then she ran quickly back the way she had come. When she had entered the pines beyond the junked cars, she looked back over her shoulder. No one was there. The dump dozed in the sun. She felt the bands of tension around her chest and stomach loosen with relief, and all that was left was the need to urinate, so great that she now felt sick with it. She hurried down the path a short way and then ducked off to the right. She had her shorts unsnapped almost before the underbrush had closed behind her again. She took a quick look around to make sure there was no poison ivy at hand. Then she squatted, holding the tough trunk of a bush for balance. She was pulling her shorts up again when she heard approaching footsteps from the dump. All she could see through the bushes were flashes of blue denim and the faded plaid of a school shirt. It was Patrick. She ducked down, waiting for him to pass by toward Kansas Street. She was more sanguine about her position here. The cover was good, she no longer had to pee, and Patrick was off in his own cuckoo world. When he was gone, she would double back and head for the clubhouse. But Patrick didn't pass by. He stopped on the path almost directly opposite her and stood looking at the rusting Amana refrigerator. Beverly could observe Patrick along a natural sight line in the bushes without too much chance of being seen. Now that she was relieved, she found she was curious again, and if Patrick did happen to see her, she felt certain she could outrun him. He wasn't as fat as Ben, but he was podgy. She pulled the bullseye out of her back pocket, however, and put 6 steel pellets in the breast pocket of her old ship and shore. Crazy or not, a good one to the knee might discourage the likes of Patrick Hochstetter in a hurry. She remembered the refrigerator well enough now. There were lots of discarded fridges at the dump, but it suddenly occurred to her that this was the only one she'd seen which Mandy Fazio hadn't disarmed by either tearing out the latching mechanism with pliers or simply removing the door altogether. Patrick began to hum and sway back and forth in front of the rusty old refrigerator, and Beverly felt a fresh chill course through her. He was like a guy in a horror movie trying to summon a dead body out of a crypt. What's he up to? But if she had known that, or what was going to happen when Patrick finished his private ritual and opened the dead Amana's rusty door, she would have run away as fast as she could. 5. No one, not even Mike Hanlon, had the slightest idea of how crazy Patrick Hochstetter really was. He was 12, the son of a paint salesman. His mother was a devout Catholic who would die of breast cancer in 1962, 4 years after Patrick was consumed by the dark entity which existed in and below Derry. Although his IQ tested out as low normal, Patrick had already repeated 2 grades, the 1st and 3rd. He was taking summer classes this year, so he would not have to repeat the 5th as well. His teachers found him an apathetic student. This several of them noted on the bare 6 lines of the Derry Elementary School's report cards reserved for teachers' comments, and a rather disturbing one as well, which none noted. Their feelings were too vague, too diffuse, to be expressed in 60 lines, let alone 6. If he had been born 10 years later, a guidance counselor might have steered him toward a child psychologist who might, or might not — Patrick was far more clever than his lackluster IQ results indicated — have realized the frightening depths behind that slack and pallid moon face. He was a sociopath, and perhaps by that hot July in 1958 he had become a full-fledged psychopath. He could not remember a time when he had believed that other people, any other living creatures for that matter, were real. He believed himself to be an actual creature, probably the only one in the universe, but was by no means convinced that his actuality made him real. He had no sense of hurting exactly, and no real sense of being hurt. His indifference to being struck in the mouth by Henry in the dump was a case in point. But while he found reality a totally meaningless concept, he understood the concept of rules perfectly. And while all of his teachers had found him odd, both Mrs. Douglas, his 5th-grade teacher, and Mrs. Weems, who had had Patrick in the 3rd grade, knew about the pencil box full of flies, and while neither of them totally ignored the implications, each had between 20 and 28 other students, each with problems of his or her own. None of them had serious disciplinary problems with him. He might turn in test papers that were utterly blank, or blank except for a large decorative question mark. And Mrs. Douglas had discovered it was best to keep him away from the girls because of his Roman hands and Russian fingers, but he was quiet, so quiet that there were times when he might have been taken for a big lump of clay that had been crudely fashioned to look like a boy. It was easy to ignore Patrick, who failed quietly, when you had to cope with boys like Henry Bowers and Victor Criss, who were actively disruptive and insolent, boys who would steal milk money or happily deface school property if given a chance, and girls like the unfortunately named Elizabeth Taylor, who was epileptic and whose few poor brain cells worked only sporadically, and who had to be discouraged from pulling her dresses up in the play yard to show off a new pair of panties. In other words, Derry Elementary School was the typical confused educational carnival, a circus with so many rings that Pennywise himself might have gone unnoticed. Certainly none of Patrick's teachers, or his parents for that matter, suspected that, when he was 5, Patrick had murdered his baby brother Avery. Patrick had not liked it when his mother brought Avery home from the hospital. He didn't care, or so he at first told himself, if his parents had 2 kids, 5 kids, or 5 dozen kids, as long as the kid or kids didn't alter his own schedule. But he found that Avery did. Meals came late. The baby cried in the night and woke him up. It seemed that his parents were always hanging over its crib, and often when he tried to get their attention, he found that he could not. For one of the few times in his life, Patrick became frightened. It occurred to him that if his parents had brought him, Patrick, home from the hospital, and if he was real, then Avery might be real too. It might even be that, when Avery got big enough to walk and talk, to bring in his father's copy of the Derry News from the front step, and to hand his mother the bowls when she baked bread, they might decide to get rid of Patrick altogether. It was not that he feared they loved Avery more, although it was obvious to Patrick that they did love him more, and in this case his judgment was probably correct. What he cared about was, 1, the rules that were being broken or had changed since Avery's arrival; 2, Avery's possible reality; and 3, the possibility that they might throw him out in favor of Avery. Patrick went into Avery's room one afternoon around 2:30, shortly after the school bus had dropped him off from his afternoon kindergarten session. It was January. Outside, snow was beginning to fall. A powerful wind boomed across McCarran Park and rattled the frosty upstairs storm windows. His mother was napping in her bedroom. Avery had been fussy all the previous night. His father was at work. Avery was sleeping on his stomach, his head turned to one side. Patrick, his moon face expressionless, turned Avery's head so his face was pressed directly into the pillow. Avery made a snuffling noise and turned his head back to the side. Patrick observed this and stood thinking about it while the snow melted off his yellow boots and puddled on the floor. Perhaps 5 minutes passed. Quick thinking was not Patrick's specialty, and then he turned Avery's face into the pillow again and held it there for a moment. Avery stirred under his hand, struggling, but his struggles were weak. Patrick let go. Avery turned his head to the side again, made one snorting little cry, and then went on sleeping. The wind gusted, rattling the windows. Patrick waited to see if the one little cry would awaken his mother. It didn't. Now he felt swept by a great excitement. The world seemed to stand out in front of him clearly for the first time. His emotional equipment was severely defective, and in those few moments he felt as a totally colorblind person might feel if given a shot which enabled him to perceive colors for a short time. Or as a junkie who has just fixed feels as the smack rockets his brain into orbit. This was a new thing. He had not suspected it existed. Very gently, he turned Avery's face into the pillow again. This time when Avery struggled, Patrick did not let go. He pressed the baby's face more firmly into the pillow. The baby was making steady, muffled cries now, and Patrick knew it was awake. He had a vague idea that it might tell on him to his mother if he stopped. He held it down. The baby struggled. Patrick held it down. The baby farted. Its struggles weakened. Patrick still held it down. It eventually became totally still. Patrick held it down for another 5 minutes, feeling that excitement crest and then begin to ebb. The shot wearing off, turning the world gray again, the fix mellowing into an accustomed low doze. Patrick went downstairs and got himself a plate of cookies and poured himself a glass of milk. His mother came down half an hour later and said she hadn't even heard him come in. She had been that tired. "You won't be any more, Mom," Patrick thought. "Don't worry, I fixed it." She sat down with him, ate one of his cookies, and asked him how school had been. Patrick said it was all right and showed her his drawing of a house and a tree. His paper was covered with looping, meaningless scribbles made with black and brown crayon. His mother said it was very nice. Patrick brought home the same looping scrawls of black and brown every day. Sometimes he said it was a turkey, sometimes a Christmas tree, sometimes a boy. His mother always told him it was very nice, although sometimes, in a part of her so deep she hardly knew it was there, she worried. There was something a little disquieting about the dark sameness of those big scribbled loops of black and brown. She didn't discover Avery's death until nearly 5 o'clock. Until then, she had simply assumed he was taking a very long nap. By then, Patrick was watching Crusader Rabbit on their 7-inch TV, and he went on watching TV through all the uproar that followed. Whirlybirds was on when Mrs. Henley arrived from next door. His screaming mother had been holding the baby's corpse in the open kitchen door, believing in some blind way that the cold air might revive it. Patrick was cold and got a sweater out of the downstairs closet. Highway Patrol, Ben Hanscom's favorite, was on when Mr. Hochstetter arrived home from work. By the time the doctor arrived, Science Fiction Theater, with your host Truman Bradley, was just coming on. Who knows what strange things the universe may hold, Truman Bradley speculated, while Patrick's mother shrieked and struggled in her husband's arms in the kitchen. The doctor observed Patrick's deep calm and unquestioning stare and assumed the boy was in shock. He wanted Patrick to take a pill. Patrick didn't mind. It was diagnosed as crib death. Years later, there might have been questions about such a fatality, deviations from the usual infant death syndrome observed. But when it happened, the death was simply noted and the baby buried. Patrick was gratified that once things finally settled down, his meals began to come on time again. In the madness of that afternoon and evening, people banging in and out of the house, the red lights of the home hospital ambulance pulsing on the walls, Mrs. Hochstetter screaming and wailing and refusing to be comforted, only Patrick's father came within brushing distance of the truth. He was standing numbly by Avery's empty crib some 20 minutes after the body had been removed, simply standing there, unable to believe any of this had happened. He looked down and saw a pair of tracks on the hardwood floor. They had been made by the snow melting off Patrick's yellow rubber boots. He looked at them, and a dreadful thought rose briefly in his mind like bad gas from a deep mine shaft. His hand went slowly to his mouth, and his eyes widened. A picture began to form in his mind.
Before it could come clear, he left the room, slamming the door behind him so hard that the top of the frame splintered. He never asked Patrick any questions. Patrick had never done anything like that again, although he might have done so if the chance had presented itself. He felt no guilt, had no bad dreams. As time passed, however, he became more aware of what would have happened to him if he had been caught. There were rules. Unpleasant things happened to you if you didn't follow them, or if you were caught breaking them. You could be locked up or stuck in the electrocution chair. But that remembered feeling of excitement, that feeling of color and sensation, was simply too powerful and too wonderful to give over entirely. Patrick killed flies. At first he only smacked them with his mother's fly swatter. Later he discovered he could kill them quite efficiently with a plastic ruler. He also discovered the joys of fly paper. A long, sticky runner of it could be purchased for 2 cents at the Costello Avenue market, and Patrick sometimes stood for as long as 2 hours in the garage, watching the flies land and then struggle to get free, his mouth ajar, his dusty eyes alight with that rare excitement, sweat running down his round face and his thick body. Patrick killed beetles, but if possible he captured them first. Sometimes he would steal a long needle from his mother's pincushion, impale a Japanese beetle on it, and sit cross-legged in the garden watching it die. His expression at these times was the expression of a boy who was reading a very good book. Once he had discovered a run-over cat that was dying in the gutter on Lower Main Street, and sat watching it until an old woman saw him pushing the squashed and mewing thing around with his foot. She whacked him with the broom she had been using to sweep her walk. "Go on home," she had shouted at him. "What are you, crazy?" Patrick had gone on home. He wasn't mad at the old woman. He had been caught breaking the rules, that was all. Then last year, it would not have surprised Mike Hanlon or any of the others at that point to have known that it was, in fact, on the same day that George Denbrough had been murdered. Patrick had discovered the rusty Amana refrigerator, one of the larger dumpoids in the belt surrounding the dump itself. Like Bev, he had heard the cautionary warnings about such abandoned appliances, about how 30 squirty million kids got their stupid selves smoked in them each year. Patrick had stood looking at the refrigerator for a long time, idly playing pocket pool with himself. That excitement was back, stronger than it had ever been, except for the time he had fixed Avery. The excitement was back because, in the chilly yet fuming wastes that passed for his mind, Patrick Hochstetter had had an idea. The Luces, who lived 3 houses down from the Hochstetters, missed their cat Bobby a week later. The Luce kids, who couldn't remember a time when Bobby hadn't been there, spent hours combing the neighborhood for him. They even pooled their money and put an ad in the Derry News Lost and Found column. Nothing came of it. And if any of them had seen Patrick that day, bulkier than ever in his mothball-smelling winter parka, after the floodwaters receded in that fall of '57, it had come off bitterly cold almost at once, carrying a cardboard carton, they would have thought nothing of it. The Angstroms, a block over and almost directly behind the Hochstetter home, lost their cocker pup about 10 days before Thanksgiving. Other families lost dogs and cats over the next 6 or 8 months, and Patrick, of course, had taken them all, not to mention a dozen unremarked strays from the Hell's Half-Acre area of Derry. He put them into the rusty Amana near the dump, one by one. Each time he brought another animal down, his heart thundering in his chest, his eyes hot and watery with excitement, he would expect to find that Mandy Fazio had pulled the Amana's latch or popped the hinges with his sledgehammer. But Mandy never touched that particular refrigerator. Perhaps he didn't realize it was there. Perhaps the force of Patrick's will kept him away. Or perhaps some other force did that. The Engstrom's cocker lasted the longest. In spite of the single-number cold, it was still alive when Patrick came back for the 3rd time in as many days. Although it had lost all of its friskiness, it had been wagging its tail and lapping his hands frantically when he originally hauled it out of the box and stuffed it into the refrigerator. When he came back a day after putting it in, the puppy had damn near gotten away. Patrick had to chase it almost all the way to the dump before he was able to jump it and get hold of one rear leg. The puppy had nipped Patrick with its sharp little teeth. Patrick didn't mind. In spite of the nips, he had taken the cocker back to the refrigerator and bundled it back in. He had a hard-on when he did it. This was not uncommon. On the 2nd day, the puppy had tried to get out again, but it moved much too slowly. Patrick shoved it back in, slammed the Amana's rusty door, and leaned against it. He could hear the puppy scratching against the door. He could hear its muffled whines. "Good dog," said Patrick Hochstetter. His eyes were closed and he was breathing fast. "That's a good dog." On the third day, the puppy could only roll its eyes toward Patrick's face when the door opened. Its sides were heaving rapidly and shallowly. When Patrick returned the next day, the cocker was dead with a cake of foam frozen around its mouth and muzzle. This made Patrick think of coconut popsicles, and he laughed quite hard as he hauled the frozen corpse from his killing bottle and threw it in the bushes. The supply of victims, which Patrick thought of, when he thought of them at all, as test animals, had been thin this summer. Questions of reality aside, his sense of self-preservation was well developed, his intuition exquisite. He suspected he was suspected. By whom he was not sure. Mr. Engstrom? Perhaps. Mr. Engstrom had turned around and given Patrick a long, speculative look in the A&P one day this spring. Mr. Engstrom had been buying cigarettes and Patrick had been sent for bread. Mrs. Joseph's? Maybe. She sat in her parlor window with a telescope sometimes and was, according to Mrs. Hochstetter, a nosy Parker. Mr. Jacobois, who had an ASPCA sticker on the back bumper of his car? Mr. Nell? Someone else? Patrick didn't know for sure, but his intuition told him he was suspected, and he never argued with his intuition. He had taken a few wandering animals from among the rotted tenements in the half-acre, picking only those that looked thin or diseased, but that was all. He discovered, however, that the refrigerator near the dump had gotten an oddly powerful hold over him. He began to draw pictures of it in school when he was bored. He sometimes dreamed of it at night, and in his dreams the Amana was perhaps 70 feet tall, a whited sepulchre, a ponderous crypt iced in chilly moonlight. In these dreams the giant door would swing open, and he would see huge eyes staring out at him. He would awake in a cold sweat, but he found he could not give up the joys of the refrigerator entirely. Today he had finally found out who had suspected. Bowers. Knowing that Henry Bowers held the secret of his killing bottle in his hands left Patrick as close to panic as he was ever apt to get. This was not very close at all, in truth, but he still found this, not fear exactly, but mental unrest, oppressive and unpleasant. Henry knew that Patrick sometimes broke the rules. His latest victim had been a pigeon he discovered on Jackson Street 2 days ago. The pigeon had been struck by a car and couldn't fly. Patrick went home, got his box out of the garage, and put the pigeon inside. The pigeon pecked the back of Patrick's hand several times, leaving shallow, bloody digs. Patrick didn't mind. When he checked the refrigerator the next day, the pigeon had been quite dead. But Patrick hadn't removed the corpse then. Now, following Henry's threat to tell, Patrick decided he'd better get rid of the pigeon's body right away. Perhaps he would even get a bucket of water and some rags and scrub out the interior of the refrigerator. It didn't smell very good. If Henry told and Mr. Nell came down to check, he might be able to tell that something, several somethings in fact, had died in there. If he tells, Patrick thought, standing in the grove of pines and looking at the rusty Amana, I'll tell that he broke Eddie Kasprack's arm. Of course, they probably knew that already, but they couldn't prove anything because all of them said they had been playing out at Henry's house that day, and Henry's crazy father had backed them up. But if he tells, I'll tell. Tit for tat. Never mind that now. What he had to do now was get rid of the bird. He would leave the refrigerator door open and then come back with the rags and the water and clean it up. Good. Patrick opened the refrigerator door on his own death. At first he was simply puzzled, unable to cope in any way with what he was seeing. It meant nothing to him at all. It had no context. Patrick merely stared, his head cocked to one side, his eyes wide. The pigeon was nothing but a skeleton surrounded by a ragged fall of feathers. There was no flesh left on its body at all. And around it, stuck on the refrigerator's inner walls, hanging from the underside of the freezer compartment, dangling from the wire shelves, were dozens of flesh-colored objects that looked like big macaroni shells. Patrick saw that they were moving slightly, fluttering as if in a breeze. Except there was no breeze. He frowned. Suddenly one of the shell-like things unfurled insectile wings. Before Patrick could do more than register the fact, it had flown across the space between the refrigerator and Patrick's left arm. It struck with a smacking sound. There was an instant of heat. It faded, and Patrick's arm felt just like always again. But the shell-like creature's pale flesh turned first pink, and then, with shocking suddenness, rose red. Although Patrick was afraid of almost nothing in the commonly understood sense of the word, it's hard to be afraid of things that aren't real. There was at least one thing that filled him with wretched loathing. He had come out of Brewster Lake one warm August day when he was 7 to discover 4 or 5 leeches clinging to his stomach and legs. He had screamed himself hoarse until his father had pulled them off. Now, in a deadly burst of inspiration, he realized that this was some weird kind of flying leech. They had infested his refrigerator. Patrick began to scream and beat at the thing on his arm. It had swelled to nearly the size of a tennis ball. At the third blow, it broke open with a sickening squat sound. Blood, his blood, sprayed his arm from elbow to wrist, but the thing's jelly-like eyeless head held on. In a way, it was like a bird's narrow head, ending in a beak-like structure, but this beak was not flat or pointed. It was tubular and blunt, like the proboscis of a mosquito. This proboscis was buried in Patrick's arm. Still screaming, he pinched the splattered creature between his fingers and pulled it off. The proboscis came out cleanly, followed by a watery flow of blood mixed with some yellowish-white liquid like pus. It had made a painless dime-sized hole in his arm. And the creature, although exploded, was still twisting and moving and seeking in his fingers. Patrick threw it away, turned, and more of them flew out of the refrigerator, lighting on him even as he groped for the Amana's handle. They landed on his hands, his arms, his neck. One touched down on his forehead. When Patrick raised his hand to pick it off, he saw 4 others on his hand, trembling minutely, turning first pink and then red. There was no pain, but there was a hideous draining sensation. Screaming, whirling, beating at his head and neck with his leech-encrusted hands, Patrick Hochstetter's mind yammered, "It isn't real. It's just a bad dream. Don't worry. It's not real. Nothing is real." But the blood pouring from the smashed leeches seemed real enough. The sound of their buzzing wings seemed real enough, and his own terror seemed real enough. One of them fell down inside his shirt and settled on his chest. While he was beating frantically at it and watching the blood stains spread above the place where it had taken its hold, another settled on his right eye. Patrick closed it, but that did no good. He felt a brief hot flare as the thing's sucker poked through his eyelid and began to suck the fluid out of his eyeball. Patrick felt his eye collapse in its socket, and he screamed again. A leech flew into his mouth when he did and roosted on his tongue. It was all almost painless. Patrick went staggering and flapping up the path toward the junked cars. Parasites hung all over him. Some of them drank to capacity and then burst like balloons. When this happened to the bigger ones, they drenched Patrick with almost half a pint of his own hot blood. He could feel the leech inside his mouth swelling up, and he opened his jaws because the only coherent thought he had left was that it must not burst in there. It must not. But it did. Patrick ejected a huge spray of blood and parasite flesh like vomit. He fell down in the gravelly dirt and began to roll over and over, still screaming. Little by little, the sound of his own screams began to seem faint, far away. Just before he passed out, he saw a figure step from behind the last of the junked cars. At first Patrick thought he was a guy, Mandy Fazio perhaps, and he would be saved. But as the figure drew closer, he saw its face was running like wax. Sometimes it began to harden and look like something or someone, and then it would start to run again, as if it couldn't make up its mind who or what it wanted to be. "Hello and goodbye," a bubbling voice said from inside the running tallow of its features, and Patrick tried to scream again. He didn't want to die. As the only real person, he wasn't supposed to die. If he did, everyone else in the world would die with him. The man-shape laid hold of his leech-encrusted arms and began to drag him away toward the barrens. His blood-stained book-carrier bumped and thumped along beside him, its strap still twisted about his neck. Patrick, still trying to scream, lost consciousness. He awoke only once, when, in some dark, smelly, drippy hell where no light shone, no light at all, it began to feed. 6. At first, Beverly was not entirely sure what she was seeing or what was happening, only that Patrick Hochstetter had begun to thrash and dance and scream. She got up warily, holding the slingshot in one hand and 2 of the ball bearings in the other. She could hear Patrick blundering off down the path, still yelling his head off. In that moment, Beverly looked every inch the lovely woman she was going to become, and if Ben Hanscom had been around to see her just then, his heart might not have been able to stand it. She was standing fully upright, her head cocked to the left, her eyes wide, her hair done in braids that had been tied off with 2 small red velvet bows which she had bought at Dolly's for a dime. Her posture was one of total attention and concentration. It was feline, lynx-like. She had shifted forward on her left foot, her body half turned as if to go after Patrick, and the legs of her faded shorts had pulled up enough to show the edging of her yellow cotton panties. Below them, her legs were already smoothly muscled, beautiful in spite of the scabs, bruises, and smutches of dirt. "It's a trick. He saw you, and he knows he probably can't catch you in a fair chase, so he's trying to get you to come out. Don't go, Bevy." But another part of her thought there was too much pain and fear in those screams. She wished she had seen whatever had happened to Patrick, if anything had, more clearly. She wished more than anything else that she had come into the Barrens a different way and missed the whole crazy shenanigans. Patrick's screams stopped. A moment later, Beverly heard someone speak, but she knew that had to be her imagination. She heard her father say hello and goodbye. Her father wasn't even in Derry that day. He had set off for Brunswick at 8 o'clock. He and Joe Tamerley were going to pick up a Chevy truck in Brunswick. She shook her head as if to clear it. The voice didn't speak again. Her imagination, obviously. She walked out of the bushes to the path, ready to run the instant she saw Patrick charging at her, her reactions on triggers as delicate as a cat's whiskers. She looked down at the path, and her eyes widened. There was blood here, quite a lot of it. "Fake blood," her mind insisted. "You can buy a bottle of it at Dolly's for 49 cents. Be careful, Bevy." She knelt and quickly touched the blood with her fingers. She looked at them closely. It wasn't fake blood. There was a flash of heat in her left arm, just below the elbow. She looked down and saw something that she first thought was some kind of burr. No, not a burr. Burrs didn't twitch and flutter. This thing was alive. A moment after that, she realized it was biting her. She struck it hard with the back of her right hand, and it spattered, spraying blood. She backed up a step, getting ready to scream now that it was over. And then she saw that it wasn't over at all. The thing's featureless head was still on her arm, its snout buried in her flesh. With a shrill cry of disgust and fear, she picked it off and saw its proboscis come out of her arm like a small dagger, dripping with blood. She understood the blood on the path now, oh yes, and her eyes went to the refrigerator. The door had swung closed and latched again, but a number of parasites had been left outside and were crawling sluggishly over the rusty white porcelain. As Beverly looked, one of them unfurled its membranous fly-like wings and buzzed toward her. She acted without thinking, loading one of the steel ball bearings into the cup of the bullseye and pulling the sling back. As the muscles of her left arm flexed smoothly, she saw loose blood squirt from the hole the thing had made in her arm. She let fly anyway, unconsciously leading the flying thing. Shit, missed, she thought as the bullseye snapped and the ball bearing flew, a glittering chunk of light in the hazy sun. And she would later tell the other losers that she knew she had missed it, the same way a bowler knows he has missed the strike as soon as a bad ball leaves his hand. But then she saw the ball bearing curve. It happened in a split second, but the impression was very clear. It had curved. It struck the flying thing and splattered it to mush. There was a shower of yellowish droplets which pattered on the path. Beverly backed up slowly at first, her eyes huge, her lips trembling, her face a shocked grayish white. Her gaze was pinned to the front of the discarded refrigerator, waiting to see if any of the other things would smell or sense her. But the parasites only crawled slowly back and forth, like autumn flies drugged with the cold. At last she turned and ran. Panic beat darkly against her thoughts, but she would not give in to it entirely. She held the bullseye in her left hand and looked back over her shoulder from time to time. There was still blood dappled brightly on the path and on the leaves of some of the bushes bordering it, as if Patrick had woven from side to side as he ran. Beverly burst out into the area of junked cars again. Ahead of her there was a bigger splash of blood, just beginning to soak into the gravelly earth. The ground looked disturbed, darker streaks of earth lined into the powdery white surface, as if there had been a struggle there. 2 grooves, about 2.5 feet apart, led away from the spot. Beverly halted, panting. She looked at her arm and was relieved to see that the flow of blood was finally slowing, although her lower forearm and the palm of her hand were streaked and tacky with it. The pain had begun now, a low, steady throb. It felt the way her mouth felt about an hour after the dentist's, when the Novocaine began to wear off. She looked behind again, saw nothing, then looked back at those grooves leading away from the junked cars, away from the dump, and into the barrens. Those things were in the refrigerator. They got all over him. Sure they did. Look at all the blood. He got this far and then... Hello and goodbye. Something else happened. What? She was terribly afraid, she knew. The leeches were a part of it, and they had driven Patrick into another part of it, much as a panic-maddened steer is driven down the chute and into the slaughtering pen. Get out of here. Get out, Bevy. Instead, she followed the grooves in the earth, holding the bullseye tightly in her sweating hand. At least get the others. I will, in a little while. She walked on, following the grooves as the ground sloped down and became softer. She followed them into heavy foliage again. Somewhere a cicada burred loudly and then unwound into silence. Mosquitoes lighted on her blood-streaked arm. She waved them away. Her teeth were clenched on her lower lip. There was something lying on the ground ahead. She picked it up and looked at it. It was a handmade wallet, the sort of thing a kid might make as a crafts project at Community House. Except it was obvious to Bev that the kid who made this hadn't been much of a craftsman. The wide plastic stitching was already coming unraveled, and the bill compartment flapped like a loose mouth. She found a quarter in the change compartment. The only other thing in the wallet was a library card, made out in the name of Patrick Hochstetter. She tossed the wallet aside, library card and all. She wiped her fingers on her shorts. 50 feet farther on, she found a sneaker. The underbrush was now too dense for her to be able to follow the grooves in the earth, but you didn't have to be the pathfinder to follow the splashes and drips of blood on the bushes. The trail wound down through a steep break. Bev lost her footing once, slid, and was raked by thorns. Fresh lines of blood appeared on her upper thigh. She was breathing fast now, her hair sweaty and matted to her skull. The spots of blood led out onto one of the faint paths through the barrens. The Kenduskeag was nearby. Patrick's other sneaker, its laces bloody, lay marooned on the path. She approached the river with the bullseye sling half drawn. The grooves in the earth had reappeared. They were shallower now. That's because he lost his sneakers, she thought. She came around a final bend and faced the river. The grooves went down the bank and led ultimately to one of those concrete cylinders, one of the pumping stations. There they stopped. The iron cover capping the top of this cylinder was a little ajar. As she stood above it, looking down, a thick and monstrous chuckle suddenly issued from beneath. It was too much. The panic which had threatened now descended. Beverly turned and fled toward the clearing and clubhouse, her bloody left arm up to shield her face from the branches which whipped and slapped her. Sometimes I worry too, Daddy, she thought wildly. Sometimes I worry a lot. 7. 4 hours later, all of the losers except Eddie crouched in the bushes near the spot where Beverly had hidden and watched Patrick Hochstetter go to the refrigerator and open it. The sky overhead had darkened with thunderheads, and the smell of rain was in the air again. Bill was holding the end of a long length of clothesline in his hands. The 6 of them had pooled their available cash and bought the line and a Johnson's first aid kit for Beverly. Bill had carefully affixed a gauze pad over the bloody hole in her arm. To tell your parents you got a scrape when you were skating, Bill said. My skates, Beverly cried, dismayed. She had forgotten all about them. There, Ben said and pointed. They were lying in a heap not far away, and she went to retrieve them before Ben or Bill or any of the others could offer. She remembered now that she had put them aside before urinating. She didn't want any of the others over there. Bill himself had tied one end of the clothesline to the handle of the Amana refrigerator, although they had all cautiously approached it together, ready to bolt at the first sign of movement. Bev had offered to give the bullseye back to Bill. He had insisted she keep it. As it turned out, nothing had moved. Although the area on the path in front of the refrigerator was splattered with blood, the parasites were gone. Perhaps they had flown away. You could bring Chief Borton and Mr. Nell and 100 other cops down here and it still wouldn't matter, Stan Uris said bitterly. Nope, they wouldn't see a frockin' thing, Richie agreed. How's your arm, Bev? Hurts. She paused, looking from Bill to Richie and back to Bill again. Would my mom and dad see the hole that thing made in my arm? I don't think so, Bill said. Get ready to run. I'm going to tie it on. He looped the end of the clothesline around the refrigerator's rust-flecked chrome handle, working with the care of a man defusing a live bomb. He tied a granny knot and then stepped back, paying out the clothesline. He grinned a small, shaky grin at the others when they had made some distance. "Whew," he said. "Glad that's over." Now, a safe, they hoped, distance from the refrigerator, Bill told them again to get ready to run. Thunder boomed directly overhead and they all jumped. The first scattered drops began to fall. Bill jerked the clothesline as hard as he could. His granny knot popped off the handle, but not before it had pulled the refrigerator door open again. An avalanche of orange pom-poms fell out, and Stan Uris uttered a painful groan. The others only stared, open-mouthed. The rain began to come harder. Thunder whip-cracked above them, making them cringe, and purplish-blue lightning flared as the refrigerator door swung all the way open. Richie saw it first, and screamed, a high, hurt sound. Bill uttered some sort of angry, frightened cry. The others were silent. Written on the inside of the door, written in drying blood, were these words: "Stop now before I kill you all. A word to the wise from your friend, Pennywise." Hail mixed with the driving rain. The refrigerator door shuddered back and forth in the rising wind, the letters painted there beginning to drip and run now, taking on the draggling, ominous look of a horror movie poster. Bev was not aware that Bill had gotten up until she saw him advancing across the path toward the refrigerator. He was shaking both fists. Water streamed down his face and plastered his shirt to his back. "We're going to kill you," Bill screamed. Thunder whacked and cracked. Lightning flashed so brightly that she could smell it. And not far away there was a splintering, rending sound as a tree fell. "Bill, come back!" Richie was yelling. "Come back, man!" He started to get up, and Ben hauled him back down again. "You killed my brother George. You son of a bitch, you bastard, you whoremaster. Let's see you now. Let's see you now." Hail came in a spate, stinging them even through the screening bushes. Beverly held her arm up to protect her face. She could see red welts on Ben's streaming cheeks. "Bill, come back!" she screamed despairingly, and another thunder crack drowned her out. It rolled across the barrens below the low black clouds. "Let's see you come out now, you fucker!" Bill kicked wildly at the heap of pom-poms that had spilled out of the refrigerator. He turned away and began to walk back toward them, his head down. He seemed not to feel the hail, although it now covered the ground like snow. He blundered into the bushes, and Stan had to grab his arm to keep him from going into the pricker bushes. He was crying. "That's okay, Bill," Ben said, putting a clumsy arm around him. "Yeah," Richie said. "Don't worry. We're not going to chicken out." He stared around at them, his eyes looking wildly out of his wet face. "Is there anyone here who's going to chicken out?" They shook their heads. Bill looked up, wiping his eyes. They were all soaked to the skin and looked like a litter of pups that had just forded a river. It's scared of us, you know," he said. "I can feel that. I swear to God I can." Bev nodded soberly. "I think you're right." "Help me," Bill said. Please, help me." "We will," Beverly said. She took Bill in her arms. She had not realized how easily her arms would go around him, how thin he was. She could feel his heart racing under his shirt. She could feel it next to hers. She thought that no touch had ever seemed so sweet and strong. Richie put his arms around both of them and laid his head on Beverly's shoulder. Ben did the same from the other side. Stan Uris put his arms around Richie and Ben. Mike hesitated, and then slipped one arm around Beverly's waist and the other over Bill's shivering shoulders. They stood that way, hugging, and the sleet turned back to driving, pouring rain, rain so heavy it seemed almost like a new atmosphere. The lightning walked and the thunder talked. No one spoke. Beverly's eyes were tightly shut. They stood in the rain in a huddled group, hugging each other, listening to it hiss down in the bushes. That was what she remembered best, the sound of the rain and their own shared silence and a vague sorrow that Eddie was not there with them. She remembered those things. She remembered feeling very young and very strong. Chapter 18. The Bullseye. 1. "Okay, Haystack," Richie says. "Your turn. The redhead smoked all of her cigarettes and most of mine. The hour groweth late." Ben glances up at the clock. Yes, it's late, nearly midnight. Just time for one more story, he thinks. One more story before 12, just to keep us warm. What should it be? But that, of course, is only a joke, and not a very good one. There is only one story left, at least only one he remembers, and that is the story of the silver slugs, how they were made in Zach Denbrough's workshop on the night of July 23rd, and how they were used on the 25th. "I've got my own scars," he says. "Do you remember?" Beverly and Eddie shake their heads. Bill and Richie nod. Mike sits silent, his eyes watchful in his tired face. Ben stands up and unbuttons the work shirt he is wearing, spreading it open. An old scar in the shape of the letter H shows there. Its lines are broken, the belly was much bigger when that scar was put there, but its shape still identifiable. The heavy scar depending downward from the crossbar of the H is much clearer. It looks like a twisted white hang rope from which the noose has been cut. Beverly's hand goes to her mouth. "The werewolf! In that house! Oh, Jesus Christ!" And she turns to the windows as if to see it lurking outside in the darkness. "That's right," Ben said. "And you want to know something funny? That scar wasn't there 2 nights ago. Henry's old calling card was. I know, because I showed it to a friend of mine. A bartender named Ricky Lee back in Hemingford home. But this one," he laughs without much humor and begins buttoning his shirt again, "this one just came back." "Like the ones on our hands?" "Yeah," Mike says as Ben buttons his shirt up again. "The werewolf. We all saw it as the werewolf that time." "Because that's how Ribber Richie saw it before," Bill murmurs. "That's it, isn't it?" "Yes," Mike says. "We were close, weren't we?" Beverly says. Her voice is softly marveling. "Close enough to read each other's minds." "Old Big Harry damn near had your guts for garters, Ben," Richie says, and he is not smiling as he says it. He pushes his mended glasses up on his nose, and behind them his face looks white and haggard and ghostly. "Bill saved your bacon," Eddie says abruptly. "I mean, Bev saved us all. But if it hadn't been for you, Bill—" "Yes," Ben agrees. "You did, Big Bill. I was, like, lost in the fun house." Bill points briefly at the empty chair. "I had some help from Stan Uris, and he paid for it. Maybe died for it." Ben Hanscom is shaking his head. "Don't say that, Bill." "But it's true. And if it's your fault, it's my fault too. And everyone else's here, because we went on. Even after Patrick and what was written on that refrigerator, we went on. It would be my fault most of all, I guess, because I wanted us to go on. Because of George. Maybe even because I thought that if I killed whatever killed George, my parents would have to love you again?" Beverly asks gently. "Yes, of course. But I don't think it was anyone's fault, Ben. It was just the way Stan was built. He couldn't face it," Eddie says. He is thinking of Mr. Keene's revelation about his asthma medicine and how he could still not give it up. He is thinking that he might have been able to give up the habit of being sick. It was the habit of believing he had been unable to kick. As things had turned out, maybe that habit had saved his life. "He was great that day," Ben says. "Stan and his birds." A chuckle stirs through them, and they look at the chair where Stan would have been in a rightful sane world where all the good guys won all of the time. "I miss him," Ben thinks. "God, how I miss him." He says, "You remember that day, Richie, when you told him you heard somewhere he killed Christ, and Stan says, totally deadpan, 'I think that was my father'?" "I remember," Richie says in a voice almost too low to hear. He takes his handkerchief out of his back pocket, removes his glasses, wipes his eyes, then puts his glasses back on. He puts away the handkerchief, and without looking up from his hands, he says, "Why don't you just tell it, Ben? It hurts, doesn't it?" "Yeah," Richie says, his voice so thick it is hard to understand him. "Why, sure, it hurts." Ben looks around at them, then nods. "All right, then. One more story before 12, just to keep us warm. Bill and Richie had the idea of the bullets." "No," Richie demurs. Bill thought of it first, and he got nervous first. I just started to worry. Doesn't really matter, I guess, Ben says. The three of us spent some heavy library time that July. We were trying to find out how to make silver bullets. I had the silver, 4 silver dollars that were my father's. Then Bill got nervous, thinking about what kind of shape we'd be in if we had a misfire with some kind of monster coming down our throats. And when we saw how good Beverly was with that slingshot of his, we ended up using one of my silver dollars to make slugs instead. We got the stuff together, and all of us, we went down to Bill's place. Eddie, you were there. I told my mother we were going to play Monopoly, Eddie says. My arm was really hurting, but I had to walk. That's how pissed she was at me. And every time I heard someone behind me on the sidewalk, I'd whip around, thinking it was Bowers. It didn't help the pain. Bill grins. And what we did was stand around and watch Ben make the ammo. I think Ben really could have made silver bullets. Oh, I'm not so sure of that, Ben says, although he still is. He remembers how the dusk was drawing down outside. Mr. Denbrough had promised them all rides home. The sound of the crickets in the grass, the first lightning bugs blinking outside the windows. Bill had carefully set up the Monopoly board in the dining room, making it look as if the game had been going on for an hour or more. He remembers that, and the clean pool of yellow light falling on Zach's work table. He remembers Bill saying, "We gotta be 2. Careful. I don't want to leave him a mess. My dad'll be..." He spat out a number of P's and finally managed to say, "pissed off." Richie made a burlesque of wiping his cheek. "Do you serve towels with your shower, stuttering Bill?" Bill made as if to hit him. Richie cowered, shrieking in his pickaninny voice. Ben took very little notice of them. He watched Bill lay out the implements and tools one by one in the light. Part of his mind was wishing that some day he might have such a nice work table as this himself. Most of it was centered directly on the job ahead. Not as difficult as making silver bullets would have been, but he would still be careful. There was no excuse for sloppy workmanship. This was not something he had been taught or told, just something he knew. Bill had insisted that Ben make the slugs, just as he continued to insist that Beverly would be the one carrying the bullseye. These things could have and had been discussed, but it was only 27 years later, telling the story, that Ben realized no one had even suggested that a silver bullet or slug might not stop a monster. They had the weight of what seemed like 1,000 horror movies on their side. "Okay," Ben said. He cracked his knuckles and then looked at Bill. "You got the molds?" "Oh," Bill jumped a little. "Here." He reached into his pants pocket and brought out his handkerchief. He put it on the workbench and unfolded it. There were 2 dull steel balls inside, each with a small hole in it. They were bearing molds. After deciding on slugs instead of bullets, Bill and Richie had gone back to the library and had researched how bearings were made. "You boys are so busy," Mrs. Sterrett had said. "Bullets one week and bearings the next. And it's summer vacation, too." "We like to stay sharp," Richie said. "Right, Bill?" Right. It turned out that making bearings was a cinch once you had the molds. The only real question was where to get them. A couple of discreet questions to Zach Denbrough had taken care of that, and none of the losers were too surprised to find that the only machine shop in Derry where such molds might be obtained was Kitchener Precision Tool and Die. The Kitchener who owned and ran it was a great-great-grandnephew of the brothers who had owned the Kitchener Iron Works. Bill and Richie had gone over together with all the cash the losers had been able to raise on short notice, $10.59, in Bill's pocket. When Bill asked how much a couple of 2-inch bearing molds might cost, Carl Kitchener, who looked like a veteran booze hound and smelled like an old horse blanket, asked what a couple of kids wanted with bearing molds. Richie let Bill speak, knowing things would probably go easier that way. Children made fun of Bill's stutter. Adults were embarrassed by it. Sometimes this was surprisingly helpful. Bill got halfway through the explanation he and Richie had worked out on the way over, something about a model windmill for next year's science project, when Kitchener waved for him to shut up and quoted them the unbelievable price of 50 cents per mold. Hardly able to believe their good fortune, Bill forked over a $1 bill. "Don't expect me to give you a bag," Carl Kitchener said, eyeing them with the bloodshot contempt of a man who believes he has seen everything the world holds, most of it twice. "You don't get no bag unless you spend at least $5. "That's okay, sir," Bill said. "And don't hang around out front," Kitchener said. "You both need haircuts." Outside, Bill said, You ever notice, Richie, how grown-ups won't sell you anything except candy or comic books or maybe movie tickets without first they will want to know what you want it for?" "Sure," Richie said. "Well, why? Why is that?" "Because they think we're dangerous." "Yeah? You think so?" "Yeah," Richie said, and then giggled. "Let's hang around out front, want to? We'll put up our collars and sneer at people and let our hair grow." "Fuck you," Bill said. 3. "Okay," Ben said, looking at the molds carefully and then putting them down. "Good. Now—" They gave him a little more room, looking at him hopefully, the way a man with engine trouble who knows nothing about cars will look at a mechanic. Ben didn't notice their expressions. He was concentrating on the job. "Give me that shell," he said, "and the blowtorch." Bill handed a cut-down mortar shell to him. It was a war souvenir. Zack had picked it up 5 days after he and the rest of General Patton's army had crossed the river into Germany. There had been a time, when Bill was very young and George was still in diapers, that his father had used it as an ashtray. Later he had quit smoking, and the mortar shell had disappeared. Bill had found it in the back of the garage just a week ago. Ben put the mortar shell into Zack's vise, tightened it, and then took the blowtorch from Beverly. He reached into his pocket, brought out a silver dollar, and dropped it into the makeshift crucible. It made a hollow sound. "Your father gave you that, didn't he?" Beverly asked. "Yes," Ben said, "but I don't remember him very well." "Are you sure you want to do this?" He looked at her and smiled. "Yes," he said. She smiled back. It was enough for Ben. If she had smiled at him twice, he would gladly have made enough silver bearings to shoot a platoon of werewolves. He looked hastily away. "Okay, here we go. No problem. Easy as pie, right?" They nodded hesitantly. Years later, recounting all of this, Ben would think, "These days a kid could just run out and buy a propane torch, or his dad would have one in the workshop." There had been no such things in 1958, however. Zack Denbrough had a tank job, and it made Beverly nervous. Ben could tell she was nervous, wanted to tell her not to worry, but was afraid his voice would tremble. "Don't worry," he said to Stan, who was standing next to her. "Huh?" Stan said, looking at him and blinking. "Don't worry." "I'm not." "Oh, I thought you were. And I just wanted you to know this is perfectly safe. If you were. Worrying, I mean." "Are you okay, Ben?" "Fine," Ben muttered. "Give me the matches, Richie." Richie gave him a book of matches. Ben twisted the valve on the tank and lit a match under the nozzle of the torch. There was a flump and a bright blue-orange glare. Ben tuned the flame to a blue edge and began to heat the base of the mortar shell. "You got the funnel?" he asked Bill. Right here." Bill handed over a homemade funnel that Ben had made earlier. The tiny hole at its base fit the hole in the bearing molds almost exactly. Ben had done this without taking a single measurement. Bill had been amazed, almost flabbergasted, but did not know how to say so without embarrassing Ben. Absorbed in what he was doing, Ben could talk to Beverly. He spoke with the dry precision of a surgeon addressing a nurse. "Bev, you've got the steadiest hands. Stick the funnel in the hole. Use one of those gloves so you don't get burned." Bill handed her one of his father's work gloves. Beverly put the tin funnel in the mold. No one spoke. The hissing of the blowtorch flame seemed very loud. They watched it, eyes squinted almost shut. "Well, wait," Bill said suddenly, and dashed into the house. He came back a minute later with a pair of cheap turtle wrap-around sunglasses that had been languishing in a kitchen drawer for a year or more. "Better put these on, Haystack." Ben took them, grinned, and slipped them on. "Shit, it's Fabian," Richie said, "or Frankie Avalon, or one of those bandstand wops." "Fuck you, trash mouth," Ben said, but he started giggling in spite of himself. The idea of him being Fabian or someone like that was just too weird. The flame wavered, and he stopped laughing. His concentration narrowed to a point again. 2 minutes later, he handed the torch to Eddie, who held it gingerly in his good hand. "It's ready," he said to Bill. "Give me that other glove. Fast, fast." Bill gave it to him. Ben put it on and held the mortar shell with the gloved hand while he turned the vice lever with the other. "Hold it steady, Bev." "I'm ready. Don't wait for me," she rapped back at him. Ben tilted the shell over the funnel. The others watched as a rivulet of molten silver flowed between the two receptacles. Ben poured precisely, not a drop was spilled. And for a moment he felt galvanized. He seemed to see everything magnified through a strong white glow. For that one moment he did not feel like plain fat old Ben Hanscom, who wore sweatshirts to disguise his gut and his tits. He felt like Thor, working thunder and lightning at the smithy of the gods. Then the feeling was gone. "Okay," he said. "I'm going to have to reheat the silver. Someone shove a nail or something up the spout of the funnel before the goop hardens in there." Stan did it. Ben clamped the mortar shell in the vise again and took the torch from Eddie. "Okay," he said, "number 2," and went back to work. 4. 10 minutes later, it was done. "Now what?" Mike asked. "Now we play Monopoly for an hour," Ben said, "while they harden in the molds. Then I clip 'em open with a chisel along the cut lines, and we're done." Richie looked uneasily at the cracked face of his Timex, which had taken a great many lickings and kept on ticking. "When will your folks be back, Bill?" Not until 10 or 10:30, Bill said. "It's a double feature at the, Aladdin," Stan said. "Yeah. And they'll stop in for a slice of pizza after. They almost always do." "So we have plenty of time," Ben said. Bill nodded. "Then let's go in," Bev said. "I want to call home. I promised I would. And don't any of you talk. He thinks I'm at Community House and that I'm getting a ride home from there." "What if he wants to come down and pick you up early?" Mike asked. "Then," Beverly said, "I'm going to be in a lot of trouble." Ben thought, "I'd protect you, Beverly." In his mind's eye, an instant daydream unfolded, one with an ending so sweet he shivered. Bev's father started to give her a hard time, to bawl her out and all that. Even in his daydream, he did not imagine how bad all that could get with Al Marsh. Ben threw himself in front of her and told Marsh to lay off. "If you want trouble, fat boy, you just keep protecting my daughter." Hanscom, usually a quiet, bookish type, can be a ravening tiger when you get him mad. He speaks to Al Marsh with great sincerity. "If you want to get to her, you'll have to come through me first." Marsh starts forward, and then the steely glint in Hanscom's eyes stops him. "You'll be sorry," he mumbles, but it's clear all the fight has gone out of him. He's just a paper tiger after all. "Somehow I doubt that," Hanscom says with a tight Gary Cooper smile, and Beverly's father slinks away. "What's happened to you, Ben?" Bev cries, but her eyes are shining and full of stars. "You looked ready to kill him." "Kill him?" Hanscom says, the Gary Cooper smile still lingering on his lips. "No way, baby. He may be a creep, but he's still your father. I might have roughed him up a little, but that's only because when someone talks wrong to you, I get a little hot under the collar, you know?" She throws her arms around him and kisses him. On the lips. On the lips. "I love you, Ben," she sobs. He can feel her small breast pressing firmly against his chest, and he shivered a little, throwing this bright, terribly clear picture off with an effort. Richie stood in the doorway, asking him if he was coming, and Ben realized he was all alone in the workroom. "Yeah," he said, starting a little. "Sure I am." "You're going senile, Haystack," Richie said as Ben went through the door, but he clapped Ben on the shoulder. Ben grinned and hooked an elbow briefly around Richie's neck. 5. There was no problem with Beverly's dad. He had come home late from work, Bev's mother told her over the phone, fallen asleep in front of the TV, and waked up just long enough to get himself into bed. "You got a ride home, Bevy?" "Yes, Bill Denbrough's dad is going to take a whole bunch of us home." Mrs. Marsh sounded suddenly alarmed. "You're not on a date, are you, Bevy?" "No, of course not," Bev said, looking through the arched doorway between the darkened hall where she was and the dining room, where the others were sitting down around the Monopoly board. "But I sure wish I was." "Boys, uck. But they have a sign-up sheet down here, and every night a different dad or mom takes kids home." That much at least was true. The rest was a lie so outrageous that she could feel herself blushing hotly in the dark. "All right," her mom said. "I just wanted to be sure. Because if your dad caught you going on dates at your age, he'd be mad." Almost as an afterthought, she added, "I would be, too." "Yeah, I know," Bev said, still looking into the dining room. She did know. Yet here she was, not with one boy, but 6 of them, in a house where the parents were gone. She saw Ben looking at her anxiously, and she sketched a smiling little salute at him. He blushed but gave her the little salute right back. "Are any of your girlfriends there?" "What girlfriends, Mama?" Patty O'Hara's here, and Ellie Geiger, I think. She's playing shuffleboard downstairs." The facility with which the lies came from her lips made her ashamed. She wished she were talking to her father. She would have been more scared, but less ashamed. She supposed she really wasn't a very good girl. "I love you, Mama," she said. "Same goes back to you, Bev." Her mother paused briefly and added, "Be careful. The paper says there may be another one, a boy named Patrick Hochstetter. He's missing. Did you know him, Bevy?" She closed her eyes briefly. "No, Mom." "Well, goodbye then. Bye." She joined the others at the table, and for an hour they played Monopoly. Stan was the big winner. "Jews are very good at making money," Stan said, putting a hotel on Atlantic Avenue and 2 more green houses on Ventnor Avenue. "Everybody knows that." "Jesus, make me Jewish," Ben said promptly, and everyone laughed. Ben was almost broke. Beverly glanced across the table from time to time at Bill, noting his clean hands, his blue eyes, the fine red hair. As he moved the little silver shoe he was using as a marker around the board, she thought, "If he held my hand, I think I'd be so glad I'd probably die." A warm light seemed to glow briefly in her chest, and she smiled secretly down at her hands. 6. The evening's finale was almost anticlimactic. Ben took one of Zach's chisels from the shelf and used a hammer to strike the molds on the cut lines. They opened easily. 2 small silver balls fell out. In one they could faintly see part of a date, 9/25. In the other, wavery lines Beverly thought were the remnants of Lady Liberty's hair. They looked at them without speaking for a moment, and then Stan picked one up. "Pretty small," he said. "So was the rock in David's sling when he went up against Goliath," Mike said. "They look powerful to me." Ben found himself nodding. They did to him as well. "We're all done?" Bill asked. "All done," Ben said. "Here." He tossed the second slug to Bill, who was so surprised he almost fumbled it. The slugs went around the circle. Each of them looked closely at both, marveling at their roundness, weight, actuality. When they came back to Ben, he held them in his hand and then looked at Bill. "What do we do with them now?" Give them to Beverly." "No." He looked at her. His face was kind enough, but stern. "Bev, we've been through this already, and—" "I'll do it," she said. "I'll shoot the goddamn things when the time comes, if it comes. I'll probably get us all killed, but I'll do it. I don't want to take them home, though. One of my parents might find them. Then I'd be in Dutch." "Don't you have a secret hiding place?" Richie asked. "Criminy, I got 4 or 5. "I've got a place," Beverly said. There was a small slit in the bottom of her box spring where she sometimes stashed cigarettes, comic books, and just lately, film and fashion magazines. "But nothing I'd trust for something like this. You keep them, Bill, until it's time anyway. You keep them." "Okay," Bill said mildly, and just then lights splashed into the driveway. "Holy crow, they're early. Let's get out of here." They were just sitting down around the Monopoly board again when Sharon Denbrough opened the kitchen door. Richie rolled his eyes and mimed wiping sweat from his forehead. The others laughed heartily. Richie had gotten off a good one. A moment later she came in. "Your dad's waiting for your friends in the car, Bill." Okay, Mom," Bill said. "Well, we were just finishing anyway." "Who won?" Sharon asked, smiling bright-eyed at Bill's little friends. The girl was going to be very pretty, she thought. She supposed in another year or 2 the children would have to be chaperoned if there were going to be girls instead of just the regular gang of boys. But surely it was still too soon to worry about sex rearing its ugly head. "Stan won," Bill said. "Jews are very good at making money." "Bill!" she cried, horrified and blushing. And then she looked around at them, amazed, as they roared with laughter, Stan included. Amazement turned to something like fear, although she said nothing of this to her husband later, in bed. There was a feeling in the air, like static electricity, only somehow much more powerful, much more scary. She felt that if she touched any of them, she would receive a walloping shock. "What's happened to them?" she thought, dismayed, and perhaps she even opened her mouth to say something like that. Then Bill was saying he was sorry, but still with that devilish glint in his eye, and Stan was saying that was all right. It was just a joke they laid on him from time to time, and she found herself too confused to say anything at all. But she felt relieved when the children were gone and her own puzzling, stuttering son had gone to his room and turned off the light. 7. The day that the Losers Club finally met It in face-to-face combat, the day It almost had Ben Hanscom's guts for garters, was July 25th, 1958. It was hot and muggy and still. Bill remembered the weather clearly enough. It had been the last day of the hot weather. After that day, a long spell of cool and cloudy had come in. They arrived at 29 Neibolt Street around 10 that morning, Bill riding Richie double on Silver, Ben with his ample buttocks spilling over either side of the sagging seat on his Raleigh. Beverly came down Neibolt Street on her girl's Schwinn, her red hair held back from her forehead by a green band. It streamed out behind her. Mike came by himself, and about 5 minutes later Stan and Eddie walked up together. "How's your arm, Eddie?" "Oh, not too bad. Hurts if I roll over on that side while I'm sleeping. Did you bring the stuff?" There was a canvas-wrapped bundle in Silver's bike basket. Bill took it out and unwrapped it. He handed the slingshot to Beverly, who took it with a little grimace but said nothing. There was also a tin Sucrets box in the bundle. Bill opened it and showed them the 2 silver balls. They looked at them silently, gathered close together on the balding lawn on 29 Neibolt Street, a lawn where only weeds seemed to grow. Bill, Richie, and Eddie had seen the house before. The others hadn't, and they looked at it curiously. The windows look like eyes, Stan thought, and his hand went to the paperback book in his back pocket. He touched it for luck. He carried the book with him almost everywhere. It was M.K. Handy's Guide to North American Birds. They look like dirty blind eyes. "It stinks," Beverly thought. "I can smell it, but not with my nose, not exactly." Mike thought, "It's like that time out where the ironworks used to be. It has the same feel, as if it's telling us to step on in." This is one of It's places, all right, Ben thought. One of the places like the Morlock holes, where It goes out and comes back in, and it knows we're out here. It's waiting for us to come in. You all still want to?" Bill asked. They looked back at him, pale and solemn. No one said no. Eddie fumbled his aspirator out of his pocket and took a long, whooping gasp at it. "Gimme some of that," Richie said. Eddie looked at him, surprised, waiting for the punchline. Richie held out his hand. "No fake, Jake. Can I have some?" Eddie shrugged with his good shoulder, an oddly disjointed movement, and handed it over. Richie triggered the aspirator and breathed deep. "Needed that," he said, and handed it back. He was coughing a little, but his eyes were sober. "Me too," Stan said. "Okay?" So one after another they used Eddie's aspirator. When it came back to him, Eddie jammed it in his back pocket where the nozzle stuck out. They turned to look at the house again. "Does anybody live on this street?" Beverly asked in a low voice. "Not this end of it," Mike said. "Not anymore. Just the bums that stay for a while and then go out on the freights." "They wouldn't see anything," Stan said. "They'd be safe." "Most of them, anyway." He looked at Bill. "Can any grown-ups at all see it, do you think, Bill?" "I don't know," Bill said. "There must be some." "I wish we could meet one," Richie said glumly. "This really isn't a job for kids, you know what I mean?" Bill knew. Whenever the Hardy boys got into trouble, Fenton Hardy was around to bail them out. Same with Rick Brant's dad, Hartson, in the Rick Brant Science Adventures. Shit, even Nancy Drew had a father who would show up in the nick of time if the bad guys tied her up and threw her into an abandoned mine or something. "Ought to be a grown-up along," Richie said, looking at the closed house with its peeling paint, its dirty windows, its shadowy porch. He sighed tiredly. For a moment, Ben felt their resolution falter. Then Bill said, "Hum around her here. Look at this." They walked around to the left side of the porch where the skirting was torn off. The brambly run-to-the-wild roses were still there, and those Eddie's leper had touched when it climbed out were still black and dead. "It just touched them and it did that?" Beverly asked, horrified. Bill nodded. Are you guys sure? For a moment nobody replied. They weren't sure. Even though all of them knew by Bill's face that he would go on without them, they weren't sure. There was also a species of shame on Bill's face. As he had told them before, George hadn't been their brother. But all the other kids, Ben thought. Betty Ripsom, Cheryl LaMonica, that Clemens kid, Eddie Corcoran, maybe, Ronnie Grogan, even Patrick Hochstetter. It kills kids, God damn it, kids. I'll go, Big Bill, he said. Shit, yeah, Beverly said. Sure, Richie said. You think we're going to let you have all the fun, mushmouth? Bill looked at them, his throat working, and then he nodded. He handed the tin box to Beverly. Are you sure, Bill? Sure. She nodded, at once horrified by the responsibility and bewitched by his trust. She opened the box, took out the slugs, and slipped one into the right front pocket of her jeans. The other she socketed into the bullseye's rubber cup, and it was by the cup that she carried the slingshot. She could feel the ball tightly enclosed in her fist, cold at first and then warming. Let's go, she said, her voice not quite steady. Let's go before I chicken out. Bill nodded, then looked sharply at Eddie. Can you do this, Eddie? Eddie nodded. Sure I can. I was alone last time. This time I'm with my friends, right? He looked at them and grinned a little. His expression was shy, fragile, and quite beautiful. Richie clapped him on the back.
That's right, Senhor. Anyone tries to steal your aspirator, we kill him. But we kill him slow.
That's terrible, Richie, Bev said, giggling. Under the porch, Bill said. All of you behind me. Then into the cellar. If you go first and that thing jumps you, what do I do? Beverly asked. Shoot through you? If you have to, Bill said, but I suggest you try hoeing around first. Richie laughed wildly at this. We'll go through the whole place if we have to, he shrugged. Maybe we won't find anything. Do you believe that? Mike asked. No, Bill said briefly. It's here. Ben believed he was right. The house at 29 Neibolt Street seemed to be encased in a poisonous envelope. It could not be seen, but it could be felt. He licked his lips. You ready? Bill asked them. They all looked back at him. Ready, Bill, Richie said. Come on, then, Bill said. Stay close behind me, Beverly. He dropped to his knees, crawled through the blighted rose bushes and under the porch. 8. They went this way. Bill, Beverly, Ben, Eddie, Richie, Stan, Mike. The leaves under the porch crackled and puffed up a sour old smell. Ben wrinkled his nose. Had he ever smelled fallen leaves like these? He thought not. And then an unpleasant idea struck him. They smelled the way he imagined a mummy would smell just after its discoverer had levered open its coffin, all dust and bitter ancient tannic acid. Bill had reached the broken cellar window and was looking into the cellar. Beverly crawled up beside him. You see anything? Bill shook his head. But that doesn't mean nothing's there. Look, there's the coal pile me and Richie used to get out. Ben, who was looking between them, saw it. He was becoming excited as well as afraid now, and he welcomed the excitement, instinctively recognizing that it could be a tool. Seeing the coal pile was a little like seeing a great landmark about which you had only read or heard from others. Bill turned around and slipped through the window. Beverly gave Ben the bullseye, folding his hand over the cup and ball nestled in it. Give it to me the second I'm down, she said. The second. Got you. She slipped down easily and lithely. There was, for Ben at least, one heart-stopping instant when her blouse pulled out of her jeans and he saw her flat white belly. Then there was the thrill of her hands over his as he handed the slingshot down. Okay, I've got it. Come on. Ben turned around himself and began to wriggle through the window. He should have foreseen what happened next. It was really inevitable. He got stuck. His fanny bound up against the rectangular cellar window and he couldn't go in any farther. He started to pull himself out and realized, horrified, that he could do it, but was very apt to yank his pants, and perhaps his underpants as well, down to his knees when he did. And there he would be, with his extremely large ass practically in his beloved's face. "Hurry up," Eddie said. Ben pushed grimly with both hands. For a moment he still couldn't move, and then his butt popped through the window hole. His blue jeans dragged painfully up into his crotch, squashing his balls. The top of the window rucked his shirt all the way up to his shoulder blades. Now his gut was stuck. "Suck in, Haystack," Richie said, giggling hysterically. "You better suck in or we'll have to send Mike after his dad's chain fall to pull you out again." "Beep, beep, Richie," Ben said through gritted teeth. He sucked his belly in as much as he could. He moved a little farther, then stopped again. He turned his head as far as he could, fighting panic and claustrophobia. His face had gone a bright, sweaty red. The sour smell of the leaves was heavy in his nostrils, cloying. "Bill, can you guys pull me?" He felt Bill grasp one of his ankles, Beverly the other. He sucked his belly in again, and a moment later he came tumbling through the window. Bill grabbed him. Both of them almost fell over. Ben couldn't look at Bev. He had never in his life been as embarrassed as he was at that moment. You okay, man?" "Yeah." Bill laughed shakily. Beverly joined him, and then Ben was able to laugh a little too, although it would be years before he could see anything remotely funny in what had happened. "Hey," Richie called down. "Eddie needs help, okay?" "Oh, okay." Bill and Ben took up positions below the window. Eddie came through on his back. Bill got his legs just above the knees. "Watch what you're doing," Eddie said in a querulous, nervous voice. "I'm ticklish." "Ramon is plenty ticklish, senor," Richie's voice called down. Ben got Eddie around the waist, trying to keep his hand away from the cast and the sling. He and Bill manhandled Eddie through the cellar window like a corpse. Eddie cried out once, but that was all. "Eddie?" "Yeah," Eddie said. "Okay, no big deal." But large drops of sweat stood out on his forehead, and he was breathing in quick rasps. His eyes darted around the cellar. Bill stepped back again. Beverly stood near him, now holding the bullseye by the shaft and the cup, ready to fire if necessary. Her eyes swept the cellar constantly. Richie came through next, followed by Stan and Mike, all of them moving with a smooth grace that Ben deeply envied. Then they were all down in the cellar where Bill and Richie had seen it only a month before. The room was dim, but not dark. Dusky light shafted in through the windows and pooled on the dirt floor. The cellar seemed very big to Ben, almost too big, as if he were witnessing an optical illusion of some sort. Dusty rafters crisscrossed overhead. The furnace pipes were rusty. Some sort of dirty white cloth hung from the water pipes in dirty strings and strands. The smell was down here, too. A dirty yellow smell. Ben thought, "It's here all right. Oh, yeah." Bill started toward the stairs. The others fell in behind him. He halted at their foot and glanced underneath. He reached under with one foot and kick-pawed something out. They looked at it wordlessly. It was a white clown glove, now streaked with dirt and dust. "Upstairs," he said. They went up and emerged into a dirty kitchen. One plain, straight-backed chair stood marooned in the center of the humped, hillocky linoleum. That was it for furniture. There were empty liquor bottles in one corner. Ben could see others in the pantry. He could smell booze, wine mostly, and old stale cigarettes. Those smells were dominant, but that other smell was there too. It was getting stronger all the time. Beverly went to the cupboards and opened one of them. She screamed piercingly as a blackish-brown Norway rat tumbled out almost into her face. It struck the counter with a plop and glared around at them with its black eyes. Still screaming, Beverly raised the bullseye and pulled the sling back. "No!" Bill roared. She turned toward him, pale and terrified. Then she nodded and relaxed her arm, the silver ball unfired. But Ben thought she had been very, very close. She backed up slowly, ran into Ben, jumped. He put an arm around her, tight. The rat scurried down the length of the counter, jumped to the floor, ran into the pantry, and was gone. "It wanted me to shoot at it," Beverly said in a faint voice. "Use up half of our ammunition on it." "Yes," Bill said. "It's like the FBI training range at Quantico, in a way. They send you down this Hake Street and pop up to Hargit's. If you shoot any honest citizens instead of just crooks, you'll lose points." "I can't do this, Bill," she said. "I'll mess it up. Here, you. She held the bullseye out, but Bill shook his head. You have to, Beverly. There was a mewling from another cupboard. Richie walked toward it. Don't get too close, Stan barked. It might. Richie looked inside, and an expression of sick disgust crossed his face. He slammed the cupboard shut with a bang that produced a dead echo in the empty house. A litter. Richie sounded ill. Biggest litter I ever saw. Anyone ever saw, probably. He rubbed the back of his hand across his mouth. There's hundreds of them in there. He looked at them, his mouth twitching a little on one side. Their tails. They were all tangled up, Bill, knotted together. He grimaced. Like snakes. They looked at the cupboard door. The mewling was muffled, but still audible. Rats, Ben thought, looking at Bill's white face and over Bill's shoulder at Mike's ashy gray one. Everyone's as scared of rats. It knows it, too. Come on, Bill said. Here on Nebo Street, the fun just never stops. They went down the front hall. Here the unlovely smells of rotting plaster and old urine were intermixed. They were able to look out at the street through dirty panes of glass and see their bikes. Bev's and Ben's were heeled over on their kickstands. Bill's leaned against a stunted maple tree. To Ben, the bikes looked 1,000 miles away, like things seen through the wrong end of a telescope. The deserted street with its casual patchings of asphalt, the faded, humid sky, the steady ding-ding-ding of a locomotive running on a siding, these things seemed like dreams to him, hallucinations. What was real was this squalid hallway with its stinks and shadows. There was a shatter of broken brown glass in one corner, Rheingold bottles. In the other corner, wet and swollen, was a digest-sized girly book. The woman on the cover was bent over a chair, her skirt up in the back to show the tops of her fishnet hose and her black panties. The picture did not look particularly sexy to Ben, nor did it embarrass him that Beverly had also glanced at it. Moisture had yellowed the woman's skin and humped the cover in ripples that became wrinkles on her face. Her salacious gaze had become the leer of a dead whore. Years later, as Ben recounted this, Bev suddenly cried out, startling all of them. They were not so much listening to the story as reliving it. It was her, Bev yelled. Mrs. Kirsch, it was her. As Ben looked, the young old crone on the girly book cover winked at him. She wiggled her fanny in an obscene come-on. Cold all over, yet sweating, Ben looked away. Bill pushed open the door on the left, and they followed him into a vault-like room that might once have been a parlor. A crumpled pair of green pants was hung over the light fixture, which depended from the ceiling. Like the cellar, this room seemed much too big to Ben, almost as long as a freight car. Much too long for a house as small as this one had appeared from the outside. Oh, but that was outside, a new voice spoke inside his mind. It was a jocular, squealing voice, and Ben realized with sudden certainty that he was hearing Pennywise itself. Pennywise was speaking to him on some crazy mental radio. Outside, things always look smaller than they really are, don't they, Ben? Go away, he whispered. Richie turned to look at him, his face still strained and pale. You say something? Ben shook his head. The voice was gone. That was an important thing, a good thing. Yet, outside, he had understood. This house was a special place, a kind of station, one of the places in Derry, one of the many, perhaps, from which it was able to find its way into the overworld. This stinking, rotted house where everything was somehow wrong. It wasn't just that it seemed too big. The angles were wrong, the perspective crazy. Ben was standing just inside the door between the parlor and the hallway, and the others were moving away from him across a space that now looked almost as big as Basie Park. But as they moved away, they seemed to grow larger instead of smaller. The floor seemed to slope, and... Mike turned. Ben, he called, and Ben saw alarm on his face. Catch up, we're losing you. He could barely hear the last word. It trailed away as if the others were being swept off on a fast train. Suddenly terrified, he began to run. The door behind him swept shut with a muffled bang. He screamed, and something seemed to sweep through the air just behind him, ruffling his shirt. He looked back, but there was nothing there. That did not change his belief, however, that something had been. He caught up with the others. He was panting, out of breath, and would have sworn he had run half a mile at least. But when he looked back, the parlor's far wall was not 10 feet away. Mike grasped his shoulder hard enough to hurt. "You scared me, man," he said. Richie, Stan, and Eddie were looking at Mike questioningly. "He looked small," Mike said, "like he was a mile away." "Bill." Bill looked back. "We gotta make sure everybody stays close," Ben panted. "This place, it's like the fun house in a carnival or something. We'll get lost. I think it wants us to get lost, to get separated." Bill looked at him for a moment, lips thin. "All right," he said. "We all stay close. No stragglers." They nodded back, frightened, clustered outside the hall door. Stan's hand groped at the bird book in his back pocket. Eddie was holding his aspirator in one hand, crunching it, loosening up, then crunching it again, like a 98-pound weakling trying to build up his muscles with a tennis ball. Bill opened the door, and here was another, narrower hall. The wallpaper, which showed runners of roses and elves wearing green caps, was falling away from the spongy plaster and draggling leaves. Yellow water stains spread in senile rings on the ceiling overhead. A scummy wash of light fell through a dirty window at the end of the hall. Abruptly, the corridor seemed to elongate. The ceiling rose and then began to diminish above them like some weird rocket. The doors grew with the ceiling, pulled up like taffy. The faces of the elves grew long and became alien, their eyes bleeding black holes. Stan shrieked and clapped his hands to his eyes. "It's not real," Bill screamed. "It is," Stan screamed back, his small closed fists plugging his eyes. "It's real. You know it is. God, I'm going crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy." Watch." Bill bellowed at Stan, at all of them. And Ben, his head reeling, watched as Bill bent down, coiled, and suddenly flung himself upward. His closed left fist struck nothing at all. But there was a heavy crack sound. Plaster dust puffed from a place where there was no longer any ceiling. And then there was. The hallway was just a hallway again, narrow, low-ceilinged, dirty, but the walls no longer stretched up into forever. There was only Bill, looking at them and nursing his bleeding hand, which was floury with plaster dust. Overhead was a clear mark his fist had made in the soft plaster of the ceiling. "Not real," he said to Stan, to all of them. "Just a false face, like a Halloween mask." "To you, maybe," Stan said dully. His face was shocked and horrified. He looked around as if no longer sure where he was. Looking at him, smelling the sour reek coming out of his pores, Ben, who had been overjoyed at Bill's victory, got scared all over again. Stan was close to cracking up. Soon he would go into hysterics, begin to scream perhaps, and what would happen then? "To you," Stan said again. "But if I'd tried that, nothing would have happened. Because you've got your brother, Bill, but I don't have anything." He looked around, first back toward the parlor, which had taken on a somber brown atmosphere, so thick and smoggy they could barely see the door through which they had entered it. To this hall, which was bright but somehow dark, somehow filthy, somehow utterly mad. Elves capered on the decaying wallpaper under runners of roses. Sun glared on the panes of the window at the end of the hall, and Ben knew that if they went down there they would see dead flies, more broken glass, and then what? The floorboards spreading apart, spilling them into a dead darkness where grasping fingers waited to catch them. Stan was right. God, why had they come into its lair with nothing but their 2 stupid silver slugs and a frocking slingshot? He saw Stan's panic leap from one of them to the next, like a grass fire driven by a hot wind. It widened in Eddie's eyes, dropped Bev's mouth into a wounded gasp, made Richie push his glasses up with both hands and stare around as if followed from close behind by a fiend. They trembled on the brink of flight, Bill's warning to stay together almost forgotten. They were listening to gale-force panic winds blowing between their ears. As if in a dream, Ben heard Miss Davies, the assistant librarian, reading to the little ones. "Who is that trip-trapping upon my bridge?" And he saw them, the little ones, the babies, leaning forward, their faces still and solemn, their eyes reflecting the eternal fascination of the fairy story. Would the monster be bested, or would it feed? I don't have anything, Stan Uris wailed, and he seemed very small, almost small enough to slip through one of the cracks in the hallway's plank flooring like a human letter. You got your brother, man, but I don't have anything. You do, Bill yelled back. He grabbed Stan, and Ben felt sure he was going to bust him one, and his thoughts moaned, "No, Bill, please, that's Henry's way. If you do that, it'll kill us all right now." But Bill didn't hit Stan. He turned him around with rough hands and tore the paperback from the back pocket of Stan's jeans. "Gimme it!" Stan screamed, beginning to cry. The others stood stunned, shrinking away from Bill, whose eyes now seemed to actually burn. His forehead glowed like a lamp, and he held the book out to Stan like a priest holding out a cross to ward off a vampire. "You got your b-b-b-b-b-b-" He turned his head up, the cords in his neck standing out, his Adam's apple like an arrowhead buried in his throat. Ben was filled with both fear and pity for his friend Bill Denbrough. But there was also a strong sense of a wonderful relief. Had he doubted Bill? Had any of them? "Oh, Bill, say it, please. Can't you say it?" And somehow Bill did. "You got your birds. Your birds." He thrust the book at Stan. Stan took it and looked at Bill dumbly. Tears glimmered on his cheeks. He held the book so tightly that his fingers were white. Bill looked at him, then at the others. "Come on," he said again. "Will the birds work?" Stan asked. His voice was low, husky. "They worked in the standpipe, didn't they?" Bev asked him. Stan looked at her uncertainly. Richie clapped him on the shoulder. "Come on, Stan, kid," he said. "Is you a man or is you a mouse?" "I must be a man," Stan said shakily, and wiped tears from his face with the heel of his left hand. "So far as I know, mice don't shit their pants." They laughed, and Ben could have sworn he felt the house pulling away from them, from that sound. Mike turned. "That big room, the one we just came through, look." They looked. The parlor was now almost black. It was not smoke or any kind of gas. It was just blackness, a nearly solid blackness. The air had been robbed of its light. The blackness seemed to roll and flex as they stared into it, to almost coalesce into faces. "Come on." They turned away from the black and walked down the hall. 3 doors opened off it, 2 with dirty white porcelain doorknobs, the third with only a hole where the knob's shaft had been. Bill grabbed the first knob, turned it, and pushed the door open. Bev crowded up next to him, raising the bullseye. Ben drew back, aware that the others were doing the same, crowding behind Bill like frightened quail. It was a bedroom, empty save for one stained mattress. The rusty ghosts of the coils in a box spring, long departed, were tattooed into the mattress's yellow hide. Outside the room's one window, sunflowers dipped and nodded. "There's nothing," Bill began, and then the mattress began to bulge in and out rhythmically. It suddenly ripped straight down the middle. A black sticky fluid began to spill out, staining the mattress and then running over the floor toward the doorway. It came in long, ropey tendrils. "Shut it, Bill," Richie shouted. "Shut the fucking door." Bill slammed it shut, looked around at them, and nodded. "Come on." He had barely touched the knob of the second door, this one on the other side of the narrow hall, when the buzzing scream began behind the cheap wood. 9. Even Bill drew back from that rising, inhuman cry. Ben felt the sound might drive him mad. His mind visualized a giant cricket behind the door, like something from a movie where radiation made all the bugs get big. The beginning of the end, maybe. Or the black scorpion. Or that one about the ants in the Los Angeles storm drains. He could not have run even if that buzzing Rugos horror had splintered the panels of the door and begun caressing him with its great hairy legs. Beside him, he was dimly aware that Eddie was breathing in hacking gasps. The scream rose in pitch, never losing that buzzing, insectile quality. Bill fell back another step. No blood in his face now, his eyes bulging, his lips only a purple scar below his nose. "Shoot it, Beverly," Ben heard himself cry. "Shoot it through the door. Shoot it before it can get us." And the sun fell through the dirty window at the end of the hall, a heavy, feverish weight. Beverly raised the bullseye like a girl in a dream as the buzzing scream rose louder, louder, louder.
But before she could pull the sling back, Mike was shouting, "No, no, don't, Bev. Oh, gosh, I'll be dipped." And incredibly, Mike was laughing. He pushed forward, grabbed the knob, turned it, and shoved the door open. It came free of the swollen jam with a brief grinding noise. "It's a moose blower, just a moose blower, that's all. Something to scare the crows." The room was an empty box. Lying on the floor was a sterno can with both ends cut off. In the middle, strung tight and knotted outside holes punched in the can's sides, was a waxed length of string. Although there was no breeze in the room, the one window was shut and indifferently boarded over, letting light pass only in chinks and rays. There could be no doubt that the buzzing was coming from the can. Mike walked to it and fetched it a solid kick. The buzzing stopped as the can tumbled into a far corner. "Just a moose blower," he said to the others, as if apologizing. "We put 'em on the scarecrows. It's nothing. Only a cheap trick. But I ain't a crow." He looked at Bill, not laughing anymore, but smiling still. "I'm still scared of it. I guess we all are. But it's scared of us, too. Tell you the truth, I think it's scared pretty bad." Bill nodded. I do, too," he said. They went down to the door at the end of the hall, and as Ben watched Bill hook his finger into the hole where the doorknob shaft had been, he understood that this was where it was going to end. There would be no trick behind this door. The smell was worse now, and that thundery feeling of two opposing powers swirling around them was much stronger. He glanced at Eddie, one arm in a sling, his good hand clutching his aspirator. He looked at Bev on his other side, white-faced, holding the slingshot up like a wishbone. He thought, "If we have to run, I'll try to protect you, Beverly. I swear I'll try." She might have sensed his thought, because she turned toward him and offered him a strained smile. Ben smiled back. Bill pulled the door open. Its hinges uttered a dull scream and then were silent. It was a bathroom, but something was wrong with it. Someone broke something in here, was all that Ben could make out at first. Not a booze bottle. What? White chips and shards, glimmering wickedly, lay strewn everywhere. Then he understood. It was the crowning insanity. He laughed. Richie joined him. "Somebody must have let the granddaddy of all farts," Eddie said, and Mike began to giggle and nod his head. Stan was smiling a little. Only Bill and Beverly remained grim. The white pieces littered across the floor were shards of porcelain. The toilet bowl had exploded. The tank stood drunkenly at an angle in a puddle of water, saved from falling over by the fact that the toilet had been placed in one corner of the room and the tank had landed kitty corner. They crowded in behind Bill and Beverly, their feet gritting on bits of porcelain. Whatever it was, Ben thought, it blew that poor toilet right to hell. He had a vision of Henry Bowers dropping 2 or 3 of his M80s into it, slamming the lid down, then bugging out in a hurry. He couldn't think of anything else short of dynamite that would have done such a cataclysmic job. There were a few chunks, but damned few. Most of what was left were tiny, sharp slivers like blowgun darts. The wallpaper, rose runners and capering elves, as in the hall, was peppered with holes all the way around the room. It looked like shotgun blasts, but Ben knew it was more porcelain, driven into the walls by the force of the explosion. There was a bathtub standing on claw feet with generations of grimy toe jam between the blunt talons. Ben peeked into it and saw a tidal flat of silt and grit on the bottom. A rusty showerhead glared down from above. There was a basin and a medicine cabinet standing ajar above it, disclosing empty shelves. There were small rust rings on those shelves where bottles had once stood. "I wouldn't get too close to that, Big Bill," Richie said sharply, and Ben looked around. Bill was approaching the mouth of the drain hole in the floor over which the toilet had once sat. He leaned toward it and then turned back to the others. "I can hear the pumping machinery, just like in the Herons." Bev drew closer to Bill. Ben followed her, and yes, he could hear it, that steady thrumming noise. Except, echoing up through the pipes, it didn't sound like machinery at all. It sounded like something alive. "This is where it came from," Bill said. His face was still deadly pale, but his eyes were alight with excitement. "This is where it
came from that day, and the hat's where it always comes from. The drains. Richie was nodding. We were in the cellar, but that isn't where it was. It came down the stairs, because this is where it could get out. And it did this? Beverly asked. It was in a hurry, I think, Bill said gravely. Ben looked into the pipe. It was about 3 feet in diameter and dark as a mine shaft. The inner ceramic surface of the pipe was crusted with stuff he didn't want to know about. That thrumming sound floated up hypnotically, and suddenly he saw something. He did not see it with his physical eyes, not at first, but with one buried deep in his mind. It was rushing toward them, moving at express train speed, filling the throat of this dark pipe from side to side. It was in its own form now, whatever that might be. It would take some shape from their minds when it got here. It was coming up from its own foul runs and black catacombs under the earth, its eyes glowing a feral yellowish green. Coming. It was coming. And then, at first like sparks, he saw its eyes down in that darkness. They took shape, flaring and malignant. Over the thrumming sound of the machinery, Ben could now hear a new noise. Woo! A fetid smell belched from the ragged mouth of the drain pipe, and he fell back, coughing and gagging. "It's coming," he screamed. "Bill, I saw it. It's coming." Beverly raised the bullseye. "Good," she said. Something exploded out of the drain pipe. Ben, trying to recall that first confrontation later, could only remember a silvery orange shifting shape. It was not ghostly, it was solid, and he sensed some other shape, some real and ultimate shape, behind it. But his eyes could not grasp what he was seeing, not precisely. Then Richie was stumbling backward, his face a scrawl of terror, screaming over and over again, "The werewolf, Bill! It's the werewolf! The teenage werewolf!" And suddenly the shape locked into reality, for Ben, for all of them. The werewolf stood poised over the drain pipe, one hairy foot on either side of where the toilet had once been. Its green eyes glared at them from its feral face. Its muzzle wrinkled back and yellowish-white foam seeped through its teeth. It uttered a shattering growl. Its arms pistoned out toward Beverly, the cuffs of its high school letter jacket pulling back from its fur-covered arms. Its smell was hot and raw and murderous. Beverly screamed. Ben grabbed the back of her blouse and yanked so hard that the seams under the arms tore. One clawed hand swept through the air where she had been only a moment before. Beverly went stumbling backward against the wall. The silver ball popped out of the cup of the bullseye. For a moment it glimmered in the air. Mike, quicker than quick, snatched it and gave it back to her. "Shoot it, baby," he said. His voice was perfectly calm, almost serene. "You shoot it right now." The werewolf uttered a shattering roar that became a flesh-freezing howl. Its snout turned up toward the ceiling. The howl became a laugh. It lunged at Bill as Bill turned to look at Beverly. Ben shoved him aside, and Bill went sprawling. "Shoot it, Bev!" Richie screamed. "For God's sake, shoot it!" The werewolf sprang forward, and there was no question in Ben's mind, then or later, that it knew exactly who was in charge here. Bill was the one it was after. Beverly drew and fired. The ball flew, and again it was off the mark, but this time there was no saving curve. It missed by more than a foot, punching a hole in the wallpaper above the tub. Bill, his arms peppered with bits of porcelain and bleeding in a dozen places, uttered a screaming curse. The werewolf's head snapped around. Its gleaming green eyes considered Beverly. Not thinking, Ben stepped in front of her as she groped in her pocket for the other silver slug. The jeans she wore were too tight. She had donned them with no thought of provocation. It was just that, as with the shorts she had worn in the day of Patrick Hochstetter and the refrigerator, she was still wearing last year's model. Her fingers closed on the ball, but it squirted away. She groped again and got it. She pulled it, turning her pocket inside out and spilling 14 cents, the stubs of 2 Aladdin tickets, and a quantity of pocket lint onto the floor. The werewolf lunged at Ben, who was standing protectively in front of her and blocking her field of fire. Its head was cocked at the predator's deadly questing angle, its jaws snapping. Ben reached blindly for it. There seemed to be no room in his reactions now for terror. He felt a clear-headed sort of anger instead, mixed with bewilderment and a sense that somehow time had come to a sudden, unexpected screech halt. He snagged his hands in tough, matted hair. The pelt, he thought. I've got its pelt. and he could feel the heavy bone of its skull beneath. He thrust at that wolfish head with all of his force, but although he was a big boy, it did no good at all. If he had not stumbled back and struck the wall, the thing would have torn his throat open with its teeth. It came after him, its greenish-yellow eyes flaring, growling with each breath. It smelled of the sewer and something else, some wild yet unpleasant odor like rotten hazelnuts. One of its heavy paws rose, and Ben skittered aside as best he could. The paw, tipped with heavy claws, ripped bloodless wounds through the wallpaper and into the cheesy plaster beneath. He could dimly hear Richie bellowing something, Eddie howling at Beverly to shoot it. But Beverly did not. This was her only other chance. That didn't matter. She intended that it be the only one she would need. A clear coldness she never saw again in her life fell over her sight. In it everything stood out and forward. Never again would she see the 3 dimensions of reality so clearly defined. She possessed every color, every angle, every distance. Fear departed. She felt the hunter's simple lust of certainty and oncoming consummation. Her pulse slowed. The hysterical trembling grip in which she had been holding the bullseye loosened, then firmed and became natural. She drew in a deep breath. It seemed to her that her lungs would never fill completely. Dimly, faintly, she heard popping sounds. Didn't matter, whatever they were. She tracked left, waiting for the werewolf's improbable head to fall with cool perfection into the wishbone beyond the extended V of the drawn-back sling. The werewolf's claws descended again. Ben tried to duck under them, but suddenly he was in its grip. It jerked him forward as if he had been no more than a rag doll. Its jaws snapped open. "Bastard!" He thrust a thumb into one of its eyes. It bellowed with pain, and one of those claw-tipped paws ripped through his shirt. Ben sucked his stomach in, but one of the claws pulled a sizzling line of pain down his torso. Blood gushed out of him and splattered on his pants, his sneakers, the floor. The werewolf threw him into the bathtub. He thumped his head, saw stars, struggled into a sitting position, and saw his lap was full of blood. The werewolf whirled around. Ben observed with that same lunatic clarity that it was wearing faded Levi Strauss blue jeans. The seams had split open. A snot-caked red bandana, the sort a train man might carry, hung from one back pocket. Written on the back of its black and orange high school jacket were the words, "Derry High School Killing Team." Below this, the name Pennywise. And in the center, a number, 13. It went for Bill again. He had gotten to his feet and now stood with his back to the wall, looking at it steadily. "Shoot it, Beverly!" Richie screamed again. "Beep, beep, Richie," she heard herself reply from roughly 1,000 miles away. The werewolf's head was suddenly there, in the wishbone. She covered one of its green eyes with the cup and released. There was no shake in either of her hands. She fired as smoothly and naturally as she had fired at the cans in the dump on the day they had all taken turns to see who was the best. There was time for Ben to think, "Oh, Beverly, if you miss this time, we're all dead, and I don't want to die in this dirty bathtub, but I can't get out." There was no miss. A round eye, not green but dead black, suddenly appeared high up in the center of its snout. She had aimed for the right eye and missed by less than half an inch. Its scream, an almost human scream of surprise, pain, fear, and rage, was deafening. Ben's ears rang with it. Then the perfect round hole in its snout was gone, obscured by freshets of blood. It was not flowing. It gouted from the wound in a high-pressure torrent. The freshet drenched Bill's face and hair. "Doesn't matter," Ben thought hysterically. "Don't worry, Bill. Nobody will be able to see it anyway when we get out of here, if we ever do." Bill and Beverly advanced on the werewolf, and behind them, Richie cried out hysterically, "Shoot it again, Beverly! Kill it!" "Kill it!" Mike screamed. "That's right, kill it," Eddie chimed in. "Kill it!" Bill cried, his mouth drawn down in a quivering bow. There was a whitish-yellow streak of plaster dust in his hair. "Kill it, Beverly! Don't let it get away!" "No ammo left," Ben thought incoherently. "We're slugged out. What are you talking about, kill it?" But he looked at Beverly and understood. If his heart had never been hers before that moment, it would have flown to her then. She had pulled the sling back again. Her fingers were closed over the cup, hiding its emptiness. "Kill it!" Ben screamed, and flopped clumsily over the edge of the tub. His jeans and underwear were soaked against his skin with blood. He had no idea if he was hurt badly or not. Following the original hot sizzle, there hadn't been much pain, but there sure was an awful lot of blood. The werewolf's greenish eyes flickered among them, now filled with uncertainty as well as pain. Blood poured down the front of its jacket in sheets. Bill Denbrough smiled. It was a gentle, rather lovely smile, but it did not touch his eyes. "You shouldn't have started with my brother," he said. "Send the fucker to hell, Beverly." The uncertainty left the creature's eyes. It believed. With lithe, smooth grace, it turned and dived into the drain. As it went, it changed. The dairy high jacket melted into its pelt, and the color ran out of both. The shape of its skull elongated, as if it had been made of wax, which was now softening and beginning to run. Its shape changed. For one instant, Ben believed he had nearly seen what shape it really was, and his heart froze inside his chest, leaving him gasping. "I'll kill you all," a voice roared from inside the drain pipe. It was thick, savage, not in the least human. "Kill you all, kill you all, kill you all." The words faded back and back, diminishing, washing out, growing distant. At last joining the low, throbbing hum of the pumping machinery floating through the pipes. The house seemed to settle with a heavy, sub-audible thud. But it wasn't settling, Ben realized. In some strange way, it was shrinking, coming back to its normal size. Whatever magic it had used to make the house at 29 Neibolt Street seem bigger was now withdrawn. The house snapped back like an elastic. It was only a house now, smelling damp and a little rotten, an unfurnished house where winos and hobos sometimes came to drink and talk and sleep out of the rain. It was gone. In its wake, the silence seemed very loud. 10. We got to get out of this place, Bill said. He walked over to where Ben was trying to get up and grabbed one of his outstretched hands. Beverly was standing near the drain. She looked down at herself, and that coldness disappeared in a flush that seemed to turn all her skin into one warm stocking. It must have been a deep breath indeed. The dim popping sounds had been the buttons on her blouse. They were gone, every single one of them. The blouse hung open, and her small breasts were clearly revealed. She snatched the blouse closed. "Richie," Bill said, "help me with Ben. He's Richie joined him, then Stan and Mike. The four of them got Ben to his feet. Eddie had gone to Beverly and put his good arm awkwardly around her shoulders. "You did great," he said, and Beverly burst into tears. Ben took 2 big staggering steps to the wall and leaned against it before he could fall over again. His head felt light. Color kept washing in and out of the world. He felt decidedly pukey. Then Bill's arm was around him, strong and comforting. "How bad is it, Haystack?" Ben forced himself to look down at his stomach. He found performing 2 simple actions, bending his neck and spreading apart the slit in his shirt, took more courage than he had needed to enter the house in the first place. He expected to see half his insides hanging down in front of him like grotesque udders. Instead, he saw that the flow of blood had slowed to a sluggish trickle. The werewolf had slashed him long and deep, but apparently not mortally. Richie joined them. He looked at the cut, which ran a twisting course down Ben's chest, and petered out on the upper bulge of his stomach, then soberly into Ben's face. "It just about had your guts for suspenders, Haystack. You know it?" "No fake, Jake," Ben said. He and Richie stared at each other for a long, considering moment, and then they broke into hysterical giggles at the same instant, spraying each other with spittle. Richie took Ben into his arms and pounded his back. "We beat it, Haystack. We beat it." "Well, we didn't beat it," Bill said grimly. "We got lucky. Let's get out before it decides to come back." "Where?" Mike asked. "The Barrens," Bill said. Beverly made her way over to them, still holding her blouse closed. Her cheeks were bright red. "The clubhouse?" Bill nodded. "Can I have someone's shirt?" Beverly asked, blushing more furiously than ever. Bill glanced down at her, and the blood came into his own face all in a rush. He turned his eyes away hastily, but in that instant Ben felt a rush of knowledge and dismal jealousy. In that instant, that one bare second, Bill had become aware of her in a way that only Ben himself had been before. The others had also looked and then turned away. Richie coughed against the back of his hand, Stan turned red, and Mike Hanlon dropped back a step or two as if actually frightened by the side swell of that one small white breast visible below her hand. Beverly threw her head up, shaking her tangled hair back behind her. She was still blushing, but her face was lovely. "I can't help it that I'm a girl," she said, "or that I'm starting to get big on top. Now can't I please have someone's shirt?" Sure," Bill said. He pulled his white T-shirt over his head, baring his narrow chest, the visible rack of his ribs, his sunburned, freckled shoulders. "Here." "Thank you, Bill," she said, and for one hot, smoking moment their eyes locked directly. Bill did not look away this time. His gaze was firm, adult. "Welcome," he said. Good luck, Big Bill, Ben thought, and he turned away from that gaze. It was hurting him in a deeper place than any vampire or werewolf would ever be able to reach. But all the same, there was such a thing as propriety. The word he didn't know. On the concept he was very clear. Looking at them when they were looking at each other that way would be as wrong as looking at her breasts when she let go of the front of her blouse to pull Bill's T-shirt over her head. "If that's the way it is. But you'll never love her the way I do. Never." Bill's T-shirt came down almost to her knees. If not for the jeans poking out from behind its hem, she would have looked as if she were wearing a short slip. "Let's go," Bill repeated. "I don't know about you guys, but I've had enough for one today." Turned out they all had. 11. The passage of an hour found them in the clubhouse, both the window and trap door open. It was cool inside, and the Barrens was blessedly silent that day. They sat without talking much, each lost in his or her own thoughts. Richie and Bev passed a Marlboro back and forth. Eddie took a brief snort from his aspirator. Mike sneezed several times and apologized. He said he was catching a cold.
"That's the only thing you could catch, Senhor,"
Richie said, companionably enough, and that was all. Ben kept expecting the mad interlude in the house on Neibolt Street to take on the hues of a dream. It'll recede and fall apart, he thought, the way that bad dreams do. You wake up gasping and sweating all over, but 15 minutes later you can't remember what the dream was even about. But that didn't happen. Everything that had happened, from the time he had forced his way in through the cellar window to the moment Bill had used the chair in the kitchen to break a window so they could get out, remained bright and clearly fixed in his memory. It had not been a dream. The clotted wound on his chest and belly was not a dream, and it didn't matter if his mom could see it or not. At last Beverly stood up. "I have to go home," she said. "I want to change before my mom gets home. If she sees me wearing a boy's shirt, she'll kill me."
"Kill you, Senorita," Richie agreed, "but she will kill you slow."
"Beep, beep, Richie." Bill was looking at her gravely. "I'll return your shirt, Bill." He nodded and waved a hand to show that this wasn't important. "Will you get in trouble coming home without it?" No, they hardly notice when I'm around anyway." She nodded, bit her full under lip, a girl of 11 who was tall for her age and simply beautiful. "What happens next, Bill?" "I don't know." "It's not over, is it?" Bill shook his head. Ben said, "It'll want us more than ever now." "More silver slugs?" she asked him. He found he could barely stand to meet her glance. "I love you, Beverly. Just let me have that. You can have Bill or the world or whatever you need. Just let me have that. Let me go on loving you, and I guess it'll be enough." "I don't know," Ben said. "We could, but—" He trailed off vaguely, shrugged. He could not say what he felt, was somehow not able to bring it out. That this was like being in a monster movie, but it wasn't. The mummy had looked different in some ways, ways that confirmed its essential reality. The same was true of the werewolf. He could testify to that because he had seen it in a paralyzing close-up, no film, not even one in 3D, allowed. He had had its hands in the wiry underbrush of its tangled pelt. He had seen a small baleful orange fire spot. like a pom-pom, in one of its green eyes. These things were, well, they were dreams made real. And once dreams became real, they escaped the power of the dreamer and became their own deadly things, capable of independent action. The silver slugs had worked because the 7 of them had been unified in their belief that they would. But they hadn't killed it. And next time it would approach them in a new shape, one over which silver wielded no power. Power, power, Ben thought, looking at Beverly. It was okay now. Her eyes had met Bill's again, and they were looking at each other as if lost. It was only for a moment, but to Ben it seemed very long. It always comes back to power. I love Beverly Marsh, and she has power over me. She loves Bill Denbrough, and so he has power over her. But I think he is coming to love her. Maybe it was her face, how it looked when she said she couldn't help being a girl. Maybe it was seeing one breast for just a second. Maybe just the way she looks sometimes when the light is right, or her eyes. Doesn't matter, but if he's starting to love her, she's starting to have power over him. Superman has power, except when there's kryptonite around. Batman has power, even though he can't fly or see through walls. My mom has power over me, and her boss down in the mill has power over her. Everyone has some, except maybe for little kids and babies. Then he thought that even little kids and babies had power. They could cry until you had to do something to shut them up. Ben? Beverly asked, looking back at him. Cat got your tongue? Huh? No, I was thinking about power. The power of the slugs. Ben was looking at him closely. I was wondering where that power came from, Ben said. It, Bill began, and then shut his mouth. A thoughtful expression drifted over his face. I really have to go, Beverly said. I'll see you all, huh? Sure, come on down tomorrow, Stan said. We're going to break Eddie's other arm. They all laughed. Eddie pretended to throw his aspirator at Stan. Bye then, Beverly said, and boosted herself up and out. Ben looked at Bill and saw that he hadn't joined in the laughter. That thoughtful expression was still on his face, and Ben knew you would have to call his name 2 or 3 times before he would answer. He knew what Bill was thinking about. He would be thinking about it himself in the days ahead. Not all the time, no. There would be clothes to hang out and take in for his mother, games of tag and guns in the barrens, and during a rainy spell, the first 4 days of August, the 7 of them would go on a mad Parcheesi jag at Richie Tozier's house, making blockades, sending each other back with great abandon, deliberating exactly how to split the roll of the dice while rain dripped and ran outside. His mother would announce to him that she believed Pat Nixon was the prettiest woman in America, and be horror-struck when Ben opted for Marilyn Monroe. Except for the color of her hair, he thought that Bev looked like Marilyn Monroe. There would be time to eat as many Twinkies and ring-dings and devil dogs as he could get his hands on, and time to sit on the back porch reading Lucky Star and the Moons of Mercury. There would be time for all those things while the wound on his chest and belly healed to a scab and began to itch. Because life went on, and at 11, although bright and apt, he held no real sense of perspective. He could live with what had happened in the house on Neibolt Street. The world was, after all, full of wonders. But there would be odd moments of time when he pulled the questions out again and examined them. The power of the silver, the power of the slugs. Where does power like that come from? Where does any power come from? How do you get it? How do you use it? It seemed to him that their lives might depend on those questions. One night, as he was falling asleep, the rain a steady lulling patter on the roof and against the windows, it occurred to him that there was another question, perhaps the only question. It had some real shape. He had nearly seen it. To see the shape was to see the secret. Was that also true of power? Perhaps it was, for wasn't it true that power, like it, was a shape changer? It was a baby crying in the middle of the night. It was an atomic bomb. It was a silver slug. It was the way Beverly looked at Bill and the way Bill looked back. What, exactly what, was power anyway? 12. Nothing much happened for the next 2 weeks. Derry, the 4th interlude. You got to lose. You can't win all the time. You got to lose. You can't win all the time. What I say. I know, pretty baby. I see trouble coming down the line. John Lee Hooker. You got to lose. April 6, 1985. Tell you what, friends and neighbors, I'm drunk tonight. Fuck drunk, rye whiskey. Went down to Wally's and got started, went to the Green Front down on Center Street half an hour before they closed and bought a fifth of rye. I know what I'm up to. Drink cheap tonight, pay dear tomorrow. So here he sits, one drunk nigger in a public library after closing, with this book open in front of me and the bottle of Old Kentucky on my left. Tell the truth and shame the devil, my mom used to say. But she forgot to tell me that sometimes you can't shame Mr. Split-Foot Sober. The Irish know, but of course they're God's white niggers, and who knows, maybe they're a step ahead. Want to write about drink and the devil? Remember Treasure Island? The old sea dog at the Admiral Benbow? We'll do 'em yet, Jackie. I bet the bitter old fuck even believed it. Full of rum or rye, you can believe anything. Drink and the devil. Okay. Amuses me sometimes to think how long I'd last if I actually published some of this stuff I write in the dead of night. If I flashed some of the skeletons in Derry's closet. There is a library board of directors, 11 of them. One is a 70-year-old writer who suffered a stroke 2 years ago and who now often needs help to find his place on each meeting's printed agenda, and who has sometimes been observed picking large dry boogers out of his hairy nostrils and placing them carefully in his ear, as if for safekeeping. Another is a pushy woman who came here from New York with her doctor husband, and who talks in a constant whiny monologue about how provincial Derry is, how no one here understands the Jewish experience, and how one has to go to Boston to buy a skirt one would care to be seen in. Last time this anorexic babe spoke to me without the services of an intermediary was during the board's Christmas party about 1.5 years ago. She had consumed a pretty large amount of gin and asked me if anyone in Derry understood the black experience. I had also consumed a pretty large amount of gin and answered, "Mrs. Gladry, Jews may be a great mystery, but niggers are understood the whole world round." She choked on her drink, turned around so sharply that her panties were momentarily visible under her flaring skirt. Not a very interesting view. Would that it had been Carol Danner. And so ended my last informal conversation with Mrs. Ruth Gladry. No great loss. The other members of the board are the descendants of the lumber barons. Their support of the library is an act of inherited expiation. They raped the woods and now care for these books the way a libertine might decide, in his middle age, to provide for the gaily gotten bastards of his youth. It was their grandfathers and great-grandfathers who actually spread the legs of the forests north of Derry and Bangor and raped those green-gowned virgins with their axes and peavies. They cut and slashed and strip-timbered and never looked back. They tore the hymen of those great forests open when Grover Cleveland was president and had pretty well finished the job by the time Woodrow Wilson had his stroke. These lace-ruffled ruffians raped the great woods, impregnated them with a litter of slash and junk spruce, and changed Derry from a sleepy little shipbuilding town into a booming honky-tonk where the gin mills never closed and the whores turned tricks all night long. One old campaigner, Egbert Thorogood, now 93, told me of taking a slat-thin prostitute in a crib on Baker Street, a street which no longer exists. Middle-class apartment housing stands quietly where Baker Street once boiled and brawled. I only realized after I spent my spunk in her that she was layin' in a pool of jism maybe an inch deep. Stuff had just about gone to jelly. "Girl," I says, "ain't you never cared for yourself?" She looks down and says, "I'll put on a new sheet if you want to go again. There's 2 in the cupboard down the hall, I think. I knows pretty much what I'm layin' in until 9 or 10, but by midnight my cunt's so numb it might's well be in Ellsworth." So that was Derry right through the first 20 or so years of the 20th century, all boom and booze and bawling. The Penobscot and the Kenduskeag were full of floating logs from ice out in April to ice in November. The business began to slack off in the 20s without the Great War or the hardwoods to feed it, and it staggered to a stop during the Depression. The lumber barons put their money in those New York or Boston banks that had survived the crash and left Derry's economy to live, or die, on its own. They retreated to their gracious houses on West Broadway and sent their children to private schools in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and New York, and lived on their interest and political connections. What's left of their supremacy 70-some years after Egbert Thorogood spent his love with a dollar whore in a spermy Baker Street bed are empty wild woods in Penobscot and Aroostook counties and the great Victorian houses which stand for 2 blocks along West Broadway. And my library, of course. Except those good folks from West Broadway would take my library away from me in jig time. Pun definitely intended, if I published anything about the Legion of Decency, the fire at the Black Spot, the execution of the Bradley Gang, or the affair of Claude Héroux and the Silver Dollar. The Silver Dollar was a beer joint, and what may have been the queerest mass murder in the entire history of America took place there in September of 1905. There are still a few old-timers in Derry who claim to remember it, but the only account that I really trust is Thorogood's. He was 18 when it happened. Thorogood now lives in the Paulson nursing home. He's toothless, and his St. John's Valley Franco down-east accent is so thick that probably only another old Mainer could understand what he was saying if his talk were written down phonetically. Sandy Ives, the folklorist from the University of Maine, whom I have mentioned previously in these wild pages, helped me to translate my audio tapes. Claude Héroux was, according to Thorogood, "Unbat Canuck son of a whore would nigh that'd roll a Jew like a mertz in the moonlight." Translation: one bad Canuck son of a whore with an eye that would roll at you like a mare's in the moonlight. Thorogood said that he, and everyone else who had worked with Héroux, believed the man was as sly as a chicken-stealing dog, which made his hatchet-wielding foray into the Silver Dollar all the more startling. It was not in character. Up until then, lumbermen in Derry had believed Héroux's talents ran more to lighting fires in the woods. The summer of '05 was long and hot, and there had been many fires in the woods. The biggest of them, which Héroux later admitted he set by simply putting a lighted candle in the middle of a pile of wood chips and kindling, happened in Haven's Big Injun Woods. It burned 20,000 acres of prime hardwood, and you could smell the smoke of it 35 miles away as the horse-drawn trolleys breasted up Mile Hill in Derry. In the spring of that year, there had been some brief talk about unionizing. There were 4 lumbermen involved in organizing. Not that there was much to organize. Maine working men were anti-union then and are mostly anti-union now. And one of the 4 was Claude Héroux, who probably saw his union activities as a chance to talk big and spend a lot of time drinking down on Baker and Exchange Streets. Héroux and the other 3 called themselves organizers. The lumber barons called them ringleaders. A proclamation nailed to the cook sheds in lumber camps from Monroe to Haven Village to Sumner Plantation to Millinocket informed lumbermen that any man overheard talking union would be fired off the job immediately. In May of that year, there was a brief strike up near Trapham Notch. And although the strike was broken in short order, both by scabs and by town constables, and that was rather peculiar, you understand, since there were nearly 30 town constables swinging axe handles and creasing skulls, but before that day in May, there hadn't been so much as a single constable in Trapham Notch, which had a population of 79 in the census of 1900, so far as anyone knew. Héroux and his organizing friends considered it a great victory for their cause. Accordingly, they came down to Derry to get drunk and do some more organizing, or ringleading, depending on whose side you favored. Whichever, it must have been dry work. They hit most of the bars in Hell's Half Acre, finishing up in the sleepy Silver Dollar, arms around each other's shoulders, pissing down your leg drunk, alternating Union songs with pathetic tunes like "My Mother's Eyes Are Looking Down from Heaven," although I myself think any mother looking down from there and seeing her son in such a state might well have been excused for turning away. According to Egbert Thorogood, the only reason anyone could figure for Héroux's being in the movement at all was Davy Hartwell. Hartwell was the chief organizer, or ringleader, and Héroux was in love with him. Nor was he the only one. Most of the men in the movement loved Hartwell deeply and passionately, with that proud love men save for those of their own sex who possess a magnetism that seems to approach divinity.
Davy Hartwell was a man who walked like he owned half of the world and had him a dayla on the rest,
Thorogood said. Translation: Davy Hartwell was a man who walked like he owned half of the world and had him a deadlock on the rest. Hérault followed Hartwell into the organizing business the way he would have followed him if he had decided to go for a shipbuilder up in Brewer or down in Bath, or building the Seven Trestles over in Vermont, or trying to bring back the Pony Express out west, for that matter. Hérault was sly and he was mean, and I suppose that in a novel that would preclude any good qualities at all. But sometimes, when a man has spent a life being distrusted and distrustful, being a loner, or a loser, both by choice and by reason of society's opinions of him, he can find a friend or a lover and simply live for that person, the way a dog lives for its master. That's the way it seems to have been between Hérault and Hartwell. Anyway, there were 4 of them who spent that night in the Brentwood Arms Hotel, which was then called the Floating Dog by the lumbermen. The reason why is lost in obscurity, as defunct as the hotel itself. 4 checked in. None checked out. One of them, Andy de Lesseps, was never seen again. For all history tells, he might have spent the rest of his life living in pleasant ease in Portsmouth, but somehow I doubt it. 2 of the other ringleaders, Amsel Bickford and Davy Hartwell himself, were found floating face down in the Kenduskeag. Bickford was missing his head. Someone had taken it off with the swipe of a woodsman's two-hander. Both of Hartwell's legs were gone, and those who found him swore that they had never seen such an expression of pain and horror on a human face. Something had distended his mouth, stuffing out his cheeks, and when his discoverers turned him over and spread his lips, 7 of his toes fell out onto the mud. Some thought he might have lost the other 3 during his years working in the woods. Others held the opinion that he might have swallowed them before he died. Pinned to the back of each man's shirt was a paper with the word Union on it. Claude Hérault was never brought to trial for what happened in the Silver Dollar on the night of September 9th, 1905, so there's no way of knowing exactly how he escaped the fate of the others that night in May. We could make assumptions. He had been on his own a long time, had learned how to jump fast, had perhaps developed the knack some cur dogs have of getting out just before real trouble develops. But why didn't he take Hartwell with him? Or was he perhaps taken into the woods with the rest of the agitators? Maybe they were saving him for last, and he was able to get away even while Hartwell's screams, which would have grown muffled as they jammed his toes into his mouth, were echoing in the dark and scaring birds off their roosts. There's no way of knowing, not for sure, but that last feels right to my heart. Claude Hérault became a ghost man. He would come strolling into a camp in the St. John's Valley, line up at the cook shed with the rest of the loggers, get a bowl of stew, eat it, and be gone before anyone realized he wasn't one of the topping gang. Weeks after that, he'd show up in a Winterport beer joint, talking Union and swearing he'd have his revenge on the men that had murdered his friends. Hamilton Tracker, William Mueller, and Richard Bowie were the names he mentioned the most frequently. All of them lived in Derry, and their gabled, gambrelled, cupolaed houses stand on West Broadway to this day. Years later, they and their descendants would fire the black spot. That there were people who would have liked Claude Hérault put out of the way cannot be doubted, particularly after the fires started in June of that year. But although Hérault was seen frequently, he was quick and had an animal's awareness of danger. So far as I have been able to find out, no official warrant was ever sworn out against him, and the police never took a hand. Maybe there were fears about what Hérault might say if he was brought to trial for arson. Whatever the reasons, the woods around Derry and Haven burned all that hot summer. Children disappeared, there were more fights and murders than usual, and a pall of fear as real as the smoke you could smell from the top of Up Mile Hill lay over the town. The rains finally came on September 1st, and it rained for a solid week. Downtown Derry was flooded out, which was not unusual, but the big houses on West Broadway were high above downtown, and in some of those big houses there must have been sighs of relief. Let the crazy Canuck hide out in the woods all winter if that's what he wants, they might have said. His work's done for this summer, and we'll get him before the roots dry next June. Then came September 9th. I cannot explain what happened. Thorogood cannot explain it. So far as I know, no one can. I can only relate the events which occurred. The sleepy Silver Dollar was full of loggers drinking beer. Outside, it was drawing down toward misty dark. The Kenduskeag was high and silver sullen, filling its channel from bank to bank, and according to Egbert Thorogood,
a fallish wind was blowing, the kind that allus find the hole in your paints and blow straight up a crack of your ace.
The streets were quagmires. There was a card game going on at one of the tables in the back of the room. They were William Mueller's men. Mueller was part owner of the GS&WM rail line, as well as a lumber potentate who owned millions of acres of prime timber, and the men who were playing poker in the Dollar that night were part-time lumbermen, part-time railroad bulls, and full-time trouble. Two of them, Tinker McCutcheon and Floyd Calderwood, had done jail time. With them were Lathrop Rounds. His nickname, as obscure as the Floating Dog Hotel, was El Katuk. Dave Stugley Grenier, and Eddie King, a bearded man whose spectacles were almost as fat as his gut. It seems very likely that they were at least some of the men who had spent the last 2.5 months keeping an eye out for Claude Héroux. It seems just as likely, although there is not a shred of proof, that they were in on the little cutting party in May when Hartwell and Bickford were laid low. The bar was crowded, Thorogood said. Dozens of men were bellied up there, drinking beer and eating bar lunches and dripping onto the sawdust-covered dirt floor. The door opened, and in came Claude Héroux. He had a woodsman's double-bitted axe in his hand. He stepped up to the bar and elbowed himself a place. Egbert Thorogood was standing on his left. He said that Héroux smelled like a polecat stew. The barman brought Héroux a schooner of beer, 2 hard-cooked eggs in a bowl, and a shaker of salt. Héroux paid him with a $2 bill and put his change, $1.85, into one of the flap pockets of his lumberman's jacket. He salted his eggs and ate them. He salted his beer, drank it off, and uttered a belch.
More room out there than there is in, Claude,
Thorogood said, just as if half the enforcers in northern Maine hadn't been on the prod for Héroux all that summer.
You know that's the truth,
Héroux said, except being a Canuck. What he probably said came out sounding more like,
you know that the truth.
He ordered himself another schooner, drank up, and belched again. Talk at the bar went on. Several people called to Claude, and Claude nodded and waved, but he didn't smile. Thorogood said he looked like a man who was half in a dream. At the table in back, the poker game went on. El Katuk was dealing. No one bothered to tell any of the players that Claude Héroux was in the bar, although, since their table was no more than 20 feet away, and since Claude's name was hollered more than once by people who knew him, it is hard to know how they could have gone on playing, unaware of his potentially murderous presence. But that is what occurred. After he finished his second schooner of beer, Héroux excused himself to Thorogood, picked up his 2-hander, and went back to the table where Mueller's men were playing 5-card stud. Then he started cutting. Floyd Calderwood had just poured himself a glass of rye whiskey and was setting the bottle back down when Héroux arrived and chopped Calderwood's hand off at the wrist. Calderwood looked at his hand and screamed. It was still holding the bottle, but all of a sudden wasn't attached to anything but wet gristle and trailing veins. For a moment the severed hand clutched the bottle even tighter, and then it fell off and lay on the table like a dead spider. Blood spouted from his wrist. At the bar, somebody called for more beer, and someone else asked the bartender, whose name was Jonesy, if he was still dyeing his hair. Never dyed it, Jonesy said in an ill-tempered way. He was vain of his hair.
Met a whore down at Ma Courtney's who said what grows around your pecker is just as white as snow, the fellow said.
She was a liar, Jonesy replied.
Drop your pants and let's us see, said a lumberman named Falkland, with whom Egbert Thorogood had been matching for drinks before Héroux came in. This provoked general laughter. Behind them, Floyd Calderwood was shrieking. A few of the men leaning against the bar took a casual look around in time to see Claude Héroux bury his woodsman's axe in Tinker McCutcheon's head. Tinker was a big man with a black beard going gray. He got halfway up, blood pouring down his face.
then sat down again. Hero pulled the axe out of his head. Tinker started to get up again, and Hero slung the axe sideways, burying it in his back. It made a sound, Thorogood said, like a load of laundry being dropped on a rug. Tinker flopped over the table, his card spraying out of his hand. The other players were hollering and bellowing. Calderwood, still shrieking, was trying to pick up his right hand with his left as his life's blood ran out of his stump of a wrist in a steady stream. Stugly Grenier had what Thorogood called a clutch pistol, meaning a gun in a shoulder holster, and he was grabbing for it with no success whatsoever. Eddie King tried to get up and fell right out of his chair on his back. Before he could get up, Hero was standing astride him, the axe slung up over his head. King screamed and held up both hands in a warding-off gesture. "Please, Claude, I just got married last month," King screamed. The axe came down, its head almost disappearing in King's ample gut. Blood sprayed all the way to the dollar's beamed roof. Eddie began to crawfish on the floor. Claude pulled the axe out of him the way a good woodsman will pull his axe out of a softwood tree, kind of rocking it back and forth to loosen the clinging grip of the sappy wood. When it was free, he slung it up over his head. He brought it down again, and Eddie King stopped screaming. Claude Hero wasn't done with him, however. He began to chop King up like kindling wood. At the bar, conversation had turned to what sort of winter lay ahead. Vernon Stanchfield, a farmer from Palmyra, claimed it would be a mild one. Fall rain uses up winter snow was his scripture. Alfie Nogler, who had a farm out on the Nogler Road in Derry, it is gone now, where Alfie Nogler once grew his peas and beans and beets, the interstate extension now runs its 8.8-mile 6-lane course, begged to disagree. Alfie claimed the coming winter was going to be a geezer. He had seen as many as 8 rings on some of the mohair caterpillars, he said, an unheard-of number. Another man held out for ice, another for mud. The blizzard of '01 was duly recalled. Jonesy sent schooners of beer and bowls of hard-cooked eggs skidding down the bar. Behind them the screaming went on and the blood flowed in rivers. At this point in my questioning of Egbert Thorogood, I turned off my cassette recorder and asked him, "How did it happen? Are you saying you didn't know it was going on, or that you knew but you let it go on, or just what?" Thorogood's chin sank down to the top button of his food-spotted vest. His eyebrows drew together. The silence in Thorogood's room, small, cramped, and medicinal-smelling, spun out so long that I was about to repeat my question when he replied,
"We knew, but it didn't seem to matter. It was like politics in a way. Yeah, like that. Like town business. Best let people who understand politics take care of that, and people who understand town business take care of that. Such things be best done if working men don't mix in."
"Are you really talking about fate and just afraid to come out and say so?" I asked suddenly. The question was simply jerked out of me, and I certainly did not expect Thorogood, who was old and slow and unlettered, to answer it. But he did, with no surprise at all.
Yeah?" he said. "Mayhap I am."
While the men at the bar went on talking about the weather, Claude Hero went on cutting. Stugly Grenier had finally managed to clear his clutch pistol. The axe was descending for another chop at Eddie King, who was by then in pieces. The bullet Grenier fired struck the head of the axe and ricocheted off with a spark and a whine. Elka Took got to his feet and started backing away. He was still holding the deck he had been dealing from. Cards were fluttering off the bottom and onto the floor. Claude came after him. Elka Took held out his hands. Stugly Grenier got off another round, which didn't come within 10 feet of Hero. "Stop, Claude," Elka Took said. Thorogood said it appeared like Katuk was trying to smile. "I wasn't with them. I didn't mix in at all." Hero only growled. "I was in Millinocket," Elka Took said, his voice starting to rise toward a scream. "I was in Millinocket. I swear it on my mother's name. Ask anybody if you don't believe me." Claude raised the dripping axe, and Elka Took sprayed the rest of the cards into his face. The axe came down, whistling. Elka Took ducked. The axe had buried itself in the planking that formed the Silver Dollar's back wall. Elka Took tried to run. Claude hauled the axe out of the wall and poked it between his ankles. Elka Took went sprawling. Stugly Grenier shot at Hero again, this time having a bit more luck. He had been aiming at the crazed lumberman's head. The bullet struck home in the fleshy part of Herault's thigh. Meantime, El Katuk was crawling busily toward the door with his hair hanging in his face. Herault swung the axe again, snarling and gibbering, and a moment later Katuk's severed head was rolling across the sawdust-strewn floor. The tongue popped bizarrely out between the teeth. It rolled to a stop by the booted foot of a lumberman named Varney, who had spent most of the day in the Dollar and who, by then, was so exquisitely slopped that he didn't know if he was on land or at sea. He kicked the head away without looking down to see what it was, and hollered for Jonesy to run him down another beer. El Katuk crawled another 3 feet, blood spraying from his neck in a high-tension jet, before he realized he was dead and collapsed. That left Stugley. Herault turned on him, but Stugley had run into the outhouse and locked the door. Herault chopped his way in, hollering and blabbering and raving, slobber falling from his jaws. When he got in, Stugley was gone, although the cold, leaky little room was windowless. Herault stood there for a moment, head lowered, powerful arms slimed and splattered with blood, and then, with a roar, he flipped up the lid of the 3-holer. He was just in time to see Stugley's boots disappearing under the ragged board skirting of the outhouse wall. Stugley Grenier ran screaming down Exchange Street in the rain, beshitted from top to toe, crying that he was being murdered. He survived the cutting party in the Silver Dollar. He was the only one who did. But after 3 months of listening to jokes about his method of escape, he quitted the dairy area forever. Herault stepped out of the toilet and stood in front of it like a bull after a charge, head down, his axe held in front of him. He was puffing and blowing and covered with gore from head to foot. "Shut the door, Claude. That shit pot stinks to high heaven," Thorogood said. Claude dropped his axe on the floor and did as he had been asked. He walked over to the card-strewn table where his victims had been sitting, kicking one of Eddie King's severed legs out of his way. Then he simply sat down and put his head in his arms. The drinking and conversation at the bar went on. 5 minutes later, more men began to pile in, 3 or 4 sheriff's deputies among them. The one in charge was Lal Machen's father, and when he saw the mess, he had a heart attack and had to be taken away to Dr. Schratt's office. Claude Herault was led away. He was docile when they took him, more asleep than awake. That night the bars all up and down Exchange and Baker Streets boomed and hollered with the news of the slaughter. A righteous, drunken sort of fury began to build up, and when the bars closed, better than 70 men headed downtown toward the jail and the courthouse. They had torches and lanterns. Some were carrying guns, some had axes, some had peavies. The county sheriff wasn't due from Bangor until the noon stage the next day, so he wasn't there, and Goose Machen was laid up in Dr. Schratt's infirmary with his heart attack. The 2 deputies who were sitting in the office playing cribbage heard the mob coming and got out of there fast. The drunks broke in and dragged Claude Herault out of his cell. He didn't protest much. He seemed dazed, vacant. They carried him on their shoulders like a football hero. Down to Canal Street they carried him, and there they lynched him from an old elm that overhung the canal. He was so far gone that he didn't kick but twice, Egbert Thorogood said. It was, so far as the town records show, the only lynching to ever take place in this part of Maine. And, almost needless to say, it was not reported in the Derry News. Many of those who had gone on drinking unconcernedly while Herault went about his business in the Silver Dollar were in the necktie party that strung him up. By midnight, their mood had changed. I asked Thorogood my final question. Had he seen anyone he didn't know during that day's violence? Someone who struck him as strange, out of place, funny, even clownish. Someone who would have been drinking at the bar that afternoon. Someone who had maybe turned into one of the rabble-rousers that night as the drinking went on and the talk turned to lynching.
"Mayhap there was,"
Thorogood replied. He was tired by then, drooping, ready for his afternoon nap.
"It were a long time ago, mister. Long and long."
"But you remember something," I said.
"I remember thinking that there must be a county fair up Bangor way," Thorogood said. "I was having a beer in the Bloody Bucket that night. The Bucket was about 6 doors from the Silver Dollar. There was a fella in there, comical sort of fella, doing flips and rollovers, juggling glasses, tricks. Put 4 dimes on his forehead and they'd stay right there. Comical, you know."
His bony chin had sunk to his chest again. He was going to sleep right in front of me. Spittle began to bubble at the corners of his mouth, which had as many tucks and wrinkles as a lady's change purse.
"Seen him a few now and then since," Thorogood said. "Figure maybe he had such a good time that night that he decided to stick around."
"Yeah, he's been around a long time," I said. His only response was a weak snore. Thorogood had gone to sleep in his chair by the window, with his medicines and nostrums lined up beside him on the sill, soldiers of old age at muster. I turned off my tape recorder and just sat looking at him for a moment, this strange time traveler from the year 1890 or so, who remembered when there were no cars, no electric lights, no airplanes, no state of Arizona. Pennywise had been there, guiding them down the path toward another gaudy sacrifice, just one more in Derry's long history of gaudy sacrifices. That one, in September of 1905, ushered in a heightened period of terror that would include the Eastertide explosion of the Kitchener Iron Works the following year. This raises some interesting, and for all I know, vitally important, questions. What does it really eat, for instance? I know that some of the children have been partially eaten. They show bite marks at least. But perhaps it is we who drive it to do that. Certainly we have all been taught since earliest childhood that what the monster does when it catches you in the deep wood is eat you. That is perhaps the worst thing we can conceive. But it's really faith that monsters live on, isn't it? I am led irresistibly to this conclusion. Food may be life, but the source of power is faith, not food. And who is more capable of a total act of faith than a child? But there's a problem. Kids grow up. In the church, power is perpetuated and renewed by periodic ritualistic acts. In Derry, power seems to be perpetuated and renewed by periodic ritualistic acts, too. Can it be that it protects itself by the simple fact that, as the children grow into adults, they become either incapable of faith or crippled by a sort of spiritual and imaginative arthritis? Yes, I think that's the secret here. And if I make the calls, how much will they remember? How much will they believe? Enough to end this horror once and for all, or only enough to get them killed? They are being called, I know that much. Each murder in this new cycle has been a call. We almost killed it twice. And in the end, we drove it deep in its warren of tunnels and stinking rooms under the city. But I think it knows another secret. Although it may be immortal, or almost so, we are not. It had only to wait until the act of faith, which made us potential monster killers as well as sources of power, had become impossible. 27 years. Perhaps a period of sleep for it, as short and refreshing as an afternoon nap would be for us. And when it awakes, it is the same, but a third of our lives has gone by. Our perspectives have narrowed. Our faith in the magic, which makes magic possible, has worn off like the shine on a new pair of shoes after a hard day's walking. Why call us back? Why not just let us die? Because we nearly killed it? Because we frightened it, I think? Because it wants revenge. And now that we no longer believe in Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, Hansel and Gretel, or the troll under the bridge, it is ready for us. Come on back, it says. Come on back. Let's finish our business in Derry. Bring your jacks and your marbles and your yo-yos. We'll play. Come on back, and we'll see if you remember the simplest thing of all, how it is to be children, secure in belief, and thus afraid of the dark. On that one, at least, I score 1,000%. I am frightened. So goddamn frightened. Part 5. The Ritual of Chud. It is not to be done. The seepage has rotted out the curtain. The mesh is decayed. Loosen the flesh from the machine. Build no more bridges.
Through what air will you fly to span the continents? Let the words fall any way at all, that they may hit love aslant. It will be a rare visitation. They want to rescue too much. The flood has done its work. William Carlos Williams, Patterson. Look and remember. Look upon this land, far, far across the factories and the grass. Surely they will let you pass. Speak then and ask the forest and the loam. What do you hear? What does the land command? The earth is taken. This is not your home. Carl Shapiro, Travelogue for Exiles. Chapter 19, In the Watches of the Night. 1. The Derry Public Library, 1:15 a.m. When Ben Hanscom finished the story of the Silver Slugs, they wanted to talk, but Mike told them he wanted them all to get some sleep. "You've had enough for now," he said. But Mike was the one who looked as if he had had enough. His face was tired and drawn, and Beverly thought he looked physically ill. "But we're not done," Eddie said. "What about the rest of it? I still don't remember." "Mike's right," Bill said. "Either we'll remember or we won't. I think we will. We've remembered all that we need to." "Maybe all that's good for us?" Richie suggested. Mike nodded. "We'll meet tomorrow." Then he glanced at the clock. "Later today, I mean." "Here?" Beverly asked. Mike shook his head slowly. "I suggest we meet on Kansas Street, where Bill used to hide his bike." "We're going down into the Barrens?" Eddie said, and suddenly shivered. Mike nodded again. There was a moment of quiet while they looked around at each other. Then Bill got to his feet, and the others rose with him. "I want you all to be careful for the rest of the night," Mike said. "It's Ben here. It can be wherever you are. But this meeting has made me feel better." He looked at Bill. "I'd say it still can be done, wouldn't you, Bill?" Bill nodded slowly. "Yes, I think it still can be done." "It will know that, too," Mike said, "and it will do whatever it can to slug the odds in its favor." "What do we do if it shows up?" Richie asked. "Hold our noses, shut our eyes, turn around 3 times, and think good thoughts? Puff some magic dust in its face? Sing old Elvis Presley songs? What?" Mike shook his head. "If I could tell you that, there would be no problem, would there? All I know is that there's another force. At least, there was when we were kids, that wanted us to stay alive and do the job. Maybe it's still there." He shrugged. It was a weary gesture. "I thought 2, maybe as many as 3 of you would be gone by the time we started our meeting tonight, missing or dead. Just seeing you turn up gave me reason to hope." Richie looked at his watch. 1:15. "How the time flies when you're having fun, right, Haystack?" "Beep, beep, Richie," Ben said and smiled wanly. "You want to walk back to the townhouse with me, Beverly?" Bill asked. "All right." She was putting on her coat. The library seemed very silent now, shadowy, frightening. Bill felt the last 2 days catching up with him all at once, piling up on his back. If it had just been weariness, that would have been okay, but it was more. A feeling that he was cracking up, dreaming, having delusions of paranoia, a sensation of being watched. "Maybe I'm really not here at all," he thought. "Maybe I'm in Dr. Seward's lunatic asylum, with the Count's crumbling townhouse next door, and Renfield just across the hall, him with his flies and me with my monsters, both of us sure the party is really going on and dressed to the nines for it, not in tuxedos, but in straight waistcoats. What about you, Richie?" Richie shook his head. "I'm going to let Haystack and Casbrack lead me home," he said. "Right, fellers?" "Sure," Ben said. He looked briefly at Beverly, who was standing close to Bill, and felt a pain he had almost forgotten. A new memory trembled, almost within his grasp, then floated away. "What about you, Mike?" Bill asked. "Want to walk with Bev and me?" Mike shook his head. "I've got to—" That was when Beverly screamed, a high-pitched sound in the stillness. The vaulted dome overhead picked it up, and the echoes were like the laughter of banshees, flying and flapping around them. Bill turned toward her. Richie dropped his sport coat as he was taking it off the back of his chair. There was a crash of glass as Eddie's arm swept an empty gin bottle onto the floor. Beverly was backing away from them, her hands held out, her face as white as good bond paper. Her eyes, deep in dusky purple sockets, bulged. "My hands!" she screamed. "My hands!" "What?" Bill began, and then he saw the blood dripping slowly between her shaking fingers. He started forward and felt sudden lines of painful warmth cross his own hands. The pain was not sharp. It was more like the pain one sometimes feels in an old healed wound. The old scars on his palms, the ones which had reappeared in England, had broken open and were bleeding. He looked sideways and saw Eddie Kasprak peering stupidly down at his own hands. They were also bleeding. So were Mike's, and Richie's, and Ben's. "We're in it to the end, aren't we?" Beverly said. She had begun to cry. This sound was also magnified in the library's still emptiness. The building itself seemed to be weeping with her. Bill thought that if he had to listen to that sound for long, he would go mad. "God help us, we're in it to the end," she sobbed, and a runner of snot depended from one of her nostrils. She wiped it off with the back of one shaking hand, and more blood dripped on the floor. "Quick, quick, quick," Bill said, and seized Eddie's hand. "What?" "Quick." He held out his other hand, and after a moment Beverly took it. She was still crying. "Yes," Mike said. He looked dazed, almost drugged. "Yes, that's right, isn't it? It's starting again, isn't it, Bill? It's all starting to happen again." Yes, I think." Mike took Eddie's hand, and Richie took Beverly's other hand. For a moment, Ben only looked at them, and then, like a man in a dream, he raised his bloody hands to either side and stepped between Mike and Richie. He grasped their hands. The circle closed. "Ah, Chud. This is the ritual of Chud, and the turtle cannot help us." Bill tried to scream, but no sound came out. He saw Eddie's head tilt back, the cords on his neck standing out. Bev's hips bucked twice, fiercely, as if in an orgasm as short and sharp as the crack of a .22 pistol. Mike's mouth moved strangely, seeming to laugh and grimace at the same time. In the silence of the library, doors banged open and shut, the sound rolling like bowling balls. In the periodicals room, magazines flew in a windless hurricane. In Carol Danner's office, the library's IBM typewriter whirred into life and typed, "He thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts. He thrusts his fists against the..." The type ball jammed. The typewriter sizzled and uttered a thick electronic belch as everything inside overloaded. In stack 2, the shelf of occult books suddenly tipped over, spilling Edgar Cayce, Nostradamus, Charles Fort, and the Apocrypha everywhere. Bill felt an exalting sense of power. He was dimly aware that he had an erection and that every hair on his head was standing up straight. The sense of force in the completed circle was incredible. All the doors in the library slammed shut in unison. The grandfather clock behind the checkout desk chimed once. Then it was gone, as if someone had flicked off a switch. They dropped their hands, looked at each other, dazed. No one said anything. As the sense of power ebbed, Bill felt a terrible sense of doom creep over him. He looked at their white, strained faces, and then down at his hands. Blood was smeared there, but the wounds which Stan Uris had made with a jagged piece of Coke bottle in August 1958 had closed up again, leaving only crooked white lines like knotted twine. He thought, this was the last time the 7 of us were together. The day Stan made those cuts in the Barrens. Stan's not here. He's dead. And this is the last time the 6 of us are going to be together. I know it. I feel it. Beverly was pressed against him, trembling. Bill put an arm around her. They all looked at him, their eyes huge and bright in the dimness, the long table where they had sat, littered with empty bottles, glasses, and overflowing ashtrays, a little island of light. That's enough, Bill said huskily. Enough entertainment for one evening. We'll save the ballroom dancing for another time. I remembered, Beverly said. She looked up at Bill, her eyes huge, her pale cheeks wet. "I remembered everything. My father finding out about you guys. Running. Bowers and Chris and Huggins. How I ran. The tunnel. The birds. It. I remember everything." "Yeah," Richie said. "I do too." Eddie nodded. "The pumping station." Bill said, "And how Eddie—" "Go back now," Mike said. "Get some rest. It's late." "Walk with us, Mike," Beverly said. "No, I have to lock up. And I have to write a few things down. The minutes of the meeting, if you like. I won't be long. Go ahead." They moved toward the door, not talking much. Bill and Beverly were together, Eddie, Richie, and Ben behind them. Bill held the door for her, and she murmured thanks. As she went out onto the wide granite steps, Bill thought how young she looked, how vulnerable. He was dismally aware that he might be falling in love with her again. He tried to think of Audra, but Audra seemed far away. She would be sleeping in their house in Fleet now as the sun came up and the milkman began his rounds. Derry's sky had clouded over again, and a low ground fog lay across the empty street in thick runners. Farther up the street, the Derry Community House, narrow, tall, Victorian, brooded in blackness. Bill thought, and whatever walked in Community House walked alone. He had to stifle a wild cackle. Their footfalls seemed very loud. Beverly's hand touched his, and Bill took it gratefully. "It started before we were ready," she said. "Would we ever have been ready?" "You would have been, Big Bill." The touch of her hand was suddenly both wonderful and necessary. He wondered what it would be like to touch her breasts for the second time in his life, and suspected that before this long night was over he would know. Fuller now, mature, and his hand would find hair when he cupped the swelling of her mons veneris. He thought, "I loved you, Beverly. I love you. Ben loved you. He loves you. We loved you then. We love you now. We better, because it's starting. No way out now." He glanced behind and saw the library half a block away. Richie and Eddie were on the top step. Ben was standing at the bottom, looking after them. His hands were stuffed in his pockets. His shoulders were slumped, and seen through the drifting lens of the low fog, he might almost have been 11 again. If he had been able to send Ben a thought, Bill would have sent this one. "It doesn't matter, Ben. The love is what matters. The caring, it's always the desire, never the time. Maybe that's all we get to take with us when we get out of the blue and into the black. Cold comfort, maybe, but better than no comfort at all." "My father knew," Beverly said suddenly. "I came home one day from the Barrens, and he just knew. Did I ever tell you what he used to say to me when he was mad?" "What?" "I worry about you, Bevy." That's what he used to say. "I worry a lot." She laughed and shivered at the same time. "I think he meant to hurt me, Bill. I mean, he'd hurt me before, but that last time was different. He was, well, in many ways, he was a strange man. I loved him. I loved him very much, but—" She looked at him, perhaps wanting him to say it for her. He wouldn't. It was something she was going to have to say for herself sooner or later. Lies and self-deceptions had become a ballast they could not afford. "I hated him too," she said, and her hand bore down convulsively upon Bill's for a long second. "I never told that to anyone in my life before. I thought God would strike me dead if I ever said it out loud." "Say it again, then." "No, Go on. It'll hurt, but maybe it's festered in there long enough. Say it." "I hated my dad," she said, and began to sob helplessly. "I hated him. I was scared of him. I hated him. I could never be a good enough girl to suit him, and I hated him. I did. But I loved him, too." He stopped and held her tight. Her arms went around him in a panicky grip. Her tears wet the side of his neck. He was very conscious of her body, ripe and firm. He moved his torso away from hers slightly, not wanting her to feel the erection he was getting. But she moved against him again. "We'd spent the morning down there," she said, "playing tag or something like that, something harmless. We hadn't even talked about it that day, at least not then. We usually talked about it every day at some point, though, remember?"
"Yes," he said. "At some point, I remember."
It was overcast, hot. We played most of the morning. I went home around 11:30. I thought I'd have a sandwich and a bowl of soup after I took a shower, and then I'd go back and play some more. My parents were both working. But he was there. He was home. He... 2. Lower Main Street, 11:30 a.m. Threw her across the room before she had even gotten all the way through the door. A startled scream was jerked out of her and then cut off as she hit the wall with shoulder-numbing force. She collapsed onto their sagging sofa, looking around wildly. The door to the front hall banged shut. Her father had been standing behind it. "I worry about you, Bevy," he said. "Sometimes I worry a lot. You know that. I tell you that, don't I? You bet I do." "Daddy, what?" He was walking slowly toward her across the living room, his face thoughtful, sad, deadly. She didn't want to see that last, but it was there, like the blind shine of dirt on still water. He was nibbling reflectively on a knuckle of his right hand. He was dressed in his khakis, and when she glanced down she saw that his high-topped shoes were leaving tracks on her mother's carpet. "I'll have to get the vacuum out," she thought incoherently. "Vacuum that up. If he leaves me able to vacuum, if he..." It was mud. Black mud. Her mind side-slipped alarmingly. She was back in the Barrens with Bill, Richie, Eddie, and the others. There was black, viscous mud like the kind on Daddy's shoes down there in the Barrens, in the swampy place where the stuff Richie called bamboo stood in a skeletal white grove. When the wind blew, the stalks rattled together hollowly, producing a sound like voodoo drums. And had her father been down in the Barrens? Had her father? Whap! His hand rocketed down in a wide, sweeping orbit and struck her face. Her head thudded back against the wall. He hooked his thumbs in his belt and looked at her with that expression of deadly, disconnected curiosity. She felt a trickle of blood running warmly from the left corner of her lower lip. "I have seen you getting big," he said, and she thought he would say something more. But for the time being, that seemed to be all. "Daddy, what are you talking about?" she asked in a low, trembling voice. "If you lie to me, I'll beat you within an inch of your life, Bevy," he said, and she realized with horror that he wasn't looking at her. He was looking at the Currier and Ives picture over her head on the wall above the sofa. Her mind side-slipped crazily again, and she was 4, sitting in the bathtub with her blue plastic boat and her Popeye soap. Her father, so big and so well-loved, was kneeling beside her, dressed in gray twill pants and a strappy T-shirt, a washcloth in one hand and a glass of orange soda in the other, soaping her back and saying, "Let me see those ears, Bevy. Your ma needs taters for supper." And she could hear her small self giggling, looking up at his slightly grizzled face, which she had then believed must be eternal. I won't lie, Daddy," she said. "What's wrong?" Her view of him was gradually shivering apart as the tears came. "You been down there in the Barrens with a gang of boys?" Her heart leaped. Her eyes dropped to his mud-caked shoes again. That black, clingy mud. If you stepped into it too deep, it would suck your sneaker or your loafer right off. And both Richie and Bill believed that, if you went in all the way, it turned to quick mud. "I play down there sometime." Whap! The hand, covered with hard calluses, rocketing down again. She cried out, hurt, afraid. That look on his face scared her, and the way he wouldn't look at her scared her, too. There was something wrong with him. He had been getting worse. What if he meant to kill her? What if... "Oh, stop it, Beverly. He's your father, and fathers don't kill daughters." He lost control then. What if... "What have you let them do to you?" "Do? What?" She had no idea what he meant. "Take your pants off." Her confusion increased. Nothing he said seemed connected to anything else. Trying to follow him made her feel ill, seasick almost. "What? Why?" His hand rose. She flinched back. "Take them off, Bevy. I want to see if you are intact." Now there was a new image, crazier than the rest. She saw herself pulling her jeans off and one of her legs coming off with them. Her father belting her around the room as she tried to hop away from him on her one good leg. Daddy shouting, "I knew you wasn't intact. I knew it. I knew it." "Daddy, I don't know what..." His hand came down, not slapping this time, but clutching. It bit into her shoulder with furious strength. She screamed. He pulled her up and for the first time looked directly into her eyes. She screamed again at what she saw there. It was nothing. Her father was gone. And Beverly suddenly understood that she was alone in the apartment with it, alone with it on this dozy August morning. There was not the thick sense of power and untinctured evil she had felt in the house on Neibolt Street a week and a half ago. It had been diluted somehow by her father's essential humanity. But it was here, working through him. He threw her aside. She struck the coffee table, tripped over it, and went sprawling on the floor with a cry. This is how it happens, she thought. I'll tell Bill so he understands. It's everywhere in Derry. It just fills the hollow places, that's all. She rolled over. Her father was walking toward her. She skidded away from him on the seat of her jeans, her hair in her eyes. I know you've been down there, he said. I was told. I didn't believe it. I didn't believe my bevy would be hanging around with a gang of boys. Then I seen you myself this morning. My bevy with a bunch of boys. Not even 12 and hanging around with a bunch of boys. This latter thought seemed to send him into a fresh rage. It trembled through his scrawny frame like volts. Not even 12 years old, he shouted, and fetched a kick at her thigh that made her scream. His jaws snapped over this fact or concept or whatever it was to him like the jaws of a hungry dog worrying a piece of meat. Not even 12, not even 12, not even 12. He kicked. Beverly scrambled away. They had worked their way into the kitchen area of the apartment now. His work boot struck the drawer under the stove, making the pots and pans inside jangle. Don't you run from me, Bevy, he said. You don't want to do that, or it'll be the worse for you. Believe me now. Believe your dad. This is serious. Hanging around with the boys, letting them do God knows what to you. Not even 12. That's serious, Christ knows. He grabbed her and jerked her to her feet by her shoulder. You're a pretty girl, he said. There's plenty of people happy to ruin a pretty girl. Plenty of pretty girls willing to be ruined. You been a slut child to them boys, Bevy? At last she understood what it had put in his head. Except part of her knew the thought might almost have been there all along, that it might only have used the tools that had been there just lying around, waiting to be picked up. No, Daddy, no, Daddy. I seen you smoking, he bellowed. This time he struck her with the palm of his hand, hard enough to send her reeling back in drunken strides to the kitchen table, where she sprawled, a flare of agony in the small of her back. The salt and pepper shakers fell to the floor. The pepper shaker broke. Black flowers bloomed and disappeared before her eyes. Sound seemed too deep. She saw his face, something in his face. He was looking at her chest. She was suddenly aware that her blouse had come untucked and that she wasn't wearing a bra. As of yet she owned only one, a training bra. Her mind side-slipped back to the house at Neibolt Street when Bill had given her his shirt. She had been aware of the way her breasts poked at the thin cotton material, but their occasional skittering glances had not bothered her. These had seemed perfectly natural. And Bill's look had seemed more than natural. It had seemed warm and wanted, if deeply dangerous. Now she felt guilt mixed with her terror. Was her father so wrong? Hadn't she had, you been a slut child to them, thoughts? Bad thoughts? Thoughts of whatever it was that he was talking about? It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing as the way, you been a slut child. He's looking at me now. Not the same. She tucked her blouse back in. Bevy. Daddy, we just play, that's all. We play. We don't do anything like, anything bad. I seen you smoking, he said again, walking toward her. His eyes moved across her chest and her narrow, uncurved hips. He chanted suddenly in a high schoolboy's voice that frightened her even more. A girl who will chew gum will smoke. A girl who will smoke will drink. And a girl who will drink, everyone knows what a girl like that will do. I didn't do anything, she screamed at him as his hands descended on her shoulders. He was not pinching or hurting now. His hands were gentle. And that was somehow scariest of all. Beverly, he said with the inarguable mad logic of the totally obsessed, I seen you with boys. Now you want to tell me what a girl does with boys down in all that trash wood if it ain't what a girl does on her back? Let me alone, she cried at him. The anger flashed up from a deep well she had never suspected. The anger made a bluish-yellow flame in her head. It threatened her thoughts. All the times he had scared her, all the times he had shamed her, all the times he had hurt her. "You just let me alone." "Don't talk to your daddy like that," he said, sounding startled. "I didn't do what you're saying. I never did." "Maybe. Maybe not. I'm going to check and make sure. I know how. Take your pants off." "No." His eyes widened, showing yellowed cornea all the way around the deep blue irises. "What did you say?" "I said no." His eyes were fixed on hers, and perhaps he saw the blazing anger there, the bright upsurge of rebellion. "Who told you?" "Bevy." "Who told you we play down there? Was it a stranger? Was it a man dressed in orange and silver? Did he wear gloves? Did he look like a clown, even if he wasn't a clown? What was his name?" "Bevy, you want to stop." "No, you want to stop," she told him. He swung his hand again, not open but this time closed in a fist meant to break something. Beverly ducked. His fist whistled over her head and crashed into the wall. He howled and let go of her, putting the fist to his mouth. She backed away from him in quick, mincing steps. "You come back here." "No," she said. "You want to hurt me. I love you, Daddy, but I hate you when you're like this. You can't do it anymore. It's making you do it. But you let it in." "I don't know what you're talking about," he said, "but you better get over here to me. I am not going to ask you no more." "No," she said, beginning to cry again. "Don't make me come over there and collect you, Bevy. You're going to be one sorry little girl if I have to do that. Come to me." "Tell me who told you," she said, "and I will." He leaped at her with such scrawny cat-like agility that, although she suspected such a leap was coming, she was almost caught. She fumbled for the kitchen doorknob, pulled the door open just wide enough so she could slip through, and then she was running down the hall toward the front door, running in a dream of panic, as she would run from Mrs. Kirsch 27 years later. Behind her, Al Marsh crashed against the door, slamming it shut again, cracking it down the center. "You get back here right now, Bevy," he howled, yanking it open and coming after her. The front door was on the latch. She had come home the back way. One of her trembling hands worked at the lock while the other yanked fruitlessly at the knob. Behind, her father howled again, the sound of an "Take those pants off, slut child" animal. She turned the lock knob and the front door finally swept open. Hot breath plunged up and down in her throat. She looked over her shoulder and saw him right behind her, reaching for her, grinning and grimacing, his yellow horsey teeth a bear trap in his mouth. Beverly bolted out through the screen door and felt his fingers skid down the back of her blouse without catching hold. She flew down the steps, overbalanced, and went sprawling on the concrete walkway, erasing the skin from both knees. "You get back here now, Bevy, or before God, I'll whip the skin off you." He came down the steps, and she scrambled to her feet, holes in the legs of her jeans. "Your pants off." Her kneecaps sizzling blood, exposed nerve endings singing "Onward, Christian Soldiers." She looked back, and here he came again. Al Marsh, janitor and custodian, a gray man dressed in khaki pants and a khaki shirt with 2 flat pockets, a key ring attached to his belt by a chain, his hair flying. But he wasn't in his eyes. The essential he who had washed her back and punched her in the gut, and had done both because he worried about her, worried a lot. The he who had once tried to braid her hair when she was 7, made a botch of it, and then got giggling with her about the way it stuck out every way. The he who knew how to make cinnamon eggnogs on Sunday that tasted better than anything you could buy for a quarter at the dairy ice cream bar. The father he, male man of her life, delivering a mixed post from that other sexual state. None of that was in his eyes now. She saw blank murder there. She saw it there. She ran. She ran from it. Mr. Pasquale looked up, startled, from where he was watering his crabgrassy lawn and listening to the Red Sox game on a portable radio sitting on his porch rail. The Zinnerman kids stood back from the old Hudson Hornet, which they had bought for $25 and washed almost every day. One of them was holding a hose, the other a bucket of soap suds. Both were slack-jawed. Mrs. Denton looked out of her second-floor apartment, one of her 6 daughters' dresses in her lap, more mending in a basket on the floor, her mouth full of pins. Little Lars Theremenius pulled his red ball flyer wagon quickly off the cracked sidewalk and stood on Bucky Pasquale's dying lawn. He burst into tears as Bevy, who had spent a patient morning that spring showing him how to tie his sneakers so they would stay tied, flashed by him, screaming, her eyes wide. A moment later, her father passed, howling at her, and Lars, who was then 3 and who would die 12 years later in a motorcycle accident, saw something terrible and inhuman in Mr. Marsh's face. He had nightmares for 3 weeks after. In them, he saw Mr. Marsh turning into a spider inside his clothes. Beverly ran. She was perfectly aware that she might be running for her life. If her father caught her now, it wouldn't matter that they were on the street. People did crazy things in Derry sometimes. She didn't have to read the newspapers or know the town's peculiar history to understand that. If he caught her, he would choke her, or beat her, or kick her. And when it was over, someone would come and collect him, and he would sit in a cell the way Eddie Corcoran's stepfather was sitting in a cell, dazed and uncomprehending. She ran toward downtown, passing more and more people as she went. They stared, first at her, then at her pursuing father. And they looked surprised, some of them even amazed. But what was on their faces went no further. They looked, and then they went on toward wherever they had been going. The air circulating in her lungs was growing heavier now. She crossed the canal, feet pounding on cement while cars rumbled over the heavy wooden slats of the bridge to her right. To her left, she could see the stone semicircle where the canal went under the downtown area. She cut suddenly across Main Street, oblivious to the honking horns and squealing brakes. She went right because the Barrens lay in that direction. It was still almost a mile away, and if she was to get there, she would somehow have to outdistance her father on the grueling slope of Up Mile Hill, or one of the even steeper side streets. But that was all there was. "Come back, you little bitch, I'm warning you." As she gained the sidewalk on the far side of the street, she snatched another glance behind her, the heavy weight of her red hair shifting over her shoulder as she did. Her father was crossing the street, as heedless of the traffic as she had been, his face a bright, sweaty red. She ducked down an alley that ran behind Warehouse Row. This was the rear of the buildings which fronted on Up Mile Hill. Star Beef, Armour Meat Packing, Hemp Hill Storage and Warehousing, Eagle Beef and Kosher Meats. The alley was narrow and cobbled, made narrower still by the bunches of fuming garbage cans and bins set out here. The cobbles were slimy with God knew what offal and ordure. There was a mixture of smells, some bland, some sharp, some simply titanic, but all spoke of meat and slaughter. Flies buzzed in clouds. From inside some of the buildings she could hear the blood-curdling whine of bone saws. Her feet stuttered unevenly on the slick cobbles. One hip struck a galvanized garbage can, and packages of tripe wrapped in newspaper fell out like great meaty jungle blossoms. "You get right the hell back here, Bevy. I mean it now. Don't make it any worse than it already is, girl." 2 men lounged in the loading doorway of the Kirshner Packing Works, munching thick sandwiches, open dinner buckets near at hand. "You in a woeful place, girl," one of them said mildly. "Looks like you going in the woodshed with your pa." The other laughed. He was gaining. She could hear his thundering footfalls and heavy respiration almost behind her now. Looking to her right, she could see the black wing of his shadow flying along the high board fence there. Then he yelled in surprise and fury as his feet slipped out from under him and he thumped to the cobblestones. He was up a moment later, no longer bellowing words but only shrieking out his incoherent fury while the men in the doorway laughed and slapped each other on the back. The alley zigged to the left, and Beverly came to a skittering halt, her mouth opening in dismay. A city dumpster was parked across the alley's mouth. There was not even 9 inches of clearance on either side. Its motor was idling. Under that sound, barely audible, she could hear the murmur of conversation from the dumpster's cab. More men on lunch break. It lacked no more than 3 or 4 minutes of noon. Soon the courthouse clock would begin to chime the hour. She could hear him coming again, closing in. She threw herself down and hooked her way under the dumpster, using her elbows and wounded knees. The stink of exhaust and diesel fuel mixed with the smell of ripe meat and made her feel a kind of giddy nausea. In a way, the ease of her progress was worse. She was skidding greasily over a coating of slime and garbagey crud. She kept moving, once rising too high off the cobbles so that her back came in contact with the dumpster's hot exhaust pipe. She had to bite back a scream. "Beverly, you under there?" Each word separated from the last by an out-of-breath gasp for air. She looked back and met his eyes as he bent and peered under the truck. "Leave me alone," she managed. "You bitch," he replied in a thick, spit-choked voice. He threw himself flat, keys jingling, and began to crawl after her, using a grotesque swimming stroke to pull himself along. Beverly clawed her way from under the truck's cab, grabbed one of the huge tires, her fingers hooked their way into a tread up to the second knuckle, and yanked herself up. She banged her tailbone on the dumpster's front bumper, and then she was running again, heading up Mile Hill now, her blouse and jeans smeared with goop and stinking to high heaven. She looked back and saw her father's hands and freckled arms shoot out from under the dumpster's cab like the claws of some imagined childhood monster from under the bed. Quickly, hardly thinking at all, she darted between Feldman's storage and the Tracker Brothers annex. This covert, too narrow even to be called an alley, was filled with broken crates, weeds, sunflowers, and, of course, more garbage. Beverly dived behind a pile of crates and crouched there. A few moments later, she saw her father pound by the mouth of the covert and on up the hill. Beverly got up and hurried to the far end of the covert. There was a chain-link fence here. She monkeyed to the top, got over, and worked her way down the far side. She was now on Derry Theological Seminary property. She ran up the manicured back lawn and around the side of the building. She could hear someone inside playing something classical on an organ. The notes seemed to engrave their pleasant, calm selves on the still air. There was a tall hedge between the seminary and Kansas Street. She peered through it and saw her father on the far side of the street, breathing hard, patches of sweat darkening his work shirt under the arms. He was peering around, hands on hips. His keyring twinkled brightly in the sun. Beverly watched him, also breathing hard, her heart beating rabbit fast in her throat. She was very thirsty, and her simmering smell disgusted her. If I was drawn in a comic strip, she thought distractedly, there'd be all those wavy stink lines coming up from me. Her father crossed slowly to the seminary side. Beverly's breath stopped. Please, God, I can't run any more. Help me, God. Don't let him find me. Al Marsh walked slowly down the sidewalk, directly past where his daughter crouched on the far side of the hedge. Dear God, don't let him smell me. He didn't. Perhaps because, after a tumble in the alleyway and crawling under the dumpster himself, Al smelled as bad as she did. He walked on. She watched him go back down up Mile Hill until he was out of sight. Beverly picked herself up slowly. Her clothes were covered with garbage, her face was dirty, her back hurt where she had burned it on the exhaust pipe of the dumpster. These physical things paled before the confused swirl of her thoughts. She felt that she had sailed off the edge of the world, and none of the normal patterns of behavior seemed to apply. She could not imagine going home. But she could not imagine not going home. She had defied her father. Defied him. She had to push that thought away because it made her feel weak and trembly, sick to her stomach. She loved her father. Wasn't one of the 10 Commandments, honor thy mother and father, that thy days may be long upon the earth? Yes, but he hadn't been himself, hadn't been her father, had in fact been someone completely different, an imposter. It. Suddenly she went cold as a terrible question occurred to her. Was this happening to the others, or something like it? She ought to warn them. They had hurt it, and perhaps now it was taking steps to assure itself that they would never hurt it again. And really, where else was there to go? They were the only friends she had. Bill would know what to do. Bill would tell her what to do. Bill would supply the what next. She stopped where the seminary walk joined the Kansas Street sidewalk and peered around the hedge. Her father was truly gone. She turned right and began to walk along Kansas Street toward the Barrens. Probably none of them would be there right now. They would be at home eating their lunches. But they would be back. Meantime, she could go down into the cool clubhouse and try to get herself under some kind of control. She would leave the little window wide open so she could have some sunshine, and perhaps she would even be able to sleep. Her tired body and overstrained mind grasped eagerly at the thought. Sleep. Yes, that would be good. Her head drooped as she plodded past the last bunch of houses before the land grew too steep for houses and plunged down into the Barrens. The Barrens where, as incredible as it seemed to her, her father had been lurking and spying. She certainly did not hear footfalls behind her. The boys there were at great pains to be quiet. They had been outrun before. They did not intend to be outrun again. They drew closer and closer to her, walking cat-soft. Belch and Victor were grinning, but Henry's face was both vacant and serious. His hair was uncombed and snarly. His eyes were as unfocused as Al Marsh's had been in the apartment. He held one dirty finger pressed over his lips in a shh gesture as they closed the distance from 70 feet to 50 to 30. Through that summer, Henry had been edging steadily out over some mental abyss, walking on a bridge that had grown relentlessly more and more narrow. On the day when he allowed Patrick Hochstetter to caress him, that bridge had narrowed to a tightrope. The tightrope had snapped this morning. He had gone out into the yard, naked except for his ragged, yellowing undershorts, and looked up into the sky. The ghost of last night's moon still lingered there, and as he looked at it, the moon had suddenly changed to a skeletal, grinning face. Henry had fallen on his knees before this face, exalted with terror and joy. Ghost voices came from the moon. The voices changed, sometimes seemed to merge together in a soft babble that was barely understandable. But he sensed the truth, which was simply that all these voices were one voice, one intelligence. The voice told him to hunt up Belch and Victor and be at the corner of Kansas Street and Costello Avenue around noon. The voice told him he would know what to do then. Sure enough, the cunt had come bopping along. He waited to hear what the voice would tell him to do next. The answer came as they continued to close the distance. The voice came not from the moon, but from the sewer grating they were passing. The voice was low but clear. Belch and Victor glanced toward the grating in a dazed, almost hypnotized way, then back at Beverly. "Kill her," the voice from the sewer said. Henry Bowers reached into the pocket of his jeans and brought out a slim 9-inch-long instrument with imitation ivory inlays along its sides. A small chromium button glittered at one end of this dubious objet d'art. Henry pushed it. A 6-inch blade popped out of the slit at the end of the handle. He bounced the switchblade on his palm. He began to walk a little faster. Victor and Belch, still looking dazed, increased their own walking speed to keep up with him. Beverly did not hear them, precisely. That was not what made her turn her head as Henry Bowers closed the distance. Bent-kneed, shuffling, a frozen grin on his face, Henry was as silent as an Indian. No, it was simply a feeling too clear and direct and powerful to be denied, of 3. The Derry Public Library, 1:55 a.m. Being watched. Mike Hanlon laid his pen aside and looked across the shadowy inverted bowl of the library's main room. He saw islands of light thrown by the hanging globes. He saw books fading into dimness. He saw the iron staircases making their graceful trellised spirals up to the stacks. He saw nothing out of place. All the same, he did not believe he was alone in here. Not anymore. After the others were gone, Mike had cleaned up with the care that was only habit. He was on autopilot, his mind 1,000,000 miles and 27 years away. He dumped ashtrays, threw away the empty liquor bottles, putting a layer of waste over them so that Carol wouldn't be shocked, and the returnable cans in a box behind his desk. Then he got the broom and swept up the remains of the gin bottle Eddie had broken. When the table was clean, he went into the periodicals room and picked up the scattered magazines. As he did these simple chores, his mind sifted the stories they had told, concentrating the most, perhaps, on what they had left out. They believed they remembered everything. He thought that Bill and Beverly almost did, but there was more. It would come to them, if it allowed them the time. In 1958, there had been no chance for preparation. They had talked endlessly, their talk interrupted only by the rock fight and that one act of group heroism at 29 Neibolt Street, and might, in the end, have done no more than talk. Then August 14th had come, and Henry and his friends had simply chased them into the sewers. Maybe I should have told them, he thought, putting the last of the magazines back in their places. But something spoke strongly against the idea. The voice of the turtle, he supposed. Perhaps that was part of it, and perhaps that sense of circularity was part of it too. Maybe that last act was going to repeat itself in some updated fashion as well. He had put flashlights and miners' helmets carefully by against tomorrow. He had the blueprints of the Derry sewer and drain systems neatly rolled up and held with rubber bands in that same closet. But when they were kids, all their talk and all their plans, half-baked or otherwise, had come to nothing in the end. In the end, they had simply been chased into the drains, hurled into the confrontation which had followed. Was that going to happen again? Faith and power, he had come to believe, were interchangeable. Was the final truth even simpler? That no act of faith was possible until you were rudely pushed out into the screaming middle of things, like a newborn child skydiving shootlessly out of his mother's womb? Once you were falling, you were forced to believe in the chute, into existence, weren't you? Pulling the ring as you fell became your final statement on the subject, one way or the other. Jesus Christ, it's Fulton Sheen in blackface, Mike thought, and laughed a little. Mike cleaned, neatened, and thought his thoughts, while another part of his brain expected that he would finish and find himself tired enough to go home and sleep for a few hours. But when he finally did finish, he found himself as wide awake as ever. So he went to the single closed stack behind his office, unlocking the wire gate with the key from his ring and letting himself in. This stack, supposedly fireproof when the vault-type door was closed and locked, contained the library's valuable first editions, books signed by writers long since dead. Among the signed editions were Moby Dick and Whitman's Leaves of Grass, historical matter relating to the town, and the personal papers of a few of the few writers who had lived and worked in Derry. Mike hoped, if all of this ended well, to persuade Bill to leave his manuscripts to the Derry Public Library. Walking down the third aisle of the stack beneath tin-shaded light bulbs, smelling the familiar library scents of must and dust and cinnamony aging paper, he thought, when I die, I guess I'll go with a library card in one hand and an overdue stamp in the other. Well, maybe there's worse ways. He stopped halfway down this third aisle. His dog-eared steno notebook, which contained the jotted tales of Derry and his own troubled wanderings, was tucked between Frick's Old Derry Town and Michaud's History of Derry. He had pushed the notebook so far back it was nearly invisible. No one would stumble across it unless he was looking for it. Mike took it and went back to the table where they had held their meeting, pausing to turn off the lights in the closed stack and to relock the wire mesh. He sat down and flipped through the pages he had written, thinking what a strange, crippled affidavit it was. Part history, part scandal, part diary, part confessional. He had not logged an entry since April 6th. Have to get a new book soon, he thought, thumbing the few blank pages that were left. He thought bemusedly for a moment of Margaret Mitchell's first draft of Gone with the Wind, written in longhand in stacks and stacks and stacks of school composition books. Then he uncapped his pen and wrote, May 31st, 2 lines below the end of his last entry. He paused, looking vaguely across the empty library, and then began to write about everything that had happened during the last 3 days, beginning with his telephone call to Stanley Uris. He wrote quietly for 15 minutes, and then his concentration began to come unraveled. He paused more and more frequently. The image of Stan Uris's severed head in the refrigerator tried to intrude. Stan's bloody head, the mouth open and full of feathers, falling out of the refrigerator and rolling across the floor toward him. He banished it with an effort and went on writing. 5 minutes later he jerked upright and looked around, convinced he would see that head rolling across the old black and red tiles of the main floor, eyes as glassy and avid as those in the mounted head of a deer. There was nothing. No head. No sound except the muffled drum of his own heart. Got to get a hold of yourself, Mikey. It's the Jim Jams, that's all. Nothing else to it. But it was no use. The words began to get away from him. The thoughts seemed to dangle just out of reach. There was a pressure on the back of his neck, and it seemed to grow heavier. Being watched. He put his pen down and got up from the table. Is anyone here? He called, and his voice echoed back from the rotunda, giving him a jolt. He licked his lips and tried again. Bill? Ben? Bill, Ben, and. Suddenly, Mike decided he wanted to be home. He would simply take the notebook with him. He reached for it and heard a faint, sliding footstep. He looked up again. Pools of light surrounded by deepening lagoons of shadow. Nothing else. At least nothing he could see. He waited, heart beating hard. The footstep came again, and this time he pinpointed the location. The glassed-in passageway that connected the adult library to the children's library. In there, something. Moving quietly, Mike walked across to the checkout desk. The double doors leading into the passageway were held open by wooden chocks, and he could see a little way in. He could see what looked like feet, and with sudden swooning horror he wondered if maybe Stan had come after all, if maybe Stan was going to step out of the shadows with his bird encyclopedia in one hand, his face white, his lips purple, his wrists and forearms cut open. "I finally came," Stan would say. "It took me a while because I had to pull myself out of a hole in the ground, but I finally came." There was another footstep, and now Mike could see shoes for sure. Shoes and ragged denim pant legs. Faded blue strings hung down against sockless ankles, and in the darkness almost 6 feet above those ankles he could see glittering eyes. He groped over the surface of the semicircular checkout desk and felt along the other side without taking his gaze from those eyes. His fingers felt one wooden corner of a small box. The overdue cards. A smaller box, paper clips and rubber bands. They happened on something that was metal and seized it. It was a letter opener with the words, "Jesus Saves," stamped on the handle. A flimsy thing that had come in the mail from the Grace Baptist Church as part of a fundraising drive. Mike had not attended services in 15 years, but Grace Baptist had been his mother's church, and he had sent them $5 he could not really afford. He had meant to throw the letter opener out, but it had stayed here, amid the clutter on his side of the desk. Carol's side was always spotlessly clean. Until now. He clutched it tightly and stared into the shadowy hallway. There was another step. Another. Now the ragged denim pants were visible up to the knees. He could see the shape these lower legs belonged to. It was big, hulking. The shoulders were rounded. There was a suggestion of ragged hair. The figure was ape-like. "Who are you?" The shape merely stood there, contemplating him. Although still afraid, Mike had gotten over the debilitating idea that it might be Stan Uris, returned from the grave, called back by the scars on his palms, some eldritch magnetism which had brought him back like a zombie in a Hammer horror film. Whoever this was, it wasn't Stan Uris, who had finished at 5'7" when he had his full growth. The shape took another step, and now the light from the globe closest to the passageway fell across the beltless loops of the jeans around the shape's waist. Suddenly Mike knew. Even before the shape spoke, he knew. "Hello, nigger," the shape said. "Been throwing rocks at anyone? Want to know who poisoned your fucking dog?" The shape took another step forward, and the light fell on the face of Henry Bowers. It had grown fat and sagging. The skin had an unhealthy tallowy hue. The cheeks had become hanging jowls that were specked with stubble, almost as much white in that stubble as black. Wavy lines, 3 of them, were engraved in the shelf of the forehead above the bushy brows. Other lines formed parentheses at the corners of the full-lipped mouth. The eyes were small and mean, inside discolored pouches of flesh, bloodshot and thoughtless. It was the face of a man being pushed into a premature age, a man who was 39 going on 73. But it was also the face of a 12-year-old boy. Henry's clothes were still green with whatever bushes he had spent the day hiding in. "Ain't you gonna say howdy, nigger?" Henry asked. "Hello, Henry." It occurred to him dimly that he had not listened to the radio for the last 2 days, and he had not even read the paper, which was a ritual with him. Too much going on, too busy, too bad. Henry emerged from the corridor between the children's library and the adult library and stood there, peering at Mike with his piggy eyes. His lips parted in an unspeakable grin, revealing rotted back main teeth. "Voices," he said. "You ever hear voices, nigger?" "Which voices are those, Henry?" He put both hands behind his back, like a schoolboy called upon to recite, and transferred the letter opener from his left hand to his right. The grandfather clock, given by Horst Mueller in 1923, ticked solemn seconds into the smooth pond of library silence. "From the moon," Henry said. He put a hand in his pocket. "Came from the moon. Lots of voices." He paused, frowned slightly, then shook his head. "Lots, but really only one. Its voice." "Did you see it, Henry?" "Yep," Henry said. "Frankenstein. tore off Victor's head. You should have heard it. Made a sound like a great big zipper going down. Then it went after Belch. Belch fought it. Did he? Yep, that's how I got away. You left him to die. Don't you say that. Henry's cheeks flushed a dull red. He took 2 steps forward. The farther he walked from the umbilicus connecting the children's library to the adult library, the younger he looked to Mike. He saw the same old meanness in Henry's face, but he saw something else as well. The child who had been brought up by crazy Butch Bowers on a good farm that had gone to shit-shack shambles over the years. Don't you say that. It would have killed me, too. It didn't kill us. Henry's eyes gleamed with rancid humor. Not yet, but it will. Lest I don't leave any of you for it to get. He pulled his hand out of his pocket. In it was a slim 9-inch-long instrument with imitation ivory inlays along its sides. A small chromium button glittered at one end of this dubious objet d'art. Henry pushed it. A 6-inch steel blade popped out of the slit at the end of the handle. He bounced the switchblade on his palm and began to walk toward the checkout desk a little faster. Look what I found, he said. I knew where to look. Obscenely, one red-rimmed eyelid drooped in a wink. The man in the moon told me. Henry revealed his teeth again. Hid today, hitchhiked a ride tonight. Old man. Hit him. Killed him, I think. Ditched the car over in Newport, just over the Derry town line. I heard that voice. I looked in a drain. There was these clothes, and the knife. My old knife. You're forgetting something, Henry. Henry, grinning, only shook his head. We got away, and you got away. If it wants us, it wants you, too. No. I think yes. Maybe you yo-yos did its work, but it didn't exactly play favorites, did it? It got both of your friends, and while Belch was fighting it, you got away. But now you're back. I think you're part of its unfinished business, Henry. I really do. No. Maybe Frankenstein's what you'll see, or the werewolf, a vampire, the clown. Or, Henry, maybe you'll really see what it looks like, Henry. We did. Want me to tell you? Want me to? You shut up! Henry screamed and launched himself at Mike. Mike stepped aside and stuck out one foot. Henry tripped over it and went skidding over the foot-worn tiles like a shuffleboard weight. His head struck a leg of the table where the losers had sat earlier that night, telling their tales. For a moment he was stunned. The knife hung loose in his hand. Mike went after him, went after the knife. In that moment he could have finished Henry. It would have been possible to plant the Jesus Saves letter opener which had come in the mail from his mother's old church in the back of Henry's neck and then call the police. There would have been a certain amount of official nonsense, but not too much of it, not in Derry, where such weird and violent events were not entirely exceptional. What stopped him was a realization almost too lightning-like to be conscious, that if he killed Henry, he would be doing its work as surely as Henry would be doing its work by killing Mike. And something else. That other look he had seen on Henry's face, the tired, bewildered look of the badly used child who has been sent on a poisonous path for some unknown purpose. Henry had grown up within the contaminated radius of Butch Bowers's mind. Surely he had belonged to it even before he suspected it existed. So instead of planting the letter opener in Henry's vulnerable neck, he dropped to his knees and snatched at the knife. It twisted in his hand, seemingly of its own volition, and his fingers closed on the blade. There was no immediate pain, only red blood flowing down the first 3 fingers of his right hand and into his scarred palm. He pulled back. Henry rolled away and grabbed the knife again. Mike got to his knees, and the two of them faced each other that way, each bleeding. Mike's fingers, Henry's nose. Henry shook his head, and droplets flew away into the darkness. "Thought you were so smart," he cried hoarsely. "Fucking sissies is all you were. We could have beat you in a fair fight." "Put the knife down, Henry," Mike said quietly. "I'll call the police. They'll come and get you and take you back to Juniper Hill. You'll be out of Derry. You'll be safe." Henry tried to talk and couldn't. He couldn't tell this hateful jig that he wouldn't be safe in Juniper Hill or Los Angeles or the rainforests of Timbuktu. Sooner or later the moon would rise, bone-white and snow-cold, and the ghost voices would start. and the face of the moon would change into its face, babbling and laughing and ordering. He swallowed slick, slimy blood. "You never fought fair." "Did you?" Mike asked. "You nigger boogie night fighter jungle bunny ape-man coon!" Henry screamed and leaped at Mike again. Mike leaned back to avoid his blundering, awkward rush, overbalanced, and went sprawling on his back. Henry struck the table again, rebounded, turned, and clutched Mike's arm. Mike swept the letter opener around and felt it go deep into Henry's forearm. Henry screamed, but instead of letting go, he tightened his grip. He pulled himself toward Mike, his hair in his eyes, blood flowing from his ruptured nose over his thick lips. Mike tried to get a foot in Henry's side and push him away. Henry swung the switchblade in a glittering arc. All 6 inches of it went into Mike's thigh. It went in effortlessly, as if into a warm cake of butter. Henry pulled it out, dripping, and with a scream of combined pain and effort, Mike shoved him away. He struggled to his feet, but Henry was up more quickly, and Mike was barely able to avoid Henry's next blundering rush. He could feel blood pouring down his leg in an alarming flood, filling his loafer. "He got my femoral artery, I think. Jesus, he got me bad. Blood everywhere. Blood on the floor. Shoes won't be any good. Shit, just bought 'em 2 months ago." Henry came again, panting and puffing like a bull in heat. Mike staggered aside and swept the letter opener at him again. It tore through Henry's ragged shirt and pulled a deep cut across his ribs. Henry grunted as Mike shoved him away again. "You dirty fighting nigger," he wailed. "Look what you done." "Drop the knife, Henry," Mike said. There was a titter from behind them. Henry looked, and then screamed in utter horror, clapping his hands to his cheeks like an offended old maid. Mike's gaze jerked toward the circulation desk. There was a loud, vibrating ka-spang sound, and Stan Uris's head popped up from behind the desk. A spring corkscrewed up and into his severed, dripping neck. His face was livid with grease paint. There was a fever spot of rouge on each cheek. Great orange pom-poms flowered where the eyes had been. This grotesque Stan-in-the-box head nodded back and forth at the end of its spring like one of the giant sunflowers beside the house on Neibolt Street. Its mouth opened, and a squealing, laughing voice began to chant, "Kill him, Henry! Kill the nigger! Kill the coon! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Mike wheeled back toward Henry, dismally aware that he had been tricked, wondering faintly whose head Henry had seen at the end of the spring. Stan's? Victor Chris's? His father's, perhaps. Henry shrieked and rushed at Mike, the switchblade plunging up and down like the needle of a sewing machine. "Gah, nigger!" Henry was screaming. "Gah, nigger! Gah, nigger!" Mike backpedaled, and the leg Henry had stabbed buckled under him almost at once, spilling him to the floor. There was hardly any feeling at all left in that leg. It felt cold and distant. Looking down, he saw that his cream-colored slacks were now bright red. Henry's blade flashed by in front of his nose. Mike stabbed out with the Jesus Saves letter opener as Henry turned back for another go. Henry ran into it like a bug onto a pin. Warm blood doused Mike's hand. There was a snap, and when he drew his hand back, he only had the haft of the letter opener. The rest was sticking out of Henry's stomach. "Gah, nigger!" Henry screamed, clapping a hand over the protruding jag of blade. Blood poured through his fingers. He looked at it with bulging, unbelieving eyes. The head at the end of the creaking, dipping jack-in-the-box squealed and laughed. Mike, feeling sick and dizzy now, looked back at it and saw Belch Huggins' head, a human champagne cork wearing a New York Yankees baseball cap turned backward. He groaned aloud, and the sound was far away, echoey in his own ears. He was aware that he was sitting in a pool of warm blood. "If I don't get a tourniquet on my leg, I'm going to die." "Gah! Nigga!" Henry screamed. Still holding his bleeding belly with one hand and the switchblade with the other, he staggered away from Mike and toward the library doors. He wove drunkenly from side to side, progressing across the echoing main room like a pinball in an electronic game. He struck one of the easy chairs and knocked it over. His groping hand spilled a rack of newspapers onto the floor. He reached the doors, straight-armed one of them, and plunged out into the night. Mike's consciousness was fading now. He worked at the buckle of his belt with his fingers he could barely feel. At last he got it unhooked and managed to pull it free of its loops. He put it around his bleeding leg just below the groin and cinched it tight. Holding with one hand, he began to crawl toward the circulation desk. The phone was there. He wasn't sure how he was going to reach it, but for now that didn't matter. The trick was just to get there. The world wavered, blurred, grew faint behind waves of gray. He stuck his tongue out and bit down on it savagely. The pain was immediate and exquisite. The world swam back into focus. He became aware that he was still holding the ragged haft of the letter opener, and he tossed it away. Here at last was the circulation desk, looking as tall as Everest. Mike got his good leg under him and pushed himself up, clutching at the edge of the desk with the hand that wasn't holding the belt tight. His mouth was drawn down into a trembling grimace, his eyes slitted. At last he managed to get all the way up. He stood there, stork-like, and hooked the phone over to him. Taped to the side were 3 numbers: fire, police, and hospital. With one shaking finger that looked at least 10 miles away, Mike dialed the hospital, 555-3711. He closed his eyes as the phone began to ring, and then they opened wide as the voice of Pennywise the Clown answered.
"Howdy, nigger,"
Pennywise cried, and then screamed laughter as sharp as broken glass into Mike's ear.
"What do you say? How you doin'? I think you're dead. What do you think? I think Henry did the job on you. Want a balloon, Mikey? Want a balloon? How you doin'? Hello there."
Mike's eyes turned up to the face of the grandfather clock, the Mueller clock, and saw with no surprise at all that its face had been replaced by his father's face, gray and rattled with cancer. The eyes were turned up to show only bulging whites. Suddenly his father popped his tongue out and the clock began to strike. Mike lost his grip on the circulation desk. He swayed for a moment on his good leg and then he fell down again. The phone swung before him at the end of its cord like a mesmerist's amulet. It was becoming very hard to hold onto the belt now.
"Hello there, Amos,"
Pennywise cried brightly from the swinging telephone handset.
"This here's de Kingfish. I is de Kingfish in Derry anyhow, and that's de truth. Wouldn't you say so, boy?"
"If there's anyone there," Mike croaked, "a real voice behind the one I am hearing, please help me. My name is Michael Hanlon, and I'm at the Derry Public Library. I am bleeding to death. If you're there, I can't hear you. I'm not being allowed to hear you. If you're there, please hurry." He lay on his side, drawing his legs up until he was in a fetal position. He took 2 turns around his right hand with the belt and concentrated on holding it as the world drifted away in those cottony, balloon-like clouds of gray.
"Hello there, how you doin'?"
Pennywise screamed from the dangling, swinging phone.
"How you doin', you dirty coon? Hello."
4. Kansas Street, 12:20 p.m. "There," Henry Bowers said. "How you doin', you little cunt?" Beverly reacted instantly, turning to run. It was a quicker reaction than any of them had expected. She might actually have gotten a running start, but for her hair. Henry snatched, caught part of its long flow, and pulled her back. He grinned into her face. His breath was thick and warm and stinking. "How you doin'?" Henry Bowers asked her. "Where you going? Back to play with your asshole friends some more? I think I'll cut off your nose and make you eat it. You like that?" She struggled to get free. Henry laughed and shook her head back and forth by the hair. The knife flashed dangerously in the hazy August sunshine. Abruptly, a car horn honked, a long blast. "Here, here, what are you boys doing? Let that girl go." It was an old lady behind the wheel of a well-preserved 1950 Ford. She had pulled up to the curb and was leaning across the blanket-covered seat to peer out the passenger side window. At the sight of her angry, honest face, the dazed look left Victor Chris's eyes for the first time, and he looked nervously at Henry. "What?" "Please," Bev cried shrilly. "He's got a knife, a knife." The old lady's anger now became concern, surprise, and fear as well. "What are you boys doing? Let her alone." Across the street, Bev saw this quite clearly, Herbert Ross got out of the lawn chair on his porch, approached the porch rail, and looked over. His face was as blank as Belch Huggins's. He folded his paper, turned, and went quietly into the house. "Let her be," the old lady cried shrilly. Henry bared his teeth and suddenly ran at her car, dragging Beverly after him by the hair. She stumbled, went to one knee, was dragged. The pain in her scalp was excruciating, monstrous. She felt some of her hair rip out. The old lady screamed and cranked the passenger side window frantically. Henry stabbed down and the switchblade skated across the glass. The woman's foot came off the old Ford's clutch pedal, and it went down Kansas Street in 3 big jerks, bouncing up over the curb where it stalled. Henry went after it, still pulling Beverly along. Victor licked his lips and looked around. Belch pushed the New York Yankees baseball cap he was wearing up on his forehead and then dug at his ear in a puzzled gesture. Bev saw the old woman's white, frightened face for one moment and then saw her pawing at the door locks, first on the passenger side, then on her own. The Ford's engine ground and caught. Henry lifted one booted foot and kicked out a tail light. "Get out of here, you dried-up old bitch!" The tires screamed as the old lady pulled back out in the street. An oncoming pickup truck swerved to avoid her. Its horn blatted. Henry turned back toward Bev, beginning to smile again, and she hiked one sneakered foot directly into his balls. The smile on Henry's face turned into a grimace of agony. The switch knife dropped from his hand and clattered onto the sidewalk. His other hand left its nesting place in the tangle of her hair, pulling once more terribly as it went. And then he sank to his knees, trying to scream, holding his crotch. She could see strands of her own coppery hair in one of his hands, and in that instant all of her terror turned to bright hate. She drew in a great hitching breath and hocked a remarkably large Louis onto the top of his head. Then she turned and ran. Belch lumbered 3 steps after her and stopped. He and Victor went to Henry, who threw them aside and staggered to his feet, both hands still cupping his balls. It was not the first time that summer that he had been kicked there. He leaned over and picked up the switchblade. "On," he wheezed. "What, Henry?" Belch said anxiously. Henry turned a face toward him that was so full of sweating pain and sick, blazing hate that Belch fell back a step. "I said, come on," he managed, and began to stagger and lurch up the street after Beverly, holding his crotch. "We can't catch her now, Henry," Victor said uneasily. "Hell, you can hardly walk." "We'll catch her," Henry panted. His upper lip was rising and falling in an unconscious dog-like sneer. Beads of sweat stood out on his forehead and ran down his hectic cheeks. "We'll catch her, all right, because I know where she's going. She's going down into the barrens to be with her asshole..."